Greetings, travelers! Yet another day of Dota is upon us. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. How are you doing today, young man?
I'm good, Shannon. I'm ready. I'm ready for the bigger games. This is when it starts getting very exciting. This is effectively a semi-final for TI qualification already. It goes fast when you're in the upper bracket, you know? And we get to do 2 of those today. So we get to see who is going to be fighting for the first slot after today. So that's good stuff.
Yeah, and yesterday, the games were fun, Cinderin, but I want to see the difference in skill level, if it's noticeable, which I think we will today in the upper bracket, as you can see. We'll be doing Tundra versus Secret first, followed by Entity and OG. And then the lower bracket will be later on today, cast by OD +1. Figured it would be fogged, but he wasn't here yesterday, so not sure what the deal is. Did he break his other shoulder, Cinderin? Do you have any inside knowledge on this?
Yeah, he actually has no arms left.
Oh, okay.
Fortunately, we have an observer, so he could still cast with that, but maybe needs to figure that out a little bit. Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know why I wasn't there yesterday. So start your speculation, guys. It's all a conspiracy. Lacoste is the king of the...
Do you have any favorites in the current field of teams in this qualifier? I assume it will be coming from the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think for this series, I think it's closer than I would have said before the qualifier started, because I think Secret looked very good against Mouse, who, to be fair, were also not having their best tournament, but Tundra in their series against Navi Jr. seemed like they had to work a little bit harder for it than Secret did against Mouse. And considering those factors, I don't know, I'll maybe give Secret even a slight edge today. I don't know if that's reasonable. I don't know if you agree with that either, but...
I mean, I'm in for it. I love Secret, but no. If I am just going to guess who would win, it would be Tundra.
Right.
Just because Secret, I feel like they can definitely beat any team in this qualifier, but I don't think they're as consistent as like OG, for example. Who I have as a top 2 for sure. I think OG is my safest top 2 right now.
Oh, really? I think mine was going to be Entity, actually, as my favorite right now. Okay. But yeah, OG and Enigma obviously played yesterday, and they both, they played 2 days ago. It's already been, that's right. They both 2-1 their opponents, respectively. So Entity 2-1 Quest, and OG 2-1 against Enigma. And then both of the teams that lost those series 2-0'd in the lower brackets. So they will be playing each other today, actually. As the last series of the day, it will be Quest against Enigma Galaxy. So that's an MENA classic at this point, actually, that we're going to have in round 2 of lowers.
I think we did fail to mention one important thing. Secret will be winning this qualifier. Okay. They're going to be top 2. And the reason for that is the lore. You see, Puppy has had every single position at TI, including not making it to TI now. Now that that's out of the way, he can get first again. The trend can start all over. Okay. So this is actually Puppy's year.
All right. Is this our side bet for dinner? I'll take really good odds on that with you if you want.
On TI or the qualifier?
On Secret winning TI.
Okay, that's come on. I'm not going to throw away.
That's quite a serious side bet. I don't know what odds I would give you on that. That's quite crazy.
The $100 dinner that you owe me is untouchable because it's been teased for too long. It's happening. That's not on the table for negotiation. I understand. The second one, however, that you just so flippantly put in my face the other day.
Why did Lion take the fist?
Yeah, you just immediately lost that bet, and then you tried to backtrack, saying, "Oh no, it's not $100 dinner." I think everyone that watched knows that it in fact was the same. But I'm willing to wager that on something.
It's okay. And actually, what's funny about it is that now we did see the Navi Junior squad play Lion twice. I think it might be the better facet, but
really? Really?
Okay, specifically because he built the way he did, right? He went 1 in Mana Drain. He went 4-4-1. And if that's how you play Lion now as a 5, then the Mana Drain talent is kind of useless, right? Until very late. So then the potential of the other one, like let's say you just get 1 or 2 finger stacks randomly in a fight because you kill someone early and then you get to stun someone and attack them once after, right? Then already that is something, at least. I mean, I just think both of them are pretty weak, but
Okay. Well, draft is starting here, so we can start talking a little bit about what we're expecting from these respective teams. We got to cast Tundra and Secret, in fact. They played opponents that were trounced. They weren't even remotely close. I'm not even sure how...
I mean, Tundra's game 1 against Navi Jr. was quite close, I want to say.
That went 50 minutes. That was the 1 50-minute game we've had so far.
Yeah, that was the longest game we've had. Yeah, that's true.
5 seconds remaining.
And considering what we were used to from the last patch with many games going almost an hour or even across the hour, I'd say so far, based on the games we've had here, they've successfully cut down the average game time on a pro level, right?
Yeah.
But it's also a matter of, okay, what teams have we seen in play? How closely matched are they? We'll see.
All right, so we got Elder Titan Gun, Monkey King, Weaver, Shadow Friend, and Witch Doctor. So the Monkey King, a little strange, especially considering Secret like to run that.
Yeah, they have Chrysalis. Puppy banned Monkey King.
Is that a form of punishment for Secret?
I mean, these are just targeted bans, right? He's banning ET against Whitemon, and he's banning the Monkey King against 9 class, primarily, right? Or Thompson. There's like... It's one of the incredible flex picks that Tundra has for them, because they have probably at least one of the best 4s in the world on the hero, and definitively, absolutely the best mid-player Monkey King in the world on it. So it's probably just, you know, peace of mind to have that gone, and then we kick off the draft here with something more standard. So TA is available right now. Saw that yesterday.
Yeah, that's scary.
And it did very well in the one game it went through. Well, the question is if Secret think this is some sort of bait, or if they're just going to take it for a Corden. No, they will take the Clockwork.
Okay.
Probably flex.
Obviously very strong. This is a hero that's been in the first tier of bans, let's call it. But
yeah,
I do agree. I think TA is literally the most coveted hero in the game.
10 seconds remaining.
She just seems incredible.
Slightly
to
outdated,
me.
but it just looked in the one game that we saw looked unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think that hero is the whole package, but neither team seems to care for now. The Storm Spirit that Tundra just grabbed for themselves is also extremely successful and very powerful this patch, and it's more, I guess the reason Secret are letting it through is that Thompson doesn't play TA, I think.
10 seconds remaining.
It's just not his type of hero. Pure plays it, and Pure is a very good TA. But if you consider a big part of the value on a pro level of TA, the ability to flex it, or especially if you have a strong mid player on it, Tundra just isn't that team. So it feels like Secret are just calling that and taking the risk here, or if you will. Maybe they don't even consider it a risk. Maybe they think there's no way that Tundra are going to run it. And so far, they'd be right.
All right, so second phase of bans here. I doubt we'll see... Well, do you think that with these teams being semi-used to playing against each other, that we're going to see some crazier picks than maybe we're used to? Because there's always this idea of, like, these teams potentially scrim a lot together. Like, there's just a lot of deep knowledge. You think they play it safe in game 1 since it's a best of 3?
I mean, it's all speculation, right? We don't know if these are scrim partners or not. There's a decent chance they've played scrims against each other, and a good amount, but probably not leading into this qualifier specifically because they're, you know, likely to be some of the teams going deep. They'd probably like to keep your strategies a little bit more hidden. So I would imagine these two teams have scrimmed against other European teams looking for scrims, ideally top teams, but maybe the top teams are having a little bit of a break before Riyadh. So I don't know what the options they've had are. As far as a meta developing, like let's say you are scrimming against a team a lot, and then you meet them in a tournament. You can try to throw a curveball, of course, with the draft, but I think it's more important to get something you as a team are experienced and comfortable with than picking something the enemy team is unaware that you can play. So if you have like some sort of special strategy that you don't, or just an idea on the spot that you're like, hey, couldn't this be cool? I think that's less likely going to win the game than just stuff you know what to do with and have played a lot and the enemy team expects, and then it's down to who plays better. There goes TA, by the way. Along with Pudge and Phoenix, so double support bans from Secret here. Targeting 9 class primarily. Thompson also plays Pudge.
Mean Pudge.
And so does Thompson, actually. So yeah, that's another flex pick for Tundra.
10 seconds remaining.
All right.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, Thompson wouldn't be playing it this game. What am I saying?
Well,
we have
that
Storm.
could be a support Storm.
Yeah,
so
it could
we've seen
definitely.
That many times. You can move the static remnant to creeps in the jungle, Cinderin. Really strong. Try it sometime. Batrider's the pick, which has been a support so far in the games that we've been covering.
Yeah, 9 class is a beast on this.
And it's obviously not going to be the mid, but off-lane Batrider, Cinder, it just doesn't feel like it fits right now.
I don't know. I think I've heard 1 or 2 people say, that's a very big sample size, by the way, that that offlane bat could be a thing, and I kind of agree with that, but I would imagine that the offlane players that really like this hero have tried it and just not found success, since we have not really seen it at all. But yeah, that probably is just 9 class. It could also be Whitemon. Tundra do flex it between their supports, so there's no guarantee yet where this one's going to go. On the other side, though, this one is pretty telegraphed. Ember Spirit. I also think this hero can be played offlane. We've seen Heroic do that in other tournaments, not this qualifier. They're not playing here. But Corden was a beast on this yesterday, or 2 days ago, sorry. I assume they're going to run it on him again. He feels very comfortable on it. He was the standout player of that game for me. So, see if he can replicate it against a stronger opponent.
Yep, great save for the lasso, as long as you're in position.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep.
In a way, it takes it away
5 seconds
from
remaining.
Tundra. It's a good counter to Ember's Shield, the Demonic Purge.
Yeah. Also a pretty decent counter against Clockwork, actually. Not the best, but it gives you a little bit of counterplay time after the hookshot comes in. So, decent.
Still a couple more picks in this first phase, but I was going to mention Brood
boy,
because
here it
this
is.
has been, it's been a hero that has been picked.
Pure played a carry in game 2 against Navi Jr. and crushed.
Are you surprised that it's, I mean, it feels weird to see Brood like even halfway through the draft. I know it's not the same Dota that it used to be, but this used to be just the, hey, I last picked Brood, the game's over. Now it's just like, all right, you guys can try to counter it. That's no big deal. It'll still be effective.
Yeah, can I just say thank God those days are over? I think that was, I'm an avid Brood hater. I don't like the hero design, but it's there. You got to deal with it. I think the most frustrating versions of Brood were the ones where it got last picked and you're just like, all right, this team is winning 85% of the time. Just off this pick alone. I just don't think that's... I don't think that's enjoyable. I think it's fine to have heroes that have like niches and can be incredible last picks or whatever, but the impact that old Brood had on the game was ridiculous. This new one is still very strong, and I still think you need to counter the Spiderlings to some extent, but it doesn't like auto win you the game when you pick it last. They're gonna grab Chen as well. So this will be a 4-bat. Chen is exclusively played by Thompson, or sorry, by Whitemon on this team, I believe. Imagine if it was Thompson, that would be fun.
10 seconds.
And Secret are going to grab themselves their carry for Crystallis, which will be the Troll Warlord. So far this tournament, he's played Ursa and Troll only, I believe. In those 2 games, he played one of each. And he'll run back the Troll again. Not the easiest Troll game, I think. Good against Brood, though.
Is there such a thing, though? Let's be real. When you hit that R button, Cinderin, anything can happen.
I mean, with that logic, you could argue every game is an easy Troll game. You press a button and hope for the best.
That's true. But yeah, I'm excited to see Chen. Haven't seen this innate in action quite yet. It sounded like the most powerful one in theory when we were originally reading the patch notes, but it has not been picked very often.
Falcons put it to work almost immediately with Snaking playing it with great success. So, yeah, I'm excited to see it too. One of the things you look for when you pick Chen this late in the draft is, does the enemy team have any ways of dealing with the creeps in lane? And obviously, when you see the 2 enemy supports are not good at that, the hero goes up in value quite significantly. So you know for a fact that, first of all, Clockwork does not like this matchup. It's really annoying. You have to hookshot around the creeps to hit heroes. In the lane, there's something that can always sponge up your battery assault. Chen will generally play kind of push heavy, which Clockwork prefers to skirmish and take smaller scale fights rather than these full-on 5-on-5s. So there's a lot of upsides to Chen against that specific matchup. And I think with what Tundra have got, this lines up quite well. I think this is going to be a challenge for Seeker this game already. Like this will be very aggressive coming out from the Tundra side.
Underlord, Darkseer taken out on the side of Tundra, and Team Secret remove the Bear and Doom. Interesting. Doom
Just
has
an
not
Ursa
been...
ban. I guess they...
Is it?
I mean,
Ursa has
they just assume Brood can still be on Ramses. They're keeping the options open, I guess. But
5 seconds.
I think Tundra are quite unlikely to put the Brood Mother offlane into Troll. I feel like you've kind of already covered this into being a carry Brood at this point, but maybe Secrets still think there's there would be so much merit to Ursa that they don't want to worry about it.
Yeah. And the Doom just destroys Troll. No healing.
Yeah, that
You
one
hit
makes a lot
R
of sense.
and you're just useless.
Yeah.
You just die.
But yeah, I really
so-
wonder what they saw in Ursa here. I don't even think their heroes are bad against him to begin with. Troll is decent. Shadow Demon is very good.
Tundra.
Clockwork's good. Maybe this is why. They want to protect Boom in his lane.
Yeah, gotta protect the big juicy centaur. It looks like they have a very well-rounded lineup right now.
Yeah. Solid.
Tundra, like you said, likely looking for the off lane, but there's a chance Brood becomes the off lane. They pick up a carry.
I think this could be a pretty good Timbersaw game. Don't know if Ramses is big on that hero, but you do have the luxury of going for an offlaner without initiation because you're playing Storm and Bat. And therefore you
Tiny
get an
was in
initiator.
The whole time.
I think.
Wow.
Yeah, it is offlane Tiny. I was just going to say. No, it's offlane Bat, dude. There we go.
Offlane-
All right.
okay.
Yeah, remember? Remember when I told you
Look
a
at
couple of
that,
minutes
and-
ago?
An analyst called something correctly. Somebody
wow.
make a Reddit thread.
Sometimes you get lucky.
That's incredible. Just well done. A broken clock is right twice a day, but you got it at the right time of the day, Cinnamon, because people are actually watching.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's when it's best.
job.
It's best to be right when others can hear you. It's kind of the opposite of does anyone hear when a tree falls if nobody's near? Did it actually fall? That's how the saying goes. That's very close.
Yeah.
All right, so the Bat Rider into Troll matchup is very Bat favored historically speaking. I'm curious to see how it plays out nowadays because with the facet changes and everything, it might be even better for Bat. Would be my worry for Secret here. And you're playing Bat Tiny, which is a monster lane, into Clock Troll. Any toss back onto Bat, and Secret don't really have the best counterplay. They have a slow from the Troll, and they have the cogs, but if they do it well with toss, and then they reserve the Avalanche to effectively outlast the Troll slow, Bat Rider just has free reign. So this is definitely one to watch. Ramses Bat. Never thought we'll see the day, huh?
What are you saying? He doesn't play this hero?
It's not a traditional Ramses hero, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but he's been playing long enough. He can play
Yeah,
any
yeah.
hero, Cinderin,
Oh,
all
yeah.
right?
I don't doubt his ability. It's just
But yeah,
it's
bringing
fun
it
to
out
see
in
him on
game
that hero.
one definitely shows some confidence on the side of Tundra. Of course, they're not lacking confidence with Thompson being on the team. I think that's enough for most teams in general. And add Pure on top of that as well. See, Thompson, his personality, it's like he's confident, but it doesn't come off as arrogant, where Pure and Ramses do. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what that line is. Maybe it's because Thompson is just so, what's the right word to describe him? He's
I think
subdued
it's-
in some ways. Like he's very casual and just nonchalant.
I think it's his smile.
Okay, that's very
has-
specific.
He has good teeth,
30 seconds.
and that makes him very
So Ramses' teeth are
friendly
just
looking.
awful. I mean, he was in a Head and Shoulders commercial.
Ramses
Pretty
actually
sure-
has pretty good teeth too, so
Yeah,
I guess you're
he
right.
had
It's
to.
not the teeth. I
Good,
take
I'm
it
glad
back.
you-
Maybe it's the ears.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, are you saying Ramses
Anyway.
has bad ears? It's a joke, okay?
Yeah, that's just an endless cycle. I feel like if I went down that road, so I just let it go.
All right.
this
Looks like
satyr's
Secret are
dead.
very protective here. of
The
their-
innate has been deleted from the
Yeah.
game. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, it's not particularly tanky now, is it? It's got 300 health.
Yeah.
But, okay. Disruption from Shishak, just being
I
annoying.
mean, he'll have it again in 15 seconds, so no big deal. 50 mana. I mean, from the Chens that you've seen, is that a surprising creep to take, or is that kind of the one?
So I think the game we saw from Snaking, he either took I think maybe we saw 2 separate games. I think one we saw the Wolf creep because he was just like, it's awesome to have Wolf all game for the team.
Yeah.
And I think one game we've seen Centaur the Courser, which obviously turns into the Conqueror later when the team really wants the stun. But in this lane, not really surprised. If you burn the mana of Centaur and of Shadow Demon, Brood has a totally free lane. Right? They're just going to be a non-factor. By the way, what Pure did in this game was quite interesting. He went mid and placed the web first. This is something I didn't really think about with this facet, but obviously you can cover multiple lanes for the minus health regen. So by walking mid and putting a web on Corden first, he's giving Topson an inherent lane advantage.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Since it reduces his HP regen by 15% when he's in the web. As long as Pure just keeps removing the other webs that he places from his own lane and placing a new one, he'll have it there.
Okay. That's going to be first blood. Shadow Demon takes a tumble, Cinder.
I must admit, I was not looking for a first blood from a Chen Brood lane level 1, but here we are. Welcome to modern Dota, where
anything can happen.
Where Slardar can kill Lina mid as well at the highest level, level 2. That is still going to be my reference for unbelievable stuff that happened in Tier 1 Dota.
When was that?
I think it was a Dream League. GPK, who was it that... I don't remember who he played against, but he died as Lina level 2 against Slardar mid.
I see.
And I was like, now I've seen it all. You know?
Yeah, that's pretty difficult to do. Without a huge misplay.
I was kind of in disbelief, but mistakes happen.
Looking at the rest of the facets around here, we have Puppy with the bigger radius cogs, no big surprise.
Yep.
And we're seeing the usual facet from Centaur along with Ember, even though we saw the other one the other day. Double impact is definitely the more common sight to see.
Yeah.
And pretty much everything has been talked about many a time. But yeah, the webs is pretty interesting. I've never really thought about that.
Well, despite that early added pressure,
I assume the webs, the old ones, will still, like when you level up, they get leveled up.
I think so too. Yeah, I think it's just it's an aura that just scales with your spin web skill. It doesn't have to be applied, so to speak. So we saw Topson playing against Navi Jr. 2 days ago, and against Niku, who was the mid laner of that team. He was consistently just winning his lane. This time around, Corden is putting him to the test. So this was a matchup that Topson won clearly against Niku when they played this specific one, Storm against Ember. But Corden is pulling ahead here on the Ember Spirit. So a very healthy start for him. Excellent laning.
CS lead already. Not bad at all. Getting flashbacks to Navi Jr. Only way they can win the game is lose the lanes. I don't think that's going to be a common sight. Is Whitemon in top lane going to continue to harass Shishak on that Shadow Demon? He's got the Kobold along.
I mean, this matchup is terrible for Shadow Demon.
Yeah, he can't do anything.
They've done a pretty good job at getting Boom his CS, but they're definitely not going to be able to pressure this Brood at any point. They're just going to keep mana draining the Centaur non-stop, and then without Stomp, there's no play here. So Pure will be happily farming away.
Topson gets denied a water rune, so nice rotation. I mean, Shishak couldn't really stand in lane, so he actually did the next best thing, which is deny that rune.
And that's the good news for Centaur here, is that, sure, we're talking about it from the perspective of Pure being able to free farm, but for the most part, Centaur is quite safe up here as well. He's very tanky, already triple Bracer and Ring of Protection.
Oh, yeah.
And now we just need a moment for him to buy boots so we can be upset about that.
Another
Okay!
double edge with the Shadow Poison. Easy kill for Secret. Wow.
They don't need the Stomp. They just double edge spam him. Okay. This was not a kill I was expecting.
When you have triple Bracer, you are, in fact, quite tanky.
Yeah, and the Brood was already half health from the previous exchange, and then they just went on him immediately again. Just very, very good aggression there coming out from the side of Secret. Wonder if they can do that again. That would be quite huge, because we've seen this Pure Brood, when it has a free start, gets super farmed, takes over the map. Slowing him down is probably the best thing that could happen for Secret in this game.
Cordon about to hit level 6 in the mid lane. Topson went to jungle a bit on his way back, but very slow walk to the fountain, so hold on. I mean, the CS advantage doesn't look that severe, but some of that is the newts. But definitely XP advantage coming to fruition here. And you can see 9 class going to disrupt this potential 6-minute power rune to spawn in the bot side. Might stick around for a little cheeky toss. As they're going to get the Searing Chains onto tops, and Cordon's going to be a bit low. 9 class comes in for the toss, and indeed it is enough to take out Cordon. Tops and company going to finish off the Shadow Demon as well.
No matter how you spin that, that's just a mistake from Shishak, right? I know it's difficult when you're playing against Tiny, but you have to be ready for this, I would say. You can't really click the hero when it's tossed, but you can click the portrait in the top left. And if he... I think this was just a matter of not being prepared. I'm sure he knows what he's supposed to do there, but if he disrupts the Ember mid-air in the toss, he does not die. And now instead they both died with the Chen rotation as well, so this is very great from Tundra. Major impact play there.
Ramsey's inside the cogs.
trade.
That looks to be an easy one.
Yep.
Avalanche a little bit too late.
Taking advantage of that missing Tiny there. This is generally something we just see in more or less every game. When the 4 leaves to gank mid, the offlaner gets killed. That's just how it seems. So.
Boom getting harassed a bit in the top lane, but he's going to be fine. Has 1 level of Retaliate that will tickle the Broodmother. Retaliate has really... it makes me sad to say, Synderen. Its only use is really farming at this stage.
Yeah.
It has had a lot of changes throughout the years. I know the hero's popular, so you can't really buff it, but it is his worst skill by far. That's sad. Remember when it gave damage and you activated? That was the worst era for Centaur, I have to say. That's including Great Fortitude. Ultimate.
Oh, true. Yeah, you... What was it gave passively?
The Retaliate?
Yeah, so it still just gave a flat return, and then you could activate it for plus damage.
Yeah.
You got like stacks. That was quite crazy sometimes. Cordon on tops in action, both dropping very low. This is an anime battle. Cordon will zip, Topson will zip.
Remnant, yeah.
Okay.
Brother versus brother. Lore-wise, at least. Cordon's going to go for the top rune. He's going to be greeted by Whitemon's creeps. Actually, he cancels his TP. As the Sleight of Fist is there. The rune is bottom, but a lot of damage onto Cordon.
Oh, Jesus.
The Pine Cones are continuing on, and that Kobold Foreman really wants to get this kill. And Cordon does have another slight.
Fuck, boy. Well, it's not going to get him.
He's going to be fine, but Topson, in the end, will secure the shield for himself.
9 class in trouble.
Yeah,
Big trouble.
Cogs. Another easy kill for Secret. Crystalis 2-0 so far. His CS has been on the lower end of the cores, but it's not that much separation in general at the moment.
I think this bottom lane overall for Secret has been quite successful at this point with the 2 kills. Ramses is still farmed on the bat. I think this was bound to happen with the lane matchup he has. He will get 9-minute travels here. But at least the Troll has had his own game. So, quite good. The fact that he's ahead by 800, I think, is a massive victory as a matter of fact. But have to remember the reason this happened was that rotation killing the Ember mid to help out Tops and get a better start.
Boom. We get some help from Shishak. Should be able to run away now. Spirit going to be working on the Orchid, so no big surprise.
Disrupting that Brood is actually quite useful. The incapacitating bite is very annoying for Brood to be hit by. So, could see Shishak putting that to work later.
Initiate onto Cordon. Avatos. Oh, again, the disruption. Not going to be on Cordon himself, as he has to remnant away. Topson not afraid of Puppy coming in. He'll zip to the other side. There's the Stampede, but just a little bit of mana for Topson to escape completely. So Stampede basically wasted, and Crystal is left all alone. He has to hit the R button. That's only going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Good kill from Pure as he makes his transition over that bot lane. And now the tier 1 tower is going to get decimated.
Yeah, this is when Secret has to really keep their composure, because games like this can explode real fast when Chen and Brood couple up for moves like this. Nice hookshot from Puppy. And a god, though, instant.
Yeah, very nice timing. Puppy looks like he might go down to the Storm Spirit, but Topson Gonna be very low on mana, but just enough to get to the tier 2 tower. Cordon not able to chase any further. So Secret getting denied everything that they want. And Pure's back in the top lane. Tier 1 tower, super healthy. Pretty much no push occurring at this stage for Secret.
Uh-oh.
And boom. Oh, he's going to get the hoof stomp off. Has the blade mail as well. Doing a lot of damage to Pure. Lasso there to secure the kill, although Disruption comes out. And Ramsey's going to get double edge, so it ends up being a trade.
Damn, he meleeed him there. I mean, I understand he wants to hit the Firefly, but maybe that was necessary to get the kill. Good response from Shishak to make that a trade. That looked terrible for the Centaur, but yeah, as you said, Blade Mail doing so much damage to Pure that he had to yield, and that left Batrider to finish the kill. All the Spiderlings were also getting killed off. They do get the kill, though.
Boom will be working on his Blink Dagger now, so will not be going boots. It seems, was it just one player? Who was it again? I can't remember.
Ramses did it, and we had two Centaurs in our games go boots.
Wow.
But I think Boom was specifically the guy who didn't do it in the game we had with his Centaur.
And we've had 0 Centaurs go for Counter-Strike because they're Dota players.
Yeah.
I feel like that is an undervalued facet, but I'd love to see the buff come out. Make it even better. We see a smoke, and Thompson has a haste rune. Making their way up top with the creeps. Meanwhile, Secret looking to finish off this tier 1 tower. They do scan things out, so they have an idea that this is happening. They actually get their stun onto Thompson, but they're not going to have much more after the fact. Avalanche comes out to secure the kill onto the Shadow Demon. Toss up, boom. Going to get brought back into the cog area. Will be going down as a result. Pretty low HP from Tundra's side. We're not trying to finish them off. He's going to be able to get Whitemon at the very least. And already 3 dead for Secret, and they're going to have to back away. Cordon with the remnants up, looking for one more slight before he exits. Will get out, but still, Secret not getting good trades. They get Chen and nothing else.
Cordon is doing a ton of damage, but it's not enough. The Chen with mech is really difficult to pierce through. Imagine if they have Hand of God ready there. I think they lose nobody. And won't even be close to dying instead. But they got a little bit of a trade on the Chen, at the very least, for Cordon here. And they'll be closing in on the Mage Slayer, which is, of course, going to be amazing against Bat and Storm. So 2 of the enemy cores. The downside is, considering the matchups he has, I think an early Maelstrom would obviously be amazing. You're playing against Chen and Brood. There's so much to Maelstrom proc off. But he probably feels like he has to get this item anyway, despite that, for defensive purposes. It's going to give him a much better chance of staying alive against Storm and Tiny. And the Storm is already close to an Orchid, so when that comes out for Thompson, his life will be a lot harder on that Ember. Maybe he has to buy Yules after this, and then that Maelstrom is really late.
Well, Crystal's getting some good farm in the jungle. Pure's a little bit too late to the party. Now the Battle Fury officially online at the 14-minute mark for Crystals. Not too bad, considering how this game is
he's doing well this game, for sure.
Tier 1 tower mid, though. Tundra secures it easily. And Whitemon now level 7, so his little summon convert is an actual Satyr Tormentor for the rest of the game. They find a little Shadow Demon, and that is going to be a dead boy. Pure. Cool guys don't watch Explosion Syndrome. That's the equivalent there for the Orchid reveal.
Yep. Yeah, I had a bad feeling about this one for Secret when I saw the draft, and this is the concern here, is this time window. It's the relentless aggression that Tundra can put on the map, and Secret will be... You can't afford to make many mistakes in a game like this as Radiant, because of how incredibly quickly it gets out of hand with the acceleration of Brood. Losing the mid tower is already a problem, and you would imagine that Pure's just going to barrel down top as well with Chen, and they can't defend. Like, the Secret don't have the damage yet. Versus Hand of God plus mech. the fight is just going to be too difficult. The double Orchid is available in another 40 gold for Thompson here. I'll have 2 of them to just isolate and kill off targets in the fights. Make Shishak's work even more important. His job of disrupting people as they get targeted, and the Stampede as well as a potential disengage tool, especially against the Brood. Yeah, this is going real fast now. Tundra, next move. One move to the next to the next. Looking for a smoke kill here on the bottom half into maybe tier 2. Or maybe mid. Corden is on a ward. Uh-oh. Oh, Corden. Okay. He's in trouble.
Oh my god, he was using Slight to farm, and very fortunate timing.
Wow.
Now they're going to turn this around on another smoke
so
for Secret instead. Let's see if they can take advantage of this fortune that Gaben has bestowed upon them. The problem is the troll only has Battle Fury, so it's not exactly ready to fight, I would say.
Yeah.
You do have the blink on the Centaur, so they can initiate, but can they get kills with 4 at this stage? I'm not sure. If they're isolated, for sure. And Pure already 3,200 into his eventual BKB. And boom, still smoked actually. Won't be actually using it for anything though. And Thompson
Brood
have their second Orchid now.
I think Brood is the second highest GPM hero in Dota as a carry behind Alec, right? I'm pretty sure. It's got to be.
Do you think I've looked at that random stat recently?
He's come across as that kind of guy to me.
Really?
No, absolutely not. But
okay.
I come across it. Actually, I don't come across as that guy to me either. But I'm just looking at Pure's games and the pace.
Yeah, analytically, you are that type of person, but I know that you're too lazy to do it.
Thank you. I mean, just looking at the games he's played so far in the Brood and the CS he's able to put up, this was a lane where he died once and got a little bit pressure, and he still has 10 CS a minute 17. And the ground you can cover is enormous, right? And you get extra gold from the towers you take that most other carries won't. So I just feel like this number is hard to put up with for others. Like, this was a troll that had a good lane and got a decently timed Battle Fury, and he's still 2k behind minute 17. So, probably is the second fastest farming carry hero. Maybe something like a free Luna to match. Oh, nice reaction mid there.
They destroy that illusion. Going on. He's got his Mage Slayer, so he's going to be a lot tankier and working on a Yules. And I assume Ags will be shortly after that. I'm not sure what that even involves anymore. Do you go for a Maelstrom or something? Like, it feels like it's a more evasive magic build. Oh, 9 class. Avalanche. Orchid from Thompson, but the counter initiation from Puppy gets the hook shot, booms inside the cogs. 9 class getting bounced left, right, and center. He's doing an easy kill for Secret. They're down 4k, but they're not letting it bleed any further.
Yep, that's true.
Now a Yasha on Crystallis.
Secret know that the way to take fights is in numbers. They need to be able to cover together.
And Cordon's creating a lot of space this game.
He's playing really well on his Ember in the games I've seen so far.
Boom. No pop from Boom. He's going to have to use the Stampede just to try to get away. They're thinking about going back in, but that's not to be.
They got what they came
cogs
for.
Are placed. Yeah, tier 1 is taken. Thompson wants to initiate. There's a lot of heroes, though. Sleight of Fist. He's going to be gone for quite a while, hitting all those spiders. But the Avalanche finds Cordon. Toss back, lasso, dead.
God, I love cursing players. It's the best.
The spiders actually got him killed because it takes so long to hit all of them that they have time to surround him.
Yep. That's a real problem. That is... Again, Maelstrom will... I mean, you're still going to hit all of them with your Maelstrom, right? Before they die, probably. But, yeah, that wouldn't even have helped, I guess. It's just got to be really careful with how you use Slight. And Cordon's done a very good job so far, but this time it did, I should say, extend too long, and they get the punish with Tiny. And just this one kill means you've lost your triangle. And it's hard to get it back. There's going to be Chen Creep scouting, there's going to be Spiderling scouting. You're fighting into a Batrider Travels that can connect on either the Brood or the Chen at any point. Storm has a mega reach. And Tiny even another threat, right? You're just going to get tossed into all this stuff. So really, really difficult. And you can see Tundra well aware that they're in a position of power here. They're going to use it to turn it into a mid push with the siege creep coming in. Just clean stuff. This tower's gone. No way for Secret to hold it. They're going to glyph, but I think they'll concede it after. Definitely does feel that way.
Meanwhile, Tormentor was taken by Secret, so knowing that this tower was going to die anyway, and Puppy will get his little, I was going to say rocket pack. It's a jet
caught him
pack,
again.
Oh, wow.
Found him down bottom with the Storm Bat combo. What? This is another problem for Secret, is when you split up on the map, the duos that Tundra have are lethal. Bat Tiny, Tiny Storm. Storm Bat is the worst one. That one just eats you. And that's what happened to Corden. So you kind of need to push out the lanes, but every time you do, you put your life at risk. And you can't access the major farming areas because of Brood. Well, Secret are going to try their damnedest here. Puppy's
shot, but Jetpack's away. Boom wants to try to take out Brood, but it's not even close to finding a kill. 9 class surrounded, though, by Chrysalis and Boom at the same time. Right clicks are enough from Chrysalis. Meanwhile, Boom getting surrounded by Pure and Whitemont. Trying to go for the hoof stomp, trying to layer it, actually doing quite a bit of damage. He will fall. Chrysalis trying to finish off Thompson. They're going to be able to do so successfully, but it'll cost Chrysalis his life. And Cordon, after 2 quick deaths, is going to have to back away as a 4th hero is killed on Secret's side. So it's a 2 for 4.
Get out, Corden. Okay. Good Yule. So, did you see how fast Troll died?
Yes.
Yeah. That's Brood's Bloodthorn reveal. Welcome, everybody, to the best Bloodthorn hero in Dota. Eating any hero in 1 second when he has enough spiders. Lovely.
Beautiful
okay, thank you for that. That's a great. That's a great stat.
I'm happy it's not that one cosmetic though that looks real. I don't know why that's in the game still. But
yeah,
the
the full-on black skin for a Brood.
Yeah, the Widow or whatever.
Yeah.
All right, well, this Tundra lead is now growing. Secret, we're doing a good job of containing the lead, but those couple deaths from Cordon really making a difference as the lasso finds yet another support. Puppy hook shots in as well, but there's nobody really close to them to be able to help out. So this is going to be 2 free kills for Tundra.
Yeah. This is falling
getting
apart
worse
now.
And worse for Secret.
This game is reaching irrecoverable territory now for Secret. I think the only way back is to get an organized fight.
Oh boy, he doesn't have lasso.
Close. Yeah.
Chrysalis.
It's tough, but I think Secret have to try to group up and take a team fight that they're not favored in. And hope for mistakes, because I think every other play is not going to work. You can't split the map. That is impossible against this lineup now. You have to fight them head on and hope you can outplay them. And it's a tall order. Like, maybe you're waiting for the Troll BKB to make that exact play, and you're effectively just buying time. I think that's okay to do right now. But when that BKB comes out, I just want to see a 5-man smoke and look for anything, because
Thompson.
this isn't it.
Good sleight, gonna avoid the avalanche. The Cordon will not die, at least not initially. Hook shot misses though. Hoof stomp hits 2. Thompson still contained, will zip away. 9 class, won't be so lucky.
Yeah, bringing the numbers.
Avoiding big deaths.
They're allowed to bring the numbers because Tundra are busy taking Roche. So everything's a trade with this team. But at least it's something. They buy time for Chrysalis once again with this tiny kill, and he will be completing his BKB off of this before the next fight. So, Sanjay Yasha, Battle Fury BKB. He's the one hero to look towards because Secret's other cores, the net worth is just not there. Obviously Boom is buying full utility. See, this is a good Crimson Guard, I think.
No doubt.
This feels good. He has really high base health on the Centaur. He gets more over time in the game, and you've got the Crimson Guard against the Brute Spiders, against Chen Creeps. Seems like a solid purchase. And it is, again, it's the teamfight angle that they need. So I do agree with this purchase this game. The first Crimson Guard I've really liked, I think, that I've seen in a while.
I think it's better than you think, but the game that we didn't like, it was like all magic damage. So it doesn't even make sense to even have a Vanguard.
Yeah. Oh, no. It's not that I don't like Crimson as an item in general. I think it definitely has its games, but I don't know. Maybe it got buffed enough this patch that my perspective is a little bit off, and it is better than I think. But it's always been one of those, okay, you could also, you know, buy a Vlad's. Okay.
Lasso on an illusion. Very nice.
It's dead.
I think Crimson's very good.
Yeah.
Personally.
All right.
But it just depends on the game still. It's not something you buy, like Eternal Shroud you buy every game, it feels like. Because someone's always going to have magic damage, it feels like, right? But speaking
nobody has Eternal Shroud this game.
I was going to say, does anybody have it? I guess he went for Mage Slayer on the Ember instead this time. And that just means the item is balanced. That's good. People buying pipe finally. Things are all falling into place, Cinderin.
Yeah.
This patch has been quite good. Chrysalis still has not had to use his BKB, so can continue to try to farm up this eventual MKB, but he's very far away.
Oh, they're looking for Corden again. Orchid.
Yep, they are invisible. Oh
God.
wow, I'm surprised they didn't go for the
what?
avalanche.
Yeah, why did they wait so long? I feel like Tiny had vision on him and Storm could have just zip orchided. He waited so long. I don't know if they thought that there was backup behind and they wanted to confirm that first, but Secret gonna make their own move.
Yep. Smoke shot was onto Ramses. He pops his BKB trying to run away. A huge slight that's going to take a year to come back to Earth. But Chrysalis going ham on Ramses. The Batrider's dead. Meanwhile, Pure trying to pursue Puppy. But you see the Crimson Guard doing a lot of work. Pure already pretty low HP. Pops the BKB despite having the Aegis. But here comes Thompson on the Storm Spirit doing a ton of damage. Chrysalis forced to use his ultimate. He loses control of his hero. That's literally part of the design for some reason. Double kill for Pure. And Secret losing this fight as Corden attempting to TP. He will not be able to get out. It was a good fight for Secret. They just didn't have enough. They almost popped the Aegis. I was actually shocked that Pure didn't just want to die with Aegis there.
Yeah. But what a great
successfully.
turnaround call from him. He was on 20% health, but he knows he's gonna lifesteal like crazy with his item build. All that attack speed and that could have gone even better for Tundra, because Ramses lassoed the clock instead of Troll. If he lassos Troll, I think he also doesn't die. So, yeah, Secret showed some signs of life there, but this was always going to be an uphill battle, and I do think they pressed their buttons quite well in this fight. There's just so much shit. Like, it's hard to navigate the fight. You're dealing with this Chen, Hand of God plus Greaves and Holy Locket, so he's healing them 1,000,000. Double Orchid are ruining your heroes from casting their spells when they want to. It's a rough one to get us started off
Last
today.
stand here. Instant Orchid on the initiation from Boom. Be able to outlast it though as the root onto two heroes. The counter lasso is there. The Aegis again still intact, and now Chrysalis already popping the ult, and that means he's leaving his base. We'll try to go on top of Pure. Still 20 seconds on that Aegis. They lose their tiny, does Tundra, as Thompson looking to finish out Chrysalis, and he actually does live for a little bit longer as Pure
disruption
still pursuing on the backside. Corden, another sleight of fist. He's relatively low though, but so are Tundra. They're starting to back away. Whitemon looks to be the sacrifice. So 2 dead for Tundra as a successful defense for Secret so far. And Ramses, he actually gets the blink off onto the high ground. Boom. Oh, he had it. Oh, no.
He had no idea where he was. There was some nice fog there for Ramses. It's a tough call to stomp because you have to effectively guess how far Bet made it. He could have easily TP'd there, or he could have moved another 500 range left and then TP'd.
Yeah.
So he was waiting for Puppy's rocket to confirm it, and then it was too late. But yeah, Secret, they pounced back a little bit there. That was... They defended.
I think the issue is they only killed 2 supports. They really have to get one of these cores.
Yeah. And it'll only get harder. Pure will have a Lincoln's for the next fight. 400 away from that one.
Chrysalis might be able to finish the MKB before the next fight. See if they get enough time to do so.
Not quite sure about this Lincoln's on Brood, by the way. Like, what are you blocking? Demonic Purge, I guess?
Yes.
I mean, it is just a feels-good item, right? Because you're a universal hero, but maybe this was the type of game. Because most of the time, Pure will go for this build, and I fully agree with it. I just think maybe this game, the Lincoln's, is unnecessary, and there was a better choice.
I mean, am I wrong? I guess they have Disruption and Double Edge, but almost no single target spells.
Yeah. Maybe against Disruption, it's decent, but that hasn't been the way Disruption has been used, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, don't know. Anyway. It was probably that or Scotty, I assume.
MKB still not done for Chrysalis. Doesn't look like he'll get enough time. They can have a big
Lasso
defense
on
here.
Boom.
Lasso, Centaur. Oh, the Blade Mill ripping through Pure, but he pops the
Bloodthorn,
BKB,
man.
and he is fine. Centaur dead. Shadow Demon next. Hobson. Still enough mana to get away if he needs to. And now it's a 5 versus 3. Pure can just focus the barracks, and this will lead to mega creeps for Tundra here in the game number 1. And they can go for Throne if they want. No buybacks for the 2 dead members of Secret.
That was his Centaur with Crimson Guard. Did you see how he got eaten alive by the spiders?
Yeah.
I mean, he did. I think his Crimson wasn't active, to be fair, but you still have the Vanguard component, right? It's like,
yeah, well,
what in the world?
Yeah, he was lassoed, so I guess he couldn't have gotten it off anyway. All right, they're gonna. Ooh, hook shot misses from Puppy.
Probably good for him.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
He is pretty dead
probably
there.
his death. And now, Secret left to defend against Mega Creeps. This is gonna be quite the uphill battle. And Chrysalis does finish the MKB, and let's see if he goes for the Tormentor. Can just solo this if he really wants. If he solos it with his ult, then he won't have it for this fight. He will not use it. We'll just go back and heal. So Cordon gets his shard. Not going to be a game-breaking one. He has Gleipnir. Didn't go for the Aghanim Scepter this game. Didn't have time.
I think Gleipnir's the right call. Additional potential control for the Storm and the Brood. You get to use your Maelstrom for something meaningful. And you also couldn't afford the Ags when it matters. I think that's the other thing. Like, he knows this is the GG fight coming up, so he's going to try to have as much impact as he can in that. Topson will finish his Parasma. His damage is off the charts in this one.
Told you a storm was coming.
It feels like Ramses has found these lasso initiations pretty consistently this game.
Yep.
Again, we talked about it pre-game, but the off-lane Batrider, not exactly the norm in this patch so
I'm happy
far.
to see it. I think it's brings a tear to my eye, Shannon. It's like I'm back in 2016, you know?
Don't pretend you have emotions.
It puts a cog in my wheels, Shannon.
Okay, that's an appropriate analogy. I'll take it. I'll accept it.
All right,
Roche
let's see how long
number 2.
Roche lives against Bloodthorn. Let's look.
Oh
right.
my goodness, that's a lot of damage.
How can you watch this and be like, this is fine? Like,
Yeah. But the thing is, it's balanced for every other hero, right?
yeah. All right.
I mean, an easy way to change, to make it balanced for Brood is just have it cap at a certain amount of units. It does feel a bit like a Band-Aid, but there's a lot of Band-Aids in Dota, so
There
whatever.
is. That's true. So, like, how would you cap it? When you take damage from Bloodthorn, you cannot take more than X instances per second, or?
No, it would be like max amount of units that it would count.
How would you do that? How do you mean? I don't understand, I think.
Like only a certain amount of summons can proc it or something like that. Actually, that is.
Oh, so then each individual spider gets a tag, so to speak, and then when enough of them have tagged, the other ones don't get to.
Okay, I take it back. That one sucks because it's unprecedented to have something like that in the game.
Yeah.
To be able to keep track of which spider is associated, like which one is gonna get the Bloodthorn. I don't know. just delete the item. Or the hero, actually, is maybe a better choice. Smoke from Tundra, looking to finish this game. 9 class. Oh, he sees Puppy. Sees
Lasso.
Puppy. Lasso. Boom. Does get off the hoof stomp. But they're looking for Cordon. He gets tossed up into the air. Will self-Yules. And you can see Chrysalis going absolutely ham on Pure. But again, this is just the Aegis. Is he even going to be able to get through it? The Shadow Demon dies. Aegis is down. So good trade for Secret so far. Hookshot onto Thompson. He's running out of mana. Now Chrysalis completely isolated. Will get tossed back into the cogs. Thompson out of mana. But now Chrysalis is going to get run down. 70 seconds of no Troll Warlord. Boom. Left all alone to fend for himself. Does have his buyback, so they can try to 4v5 this, but I think the game is over.
It is.
GG's
very
are called.
over.
And Tundra take game 1 in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah.
Secret, early game, it felt like they were behind for sure, but it wasn't snowballing in Tundra's favor. But then I feel like the 2 deaths from Cordon, even though he had a really good game up to that point, those felt like it was just the beginning of the end for Secret.
Yeah, I think that's what's worth looking at in this game is that Secret stayed afloat, but look at the margin for error, right? It's just almost non-existent. If you die just a few times on specific heroes, when those orchids come out, you just run out of steam in the game. To me, this was a pretty major outdraft, actually. I think the last pick, Tiny, putting Bat off lane was great. I think the Brood was great. Secret did not lose to that, but I think the best pick of the entire draft was probably Chen. They saw the Shadow Demon clock, so they knew that the support-to-support matches were good for him. He got to win his lane. He got to buy all the auras they needed to group up. He got to take the objectives. They took towers, Roche, everything because of this Chen on White Mon. So really, just want to give props to Tundra for, in my opinion, the best draft of the tournament so far. I think if you draft this well, even against an opponent like Secret, I think that this is the type of game that Tundra will win 9 out of 10 times. I actually think it was that lopsided now that I see it play out and think about it some more. Just very, very clear direction.
Very convenient for an analyst to say this draft was better after the game, Cinderin.
Oh, I said it before the game too, but I didn't say 90-10. I did not.
Yes.
But,
you got lucky. It's a 50-50 every time. Let's be real.
That's true. All right. That's right. You're right.
Pure actually destroyed this.
Yeah.
The Orchid into Bloodthorn felt like it was just blowing up everybody. They had good initiation from Ramses. Nobody really had a bad game for Tundra. It just felt like it was a matter of time before they would finish the job.
Pretty much.
And this fight here was when we were like, is he actually going to try to fight through this despite still having Aegis for a good amount of time? And
yeah, he did.
Gets everything back. He's fine.
I feel like this is going to be one of the X factors of this qualifier is can other teams play Brood like Pure can? Because otherwise, this is a second phase ban in a lot of games. So far, the games we've watched, Pure has been getting his Brood when he wants that. They've been getting the Storm 3 games in a row now for Thompson. Like, what are teams going to do to adjust to this? This is 3 Tundra Storm wins in a row. And this was Thompson's best game on it. He was struggling more against Navi Jr. than against Secret. So really did not have the solutions to him this game at all. He's heating up. That's
Crimson is
board.
a pseudo solution, but I feel like when you're that far behind, it just doesn't matter.
No.
In some unless you can kind of orchestrate how the fights, like if you're starting the fights yourself and you're getting a clean initiation, then maybe. But if you're just defending high ground, you just wait out the Crimson if you're really even scared about it. But he wasn't even scared of that. So he was just so farmed. As he is the standout player of this game. That Lincoln's really worked out for him. I don't know how many things he blocked, Syndrome, but we'll just assume it was really good.
Yeah, I think that was the least important part of the entire game, actually, that item purchase. But, you know.
I tend to find the most
I'm glad you
useless things to
highlighted
talk
that.
about.
But look at the kill participation, 93.1% on the Brood. That tells the story of how this game was played. He was in 27 of 29 kills, and it's the ball, you know. It's the ball that comes at Secret, and they can't stop it. So Brood just eats them every single fight. I think this is a tough one for me to pick a standout player because, I agree, Pure played an amazing game, but I honestly think both the Chen and the Storm as well really stood out in their own ways. So
Yeah, that's fair.
great time for Tundra to heat up for sure. They are now a potential only 3 games away from TI. If they win the next against Secret, then they're in the upper finals, and there's 2 slots. So you win that upper finals, you're done.
That's right.
Call it a day.
But it's only game number 1. Secret, we know, are winning TI this year.
Yep. Sunspin
It has
TV.
been foretold. So wait for game number 2 right after this break.
PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of this best of 3 showdown between Team Secret and Tundra Esports. Don't know why I'm doing a southern accent. These are both European teams, after all. For the Western European...
Southern European.
As if that matters, Cinderin, all right? You know, the United States is as big as the entirety of Europe, geographically. Did you know that?
I did know that.
Huge. Alaska is huge.
Yeah. How many Pro Dota players does Alaska have?
0. But they have polar bears, which are strong. We are in the draft. Phoenix is the first pick. So that gets through.
There's the Brood ban. Secret is not gonna... They've seen enough.
What is up with the Monkey King ban, though? Dude, Tundra... I mean, I'm not saying Tundra don't play it, but we talked about it. Chrysalis, it's like a specialty hero for him.
I think it's just the flex, right? Like we talked about in draft number 1. It's the fact that Thompson plays at mid, 9 class plays at 4, and Pure even plays at carry, I think, but it's not... I would not say it's one of his best heroes, and I honestly don't think Monkey King carry's that good this patch, which probably leads to Secret banning it. When it's not a good carry and their only player playing it is their carry, then why open it up for a flex for the enemy team that plays it on 2 other positions, right? It's just you're right, it looks weird to see Crystal's team ban Monkey King. I would agree with that, but I think there's some meaning behind the madness here. Secret
so
get Enigma.
Yeah, some things are not banned this game that were last time. Enigma being one of them, and the other one is Dark Willow. Of course, we're on the second phase of bans already, but yeah, Enigma has been pretty popular so far in the games that we've cast, and it looks fine. It looks like a solid hero that you can... I mean, what position do you prefer? Is it always a 3 these days, or can you get away with support?
It can definitely be played support. Fishman did that the other day. I think 3 or 5. I don't like 4 Enigma very much. I think the way the hero plays lane and the level of farm it gets as a support is more suited for a 5 than a 4. Because you're unlikely as a support Enigma in either role to get farmed enough to get that huge blink BKB timing early in the game. So by playing at 5, you can get some decently timed drums. You can get... then you can get drums, blink, BKB. But yeah, just the pacing of it just feels nicer. Also because if you put Enigma on your 4 position, the playmaking in the game can get a little bit awkward, right? This just feels nice as a 5 because the 5 doesn't need to be as involved. So you can take some space in lanes, push out, get your farm, and then have a big team fight ult when it's crunch time. So I don't know if I like it better as 3 or 5, though, to answer your question. Which role is best? I think it's pretty close, probably. Let's see what Tundra have in store.
If you were guaranteed, like you knew before the game started, it was going to go 60 minutes, okay? Minimum.
Right. Yeah.
What is the one hero you would make sure is on your team? Is it Enigma?
Faceless Void.
Void. Okay. It was one of the 2.
Yeah. That Chrono is just the best late game spell most of the time, I would say.
Oh, I thought you were talking about time zone. Yeah.
Yeah. I would take Void for the time zone late game.
You're a big fan of time zone, I'm pretty sure, right?
I'm just ignorant, honestly, on that one. So it might be a lot better than I think. I haven't seen it. So
I mean, it's probably better than people think, but there's no way it's close to Chrono. I mean, like if you're playing carry Void, you have to go Chrono. So that means you're playing a mid or a support Void. Is that a thing? I doubt
mid Void is a thing for Thompson, but
that's true. I mean, but mid is any hero is a mid hero for Thompson, right? Especially if you can buy E-Blade.
I wonder what hero he has never played mid in a game, like just pubs and pro games included.
Maybe Chen.
Can't be many.
Storm Spirit, the second pick for
taken
Secret.
By Secret this time. All right, Tundra, what's your solution to this hero, considering you first pick it every game except this one for whatever reason?
Maybe they thought they could get away with getting it in the second phase, but Secret have stolen it. I mean, how much do you value egg killers for Secret as well? I feel like these days, correct me if I'm wrong, you're just picking at least one hero that can right-click it. You're not looking for the the Snapfires of the world that just delete it
Yeah,
necessarily.
either you pick a hero that can kill the egg, or you pick a lineup that's mobile, so you can get away.
So
Which Storm
Centaur.
Spirit already covers that. Centaur could work, yeah, of course. You don't really have the info for it yet, but it could be down the line something Secret consider again, and then put the Enigma 5. There's your Willow.
Okay.
9-class special.
Becomes harder to run away from egg when you're brambled
This is
or
true.
terrorized. Well, I guess you are running away in one direction.
Yeah, it's actually terrorized when you think about it. It's a better troll ult, because at least you're running home. So
You don't get lifesteal though, and you're not
that's true.
invulnerable.
But you're more likely to survive a lot of the time.
Yeah. Oh, Void
All right,
Spirit.
this is
Okay.
their spirit of choice. So Thompson, we're rocking the Void Spirit. We saw this played yesterday as, was that also a storm counter when they played it on the side of? It was Navi Junior, right?
I think
Yeah,
we've seen
that was against Storm.
We've seen every Spirit versus Storm so far,
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
think it was Navi Junior that chose this into the Storm Spirit of Supreme yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and it looked very good
Yeah.
when he rushed that Ags on the Void.
Oh, Marcy.
Great hero with Enigma. This is probably Shishak playing this. If Secret are playing 3 Enigma, they will put Marcy with it.
Does anyone play Marcy carry these days, or is that just an NA god awful strat?
It's highly situationally good.
Mm-hmm.
This hero has some merit this game, though, right? There's your Egg Killer.
Yep,
Even
that's
from
fair.
the support position, and the Enigma combo is good. So I think this is a nice multi-purpose pick. That said, though, Marcy also has a couple of bad matchups. So it depends what you're looking at, if it's the positives or the negatives, because I don't think this hero is good against Void Spirit or Willow. I think Willow is actually a really tough one for you to deal with. You can't really jump on her. She can just Shadow Realm and turn on you. You're a hero that's extremely dependent on mobility in fights, but the brambles make it difficult to navigate. And whenever you commit on a hero, Terrorize can basically nullify your ult, unless
Wow.
you're BKB. This is new. First
Wow.
Scarith of the tournament for us,
Yeah.
at least. I think it might be the first one in general.
I wonder if they fixed the Mystic Flare bug where you can't see it. Guess we'll find out.
Yeah. They've had 2 years to do that. See if
Have
they
your
figure it
taunts
out.
been getting unequipped, by the way?
I taunt so infrequently that I
Yeah.
wouldn't notice.
Why did I even bother asking? Half my taunts are unequipped.
Oh.
As Alchemist is the 4th pick for Tundra. Okay.
Wonder what the rationale is here for this pick. It's traditionally not considered the best hero. Oh, well, it's good against Enigma in lane, and the Enigma is locked in as a 3. So you know what? There's the answer to the question. The Enigma can't play support anymore unless the Skyreth or Marcy are cores, which I really don't think Secret are going to do in this game. So Tundra's just like, okay, you guys want to run offlane Enigma? We'll take Elk, and he will just acid spray the wave, farm, and your Eidolons can't fight back. And this is
Pretty
this is
cool.
what we talked about yesterday. I think teams at the highest level will focus more on how to deal with Eidolons than Black Hole. And on tier 2, they will focus more on how to deal with Black Hole than Eidolons. And I personally think the way you beat this hero the most is by farming against it in lane. I think that's more important than being able to counter Black Hole specifically with one ability. It's nice if you have one, of course, but an Enigma that is, let's say, countered by a Warlock ult or whatever. Warlock is the double whammy because he also deals well with the Eidolons. So let's say Silencer as an example instead. If you're against Silencer as Enigma, sure, your Black Hole isn't great, but you're going to have a great lane if the carry doesn't counter you. And you're just going to farm a lot and get other items. You can get auras, you can get drums, play mid-game instead. So Elk is a great solution to that problem, I think. Seems good.
I like it.
And now
So
Secret
Secret
needs to
kind of locked
find a
in
carry.
on getting a carry for Crystallis.
Yeah, and this Ursa ban is just straight up obvious, right? So now what's left that's good against Elk? Maybe Chaos Knight could be a ban here. Phoenix does solve that hero quite well, though, with the blinds and the attack speed slow. I'm just trying to think of what hero can overwhelm Elk that they could pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Terrorblade, nobody really plays. I
There
also
is
don't-
still Troll Warlord.
Yeah, do you really want Troll into this team? I don't.
I don't know. I mean, the root is nice against Void Spirit. Good egg killer, not that you need it necessarily.
I think Willow's very good against Troll, and I think Phoenix is as well. This support duo is just fearsome for more or less any carry in the game. Lifestealer would have been good too, I suppose, so don't mind that ban either.
Is Juggernaut a hero currently?
Yes. He could work. It's just, I don't know. Chrysalis does not impress me when I've seen him on that compared to a lot of his other
That's
heroes.
a bold statement, Cinderin. That's the most negative thing I think you've ever said about a player before.
Okay, that's very untrue and weird to find out that strongly.
That was weird that you said that.
Yeah, that was a weird comment. I don't know. I mean, I think Chrysalis has a subset of heroes that he's just exceptionally good at, and the few times I've seen him play Jugger, that wasn't it. That doesn't mean he can't play it, but I think he himself would say Jug is not in his top 5, right?
All right, we'll message him after this game and ask.
Yeah, go for that. If they lose 2-0, message him. How good do you think your Jugger is, Chrysalis? There you go.
Oh, Razor.
Well, look at that. He picks one of his best instead.
Okay.
In the Razor. And everything is being set up the way we anticipated. So Shishak with Boom in the off lane, and Puppy will play the 5 Skywrath Mage. That one's going to be the hero for me to watch. I wonder how good this lane is going to feel. The Razor Sky into Willow Centaur. In theory, this is a pretty good lane for Razor, and the matchup against Alk is not bad. But at the same time, more or less the entirety of the damage in the Tundra offlane is magical. So the static link does not keep Razor safe. It's an aggressive tool here more so than a defensive one. So, yep. A lot of questions to be answered here. I don't know what you think about 5 Skywrath. I have no opinion yet. But
I also have no opinion on it. They have like almost no setup for the ult. Like no.
They have Vortex.
I mean, I'm not saying they have 0 stuns, but it's not like an obvious, like not a duel into Skywrath ult. It's not insta-giving anyone.
True. Yeah.
But the Mystic, not Mystic Flare, the Silence, whatever the hell that's called. Guess I'll have to hover over that before we cast. So that's gonna be embarrassing. Actually, I'll just call it Silence
Ancient
the whole
Seal.
game. Ancient Seal, that's right.
Just
can
think
be
of
really annoying for Phoenix.
really old animal in Alaska. Now you'll never forget it again.
A really old animal.
Yeah, it's ancient.
Yeah, I like that. Thanks, Cinderin.
Insta
You should
smoke.
make a...
Time to ward.
Yeah, we are in the game now. So, one thing, of course, we need to go over the facets and whatnot, but can we get a zoom in? Well, maybe not when they're smoked. Eventually, we're going to look at Ramsey's Centaur, because he's been crown falling, Cinder. I've been waiting for somebody to get this item, but first, the smoke. Oh, I said first, we're going to have a fight, maybe. Okay, careful. Careful. We can't see it when he's smoked anyway. Very ugly. All smoked. Ramses. We spotted. Okay, now we can look. No one is fighting. Let's look at his belt piece. The front belt. Look at that face. Zoom in there. He has not upgraded it. Wait, has he? It's hard to tell if it's an upgraded version of Crownfall. The tongue does look like it's sticking out, actually.
Is that like some sort of...
You have to finish the side quest.
I'm thinking, is that like a boxing reference?
Yeah, it's like a wrestling belt. Because the guy
wrestling,
I don't want to spoil it for people that are still going through Crownfall. There's a character that you take that from.
I see. Okay.
It's very cool. And then if you finish all of the Crownfall stuff, you upgrade the style, which I can't even tell if it's upgraded. But anyway, more important things to talk about here is Chrysalis and Puppy looking to go for the bounty. They will get it. Brambles. Not going to do a whole lot.
2 for 2 split. And what did... Of course, Pure took the 250 extra starting gold. Why did I ask? On Elk.
What's the other one?
It's the lower cooldown on... It's lower cooldown on Concoction and Berserk Potion, right?
Oh, right.
When you're in ult, I think.
Yeah.
Let me just confirm that. Yeah. When you have Chemical Rage running, your cooldown on Unstable Concoction is down 30% and Berserk Potion's down 50%. That one's quite good as well. And it is the one I've seen. The last time I saw an Elk with a facet was Thompson, and he did take the Mixology one, but he was also playing mid-Elk, right? I'm assuming, so...
Well, this shows how much the pros value laning stage, because this one is inarguably better for the laning stage.
I mean, he's starting lane with 2 bracers. You know, like it's actually just ridiculous to look at.
He's a tanky boy.
He has a base 5.1 regen, 850 health, and 4 armor. And this is what you start out with laning against. And he's just going to put acid spray and go to town on your Eidolons.
Yep, they are not killing him in this lane, at least not in the first couple minutes.
It's quite unlikely, yeah. Boom needs to be very, very careful with how he micros his Eidolons here. It's a make or break thing for the lane.
Well, 9 class can take a plasma if he'll have to use a fairy fire to survive, and Puppy's still pounding away at him. As Ramsey's gonna get all his damage stolen. Chrysalis gonna be able to last hit a lot as a result of that. Chrysalis goes for the Dynamo facet, by the way. He gains spell amp for every 20 points of attack damage. What do you think of that facet? Let me look at what the other one is.
As in, is it good or is it fun?
Do you like it? The other one is Storm Surge Lightning hits all units within Eye of the Storm's area effect when it is active.
Yeah,
So if your ult is
less,
active, anytime it procs, it goes off on everyone instead of one target.
Pure?
Pure is actually getting low. Oh my god, I cursed him. Concoction goes off. Shishak is getting pursued by Whitemon. Pure's in the trees, though. Looks like he will survive. And Shishak will as well. And Whitemon will limp away.
As well. Yep.
So Dynamo, Cinderin. You think it's good?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's particularly interesting. It's like, okay, when you have more of this, you have more of that. It's not one of the more fun facets, but it's all right. I think Razor doesn't mind getting some extra free damage.
Mid lane pretty early on, but Cordon has the lead over Thompson in CS by about 6 right now. He, of course, went for the static slide facet, which has been the only one we've seen with all the Storm Spirit games. It feels like it's got to be one of the most picked heroes in the qualifiers, or at least for the games that we've cast.
Oh, yeah. He's extremely high rated, but not enough to get banned, is what it seems like. So.
Oh, interesting. I didn't even notice this, though. 9 class goes for the other facet, not the Bramble one. It's the Shadow Realm. So while I was in Shadow Realm, Dark Will emits 600 radius aura that increases damage that she deals to enemies. It's really complicated. It just does more damage in Shadow Realm. But as a support, does that
is surprising to see that too. Yeah, because I feel like we always see the Thorny Thicket.
Yeah, mid lane, Thompson. Getting gone on by Cordon. Goes to the other side of the screens, but Cordon has vision, and he is dead. First blood solo kill for the Storm Spirit. Huge for Secret.
That is incredibly important for this game to get Cordon off to a good start. Storm Spirit has potential in this game to just take it over. Decent damage onto Crystallis here. Yeah, it's hard.
He's trying to limp away, but Double Edge finds him.
Wait, so let me read that facet again, the Throwing Shade. When in Shadow Realm, it's damage she deals.
Yes.
That is a lot of damage if you're close enough. That's the biggest problem, right? You need to be within 600 range, but... Because a lot of the time nowadays you put Bedlam on an ally, right? And then... But if you're the one carrying the Bedlam, or if you're close to the target with Shadow Realm as you're Bedlaming either yourself or an ally, the damage is really meaningful. 30% is a lot.
It is. But the Bramble one's so good.
It is.
And your support, so...
It must be nice to have the choice between 2 really good facets instead of being Lion.
Well, excuse me.
Oh,
as we're going to see a rebound bot lane, dispose back up. He's going to put down the acid spray, big concoction onto Boom. Shishak getting really low, pops the Fairy Fire, but he dies. And now Boom looks to potentially be next. Pure trying to chase him down. Whitemon has dive in 3 seconds, but the concoction should be enough as long as they get vision. Yes. Well, I guess he's self-stunned, and it works out in the end for Tundra.
Yeah.
Oh, Cordon. Going on Thompson, gets his bottle refilled,
nice.
dispose back in. And Thompson's still not level 6, by the way, so he's just going to get run down. There is a TP coming in, though. Cordon does have a little bit of mana, but the Bramble will prevent him from using his ult entirely. 9 class gets some revenge, but Thompson struggling a bit here.
This is my favorite kind of support rotation, where it's when the mid hero has already died, you TP in to kill the other mid hero. You didn't TP in to help your mid when he was alive. You come in for the cleanup.
That's right.
9 class is almost level 5 from that kill, so that's obviously huge. But I think Thompson would have liked some assistance a little bit earlier if he could choose.
Yeah, he's going to be pinging his facet that he chose, and like, that's why I'm playing like this.
Yeah.
I'm not support.
Yeah,
Lol.
You say that as a joke, but there are people like this in Dota, which is
Yeah, but not
really
the pros.
extremely sad. But oh, you took the wrong facet, so I ruined.
Oh, pure concoction. I don't think he's going to get the deny.
Nope.
He did. Good gank
Here
there
he
for
did.
Secret. Much needed, in fact.
Corden has been
Slow down that
impressing
out.
me a lot in the games we've seen. He's really on top of things. He played well in lane both games. He also played well in lane against Navi Jr. the other day. He is, or sorry, Mouse, that was. Yeah, just very, very stable, very solid performance in the tournament so far. Just keep it up, brother.
So with this facet for Storm Spirit, do you have to select where the remnant is, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can't just like hit it once.
I don't know if you double tap it, if it just places it on you, or if you
Yeah, it
alt-click
feels like
Might
it's not.
be.
Yeah, when they're. I have to try that in the lobby. I'm sure
Why
somebody
not?
in chat will know.
Big harass, but instead it's probably going to be some dead Eidolons here, maybe. Yep.
Yep, Shishak, he wants to sacrifice his life, apparently. Oh, puts the Alk on the
clutch.
cliff. Dive in, though, with the acid spray underneath. Shishak ticking away ever so slowly, but he will survive.
What a video gamer.
Pure on the cliff.
Yeah. He can
Doesn't have
spray his
TP
small
for
camp
30.
in 5 seconds. I mean,
That is 30 seconds, no TP. My goodness. That's pretty big deal.
I mean, surely he's going to do it, right? Oh, did we mention that Whitemon took the Dying Light?
I mean,
By
isn't
the
that
way?
the only one we've seen?
No, Support Phoenix generally takes the Sunray one.
Oh, I guess that's true. It was the mid Phoenix that
That
we
was a
saw
mid
that.
Phoenix. Yeah.
Ramses, Ancient Sealed, Plasma Field, but no kill to come. Mid lane though.
For rotation on Corden.
Yep, Aether Remnant with the Bramble underneath. Cordon will be able to zip away. Good attempt, but he's too good. Meanwhile, Pure is back to farming. TP
got
was
down.
successful. And he is about 2k away from finishing his Radiance. Or wait, is that just the Sacred Relic?
Why didn't he just jump off the cliff? Is he stupid? Like, it's only twice as high as him.
That's true.
He would have been fine.
Maybe if he took the third facet that's in the beta, he gets a little baby jump. But he missed that one. Or the Ogre actually just removes the Alchemist from his head and they become 2 units.
Or like
It's a micro hero.
Like an Archon in StarCraft, and they can merge.
Oh, yeah. I love merging them.
I'm
was
hearing
not
some
worth it,
silence
though.
going out on Thompson. He will chase Puppy.
Yep, we see the
Probably be stopped
static.
in his tracks now. Maybe not.
Thompson. Assimilate will finish the job. And we have the Stampede from Ramses along with the rotation from 9 class. And that is
Oh dear.
a very big kill onto Chrysalis. 2 for nothing.
Yeah, they bring the numbers. Looking like a pretty stable early game for Tundra once again. Obviously, the gold is going to be a little bit deceiving as we have an Alk in the mix, but in reality, this is probably the net worth Brood had minute 10 last game as well, so probably
Shishak.
comparable.
Wrong place, wrong time, and DD rune spawns right for Thompson. Sorry, the D rune.
Just call it what it's called, Chance.
No,
AD rune.
I'm
AD
not-
rune.
That's a stupid name. Just call it damage rune, please. Why am I the only one that has any sense? They're all one word, Cinder. And how many times do I have to say this to you?
I feel like them renaming it from double damage is fine because it's not a double damage rune anymore, but they should have come up with a name that still is DD, right? That's what everybody calls it, DD.
Yeah.
But what could that be then?
Dizzle. Dizzle damage rune as
Dead
we see the
Doom.
Ancient Seal onto Ramses. Gets disposed back with a Terrorize coming out from 9 class. Egg is placed. There the hoof stomp
good
there
stomp.
as well.
Wait,
Chrysalis
Cordon.
is dead. Just like that. The Centaur will be the trade. Cordon attempting to TP out on the low ground, but he gets stunned from Pure. And he's going to tick away as a result. So 2 huge kills for Tundra. They lose their offlaner, but you get the POS 1 and 2 in return.
What do you think about dangerous damage rune?
Yeah, anything's better than what it is.
Or dangerously destructive rune?
Yeah, great. The
Boom.
worse English, the better. Boom.
Yeah, he's
And Thompson
dead.
will watch as he burns away. Whitemon gets credit for it. Is the other facet for Phoenix the Sunray? Is it only an egg? No, it's probably just the actual
Sunray
Sunray
in general does more damage when it's on
The
its,
edge, yeah.
on its max range.
Okay.
Getting another good suggestion for the rune name here from one of our observers, PTP. He suggests do damage rune.
Oh yeah,
What do you
that's
think about
good.
that?
Yeah, I like that.
I think that's great. That's a good suggestion.
Good job, BTP. Puppy. He's very fast, but that's a lot of damage. Astral Step destroyed. 3K
All right,
lead for
this-
Tundra. And this is after Thompson kind of getting dumpstered in the mid lane, for being honest. Now he's
Yeah, that
already
was a
third.
quite one-sided
Net worth.
affair, and still, he's now on par with Corden after the couple of moves that have taken place. This mid tower is probably theirs as well, and unfortunately, if Secret don't stabilize, this game is headed down the same path as the previous one. The lineups are obviously different, but it's once again Pure as the big breadwinner, this time on Alk instead of Brood. It's funny how we were talking about last game, is Brood the second highest net worth hero after Alk in terms of GPM? And then he just picks the Alk in this game.
Yeah, he just
What can I say?
got a
The guy
little
loves
taste for the
gold.
farm.
He loves the money.
Can't blame him.
Nope.
Pure with that Radiance, taking a huge Ancient
my
stack.
Goodness.
He's a big, juicy boy. Smoke
As
now
we
from
say in the
Secret.
talent room, oh my good man.
Smoke from Secret. We're going to see Mystic Flare, whether it's invisible still or not. Cinderin. Keep a close eye. Whitemon going to be the recipient of this gank. He's just dead. Looks like the Mystic Flare was not needed. Maybe you can use it on some creeps so we can tell that the visuals are fixed. Tier 1 tower looks to be freebie for Secret as well.
Under attack.
Looking for a play here in mid with Corden plus Puppy.
Bottom tower has
That silence burst onto Void Spirit sure would be nice. Thompson, is he going to walk into it? No reaction time.
You say no reaction time?
No, he reacts in time.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, listen up.
Listen up, son.
Terrorize being faked out 15 times for fun. The Wisdom Runes have spawned. Nobody seems interested in that for now, which is fine, but
is under attack.
probably somebody should go and pick it up eventually.
Is under attack.
That's a
Shield
pretty
rune for
big
Corden,
rune to
that's
get.
helpful. Yeah.
That's a pretty big one if they can get into a fight here. 5K deficit, but it is against an alchemist, so who knows what the real number is. Do you have a formula for that, Cinderin?
For which, sorry?
Like, what net worth leads mean when you have an alchemist on your team?
Oh, that's a good question.
I wonder if that's possible to make some. I mean, we can get Knoxville on that or something.
I can tell you Pure has good farm.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I
Very
can say that
analytical
with
approach.
Quite a lot of confidence here, having 10 CS a minute again, just like he did on the Brood. Just that this time they're worth even more moolah.
And he's going BKB second item, so it seems that Tundra want to
Fight.
get things going here pretty soon. That's going to align with the Manta from Thompson as well. Cordon,
Puppy.
that shield rune. Yeah, they needed that Ancient Seal, but not able to get in range. Cordon went on to the Dark Willow, but the Shadow Realm comes out. And that puts it to an end. Boom
What do you
has
think
Blink, by
about-
the way. Working
Is this
on
a good
BKB.
Mage Slayer game on Razor is what I'm wondering. It's like he was the last pick of the draft, so you picked it into Alk. I feel like when you're playing against Alk and your other cores don't directly counter the Alk, it's the job of the carry to counter Alk, right? Like that's why you pick this hero into the Alchemist, is to deal with him. I don't know if this Mage Slayer is really going to get the job done. Sure, you're decent against, you're tanky against the Void Spirit and the Willow and the Phoenix insane magic damage, but the Alk isn't going to give a crap about you, right? You're not threatening him. You don't have move speed, you don't have physical damage. You're going to go this Mage Slayer into BKB. The BKB is mandatory, of course. There's no doubt about that, but I don't know. For some reason, this Mage Slayer looks a bit off to me in this game. I mean, Chrysalis is an absolute master of this hero, so that doesn't mean you can't make itemization mistakes or have a different read on the game than what is actually happening. We'll see. Maybe they're hoping Enigma can solve the Alk for them. Boom is farmed. He's having a top net worth in his team. He's had a good game. So maybe that'll...
Basically a recipe away from the BKB, which I'm sure is what they're going to be waiting for before they hit the go button. Although Cordon also kind of wants a BKB.
Nice dodge.
And you already mentioned the Razor.
Not getting caught by the smoke out of Tundra. Good map reads. Well, they'll lose Shishak in the end, but it
happens.
It was not really the fight that Tundra were looking for with that smoke, so they wanted to find a core in the triangle. Did not happen. Curious to see what Pure does after this BKB. I think Dagger is just obviously coming out, but then what's next after the blink? It's going to be an AC? Is it going to be... Like, is there actually anything he truly needs here?
What does a hero truly need?
Yes.
I feel like Secret are avoiding fights, as they probably should, before these BKBs come out. Although they are kind of grouping up a bit now to defend this bottom section of the map. And Pure in the enemy triangle, no more. TP's top to get some farm there. I mean, Chrysalis is not going for BKB next, so I don't think Secret can wait that long to fight. But again, this feels a little similar to last game, where I know it's an Alchemist game, so maybe it's even less so, but 6k lead for Tundra. Their lead's not really growing too much. It's kind of stagnated, which I think is a good sign for Secret. But it's all about that first fight.
Yeah. All right, Pure's not getting the dagger. Orchid almost completes. Interesting choice. This is... You're not playing Brood, buddy. This is not Bloodthorn. It's not the same hero. Yeah, I guess they just want to solve the storm as much as they can. Cordon is kind of close to BKB, though, so that will help out in that department. Currently just rocking the Meteor Hammer. But yeah, the silencers are going to come in aplenty. Pure Orchid and Thompson working on the Ags. That's definitely something that Secret need to look out for. And I'm happy to see Cordon going BKB second. I know this doesn't feel great on Storm to do. You would much rather have more damage output, but he can't play without this item in these fights. It's not possible to navigate them. So,
I mean, the Meteor Hammer does provide a lot of that mana regen, as we talked about.
And he's using it to push the tier 2 bottom, so getting a little extra value there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And the Remnant facet is pretty good. Don't have to show yourself with your little tiny legs.
It has its moments.
And Ramses is going for an Eternal Shroud on the Centaur. And Pure, you already talked about that Bloodthorn. I was going to say, surprised he hasn't gotten Blink if he wants to fight, but that will be the next item, it seems.
Yeah, he's got to get it at some point, right? I wonder what the reasoning was behind getting the Orchid first instead of vice versa, because that would have made more sense to me personally, but yeah, doesn't seem like it's going to matter that much. Secret aren't bringing the fight to them anyway, they can just farm more. But now maybe they will. BKB online for Boom, and Chrysalis has his in another 200, so that's pretty much a key timing for Secret to get something done in the game. I think you don't use these two BKBs to just keep farming. Like you said, the gold lead isn't really growing, but I think you want some sort of impact now from this. Especially because
hoof stomp top lane. Do they have the lockdown?
Oh,
yes. Big kill.
Well, now
And he
Secret's
bought
not
out as
gonna
much
fight.
as he could. Yeah, he's still 400 off his BKB. Not that it would even help there. That was a full lockdown.
Yep. I think the biggest concern for Secret here, I mean, the gold lead is obviously massive and its Alchemist is huge, but I think Secret supports are having a really bad game. Like, they're super underleveled. Skywrath is going to be a complete liability, I think. Like, what is Puppey going to offer? He has a 4-level silence and no items. And the Marcy is way away from BKB. On the other side, you look at a level 11 Willow with Dagger and level 10 Phoenix with Ewells. So Tundra just have these additional tools in their arsenal where Secret are, in my book, effectively relying on Boom entirely. I think without a good Black Hole, these fights are not winnable. So a lot of pressure on him to deliver.
And I don't think we've seen a single Mystic Flare this game.
No, he hasn't cast it yet.
Because we've been really looking to see if it's invisible. And
I think
hopefully it gets
Skywrath
cast
is
at some
invisible
point.
this game, not his
Yeah.
spells.
Yeah, that would make sense. Well, if he was
Thompson sees
invisible, he wouldn't
Boom.
have died yet, right?
Scanning.
Starting the
all
chase here
into.
because his teammates are congregating from the left. Boom.
Yeah,
Oh,
boom. Oh,
my
baby.
Whew.
Does that not, I mean, he couldn't have done anything at that point, but doesn't that give enough vision
I think
once you
he
place
might have
it?
just not seen him with the vision around it because of the tree there. That was kind of close. But as you said, cool guys don't look at explosions either, right? So Thompson might have just seen him and like, whatever. dude,
Efficiency.
you're out. Yeah, waste of time. All right, Secret. It's time. BKBs are online, all of them. They got all 3.
And it's a good timing because Roche is being attempted by Pure and company, although they're backing up now, it seems.
Under attack.
They're going to go for a smoke.
Effectively going on Roche to try to bait out a scan and then disengage from it and look for their own opportunity. Pure still no dagger, so
Yep.
not sure how he's going to enter this fight easily, but right.
His
Some
next
efficient
item
Radiance
is
farming
Moon
here
Shard,
during the smoke.
apparently. Yeah, that's true. That's gotta get that
my
Greevil's
God.
Greed stack up. This will be the triple BKB reveal in some ways for Secret. Chrysalis showing himself first to push out the lane. Thompson at the ready. Does not have his Aghanim Scepter yet, so can't go for the silence, but again, BKBs. Pure concoction. Doesn't have a way to close the gap at all, so this will be a self-stun. Shishak, don't think they have quite the vision that they're looking for to be able to get a clean initiation. So the Roche off for Roche number 1, not the most common sight. Oh, BKB from Boone, the black hole all onto the Alchemist,
That's
and I
good.
believe that's a Mystic Flare that was completely invisible as always. Thompson now on the run, going towards the north, but he is found, pops the Manta to get out of the route. It's the Aether Remnant as well.
spell
Nice
combo.
terrorize onto 3. And Thompson looks like he might be able to get out, dodges the rebound. They're going to be able to fight here. They get the egg down, but this is easily vanquished by the side of Secret. And then 9 class will fall, so both supports dead from Tundra, along with the big old Alchemist.
Yeah, Secret need Boom to get it done, and he delivers immediately. Pure was not ready for that. There was an opportunity to BKB, and he might have lived, but just not anticipating the play at all. Just the instant blink black hole coming out of Boom there, and they just drop everything they have on the Alch. That's one way to kill him. Obviously, we talked about the supports on the Radiant being well off, but they don't have defensive items to protect Alch. No Glimmer, no Force Staff. Force Staff wouldn't have helped, obviously, but yeah, nothing in the ways of protection, and Secret get a huge win. Killing Alch at this point of the game cannot be overstated how much this does. That was like a 5k gold swing.
Yeah, very big
Big
fight
amount
for
of
Secret. The unfortunate thing is their Roche lineup sucks ass.
And now Black Hole's on cooldown, so I think Tundra just take Roche on the other side.
Radiant's bottom is under attack.
I don't see any reason they should be hesitating at all about doing this right now. I know they don't have Supernova, but I don't think it matters. The Black Hole being down means Pure gets to play the fight, and that should be good enough. With this Bloodthorn, they
Tormentor.
kill it quite fast, so just need to break the Lincolns, and they will.
So Puppey will get a shard, so his net worth has gone up a bit now, Cinderin. And that shard was actually changed. That's kind of the old Aghanim Scepter, right? When Skywrath Mage casts Arcane Bolt, he gets 2.
Yeah,
So the Ags is just worse now.
it's just very very low priority in this game because he has 1 point in Arcane Bolt and he's a 5 Skywrath. So I honestly think the Marcy one might have almost been better. Despite that one not being popular either. At the very least, it reduces the cooldown of Rebound, so you can use it more frequently. And allows you to target enemies, so sometimes you can get out of the sticky situation or whatever. Skywrath one's not really going to do much, but... Alright, there's the Roche. 5k lead only. This is, That's the thing about Alk, is he gets stupidly farmed, but he also takes all the space, so 1 or 2 deaths on this hero count the same as like 4 on the core usually.
Pure. Oh,
BKB
okay, forces the BKB. Cordon is out.
Good reaction there.
So now down to 7 seconds for him. And Chrysalis has the Yasha, gonna finish up SNY into a Satanic, it seems. But yeah, the lead very manageable for Secret. Still no blink on Pure, by the way. Changed his mind, and it's an AC.
Maybe the mindset is I have so many catchers in my team with the Centaur and the Void Spirit and the Brambles and Willow Blink that I don't need it, but I think the utility would be nice.
Is spotted. Immediate BKB for him. The focus is on poor little Marcy, though. Thompson deletes her. And Pure and company should be able to get the tier 2.
And this is an important thing that we didn't cover at all. The Stampede against the Static Link is going to play a role in every single fight that Pure isn't Black Hole, that he gets that way of resetting and not losing all his damage to Chrysalis. Considering this was the counter pick, that is an important aspect of the matchup, that Pure has that extra little luxury. Chrysalis is obviously still fast with his Sanjin Yasha and 4 points in the Storm Surge, so he... Actually, never mind. Storm Surge's been changed, right?
Yeah, that's just... I think that's just the innate, right?
That's right. The innate gives him move speed per level. That's how it is.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, point still stands. He's fast with Sanjin Yasha and levels then. But can't keep up with a Stampede just yet.
But
he's still 100
once he gets Shard, then maybe that's manageable. I wonder what that is like against the Stampede, if he can keep up the pace.
Probably yes. Because it pulls him at 75 speed, right? And the difference in move speed between the two heroes right now is about just that. So I think he could probably stick.
That's pretty cool. Damage rune in the top. Pure's AC just about finished. What's next for the Enigma? Already has Octarine, actually. So Blink, BKB, Octarine, along with drums.
Easy
really
refresher
huge.
Next.
Indeed.
If Boom gets there before they lose any barracks, I think Secret are looking at a very strong late game, because we're like the Tundra lineup have no BKB piercing stuns, and this was a first picked Enigma from Secret, so they've chosen not to solve that aspect of the hero. They did do well against him in lane by picking Alk. Like Alk and Phoenix were having a very good time, but considering they didn't build a bigger advantage than this, it started to look more and more like a game that Boom could just flat out win for his team. 9 class. We'll see Shishak here, and we'll go for it with that. Oh my god, that damage is crazy.
That is pretty... I mean, it is a support versus support, but still. That looked like a core.
Yeah. In those situations, because what happens is he just opens with...
They get the hoof stomp initiation on the Chrysalis, but the target is Puppy, apparently. You can see Thompson is actually pretty... Yeah, the Shard is actually working quite well against the Stampede, but the egg is placed nearby. Thompson, all his damage is gone. Chrysalis, BKB is running out, and he's all alone. The stun connects. Now trying to run away. Got some teammates now. The rebound will give him some extra move speed. That did require a buyback for Shishak. But at least we now know the answer to 2 questions this game. The Razor Shard can now keep up with the Centaur Stampede, and Mystic Flare can still not be seen. That one blows my mind. Never mind. I'm not going to go here for it. I can't believe that has been fixed.
Maybe Valve can see it. Maybe you need the goggles. You need the Valve 3D glasses.
I want some of those. For casting, at least.
And if you're wearing Google Glass, then you can't see any spells. It's competition and tech for you right there.
They call those people glass holes, right? Puppy's dead.
Oh, yeah. See a puppy? It's jumped by the combo here. But it was cool to see that solo kill from 9 class to really see how strong that facet was in that situation. Just sitting in that Shadow Realm the entire time, the damage of the Bedlam was building up very quickly on the Marcy. Well, Tundra are looking quite healthy once again now. They got a couple of kills. They're playing more map control, so the gold lead should be growing. They have nice aggressive wards. They have the top one all the way at the top edge of the map. They have one around the enemy triangle to see if anybody moves in there. And as a result, Pure will gain more ground, and Secret need to smoke to try to get out and stop this oppressive play from Tundra. They will
Smoke from
and
Secret.
find
Thompson's who they run into. He goes in deep with the
Jesus.
Astral Step. That might
the
be punished
Terrorize.
there. Terrorized pretty damn good. Thompson gets off the Manta style. Trying to find some distance with the Dissimilate. Aether Remnant keeps him at bay. Pure coming in, though. The reinforcements have arrived. Boom pops the BKB. Black Hole's already used, though. And there's the Mystic Flare. I can actually see it this time. They fixed it mid-game. Incredible play by Valve. But Crystallis left all alone on the high ground. Concoction connects. Thompson there to finish him off. The Storm died as well, so 2 cores out for Secret, both of which have, make it a third in the Enigma, trying to TP out, but that's not to be. They all have buyback for the cores, but without
Boom is
Black
gonna
Hole, this will be
hate
hard.
himself for not BKBing that Black Hole. He's gonna hate it. They had Thompson there 100%. He just needs to BKB, but he feels like Thompson's alone.
He BKB'd before the Black Hole. I think it was the issue. I'm pretty sure.
Wait, he didn't. Wait, no? Did he? He got
I think-
terrorized on the Enigma, right?
Yeah, before that, he had already used BKB.
Oh, he had used
I'm
it
fairly
before.
sure.
Okay, I
Yeah.
see. Yeah. Yeah, then he's gonna
He
hate
got
himself a little
spooked.
bit less. Yeah. All right, got it.
And that means 2 sets of racks minimum. They cannot go for Megas because of the tier 2 bot, although Thompson is down there to try to push a bit.
Oh dear.
But this has now ballooned to close to an insurmountable lead in favor of Tundra.
It really is all about Enigma, right? It's do or die. He is the guy who can win the game, and he's the guy who can lose the game for the team in this one. He has so much responsibility, way too much, I would argue, right now. But yeah, Boom has to. He has to nail it. A single mistake now, and it's over. But yeah, what a sequence that was from Tundra and Thompson. If he baited out the Enigma BKB first to then make that play, I'm still not positive you're right, by the way, now that I think back on it.
We'll watch the replay at some point. Ramses.
Yeah, Ogre Steel Totem, great against Razor.
Pure wants to finish the tower. I get forced back, but the Chemical Rage is now active. They're going to get the stun off. Boom with the Black Hole. And that's a dead Alchemist. No buyback either, so that might just be the fight for Tundra to see if they actually try to run away or fight. The egg was already placed, not really going to stun anybody. Thompson, very ambitious attempt there. He will drop in addition. 2 cores dead for Tundra. Successful defense from Secret.
Pure did not account for the Octarine. He thought Black Hole was still on cooldown. Or if he thought Black Hole was ready, he was not very wise. It's one of those 2 things. So that's a pretty big mistake, giving Secret this opportunity. You're still fine, like no stress, but it's a very unnecessary error to give them this opportunity. And considering Enigma does have this Octarine, like we talked about,
We're looking at the
he'll have it
replay, by the
again.
way. Let's see if he ended up using BKB later. I think it was before that, like by the tower when they initially saw, what was it, the Alchemist.
He just used it now,
Oh, okay. All right.
right?
I stand
I
corrected.
think he had
Cinderin.
it, but it's like from his perspective, he only sees the Void Spirit, and it's Thompson, and Thompson usually does crazy stuff. He's alone out on the map aggressively or whatever, but it's easy to say afterwards that that is clearly your BKB Black Hole there. As if he does that, Thompson dies and the fight is over, and instead they lost 4 heroes and 2 lanes of barracks. But It's if he doesn't think that there's backup there, we would be like, why did he BKB? So it's always so easy as spectators to make that call for the players, but yeah, I'm sure he is very frustrated that he didn't just throw it there. It's like, you know, you have Octarine, right? So it's not like the cooldown is that long. If you use it and it's a mistake, you're using the longest cooldown, which is your black hole. So why not just cover it just in case?
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's the way to look at it, right? It's a 70-second cooldown BK because he has Octarine. So just
Puppy
just use
tanking the
it every time.
gank. He is going to get disintegrated.
See ya.
Goodbye. Does have
buyback.
buyback. And can TP to this outpost as well. Crystallis.
Black hole's ready again.
He's feeling
And
the
pure
radiance. Indeed. Static link applied. Oh, the black hole comes in the midst of the stampede. Do they have enough damage? Yes. Down goes Pure. They're going to find a little bit of extra action with the Phoenix. Now the chase is on to Ramses. Cancel his blink perpetually. Has the hoof stomp. We'll get it off onto Crystallis, but
Big damage.
They actually want to fight here, yeah. You can see the ridiculous
that's a
damage
good
from the
vortex.
Bedlam. Centaur is dead. Big terrorizing. Crystallis is dead. Goodness gracious.
Wow.
Support.
That's a sick play call from Tundra.
Wow, that was great.
That was a 3-man vortex that Cornan came in with, and even that couldn't save the situation, but maybe he could have Meteor Hammered that? I think. He vacuumed all of them into himself, essentially. I think there was a hammer play there that would have been completely sick, but didn't go for it, and instead they lose the Razor and the Marcy. Tundra effectively choosing to fight that with those heroes not having their Alf there is quite a big deal. All right, what's Pure gonna do? Is he gonna get tired of this? Is he gonna stop going in front? Obviously getting the Aegis is the play, right? Which seems to be inevitable. He's up in 10 seconds, Black Hole's in 50. They have the Bloodthorn, they're already starting the Roche.
It has roared, though.
Yeah.
And now Secret are fully aware. Crystallis does have the buyback, but too risky. We'll wait it out. That means Aegis and Cheese go the way of Tundra.
Roaring
Another
again.
roar. Wait, what's the cooldown on that?
Very
it's
angry.
20 seconds only. Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that. And Pure Aegis Cheese for 9 class. Okay.
What do you put this cheese on? Probably Centaur, right? I think.
Pure is now starting to build Aghanim Scepters. So the question is, who does he gift it to?
Okay.
Voice Spirit already has one. Dark Willow. I mean, not really a right-click Dark Willow, but it does work with the facet.
Give it to Centaur so he can save you in Black Hole?
That is true.
What's the cast range?
Cart is good. It's pretty short, but you can blink, and you can blink out.
Yeah, it's just can you reach Alk if he's in the middle of the Black Hole?
No,
Because
definitely
then,
not.
no joke, I think there's a build here where Ramses goes Aetherlens, and they give him Axe. I would love that. I would
That's
love
cool.
that idea
Yeah.
from Tundra, but let's see first if Pure even wants to give his scepter to the Centaur here. That would be such a cool concept to see in play. That
So
would
is it
probably
the
also be
card
the
or is
first
it the
time
egg?
ever that Centaur
the other
buys an
thing-
Aetherlens in Dota.
I think Egg is a better save though for that situation, right? If you just give the axe to Phoenix.
Yes and no, right? Because yeah, the egg is easier to reach, but it's also breakable, right? If you get pulled by the Centaur in the cart, you're not killing this guy. Like no way. He has 5,000 health in Stampede and 20 armor. So I think that is a more reliable save, but the Phoenix one is cheaper because they don't have to buy a lens for it. So yeah, you're probably right. It's probably just going on Whitemon. What a fun situation that they have both of these hard saves against Black Hole in the same team.
Yeah.
So
That
he gets
is
to
very
choose
cool.
which one he wants.
No,
Right, Secret in a very
scouting the
defensive position.
situation.
Whitemon
Oh
is-
boy,
here's Wind
gets
Waker.
silenced. He indeed does.
He's out.
Bramble placed.
Pure's gonna stun himself in the wave. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Pure,
Say that.
pure. Black hole is available. Stampede is used immediately. Astro step onto the
Thompson
high
broke
ground
him
and
off.
actually silences Enigma. He cannot blink, but the Alchemist is dead anyway. That's life number 1. He's already used his ult though. See how useful he is without it. They're going to be able to take out Marcy pretty easily. In the meantime, Thompson's the one getting the black hole on top of his face. Does not have the buyback for Thompson, so Tundra gonna have to back away.
A little bit of a panic buyback there from Shishak, I think. Perhaps some inexperience here in high-pressure situations. That did not seem like a useful buyback in any circumstance there.
All
Secret
right,
weren't
Phoenix.
chasing, and Tundra weren't chasing, so completely
Phoenix has
unnecessary.
Ags now, gifted from Pure.
Yeah, okay. So then he should probably just buy a Blink. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
So cast range of Supernova is 500.
It's enough.
Hold on.
It's enough if you place yourself well.
Yeah, so
Hard to get
500, you can save your allies, obviously, as we've been talking about, and it's more hits to destroy. It's currently 10.
Yeah. And it's going to be 13, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, 13, and then it could be
Yes.
15 if you get to 25. Oh, the Hex!
Oh, shit. he was out of
Terrorized,
position.
down
Oh,
goes
no.
Storm, no buyback. That might be it.
That's a... I've been singing...
Look at Boom, though.
I've been singing Corden's praises. That was just a slip-up. A lapse of focus there.
Oh, boy,
out in the middle
boom.
of the map with no protection.
Boom. Can he wait 40 seconds for the double ult, Cinderin? He's going to try to back... Oh, he's
Gonna
actually going to
have
back to
to.
base.
Oh, see a puppy again.
Yeah, goodbye.
This Skyrath 5 has not won me over. I
Really? That's a shock. The losing team support you don't like?
You can still like their heroes. I like the Marcy.
Typical analyst.
All right.
All right, well, 12 seconds on the black hole, but the Hex into the silence. Oh, boy, and he just bought out. That's it.
Yeah.
Crystallis and Shishak in a 2 versus 5. Pure is getting pretty low, but the egg consumes him, and that'll do it. GG's called, and Tundra are going to take this 2-0, and they go to the finals, essentially. The upper bracket finals, at least, for the qualifiers here.
This series is really interesting because it really highlights the difference when you're playing a team a tier higher, right? Secret looked like they were on a tear against Mouse. That series was not even close. They were just running them over. And it's ironic because they had just lost a 2-0 qualifier slot to them recently, but they've kind of figured it out and improved and worked on what they needed to. But now they go up against one of the European giants in Tundra, and it's just a different ball game. The level of complexity in Tundra's drafts, the mechanics that they're exploiting in the heroes they pick, like the Brood Bloodthorn. In this game, they're picking a late pick Alchemist into Enigma. The Alch, honestly, the way this played out, you might say it wasn't that important because he got Blackholed and died like 3 times, but it's the pressure that's on Secret the whole game and the freedom it gives for everyone else, right? Like Tundra's other heroes were having a field day because Pure was a lightning rod together with Thompson. Everyone else just could do whatever they wanted the whole game. So, yeah, bit of a level up there. Secret get knocked down. They're obviously not out. This was not an elimination series. Tundra are now guaranteed top 3, which means nothing. You mean top 2.
Yeah.
But they're now in charge of their own destiny. One more series for them, and they're going to TI. And they will be playing the winner of our upcoming series in that upper bracket final. So that should be exciting. Yeah, I don't really know what to say aside from I feel like Tundra were just better in all aspects of the game today, right? I think their laning overall was at least slightly better, but mainly, I don't know if you would agree with this, but I think this was more on the drafts, more so than other things. I think
Well, game 1, you were very adamant, but yeah,
Yeah,
the
game 1, I'm
supporting
certain.
cast for Secret this game left much to be desired.
Yeah,
and
the
it's not
Tundra drafts
because-
were solid for sure.
It's not because the ults were invisible as well, Cinder. It had a lot more to do with the hero itself. I mean, that's just one of the things about Skyrath. It's just very squishy, and they don't. We talked about not having the best setup for the ult, other than like the black hole, but he's dying at the beginning of fights because they were down so early. It just feels like pretty hard to bounce back as a Skyrath mage.
Yeah, it feels very all in to play this hero as a 5. I think if you don't win your lane and you get out leveled, this hero just falls completely on its face in mid game. Like, this is Puppy is, I think, you know, out of all of the old school 5s that have played Dota forever, I think he still plays on an individually very high level. This was one of his worst games in a long time, and I don't know what he can do. He put himself in this position, right? It was his choice, and I guess they really wanted the sounds of the Skarath. That's the only thing I can think of why they would pick this hero here, the Ancient Seal, to amplify his Storm Spirit to play Assassin style. It just didn't happen. It didn't work. So
9 class ends
tough.
the game as support, 8, 1, and 17, and that's
He
after
owned.
taking the facet that we're not used to seeing.
Yeah.
Did a lot of damage
Damage
this
one,
game.
yeah. He was
Pretty damn
incredible
impressive.
this game. I would agree with him as the standout performer here for the side of Tundra. And this is obviously what's really good to see, right? If you're a Tundra fan, is that Thompson gets a lot of attention, and so does Pure from the fans and from the commentary. But the supports are a rock in this team. They're so good, both of them. And this is the kind of game where 9 class gets to pop off, because guess what? Everybody else is being the target. So his Willow, I feel like I barely saw him take damage, right? Like he could just do whatever he wanted, because the Void Spirit and the Alchemist took away every bit of attention that Secret had in the fight. And that's what you want to see from your position 4. That's that instant payoff in all of those amazing teamfight combos he pulled off.
That's right, Cinderin. That's correct.
That is.
So
that
yeah,
is.
like you said, Tundra moves on to the upper bracket, Secret down to the lower bracket. I assume that the brackets are set up the way that I'm seeing them, where they will face the winner of Navi Jr. and Dandelions, which means
I think so, yeah.
they get to dodge the PSG Quest versus Nigma follow-up. But
Well,
like you said,
imagine we
Imagine.
got a Secret versus Nigma elimination series. Imagine that. Oh, babe.
Puppy versus Kuro, that would be epic.
That would be a story.
We'll see, though. We'll also see how this next series is going to go, because we have Entity versus OG after the break. Winner of that, like you said, will face off against Tundra to decide who the first slot goes to in the Western European qualifiers for TI13. Be right back with that series.
Set of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second series of today for the TI13 Western European qualifiers. We have Entity versus OG, Sunspan, Cinderin. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm ready for another upper round. I think this series is likely to be closer than the previous one, I want to say. It's funny because going into today, I said Secret based showing against Mao's and talking against Navi Jr. that Secret might be slight favorites. I was complete game by Tundra's subting today and play. I think they just really leveled up. And Secret were not able to show what they did against Mao's. But this one, I don't think is going to be as clear cut. I think OG and Entity have both shown innovation and high levels of both play and draft. So I don't really have a favorite here. I think it's kind of close. And 3 games probably the most likely outcome. But I don't know about you. I think you picked OG to win, right? You think they're going to get one of the 2 slots.
Well, I did, but some news came out. We don't know the reason, but Seb will not be playing today, Cinderin, and instead it will be Immersion.
Really?
So I'm not. Hopefully everything's okay with Seb. I have literally 0 details as to what the reason is, but that's a big deal for TI qualifiers when you're so close to actually qualifying for TI.
Yeah.
To put in a stand-in all of a sudden. So I think this changes things drastically. I think as a result, I would give Entity the upper hand here.
That definitely makes a big difference. Not just because you're swapping in a different player with a different hero pool or whatnot, but also I think Seb plays a pretty big role in this team aside from just what he does in the game on his hero, right? So yeah, somebody's gonna step up. I think we've seen some content pieces and some interviews where Seb talks very highly of Ari as a teammate and his ability to, motivate the team and be a good voice. So this might be the time for especially him to really step up and get people on the same page in the game, have a good guidance and a good idea of what they want to do. Correct me if I'm wrong, it's not usually Seb drafting, right? So they're not losing their drafter. I think that's not him usually.
You're the analyst, bro. How would I know?
It's not really something you analyze. It's binary. Either he's the drafter or he isn't. There's no analysis here. You can't.
You're good friends with OG, every single member of them. I don't barely know anybody.
That's interesting analysis. You can definitely tell you're not an analyst there. I'm sorry. Interacted with half their players ever.
I think Entity will win. To be an analyst, all you have to do is guess who's going to win. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. So by that definition, I'm already an analyst just by saying that.
Yeah. You and I really don't watch the same broadcasts, do we?
I mean, you don't even watch the same movies.
Actually, we've had Slacks on panel, so
yeah, exactly.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it really is that simple. By the way, OG have received a level 1 draft penalty for being late to the lobby. The question is if that's because it was that urgent with Seb, but I don't think so. I think we got the message a while back that Seb would not be playing, so OG have had time to prepare and find a replacement. But yeah, a little bit late. So they'll lose, I believe it is 30 seconds, the level 1 draft penalty. They'll have 1 minute 40 instead of 2:10. And all the players are in and they are saying ready on the side of Entity. So we just need OG to confirm they're good to go. And then we'll get started.
What do you know about Immersion and how he would fit as a stand-in?
He's a really good position 4, but that's not what Seb plays for this team. So I'm curious. I mean, Immersion also plays 5. It's not that. I just think he became most famous for his 4 plays, in particular on Phoenix and Tiny. You can play the Phoenix on 5, so maybe that's something OG will be leaning towards to really make use of his talents. But yeah, not a. I don't know if maybe there are other players who have experience playing with him too, and that's why they picked him.
Yeah, it's possible, but I don't know if you went through any situations even remotely similar to this, but as a captain or just as a teammate, when you have a stand-in for such an important series, I assume you tend to just err on the side of let's pick this person something that they're comfortable with, as opposed
100%.
to picking something that would replace what Seb would normally play.
100% you play to your standing strengths. It's the best chance you have to win. You're not putting them in an uncomfortable position because you have a strategy that you're familiar with and that you're forcing onto them. If they don't play the hero, they don't play the hero. It will never be worth it. So yeah, playing to their strengths, getting their comfort pick. If you want to really accommodate them, you pick their hero early and you just get them a hero that they're, when it's a support in particular, right? You're like, okay, what do you want to play, you know? And then he gets that hero, he knows what to do, and then you build around that. Because at this level, people understand the heroes, right? It's just about whether they can execute them well. So you see Entity share my sentiment about Immersion Phoenix. They will be banning that in the first phase here. So not letting him get his hands on that. And they'll also ban the Ari Pudge that we saw OG run, particularly on Radiant. And that's no coincidence that they ran it on Radiant, because they wanted the mana region from the bottom half of the jungle. I think it's called something with Well. I don't remember the name for all
Wisher's
of these.
Well. I just made that up. I have no idea.
It's close to that, I think, but that gives passive mana region when you're in that part of the jungle, so Ari could actually just not completely hook off cooldown, but pretty close with Basilius plus that mana region there. Weaver will be the first pick for Entity. This was banned last series, both games. But this time it makes it through in this series. And yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's one of the best heroes of the patch. It's flex, super strong. The innate is amazing. The fact that you just start with Geminate is so good for support in particular, because you can just not skill it. So you get an extra skill point effectively. And the facet called Skitter Step is godly. So what a hero.
Nope, definitely had a... I mean, it's been spending most of the time at this tournament banned, but we have seen a couple of games trickle through. And even in the losses, I mean, even if the hero is being shut down, it requires a lot to actually shut them down. So in some ways, space can be created. But Dark Willow first pick for OG. Remains to be seen whether that is an immersion hero.
He is very good at Willow as well, but we've only seen this hero played as a 4, I think. Maybe they put Ari on 5. That's an idea we did not explore. Of course, they could also do that. I would not be so sure about their choice of stand-in in that case. Putting Ari down a level of priority in the support duo would be surprising for me. I think he's exceptionally good at the 4, one of the best in the world. So putting him in an unfamiliar position is, in my opinion, not the way to go. But let's see. I mean, he is drafting for OG. Maybe he's also going to be leading and feels more comfortable doing that from the 5. Probably not. I think he's still 4. Okay. Broodband from Entity.
Broodmother taken out.
No.
When you're the captain, and Ari's very young, Cinderin. He's going to want to pick something. If this, you said this is probably a position for Dark Willow. What do you think about first picking your own hero as a captain? Is it ever awkward?
No.
I'm sure you went through this.
Definitely not.
As a player.
It's absolutely not awkward. When you're picking heroes in an order, it's not order of like how self-confident you are or whatever. It's an order of what the team strategizes with it. Yes. So, and if that's the support's hero, then that's that. It's not. He's not like, okay, guys, I'm the best player in the server. I'm going to first pick Willow and I'm going to win the game alone. You know, that's not what's happening here. It's
I mean, to be fair, there are some players that are like that, though.
Yeah, I would like to say that is not how pro Dota drafting ever goes. Like, sometimes you will be arriving at the last pick and you'll ask your carry player as the captain, you'll be like, hey, what do you want to play? And they will be like, this is an insane game for this hero that I'm really good on. I will own. But that's a different story than just being like, okay, I'm the best Faceless Void player in the world, so I will first pick Faceless Void when it has no business being a first pick. It's just coincidentally, Dark Willow is amazing this patch. And Ari is the captain, and it's a support. So, you know, it's just like, there's nothing there. Would not read into that much.
Sounds like you're getting further away, Cinderin. Everything
I was
okay?
just leaning over to put something in the waste bin. I'm back.
Oh, the waste bin, you say?
Yeah. Yeah. What do you call
What are you
it?
enjoying these days?
Do you call it trash can, dust bin, or waste bin? What do you go with?
What do you think I call?
I think you call it the trash can.
That's right. Pangolier, going to be our
baby.
first game enjoying this hero.
Damn, Ari just picking his hero again.
Somewhat of a flex, I guess, but BZM definitely a very good Pangolier.
Whisper is also very good at this hero.
Okay.
I would actually say
Ultra
that
flex.
based on just overall based on my recent memory from the last, let's say, half a year of OG games or a year, I actually think out of the heroes that they picked the most, this was BZM's weakest on average. And that's because he plays other heroes at an exceptionally high level, but I feel like his Pango is kind of hit or miss, to be honest. The hero is really good this patch, though, when you go the double jump facet and you can do ridiculous damage. But I think part of the appeal of the hero now is that you can also play it off lane for that reason. It's a lot better in the lane than it was before, and Whisper is a very good Pango. I personally think he's a better Pango than BZM. So we'll see if OG will put it in that lane. Now, it looks like Entity is trying to dissuade them from doing that with a Monkey King pick. That could be carry, could be 4, could be mid, you know? Like, options are open. I think it's no one on Monkey King, though, but who knows? Centaur for now.
Joking right over your head. Centaur picked. Very.
Sorry, I didn't hear that little detail. I'm sure it was great.
It was really hilarious. Thank you.
That's you in a nutshell. You're a funny guy.
No.
5 seconds
All right.
remaining.
Unlucky.
No. Sometimes I just don't talk just to see how awkward it can be, and it is just glorious, I have to say. See, did it again. Very enjoyable. So Stormband now, along with the old Grimstroke, in the second phase of picks, as we talked about, the Monkey King into Centaur for Entity, and Pango into CK now. So that's one hero where they only play one position. So now you know the position 1.
10 seconds.
But
Yeah.
still a lot of flex overall. Okay, this makes it a little bit more clear. So Dark Willow, Clockwork supports in all likelihood.
Yeah.
Pango, mid or off lane. Probably mid. We'll see, depending on the matchup.
Well, yeah, we're assuming that it's more likely mid than off lane because of the Monkey King specifically, but we don't know yet if this monkey is even a carry. And Entity have to show their hand first because they have the next 2 picks. Yeah, Clock makes sense. It's just an overall really good hero this patch. The Dark Willow Clock duo can interchange in lanes. Clock can play 5, Willow 4, and vice versa. We haven't seen much of Willow 5, but I think if the lanes pan out in that way, OG might just do it. The one downside to this is if you do play Clock 5, I think there's like a small subset of carries that don't work as well with him. I guess CK is all right, but usually Clock likes to play with a ranged carry in lanes. They can hit in cogs and you can protect them effectively. Naga. All right, now this monkey is probably Katomi?
Probably support.
Katomi Monkey and Fishman Weaver? Bro, what's going on here, actually?
I mean, okay, this is more of an old school thing. But
Naga is carry. Okay, I'll say
okay,
that.
That's what I was going to ask. Is there any way that it can fit as support anymore? I haven't seen
it. Got that new facet that you can take where you effectively get the old Riptide, right? Where you can activate it.
Yeah.
Maybe? That was what was theorized when Naga got that facet, that she would potentially make a comeback as support, but it's a pretty good core Naga game. She has one matchup that's a little concerning in the Pango, and the other ones are amazing. She's so good against Clock. She's really good against CK. She's also good against Willow. So I don't see a reason to demote this hero down the ranks instead of just playing it full-on position 1. It's also one of Watson's strongest heroes, so keep him on his high impact. Yeah, still curious about the monkey. That's my main question mark here. Because in my opinion, Weaver can play every role in Dota. I think the hero is actually just that good that you could even play it mid. I think that would be the worst, but it's just incredible as 4 and 5 and carry. Offlane is definitely playable. So having that on Fishman is fine. It doesn't have to be Katomi playing the Weaver because they flex it.
OG get rid of Lesh and Shadow Fiend, so this indicates, at least to me, that Pango is certainly the mid. Those 2 heroes would destroy Pango in theory.
SF is the worst one for sure. Lesh is playable, I think. But yeah.
Entity getting rid of illusion killers, so Timber Saw into what? I mean, Lesh actually was kind of an illusion killer.
Yeah, now that OG banned that for you, you don't have to do that. So you get an extra ban, so to speak. Timber was definitely the obvious one. Okay, Brew.
Oh,
yeah,
Brew.
The Dispel magic is very good against Naga. Okay. Also a Whisper special. He's an incredible Brewmaster player. I hold the guy in really high regard. I think Whisper is just incredible, and it was really cool to see him make the jump to Western Europe to compete, because for a couple of years I think he was one of the best heroes in South America, if not the best, if you had to pick someone. And it's been a
many
little bit
people
of,
have that opinion.
there's been some growing pains for him in OG, I think, with communication. I think his English is not necessarily the best, but I think over time you just get better and better and more accustomed to the circumstances. And it's really cool to see him be able to shine on this team in a lot of games. So a lot of credit to that guy for essentially taking the risk, right, of going there. It's not many South American players that we've seen make their way to Western Europe. It's been mainly him and Tomato, actually, and they're both on the same team now, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, that is true.
5 seconds remaining.
All right.
So melee versus melee mid, it's looking like, unless there's a curveball here from OG.
Still
We're
think
looking
the Pango could
likely
be
for a
offlane.
Whisper hero.
The lane against
Theoretically
Naga is
could.
not that bad. But yeah, this is the time that you commit to an idea.
Time for some Invoker gameplay, Cinderin. I'm ready. BZM Invoker.
That hero is just not that good right now, is it?
Okay, close.
So yeah, they will put Whisper onto the Pango and get the last pick Ember, which I was talking about how I think Pango is not one of the most impressive heroes for BZM for me personally. I think this is my number one for him. I think Ember is his best hero. So getting that as an overall last pick into the matchups that he has here, the hero is good against Naga. The lane against Void Spirit should be fine. It's kind of a wash. And then Slight Chains is always going to be nice to have against a hero like Monkey King that's very agile and jumping around, and against Stampede. So I love this last pick. I think this was probably the best single hero they could have possibly found here for OG. So yeah, a pretty even draft as far as I'm concerned. I think this would be an interesting one to watch.
Yep, pretty even draft, the analyst says, until the game is over. Like, yeah, I think the other team just had a better draft, so that's why they won.
Don't give away our secrets live on air. Me too.
Sorry about that.
You know,
not under
people don't
NDA
have the
anymore.
memory for that. You know, you just you'd say half an hour into the game, you're like, as we talked about pre-game, OG have a way better draft. And everyone was like, yeah, they definitely said that. You know?
Man, we should start implementing that. That's true. Wow.
Yeah.
Because nobody really listens.
Let's just start gaslighting the
I mean,
audience.
nobody's listening to what we're talking about now, so we could still do it. It's not like, you know. I think we'll be fine. We'll
great.
survive.
That's lovely.
Okay, so game one of this best of three should be a really interesting series, especially with a stand-in for Seb. In
Yeah,
case you
that's
missed
the
it,
big wild card.
Immersion will be standing in, I assume, for the whole series, but
Yeah.
we'll see. At least game one, for sure, as we get into the game now. And what kind of pacing are you looking for? Because Naga Siren, it feels like it takes a few items. It's just very methodical gameplay, this hero.
Yeah, the rest of their lineup is very fast, though. So I think the rest of them can definitely be active around the map. The main concern is bigger scale fights. I think Pango and Ember have a very good time here, so you need to be careful with the skirmish selection you have. I think just flat out looking for bigger fights could be difficult. Should also add that we did talk about Immersion in his hero pool as a stand-in. Clockwork is also one of his best, so should definitely be very comfortable in this one. And I believe he will play 5 together with Tomato, but let's see, it's not... I mean, based on his starting item build, he has to be 5 on clock, right? I don't think he will buy this on 4. His exact starting
Yeah,
build.
I would think so.
So,
30
yeah.
seconds.
And Ari also taking... Oh, actually, he changed it up at the last second. So it is the Bramble Maze facet.
Thorny.
He had the other one selected until the last couple seconds, I suppose. But in terms of the rest of the facets, I think it's all very standard. Nothing really to write home about. The double jump from Pango. I guess we don't see the other one at all, Cinderin.
Dude, look
More
at
of a
Monkey
pub
King.
one. I'm looking at Monkey King.
He's just jumping so mad. It's just like once a second.
That's a good facet.
That's quite crazy. He's trying to try to
He's
steal
going
the
to
run
jump
here.
down. And
Was
he gets
successful.
it. CK stun though
cost
with
him.
the Bramble Maze. Oh boy. That's going to be a rough one. Another stun in 7 seconds for Tomato. Might not even need it though as Immersion comes in. Blood Grenade. That did not hit, by the way. That did not hit. So they'll give the first blood to Ari.
All right, so Immersion, very comfortable on Clockwork, but has not played Dota in a year, so he hasn't thrown a blood grenade yet.
That went right over his head. It's all right, just getting the nerves out. He knows that. I mean, that's the thing about, like, I'm sure if he's playing in just any game, any match, it's, oh my god, this centaur getting bounced around, already out of mana for DM. But I'm sure he doesn't normally get nervous. But this is such an important series that I'm sure that there's some nerves.
I think Immersion is just starting this out. This is like a symbolic message to all the fans out there that he's not capable of throwing. So they're safe. You know?
Bounce it. Oh,
yeah. He also doesn't bowl too well. Maybe sports just aren't his thing. That's entirely possible. Kataomi with the wave cutting. There's a ward here, though, so he actually can't drop the aggro. They keep chasing him around. That might be a good thing in this case.
Yeah, I think so.
Getting to... This lane is extremely disrupted now. Not really sure who this favors, but...
Tomato's probably relatively happy at the current moment.
Yeah, the placement for him is fine, but now it gets awkward, right? Because now he has a wave on the right.
Now he's missing.
Last one. Okay, not too bad.
How have you felt? I know we've talked about this in the past, but it's been a few months now. Tomato, I mean, he officially signed with OG, right?
Yep.
Since the last time we talked, actually, on stream, so definitely showed his worth. I think he's been a very good pickup for them.
Yeah, since I played a little bit with the guy, we had him as a stand-in for one event in like 2018 or something, and I already then got the vibes that this guy he's a really good teammate. I think that's something that OG has always valued a lot, is the attitude of their players. And he's got the skill to boot, right? He's very stable.
Is that why Amar is not on the lineup anymore?
He looked great on TSM. That's a very loaded question, Shannon.
I mean, I think Amar is... Oh, first blood? We missed it, Cinderin. Weaver's dead.
That's not first blood.
Second blood, Cinder. We missed it.
Yeah,
Whisper
well, clearly
kills
you
Fishman.
missed first blood as well, which was when they missed the grenade.
Yeah,
but you
I just remember. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
it's fine, Shannon. We all get older.
Yeah, really old.
Well, to finish off on the Amar conversation, I think he's matured quite a lot in the last 2 years, to be honest. I think it's very obvious when you hear interviews and see him on camera.
I've had the pleasure of interviewing him, and I really liked the interview. He seems like a good charisma. Dude. Yep. Very confident young man. So 2 kill start here for OG. Good start with the stand-in, of course, but any more than that, as Watson right now on the Naga Siren at 13-3, and with all the lane disruption, Tomato basically even at 12-7. And of course the mid lane, Spirit versus Spirit. Never seen that before. No one. 16-4 versus the 14-5 of BZM, so pretty much a wash as well. But 8th and Remnant onto BZM. Let's get quite low.
Yeah, this is pretty much a draw, and yeah, no one is putting some pressure, but the water runes are coming up in 20, and it looks like BZM will go for the bounty. Yeah, I was just going to point this out. So Kataomi has killed multiple couriers, kind of Jinkyu style. If you see the ward he has in the Radiant base that he placed early on when he mischiefed in there or jumped over, I'm not sure which one of the two it was, he has been able to see the movement of the couriers quite well and really sabotaged, especially Tomato, who still has his starting items 4 minutes in. So he's not really getting stronger in lane against the C. I mean, look at the wards.
Yeah, that's a lot.
He's
that is quite a bit.
Only targeting couriers, right? He's like, oh, well, if they're going to send in an alternate path now because they know I have this one. But he's also covered the alternate path.
Oh, Fishman in the top lane. He's going to get swashbuckled. Ari gets credit for it, though, on the Dark Willow. So that lane's going relatively well for OG. But yeah, these courier snipes are getting out of hand. I mean, I can't remember. Was I casting with you or Kezu? But the original Jin Q courier sniping, you're going to see bottom lane. Chaos Bolt from Tomato, but the Blood Grenade, this one will hit. Kataomi, very good aim. Emergent comes in with the cogs, though. Tomato gets a nice Reality Rift. DM's going to be able to walk away, but good job from Emergent to help prevent Tomato's death. But I was casting that game. That is one of the most hilarious. Like, did you watch the whole thing? Because it is actually worth the full watch.
I think that wasn't with me. I think you were casting that one with Kezu, or
I think it was at the Dubai tournament. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just it's not the reason it's so hard to play against is not, it's already annoying to lose your couriers, but you start getting paranoid. Like, and it's so far from the usual Dota you play that you kind of need to.
Yeah. Mid lane BZM.
BZM problems. You'll be okay with the TP from Ari.
Not able to hit the Bramble, but.
And Tomato's got some items now. So that's good news. The reason they could play aggressively on him with DM was that Tomato still had no gold. Effectively. He only had his levels. But now he has gold. It's gonna do him good here. And stabilize this bot lane once more.
Yeah, and theoretically, this facet for Monkey King is mid lane. BZM, hit by the Aether Remnant, no one. Still has that Resonant Pulse up. Katheomi trying to help out, but not able to close the gap. Immersion still has the cogs to work with. Fishman, this time he gets Blood Grenade inside the cogs, so Immersion has learned. Boundless Strike holds them in place. Fishman lives. So much action in the mid lane, and yet to be a kill, it feels like.
He will give them some gold as a thank you for keeping him alive. A little Weaver bribe there with the bugs. The other way, I don't really know what he was hoping for there, but oh, no one's level 6. BZM.
Yep, that is. Oh, and that gets a nice sleight of fist off, and look at the Monkey King. He's the one stuck. It's the Boundless Strike off though. Katheomi is dead. No one gets away with it. Just a sliver of HP.
They knew that play was coming. Both supports covering and instantly responding. I was still worried for BZM that he could die there, but he bought just enough time with the slight for the rotation to come in from the supports and cover his exit. So very nice so far from OG. Can't really put a finger on their play, except that they lost a lot of couriers, but it's kind of hard to avoid.
Yeah, it's not the true Jin Q Monkey King gameplay, because he was level 1 for the first 15 minutes, I believe. It was ridiculous how long he did not even go for XP. But certainly disrupted things. It's BZM being pursued. No one has the Astral Step, but BZM gets away again. Searing Chains with the Bramble from Ari. Shadow Realm brings no one even lower. And he does have a bounty rune to the north, but might just walk back to base. Can't blame him too much there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But all the while, because of all this action mid, we've seen basically 2 solo lanes occur. So Tomato versus DM, and both are farming well. DM faking out the hoof stomp. Tomato.
Oh, a nice rift. Okay.
Very nice. 2-second stun as well. The hoof stomp comes out though.
That looked cool.
Immersion.
There's one of these trees is not real. Which one do you think? All right. All right.
Have you memorized the trees?
Immersion would have loved to have a blood grenade there, but he threw it away earlier, so he couldn't hit the tree.
Yeah. He's 1 for 2 though on the blood grenades now, thankfully. Immersion gets off the cogs, but there's 3 members of Entity there. Nice Boundless Strike. Immersion dead. Now it's a 3v2 in the bottom side of the river. Fishman just Shikuchi's away casually. And Searing Chains applied by BZM again. And Katheomi coming in, but it is just a level 3 Monkey King.
Oh, Ari's
still 3 of them there as BZM will be able to get the Invis rune. Yeah, Ari is definitely dead. BZM trying to get some, well, there's no sentry. That's an OG sentry, so he's getting a little bit of extra value out of this Invis rune. Very nice. Getting some burn damage before the Sleight of Fist chains finish. But again, Watson, I mean, his farm is actually not great, despite it being 1 versus 1. It's bottom of the cores right now. That's a little bit surprising.
It's a good Pango matchup. So when this gets left to, when they get left to their own devices, right, the Pango's just going to keep double jumping the Naga illusions and killing them with Swash. So it is a tough one for Watson, and he's just going to rotate and play jungle as much as possible, you would imagine. It's not, like, this gap being 900 is actually quite big. I didn't think it was going to be this much, but I can't say with confidence that this is not the expected outcome, because that Pango does really thrive, and he also has the kill from the lane, of course.
I mean, that's the difference in the game right now. It's a 1k lead for OG
the
right
top
now.
lane's pretty much it.
I guess the one facet we didn't really talk about is the Ember Spirit. He didn't go for the Sleight of Fist one. As bottom lane,
does it
only
quill?
on a tree.
Oh, quelling was on cooldown for Tomato.
Unfortunate.
He must have cut the wrong
catching
tree.
him now. BZM, again, the battle for, well, the rune's not quite up yet. And Fishman looks to be dead, although Stampede Remnant finishes the job.
Oh, that would have been next level if he turned around and ran back through when that remnant was flying across. I think he might have actually been able to dodge the damage. But
DM. Battery assault
Blade
pops
Mail.
the Blade Mail, and here comes the Monkey King.
nice smoke from immersion.
Stomp only onto one, but BZM has made his way over. And that is a dead Centaur if I've ever seen one.
Misclicks happen. Oh, it's funny. Oh well. I think it was immersion again. I'm not sure it was. It looked like it came from.
Oh, BZM. He's actually very low on mana. Pops the wand though. Remnant away. Available at his disposal. Whisper coming in with the Rolling Thunder. It's off the shield crash as well. That's a dead Weaver. BZM getting dove by the Monkey King. Kateome gets the kill. Blood Grenade hits and he dies, but well worth the effort. Still though, if you count that Centaur kill, it's a 3-for-1 exchange in favor of OG. But you do lose your mid laner. Whisper going Radiance, by the way, on the Pango to help
Top tower.
deal with these illusions from
that's
the Naga.
an interesting one. Definitely not the go-to Pango build.
I've
I
only
don't know
seen
if
that
I've
maybe.
seen this.
I've maybe seen it once in competitive, but
Yeah,
very,
it's
very rare.
quite rare.
I mean, it does feel like if you're doing that, like, doesn't Maelstrom just make more sense? Because it used to be the item that Pangos picked up normally anyway. It's interesting though.
Yeah, I mean, there's the added benefit of the blind, right? That should never be overlooked against Naga. That the illusions can't hit his teammates in the fight as easily when he's got that Radiance running. Not sure. I agree. Maelstrom would probably be the more obvious choice, but I'm not sure it's better.
Oh, Tomato already at half health. Immersion gets off his cogs. Does have that armlet toggle though. Uses the ult and the Weaver gets demolished. Now no one on the run. Using that Stampede to try to get away. The Rolling Thunder from Whisper's coming for him though. Astral Step just came back up though. Whisper. Okay, I thought he may have had the shield crash. Not in time. It was on cooldown or off cooldown at that point. Watson though.
Is under attack.
That's a lot of enemies. Nice blocking from Tomato. Do they have the lockdown to get this kill? Watson
they do.
does not have ult. He is dead.
Yeah, he showed up to this play in case he was needed, but unfortunately he doesn't have Song skilled, so... It turned out that the hero he came to save was fine, and he just killed himself instead of farming another 3 neutral camps. So that's a pretty costly error here. It's a difficult judgment call to make, but would have been way better off just continuing to farm instead of rotating down there. Kateome in trouble. Oh, Whisper's gonna jump poorly. Still gonna get him though.
Doesn't. Ari will snag that kill.
It's got some. It's such a good Bedlam game. My God, can you think of better heroes to play with?
It's true. A lot of people up close and personal.
Just all
It's
of
interesting.
them.
He's going for Aether Lens on the Dark
Yeah.
Willow. Not
Does
the
he
most
really-
common item.
Guess he really wants to be sure he can get the Bedlam on his ally and stay very far away from the threats. I think there's some meaning to this against a hero like Void Spirit, that you, as Willow with this item, can just stand so far in the backline that you're never getting jumped, and you can always find your impact spells. And if you didn't have this, the Bedlam cast range of 900 is still good, but just that little bit extra.
Yeah, very interesting though.
Yeah. Some interesting item builds in general from OG, like Willow with that, the Radiance Pango. Seems like they're being a bit creative here with their approaches.
Of course, when you're creative and if you end up losing, then people criticize you, Syndrome.
Yeah, but
It's
if
hard
you
to
do
be
well,
innovative.
They call you a genius.
That's true. Hoof Stomp, you wouldn't know much about that, of course. Ari gets off the Shadow Round. Terrorize, gonna be canceled. And the Stampede comes through. Ari is certainly dead. Whisper with that Rolling Thunder. Wukong's command kind of whiffs. And now Fishman. Looks like he's gonna get brought down very easily. But Hoof Stomp into the double-edged DM. Helping kill off Whisper. Very important kill for Entity. Kateome still alive somehow.
Nope.
Gets hookshot for his efforts. Sticking around a little bit too long.
Yeah, Fishman only being level 5 is a problem. He is Actually, he's half the enemy team's kills. He's 1 in 7. And level 5 minute 15. So this was the first pick of the draft. This has not gone as well as he had hoped. Now, the hero can still find major impact just through its levels. It's still very strong, just casting its, you know, he's not going to be farmed, but he can still throw out a level 4 swarm later on and have the earn plus. I'm assuming he's finishing the vessel, it looks like, but could also think about going some other utility. When your game is this bad, I don't know if Gleipnir is in the cards. It's just so far off. Yeah, we'll see what the choice is. 6 acquired. DM. If he walks up here, he is toast. But Kataomi will give the info.
He's opting for a BKB as his next item. Tomato has his Orchid along with the armlet as we see the Radiance officially finished on Whisper. I truly wonder how many games in general we've seen of Radiance on Pango. For competitive, that is. I would imagine it's in the single digits.
Yeah, I think so. But however many it is, they were probably all against Naga.
Yeah, he's going to be going Blink next on Whisper, and then has his eyes set on a Crimson, which is really good this game. But the Ensnare finds him, gets off the shield crash. Rolling Thunder, and he's fine.
He might have died there with Maelstrom.
Oh, Centaur dying on the other side of the map, though. It's Whisper. Still fine, although Kataomi, Boundless Strike, and he gets the kill. Just hanging around. Such an annoying hero. A little bit cocky, I would say, from Whisper there. Could have gotten out at any time. Stuck around just to get a couple of stuns off, though.
Yep. That's the swarm at play as well. He can't break the swarm when he's in the roll, and it gives Kataomi the guaranteed vision to find him afterwards. So, nice little display of part of what makes Weaver so strong as a support, and those bugs.
BZM has a Mage Slayer. And this time, in this build, he will be going Maelstrom as the second item. So, I guess that's another reason not to go Maelstrom on Pango, because you're already getting one on the Ember.
True. I mean, it's not bad to have two.
It's not that bad, though, yeah. But no one else is getting Radiance, so...
Has to time-lapse this immediately. Well.
He is fine.
He chooses a good escape path here, too. They're trying to find him off on the right.
Is he fine?
Nice Shukuchi.
He is fine.
Dodges the slight chains just as it's cast.
Ooh, hookshot just barely missing there from Emergent. $4K lead for OG, so good start overall with the stand-in. Oh, BZM, they're going to spot. No, he already used Sleight of Fist, though. Unfortunate timing for him. There's a damage rune bottom as well. DM looking to finish that tier 1 bottom by his lonesome, although TPs are coming.
God, I love the cog bowling. It's so funny.
Ari, bedlaming himself, but
I think that was
no
a
one around.
misclick. I think he meant to put that on BZM, probably.
Not often we see a Centaur going for BKB as the third item. It's Fishman spotted, dusted. No time lapse. First crown. Oh, he's dead. Another death to his name. That is 8. Wow, I didn't realize it was that bad. 1 in 8. Yeah. Yikes.
He's spiraling downwards. It's okay to die once in a while and support Weaver, right? Like, it's okay if he's drawing attention away from the Naga and he's pushing out waves and he's finding some sort of scaling, which, you know, despite being 1 in 8, he basically has the same net worth as the enemy 5 clock, who's 1 in 1. So it's not so much the gold he has lost, but mainly the gold the enemy team has gained from killing him. And yeah, this should definitely not have been this many, but a couple of deaths here and there on the Weaver is acceptable.
No one has his Manta style, and he's smoked up with Fishman. Gonna try to use him as bait.
Yep.
Tomato spotted. I think.
Kill him.
Yep. Well, it does feel like one of those games where you're just waiting for Naga to farm from the entity perspective until you can really try to fight. But it's kind of a long
5k
ways
down
out.
though, minute 20 is not a healthy outlook for that. And the fact that Tomato is 3k ahead on the CK is exceptional for this matchup. I think usually Naga will pull ahead or at least be even, but this has not been an even game for the carries. Tomato 3-0 and 2.
No
Watson
one hook
0.
shot. You can see the Bedlam on BZM. Uses the dissimulate, but still getting hounded by BZM and company, and that is going to be the death of the Void Spirit. And Entity just feels like they can't do much at the moment. And part of that is just because of the farm discrepancy right now. Watson, once he gets that heart, I mean, typically it is the third item for Naga when you can actually try to fight this out.
Yeah.
They are pinging this out, though. Watson does have Song. He's going to use it just in case. Bramble. Oh, did that
this
cancel
is
it?
good.
Oh, boy. Terrorize as well, although the second Bramble doesn't end up latching. That was
if he
close.
If he would have clipped another one, that could have been scary. That was a nice attempt from Ari there. Aether Lens
That's
working.
the Aether Lens. Yeah, exactly. Very cool. And maybe that's the reason for the Song. That's interesting.
True. Yeah, maybe he can outrange the Song disengages that way. That's a good point.
That's a level 2 Song, though. Or no, it's still only level 1, actually. So we'll
Terrorize
see. once
cast
it all
range
set
with
up.
lens is 1425. And Song's radius is 1k plus 200 per level, so 1400 on level 3. Which means he just outranges on level 3. You might be onto something. It might be it. And the range is a bit more than the 1425, right? Because that's the distance to the center of the Terrorize. So then you also have the radius on top. So yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a cool
These pro
idea.
players are fucking nerds. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Jesus Christ.
It's a very astute observation, analyst Suns fan.
Oh, we have Tomato getting initiated. Already at half HP. Whisper can't quite get inside the cogs. DM is going to have to use a Stampede to try to get away. The Rolling Thunder trying to get this Watson. Still does not have Song, so they can actually find him with just a couple more hits, and indeed they do. Down goes the Naga Siren, and OG lose absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Entity are just getting rolled. Like, this game is not even remotely close. They seem
Pun
completely
intended.
unable to fight. Actually not, but you know, I'll take the free ones. This is just, if Naga's game isn't good enough, what damage do you have? Oh no. Well, they maybe have enough for the clock, so that's something. But yeah, definitely not the outlook of the game that I had when I saw the drafts that Naga was going to be this far behind the Chaos Knight minute 20. Like, this is just unhealthy levels of lead for the CK, and it's a problem because Fishman, as we've already covered, has a terrible game on Weaver. So effectively, how many heroes do you have that deal meaningful damage? Trying to tangle
Lane,
here. Good Terrorize.
BZM, or Whisper, I should say.
Very
Double
good.
shield crash. He's out thanks to the Terrorize.
All three.
That was definitely a kill without that.
Yeah.
And Entity just can't seem to find anything valuable. Ari can't even be found either. Immersion, hook shot in. Tomato has Aegis while this is all happening.
Well.
He's gonna come in. What? To blink away from the Centaur. No one, no more astral steps. He is likely dead. And Fishman, well, he's around, so I guess he can die too. It's been kind of the state of affairs for him. Never mind, he gets away for once. And DM gets away as well, so only the one kill with all this rotation. But again, Entity just can't find any of these core kills, feels like.
Okay, I'll tell you this. This is the first time in Proto that Pango has gone this item combination. There may have been Radiances before, but I don't think Radiance into Crimson Guard has ever.
That's because no one built Crimson Guard.
No, he didn't. He's dead and he has Manta.
What? Oh, god damn it. You got me. You got me. Good job, Cinderin.
Oh boy, that's a fast Tormentor. Holy
Yep.
moly. 2 hits. See ya later.
And Ari now gets the upgrade to his Cursed Crown. Very scary proposition. And Tomato, 3.5 minutes on that Aegis. Plenty of time to get all the outer towers and maybe even poke for the high ground. Is that enough time for Entity to get the farm needed for the Naga Siren? Can almost buy the Messerschmitt's Reaver on Naga Siren.
You are
Eventual Heart.
truly a native German speaker.
How did you say that?
Not like that.
Oh, give me an example. I never heard anyone even pronounce it before.
Messerschmitt.
Messerschmitt. Okay, BZM.
It was better.
Messerschmitt. Yeah, that sounds very American.
That was a very American.
Watson, he has song, might have to use it, but he's scared of this right here. Ari in the vicinity, hookshot in addition. You ain't going anywhere, my friend.
Damn, they just have it on lock. Watson can't play. This is absolutely a terrible game for him. Like, it seems, and he only has 3 deaths. Like, that's. I guess it could have been way worse, but it's just it doesn't seem like there's a light at the end of the tunnel here, right? There's like nothing to look forward to right now. The heart is not going to solve this problem either. They overkilled him like 3 times there, so it doesn't matter if he has a heart. All right, they'll find Ember.
Okay.
Finally, something good for
Yes.
Entity. Ability damage. Damn it, Rune.
Well, no one. Definitely wasn't needed for that because of that damage rune that you were trying to talk about. Rolling Thunder coming for him, though, with the Bedlam on top.
Yeah.
And it does cost him in the end, but, I mean, even if it's a 3-for-1, you've been... maybe you just take that if you're Entity at this stage. I don't know. But that is no way to
The
make
Naga
a
kill
comeback.
was a separate issue, right? So I guess it was a 2-for-1, but...
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
Katsuomi, haven't talked about him too much on the Monkey King aside from the first few minutes. This is what often happens for this hero when you play this position 4 shenanigans. If you're not really taking over the game with the other heroes, then you're kind of stuck in this awkward limbo where you're not playing with your carry, and you don't have many items because you've played so much just running around. He still has a decent game. He has the Orchid now, together with Orb of Corrosion, so I think it's done an admirable job, but it is not an easy game to be a Monkey King with the state of affairs. And also, he himself has stuff to dodge, right? We talked about Watson being an easy target. The Monkey King can easily be found by multiple heroes. Tomato really chasing DM here in mid. Not letting go.
DM
And
no
now
longer
maybe-
with the BKB.
Nice Manta
He
dodge.
dodges
God,
the
what
hoof
a
stomp. Are you serious?
clutch. Damn.
Get out of here, Tomato.
Sexy.
That is disgusting.
That's a
Jesus.
tough one. There's spells that are easier to manta than others. I think Hoof Stomp is not one of the easy ones. That was
Especially considering you can
very
fake it out
nice.
as well.
Yep.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was very nice.
Well, looking very good for OG. And even with the late game, the itemization they've gone for has really worked out. I mean, it hasn't really been needed, to be perfectly honest, but they have the Maelstrom, which is going to turn into a Gleipnir for the Naga. They have the Radiance and the Crimson for the Naga. The only thing they're really missing is like a Shiva's, maybe. Is there any other item that would be good against Naga?
No, mainly just the Shivas to go, right? They've pretty much got
Which-
it covered.
That does feel like maybe an
Pango?
Ember item
Or
for this
Pango.
game. I mean, Pango could go for... He has enough armor, though.
He's already going the utility route with a Lotus
He's going
Crimson,
Lotus,
right?
yeah.
So I don't think there's a problem in him also getting the Shivas.
Okay.
Because I don't think he's going to pivot now and do some sort of massive damage build with Ags, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'd think he just... Now you've taken this path, you just stick to it. And let the Ember focus more on straight damage items. Unless the Ember specifically wants the Shiva for the armor. But, we'll see what his choice is after Gleipnir. Close to that one. Tomato. Finding no one, but no one will get the Wisdom. And Fishman trying to be cute here, but it's gone.
Poor
He
guy.
took care of business.
1 in 10 right now on the Weaver.
Under attack.
Absolutely shut down. Obviously, it is a support, but still, like we talked about, this is a hero that has been extremely coveted throughout this entire qualifiers for all regions. And he's going to be going for Maelstrom, so eventual Gleipnir if he can get there.
Yeah, if
I was thinking having a game like this, maybe you just try to go for Ags and just go for just the save or something. I don't know. Searing Chains,
Nice
but it's a
burst.
trap. Do they have the damage?
my
Oh, the
God, these
terrorize
terrorizers
again.
are godly.
Ari is a beast. Watson has Song, not going to use it quite yet as the Weaver dies again. And the Rolling Thunder continues. The lockdown onto the Naga Siren. Can't get anything off. And this is getting worse and worse by the minute for Entity.
they're just reading them at every turn. Entity were trying to bait their Weaver into the Ember, but the Ember was already protected by the Willow. So who was baiting who? Wow, that was... I mean, how many heroes has Ari hit with Terrorize on average? I feel like it's 3.
Yeah, maybe.
It's like crazy. Just really landing them perfectly.
One it basically has
time.
global range at this point with the Aether Lens. Jesus.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
Loving the hyperbole.
That's my entire job is hyperbole. So no one... He's had the Ags for a bit now. Gets the double charge on Resonant Pulse along with the Silence. And BKB will be next, but not close to it. Dead Monkey King again.
I think
Double low this on
BZM actually
Silent.
slight dodged the Boundless, I think. Either he slight dodged the Boundless or the Boundless only hit the creeps, but either way. And that's another one.
Another one bites the dust.
Yep. Well, not many good things to talk about for Entity, unfortunately. They're finding a kill every, like, 3 minutes or so, and then they're just bleeding 4.
One. Leipnir, they see him. Gets the Aether Remnant off. That was his
good
last
job.
Astral Step, though, as the CK Bolt comes in. And that'll be the death of him. How's their high ground defense, Cinderin? Because that's going to be happening here pretty soon.
Oh boy, that's when you know the game isn't going well, when you ask that question.
Well, I mean, the good news for Entity is that first Aegis did not result in any Tier 2 kills.
The good news for Entity is
Tier
that
2
this is a
towers.
best of 3. That's the good news.
All right, Whisper gets the first Tier 2 in the mid lane. Bottom one's pretty damn low as well. But just waiting for this next Roshan in all likelihood to try to get the first set of barracks and force a fight.
I'm trying to think of what an entity's best chance is at taking a fight. If there's like a specific item, maybe it's the Bloodthorn on Naga. That is the last good chance they really have. I don't think you can wait for the voice for BKB. I think it's going to take way too long. He is 2 components off it, so more than 2,000 golds. That will take him quite a while. The Naga Bloodthorn is a bit closer, and she also farms faster. And it opens up an avenue for... I don't know how that interacts with the Monkey King ult, actually. Oh, he's dead, by the way.
Yep.
Do you think the soldiers do extra damage to Bloodthorn? They probably do, right? Because it works for creeps.
What does Bloodthorn actually say? Does it say units you control? Isn't that the wording?
I think it's just units attacking the target, right? All attacks on the silenced target will deal 50 extra damage and have True Strike. So I think the Monkey King ring works as well. 'Cause I'm just looking for, okay, when they Bloodthorn somebody, do they have the damage? Like Naga itself will obviously do a lot of damage, but might need a bit of backup. And the ring could help a little bit here and there from everybody. It adds up if they want to kill Chorus during the Thorn. That's little picking up here for BZM. We'll use it immediately.
Roche is a bit of a later spawn. Still with a minute 40 left as OG cannot wait to get that started because that'll open up the high ground potential. Unless they can find a pick off of Kateomi. What? He has Shard. I think he accidentally he teleported the Boundless Strike.
Or he wanted to... Yeah.
Kill himself?
Yeah, that's an accident. You're right. I was like, yeah, maybe he wanted to boundless in and jump out, but then why boundless in? Right? It was like, no point.
I mean, they changed that so that you don't need to teleport to the end, as we're going to see Weaver die for the millionth time this game, but you don't need to teleport to the end to get the tree dance effect. So you can just balance, like, it just adds it, I believe. But anyway, I think that was...
it was just a mistake. There's no way that was... It happens. All right, they're going to try again.
Stop. There's no terrorize. Oh, he's actually coming on the sideline. Ari, BKB's there, though. Bramble from global range. Hyperbole, DM. TP's out. No one. Searing Shades.
Watson with the song. Oh, no, he's giving away his position with the song.
Oh, the ball comes in and stuns him. Nothing going right for Entity. Watson will be brought back into the arms of Tomato, gets hook shot and destroyed.
How often do you feel like you get to say, I think Naga killed herself by using song? But that's actually what that was. I think he could have just TP'd out. Tomato was on the wrong target. Nobody seemed to know what was going on with the Naga, and then he just starts rippling out the song waves, and that's while the Pango is in the ball. So he's just like, oh, okay. Guess Naga's here, and not Watson's best game this one. That's just added to the pile of things that have not gone right.
The Bramble onto 2 heroes, and this is all about getting away if you're Entity. DM's not going to get that luxury. He's dead again. 34-8. 22k lead for OG. Man alive.
The improved agent 1007 on the Chaos Knight. Very nice scoreline for Tomato.
That's really cool, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Fishman is 1-12. What's your pun for that, or your meme for that?
Well, I have one, but it doesn't translate that well to English.
Okay, go ahead and say it, and then we'll move on.
When you call 911, we call 112 in Europe.
Do you?
Yes.
That didn't take long to explain. That's pretty good,
call,
actually.
Call 112 for the Weaver. Not in all European countries, but a lot of them, I think it's 112.
Roche number 2 will go the way of Tomato and company. He's soloing it again. He has Arcane Blink, by the way. Very cool. What do you think of that?
Kato. Oh, me. Oh, me, oh my.
Oh, me, oh my. Monkey King dead again. I'm a big fan of this Arcane Blink version. Such a low cooldown, 7 seconds. It blinks you farther. It gives you mana and HP. Not that that's super important for CK, but mainly the cooldown.
Yeah.
Very strong. Searing Chains onto Fishmit. Time lapses. Gleipnir'd up. And he is now going to be 1-13. I don't know what country you call 113 in, but we'll need to find it. Somebody in chat let us know if you live in that country.
Can't wait to find out in a minute what country they call 114 in. It'll be enlightening. Immersion. All right, Entity get a kill. Let's see what the last time that happened that was. Oh, well, let's see if Watson gets out first. Oh, no. Oh,
I'm watching the top side of the map. It looks like they might be able to get Whisper, gets the Lotus off, and he dies. So a really good defense from Entity, as Watson with the Song of Siren. Terrorize, not going to hit.
Oh. Well, he did still hit 3 targets.
True, the creeps.
Yeah, Tomato on the hunt. Watson will hide in the pit and live for now.
Yeah, a little bit of chasing going on from OG. I feel like Tomato was in a fine position up there, but Whisper's the one that suffers the consequences. So finally something going Entity's way, but they need a lot more of that to get back in this game. As Kateomi on the trees. Oh, did they spot him? No. Boundless strike now onto Ari.
Okay. Finding a couple.
And another kill going the way of Entity. A little bit sloppy from OG, but here comes Tomato.
Not for free.
Kills off the monkey.
This Chaos Knight's so huge. I can't. He's got
he's
500
large.
CS and 11 kills, minute 38. He's doing his thing, you know? Tomato, a master of this hero.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Will they
Putting it
attempt
on
high
good
ground,
display.
Cinderin? I think it's time.
Well,
2
this is
minutes, 40
always
seconds
the
on Aegis.
issue against Naga is you have limited access to waves, and they do have one top, but without their Willow, doesn't seem like they're too interested in pushing it just yet. But maybe now. Tomato also has a wave in mid. He could Arcane Blink up top and just use Phantasm, or he could find no one together with BZM.
Yeah, they're going to
Good
try
answer.
for it. Manta's butt.
And he'll get out.
Uses one astral to get away. That's the Aghanim Scepter now picked up by the Clockwork. This is going to be very annoying to deal with. Tomato. Oh, did he Manta his own stun? Oh my, that is disgusting. The Lotus reflected and he Manta'd the stun off. This guy is a god, actually.
Oh, what an absolute beast. It's like he's just trying.
Jesus. It's like a mini game for him. He's like, this game's too easy. Let me try some really difficult maneuvers here.
He got a PM from Holy Hexer and he was like, hey, I need new footage for my video.
That's old school right there.
Yep.
And Tomato soloing the barracks now. Can Entity do anything? Boundless Strike to start things out. Hoof Stomp onto the CK. He's just going to ignore it for the most part. Oh, this time he does stun himself. Yep, noob. But Centaur's dead anyway. No one able to get out as the Song of Siren activated. And Rolling Thunder not going to get the full effectiveness. And they do have the buyback onto the Centaur here.
They find Kataomi.
Kataomi looking to die for the 11th time this game. Successfully does so.
Nice.
And we have the stun again onto the Centaur Warner. This is going to be a dieback for him. DM dead likely for the rest of this game.
I mean,
the Weaver
just can't
is
fight,
next.
Right? It's that simple.
GG is called. All right. Well, that was a long time coming, I have to say. Jeez, what a beatdown by OG.
That is the biggest stomp we've had so far that we have cast, I would say. And it was 40 minutes long. But my goodness. All right. Get a little fun fact in the end. Kataomi killed 5 couriers.
Great. That's really interesting.
That's good. He killed something this game.
It didn't work. I mean, when you have 25 deaths between your 2 supports, that is just not. I mean, your carry goes 1 and 5, so that kind of tells the whole story. But this is again OG playing with a stand-in, a last-minute stand-in for Seb. Maybe it's been released. I don't know, but there's no information why Seb was not able to attend. Hopefully, everything's okay with him. Obviously, it must have been serious if it's TI qualifiers, but game 1, OG just dumpstering Entity.
Yeah, there isn't really much to add there, right? They just beat them in every facet of this game. I was very, very impressed with Ari's spellcasting in this game on the Willow. I think that really stood out to me. And Tomato on the CK playing some of the best that I think I've seen from him. All the little details. We talked about Manta dodges and whatnot, but also just finding incredible efficiency with the farm. He's part of a ton of kills while still being clearly on the better side of the Naga in terms of CS too. That's a masterclass, you know? That's scary for the other teams watching here. I mean, sure, you might have just beaten Secret if you're Tundra, but if OG's in this form, you're not safe. You're not home safe just yet.
Yeah,
let's see if Entity can turn this around after this first game, but that was not it.
Yeah, and of course all the itemization against the Naga, who just never got online anyway, so just having those items against her just made it even more difficult to do anything. And I feel like OG just played so well against the Song of Siren, baiting it at times, and like you talked about, Ari getting that Aether Lens actually just changed the game to be able to just cancel TPs within Song. And of course they have Rolling Thunder already, so just beautifully played from OG.
Yeah. Beautiful. I'm impressed. Color me impressed, and let's see if they can do it again, because it's hard to replicate this good of a performance another game, but with how much they stomped this, I think if they play 90% of this, it's probably also going to be enough, right? Unless Entity really finds some solutions. I think a big problem that Entity run into in some of their Naga games is when one other lane doesn't go well, the way they draft the Naga a lot of the times, Naga needs a lot of time. Like, they don't necessarily draft Naga with the most obvious pairings that can really synergize with her and use her with one item to fight. In this game, it felt like Watson needed the whole package, and in the meantime, his team was just bleeding out. So perhaps Naga change that for something else that's a bit more active and stronger early. Could be a way into the game for the upcoming one.
Yep, and I would agree with this standout player, Ari. We already talked about a lot with that Aether Lens and whatnot, but he just played incredible. But then again, everyone did on this OG side.
Yeah.
So that puts them with a 1-0 start in this best of 3. And remember, winner of this series will go on to face Tundra in the upper bracket finals to figure out who's going to TI. There's 2 slots, though. So lower bracket the winner of that, whenever that will be the second one. That's how it works, Cinder, in case you're wondering. But game 2 coming next. Stay tuned.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 between Entity and OG for the upper bracket semifinals, the second semifinals, in fact, to see who goes to TI. Game 1, OG, well, they won handily. The biggest stomp we've probably seen of our casting, at least thus far in this qualifier. And that's with a stand-in, Immersion, on the Clockwork last game, standing in for Seb. Are you expecting Entity to fight back, Cinder? And I think we're both expecting a closer game.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting them to do better than that, but it was a little bit uninspired. I think, so first of all, I was saying at the beginning of that game that I thought the drafts were pretty even, and I think I'll still stand by that. I just feel like OG significantly outplayed them in one key portion of the game, which was when the lanes break down, and Naga is still not a part of the game. The Weaver and the Monkey King were just dying so much. Like, they were just getting hunted around the map, and credit to OG for finding them as much as they did, but it's also a little bit down to Entity to make fewer mistakes of that kind and simply feed away less gold and play a bit more tight. But yeah, that was a stellar performance from OG. There's no way around it. Even if Entity played at least a bit better, they would have still lost that game. They needed to play a lot better than what they did. I'm expecting the main change, like I said at the end of the last game. I think Watson will play something else than Naga. I think he'll play something that's more involved. And Entity will try to fight OG head on instead of letting them run the show, because that must have been pretty demoralizing to lose in the way that they did. Effectively just bleeding until they lost, right? They were just dying all the time.
Yeah, and
those supports.
I know it wasn't just all him, but a hero that is banned very consistently in this tournament so far is the Dark Willow. I wouldn't be surprised if that's just gotten rid of.
Yeah.
Ari, I don't think we've seen a better Dark Willow performance. Of course, it was a different kind of Dark Willow, right?
And Clock, right? They got arguably two of the highest rated supports in the patch. They got both of them. And sure,
and part of it is because they're
Weaver,
banning Phoenix for immersion, right? Which is
Yep.
not a standard ban at this stage, at least.
Yeah. We'll see if they do differently. All right, Entity with a draft penalty this time around. I didn't notice that. They're a little bit late, so 30 seconds down the drain.
Entities turn to ban.
Might be a blessing for them. Maybe they can come up with better picks if they're under more pressure. It's like, oh, let's just do this.
Yeah,
Not
first
overthink
instinct
it.
is usually correct. As so far we're seeing the same bans. Pudge would be next if it follows suit.
5
Although,
seconds
wait.
remaining.
No, I'm
it's the
sorry.
other way.
Shadow Fiend was not banned, actually, last game.
Okay. Well, OG
that
might have
is
a
new.
different... Yeah, Entity are still dire here. So OG's Radiant Pudge is a possibility,
Entities turn to ban.
and they will be
Come
able
on.
to have it.
Don't ban it. Don't ban it. Come on. Pick Pudge Jungle. I didn't get to see that game because, when we're
think
done
they'll
casting, it's 7 a.m. here. So
They'll pick
to go
Enigma
to bed.
first if they want it, I think. And then they will go Pudge second phase if they're allowed to,
It
would be
won't
my
be there.
guess.
come on. Pick that Pudge. Pick it.
We've seen Fishman play Warlock, which if OG wants... Okay, they're just going to ban Darks here, and...
All right. All right.
So the question now is Fishman going to pick his Warlock against this to try to solve it from a supporting position, or are they going to get the Weaver again and then look to solve Enigma from a core position in the safe lane? Watson has a very big repertoire of carries, so he can definitely play a lot of the good ones against this, such as, let's say, the Gyro is very good, the Alchemist, Bristleback is double-edged, but can be very good. Let's see. Time already ticking now.
Yeah, they are definitely taking their time on this one.
This shouldn't
We're not
surprise
expecting the
them, right?
changes.
I mean, I could call this after a few seconds of watching the bans, so Entity must know it too. And they're gonna opt for the Storm, so
They must know what exactly.
that the Enigma is coming. I thought, like, usually in the first phase, when the enemy team picks a hero, you kind of like, yeah, we expected that, so we already know what we're gonna do, It's like a game of chess where in chess, people generally know their first 5 moves. They have like an opener. They know, okay, when one player does this as white, you do this as black, whatever, right? And in drafting in Dota, a lot of the time it's the same, where the depth and the complexity scales really fast, but the first phase is very simple. So mostly you know what you're going to do. But they still took 20 seconds to pick Storm. I would have loved to hear what their other discussion was. There's probably Weaver, I would imagine, but maybe lost a little bit of confidence in that after getting absolutely curb stomped in the last game on Fishman. But it's obviously different conditions, right? It's already other heroes. There's no Willow this time. That was a really major thorn in his side.
Literally.
Yep. Elder Titan, banned out by OG.
Remaining.
Come on, Pudge.
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
I want to see this jungle Pudge everyone's been raving
I
about.
could see it. I mean, the Storm is quite good against it in terms of avoiding getting caught, but these are the exact conditions OG want to pick their Pudge. They want to have offlane Enigma, Radiant, and picking Pudge in the second phase. So this would qualify.
I don't think they're getting it.
You know, because of Storm, or
No, I mean, I don't think they're going to
Oh,
have
it's gonna
the
get banned,
option
you
to
mean?
get it.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
okay, it's possible. Taking some time here.
Well, Entity gets first pick out of this phase as well, right? So they could technically pick the Pudge if they want.
True. They have Watson, plays a beastly Pudge. Not the best matchup into Enigma, though. I feel like picking Pudge that early as a core is very dangerous. And we forgot to mention this hero, or rather forgot to think about it, at least I did, the Rubik, which is a classic hero to have against Enigma, and it's one of Kataomi's very best heroes, so
5 seconds
don't mind this ban from OG either.
Honestly,
It
that's
was-
probably what they were discussing. Whether
Oh,
they
it's the
should
first pick.
Rubik.
Yeah, it could have.
Yeah.
It could have also been the Rubik. That's true. The thing is, now OG are leaving all the cores on the table for Watson, so he gets his pick of the litter here with what he wants to face Enigma with, unless they want to overall last pick his hero in the draft. In which case, OG does get another 2 bans coming up. So that's the choice you have to make in this phase as Entity coming out. I imagine they're just going to pick a support next, but damn, they're really taking their time on these bans right now, both teams. Not going to be so much time left over to get the right pick idea.
Entities turn
They'll ban BZM's Ember.
Okay. Pudge is
was-
still alive.
I think BZM will play Void Spirit now, because that seems to be the spirit we pick against Storm in this tournament.
Yeah.
It's
That seems
honestly
so.
mid is rock, paper, scissors between the spirits is what it feels like right now, which the heroes are entertaining to watch, but it would be nice to have a little more variety. Shadow Fiend, I guess, is there sometimes,
seconds remaining.
but
Mostly
been a
banned,
lot
though,
of
sadly.
spirits.
Radiant team
Shadow Fiend's really entertaining to watch. All right, they're gonna get the Weaver in the second phase. So
I'll get it again.
OG are like, all right, you died 13, 14 times on Weaver. You can get it whenever you want. We're not gonna waste a ban on it.
2 tough heroes to hit with hooks. Does Ari care?
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see.
5 seconds remaining.
Come on, Ari. You know you want it. You're radiant. You get the wishing well buff.
You cheer so hard for this pick. I love Touch as much as the next guy, but there's not many good reasons for it right now.
What do you
aside
mean?
from
You just
you are
said all the
radiant.
stars have aligned. Radiant with Enigma.
Sure, but the matchups he's against are not good. So you, well, this is the perfect test for me of how much he loves it, right? Like, is he actually going to pick it into these 2? Because then he doesn't care about the matchups, right? Then it's just like, if I'm Radiant with Enigma, I'll play it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's all the extra time right now is he's trying to convince his teammates, guys, I want to play Pudge, and they're all like, dude, you have no matchups. It's like, I don't care, man. I'm Ari. I'm the best. I'll first pick my hero.
That sounds like Ari, all right. That's a tree instead.
He's also
Oh,
big.
God.
Trand Enigma. All right, some big ass team fight.
You know what that does, Cinder? That sets up hooks with the overgrowth. So now you can go buy some.
It's one of Immersion's better heroes. I'm imagining that's why they're grabbing this here. And as a team, they should be relatively experienced with this too, because it's one of Seb's good old heroes. He used to play it offlane, as a matter of fact, way back when. So they definitely have the practice as a team of playing around Treant. Good team fight. They have 2 roots now, or rather, this hero has roots against Storm and Weaver. Would you look at that?
Wow,
It's
you
our good
called
old
it.
friend Void Spirit. Shocking development here. In exquisite scenes as they run the exact same counters to Storm we've seen every game.
Entities
By the way, what happened to, as we're going to see, Sven
Oh.
radiant
for Entity into Lena? Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Okay.
All right. What happened to Hoodwink? That used to be the Ari special. Does the hero just
True.
suck right now?
No, I think the hero is still good. But
You get
it's
two
maybe
heroes
not,
that can run through trees.
it's maybe not as good as before,
10
but it's
seconds
still
remaining.
a solid hero. We're still seeing it played. I guess he's not particularly
seconds remaining.
eager to grab it against Stormweaver. Maybe it's better to have some more reliable connection than the Hoodwink, but let's see. The connection gets quite right. What's the word? Consistent once you get the Gleipnir, but it takes time, and your lanes need to make sense.
Ooh, okay. So we're going to see the Broodmother for OG this time.
Okay.
Trying to replicate what Tundra did in the first series.
Do we think the Sven is carry?
As opposed to...
Position 4.
Is that actually... Come on. That
It's
was so brief.
Kataomi. It's the
Yeah, but-
position 4 Sven player.
Have they been playing it recently, though?
Fuck no. But it's Kataomi. I'm just looking at the matchups. Like, how are you playing carry Sven against Enigma Treant as the two heroes you see plus Void Spirit? Like, is that a good carry Sven matchup? Any of this? Overgrowth pierces your BKB. Black Hole pierces your BKB.
Seconds remaining.
I'm just, the reason I'm second guessing it so much is specifically that they have Kataomi. If it was any other team, I'd be like, all right, they're playing carry Sven, they're committed, and they like the idea. I just feel like the matchups are really bad. So traditionally, when Entity run their 4 Sven strategy, they ran it with Pudge carry on... That was pure at the time, but Watson plays it as well. So I would actually like that better, almost, than playing the Sven carry, because I think this is a tough one, but... You see OG even feeling so confident that they pick Brood into it, right? They're not worried about this this possibility. But they are banning Beastmaster offlane for now, so that does show that they think the Sven is carry. And wait, who is support? So support Lina and Weaver. Yeah, we didn't even talk about this. The Lina could be carry. Maybe it's Sven Lina lane. Sven support carry Lina.
Old school. I mean, that is the very, very old school Dota 1 lane.
Yeah, just that the roles are different, because that was always Sven carrying in that lane. But I actually think that's probably the most likely thing, and that's what OG are saying with this Beastmaster ban is, we think your Sven is support and the Lina is carry, and we will ban offlaners that are good with Weaver, position 4. There's another one in the Doom. Let's see, though. Can you play 5 Lina?
I don't know anymore, Cinderin. I really don't. If you're telling me Sven could be played as support right now, when that was like, feels like people are doing that for a week, like a year ago.
And Entity did it for 2 or 3 months.
Well, some teams are more stubborn than others.
5 seconds remaining.
They were winning with it. It wasn't stubborn.
I don't
they
care.
Were just good.
Sven cannot be support.
Okay.
It's too weird.
Understood.
Entities turn to
Oh, Nick's assassin.
baby.
All right. And remember, his innate is he can see invisible heroes close to him, which I believe, who was it, saying it's one of the worst innates in the game? And it's probably true, but maybe some value here as Tidehunter picked last for Entity.
Yeah, it's Carolina.
All right. Lots to talk
Sven
about here.
For Fishman. It's not Kataomi on this Sven. It's Fishman. Oh, no, Shannon. Here it is.
boy.
The brood set you hate.
Oh, no.
Tomato is the...
Disgusting.
What is it this spider is called? The real life spider that looks like this.
Is it not Black Widow?
Is it
Maybe
Black
it's,
Widow? Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a Black Widow spider, yeah.
they're scary.
So Tide is an interesting choice in the sense that he does very well against carry Brood, I would imagine. He should just be able to farm, right? Brood only has his right clicks and you just remove them with Kraken plus the Anchor Smash, so you're happy. It's also good against Treant because of how much damage he loses when he gets hit by the Anchor. So I think DM will have a good lane with Kataomi on the Weaver. That should be a good one. The downside is you're playing Tide into Enigma, and that's one of the few things you cannot Kraken off is that Black Hole combination with the Midnight Pulse that can kill you. So I don't know what to think, because there's a couple of mysteries in this, right? You and I have not cast Treant or Nyx yet, so we get 2 new heroes from one team in the same game, and then the other team is playing support Sven and carry Lina. So we have what's this? I think this game has 5 heroes we haven't cast in this tournament.
And I'm excited to talk about them once we're in game to see what
That's
facets
crazy.
they have chosen.
very.
I will say
very
Nyx
different.
does seem like a pretty good hero against, at least in the mid game, against the Storm Spirit because of the Spike Carapace being able to run
Yeah.
into the static remnants, set up the stun. Ari goes for the Scuttle facet, which I think is the better of the two. I don't think it's nearly as picked in low level pubs. Of course, I don't know about high level.
Wait, Shannon.
Yes.
You know what Nyx can do now?
What?
He can skill Mind Flare level 1 and kill jungle camps. And he's
That's
playing
true.
with Enigma.
That's true.
What if
That's true.
Ari skills Mind Flare and he gets Enigma off to a decent start and then he leaves and goes bottom jungle and mana burns creeps to death?
Oh my god, that is amazing. We're going to see so many pubs ruined from this.
God, I hope he does it so bad. The problem is the Mind Flare only kills the creeps if they have a mana bar. So there's certain jungle camps that you can't kill.
There's I mean, I've been playing a lot of
can't
Nyx. There's quite a few that
Yeah.
have mana, so it's not that big of an
it's
issue.
Most of them.
That's really cool.
I hope he does it. That'll be so
But
funny.
the going back to the facet for Nyx, it's actually really good. So when you activate Vendetta, you get 15 seconds of that unobstructed pathing, and you get hasted as well. So you just wrap around. That used to be I mean, I know it's only for 15 seconds, but it used to be a 25 talent. It is really strong. Immersion gets scouted, LSA'd, and he is going to be first blooded. Only question is who takes it home. It is no one on
The dream.
the Storm.
We'll get them 3 bounties for their trouble at least on the side of OG, but yeah, losing that Treant First Blood onto the Storm is good news for Entity fans out there, as we talked about the Void Spirit matchup has been the most common counterpick to Storm this tournament, and now no one has a little bit of a head start with the extra 250 gold, so see if he can put it to good use. All my eyes are on Nyx, all 2 of them, okay? It's, I want to see what Ari does. I really hope it is what I think. But the problem is, can you really leave your Enigma in this lane?
Double
Against
stun?
Lina-
Yeah,
against
that's pretty
Lina
hard.
Sven? Sounds dangerous.
Ari has yet to skill anything. Keeping you updated on this
Skill
Nyx.
stun.
Okay, he
Oh,
got
it's
some Impale. Well, it's
Oh, no.
maybe he sticks around to level 2. Like, why does he have to go level 1? You know?
Right. That's
Fishman
right.
already out of mana here.
He'll go block the big camp.
I want to read some of these facets for these newer heroes that we haven't gotten cast yet. The heavy plate for Sven. Warcry provides physical damage barrier, so just tankiness. And for Watson, he takes the thermal runaway, which is a Laguna Blade one. Provides the supercharges after casting. And any other ones, I guess the Tide and the Treant are the other 2 interesting ones. Tide this is the one where Leech Seed can be cast, or it creates a tree, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty solid, depending, I mean, especially when you're cutting down all these trees at the beginning of the game. And Tide has the weirdest facets, I feel like. This is just the standard one, right?
Yeah.
As he gets to scale. Fishman getting really low in the top lane will survive.
Ari skilled Spike Carapace. It's Jover.
Oh no, Ari, why?
Nice move here.
Why have
Fishman
you
just
done
barely
this?
blocking. It will cost him a bit of health, but it's enough.
Yeah, it's gonna take a storm hammer to the
curious
face.
See, I feel like theoretically speaking, the Tide once he hits level 3 should not be accessible for Tomato, but it might be old perspective of Brood that is telling me that, and maybe Brood has a better chance now against him. But so far, so good for DM at least.
In mid lane, not much to talk about. Very even CS wise. Obviously pretty early on, but typically these brothers, as it were, the Spirit Brothers, just not much to look at as Emergent. Looks like it's the 2nd death of the game already on this Treant Protector.
Yeah, the Tide Weaver. A lot of minus
A
armor.
lot of minus armor.
A lot of
Jinx,
damage.
you owe me a Coke.
All right. How many things do I owe you?
That's true. Pay your debt, Cinderin. Fishman killing off the Eidolons.
Oh.
I was going to say Sven, in theory, good at killing Eidolons because of the cleave, but it is a support, so you don't really want to get cleave.
No.
And mid lane still. pretty damn even. And we'll see what the rotations look like around that 6-minute power rune. Although BZM getting pretty low. I was not expecting that one. Tomato.
They're really... This bottom lane is going exceptionally well with this Tide last pick now. Tomato's first death of the series.
True. No one. Poking BZM. Very, very low. Ari's making his way over, trying to bait him in. The auto attack does connect, and now they see him. Ari with the Impale, has the Blood Grenade as well. Unfortunately, BZM just sniped out by Kataomi, and Ari cannot finish the job on the Storm. This is the literal opposite of last game.
Yeah.
Awful start for OG.
Entity just crushing the lanes. 2 of them, that is.
But wait till Ari hits level 4 and gets Mind Flare. Then he can jungle.
He could skill it now on 3.
Oh, he hasn't skilled yet. I see.
There it is.
There it is.
Oh, baby.
Right.
Oh, there's a troll with his name on it. Go get him.
Boom!
Oh, it's coming home.
Gorgeous.
Coming home with a bag.
Yeah, but these lanes not looking too good. So if he went to the jungle, it would only get worse. Kind of forced.
I guess Whisper is
lane.
doing the best out of his team. So. Very timely earn picked up for Kataomi. He's 2-0-2, so we'll get a 5-minute earn down here with the Tide, and this could lead to even more kills and a little bit more of a snowball rolling.
Yeah, already a very different game for the Weaver on Entity. 2-0-2. Been involved in every kill so far.
A little bit of a sneaky gate play here from Immersion. I think Watson will not see this one coming. He's in big trouble. Oh!
Yep, going for the jugular.
Watson.
Watson looks to be dead. Eidolons finish it up.
Nice sidestep on the Impale, though, but not enough. In the meantime, Tomato.
Oh, Tomato. Oh, boy. It's going to be his second death.
Living
unless... Not too bad. Gets to the other side, and yeah, just barely lives. And now will lifesteal on some creeps.
Yeah, not the most lifesteal with level 1 Insatiable, but it's something. Gets a little tango from Mr. Immersion as well. So a successful rotation for OG, and the counter move didn't work out. So that's a little bit of good news for their side, as now Whisper will be almost top net worth. Kataomi, is he actually?
Oh, Watson?
He's just going for him.
Watson?
Alone, with the drums.
Malefit? Yeah, I'm very confused what's happening right now. Fishman is there along with Kataomi, and now Whisper looks to be the one that will be turned on. But Watson is gonna be dead. Yes, he gets him with the last right click, and he gets a black hole off. Ari's in the vicinity with the Impale. Unbelievable, but Kataomi actually Shikuchi's away. Now another TP coming in, the form of no one on that Storm Spirit. Whisper is definitely who he wants.
He doesn't see
All he finds is Ari. Kataomi, another Shikuchi to get away. Ari with the spike. Turn into 2 1v1 battles. Kataomi does get the ward down. That's going to give him some vision of Whisper there as well. So no one, not sure if he has enough mana to actually close the gap here.
Doesn't.
The Shikuchi.
Kataomi gets him.
Swarm is there. Whisper finally dies. Kataomi will be the trade, but my goodness, he had no business getting that kill on Watson.
He solo dove him as level 5 Enigma with drums, forced a 2-hero rotation, got the kill, black holed another kill, and then forced Storm over there. The reason this is somewhat salvaged by Entity is the fact that Kataomi steals the Wisdom Rune. That kind of makes up for a lot of the loss there, but my goodness. You can count on one hand the pro players that try that. That was actually ridiculous that Whisper went for this play. My goodness.
And of course, the kill gives him the black hole, which gives him another kill.
Yeah.
Just disgusting play.
Beautiful.
Like there. Oh, Fishman.
I don't know if he was super confident that
no
spotted.
Hang
on.
Aether Remnant brings him back into their arms. OG will find the support Sven.
So what I was going to say, the craziest thing about this Enigma dive it's that he's against Storm as well, right? So I don't know if he had the info or was certain that no one could not make the rotation when he went for the play. He obviously showed up later, but maybe no one didn't want to because he was like, "You're 3-on-1, guys. You'll be fine, right?" But imagine Storm is the first to TP, the Enigma's just dead. So crazy plays, pays off big time. You love to see it. High reward Dota.
What do you buy on Nyx in competitive games?
I think the most common build we've seen has been Dagon.
Oh,
I think.
okay. So I thought that
probably
was...
Arcane Boots Dagon, I guess.
Okay. That sounds like every pub build, so that's really cool to hear.
Trying to see Watson here, but he can't kill him alone. He needs a little bit of help.
Tomato's had some free time.
He's waiting for
to
Watson
catch
to
up.
connect, or for Whisper to connect.
Yeah,
If Watson goes for this camp as
Tomato.
well, uh-oh. No, never mind.
Tomato.
Just forget about it.
Wait, he spots it. A lot of mana being used by no one. Does see Tomato. DM is there. There's the gush. That should be a kill. TPs are coming, though, but it's going to be too late for the Brood. BZM. That's an Invis rune as well, actually. And Ari already using the Vendetta in the top side of the map. Not able to find the initial connection, so that buff has worn off with the terrain walk. But he's going to run into Watson potentially. Sees the auto attack. Pings it out.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. And that's going to be...
No.
Wait, he misses the Impale. Uh-oh. Mind Flare.
No.
Okay, the Black Hole gets canceled
Oh,
as
this is the
well.
Laguna too.
Oh, but
Somebody
Watson
hit a spell.
still dies. Oh, my God. He missed Laguna to hit an Eidolon?
Whoa, oh my God.
Oh, dear.
No, dude. Oh.
Ari chased down
Whoa.
eventually. I
mean,
need
when
to see that.
when all is said and done, it might have been the same result, but man, okay. I mean, if the Impale hits, the Lina just dies, right? So that obviously
Yes.
sets off the entire play. But then he black holes during LSA, so it gets insta canceled, and then Lina's like, "Hell yeah, I got him!" And he Laguna an idol. Wow, what
That
a
was
mess
a great
play.
turn of events. I love it.
funny.
And it's funny because I was going to talk about how we were casting lower bracket yesterday, and the level of play in this series so far has been insane. And then, of course, that happened. So I'm glad
Yeah,
to
I mean, it's still
mention anything.
it's really high level. It's a misclick, right? It's more. It's funny. You're gonna see the replay here. So there we go. Nice timing on the stun on Black Hole, and then boom.
Good
If he
stuff.
Lagoona'd Whisper, he might have killed him first, so it actually did make
Watson.
a difference.
Watson being pursued again.
Oh, no.
Astral Step, and
No
there's the
misses this
Vendetta.
time.
All right,
And
down go.
Tomato's
Oh.
dead.
All right, so both position ones died. Tomato's 0-3, Watson 0-4. So Entity a little bit ahead in the death department.
This is one of those pub games where both carries rage quit, and then the teams say, "Let's play 4v4." Yeah, literally, both are. I guess Tomato has way more experience, at least, than Watson. He's level 9 on the Brood to the level 6 on Lina. So Watson having another rough one. His Naga game was already tough. It's not looking
Look at
any
him,
better this time.
And he has to wait a few extra seconds in Fountain because his TP still wasn't off cooldown. Ooh, this is a bad start for Alina. Well, they can always turn it around and have Fishman play carry. I mean, he is playing Sven after all. Doesn't look to be in their sights, though. GM
No one showed up
gets
again.
impaled. Astral Step hits a couple here. They're going to focus on Sven to start things. Dissimulate is there. I mispronounced that horribly. Immersion gets off the overgrowth, but really no follow-up. The Sven dies, so a support for support. BZM will Astral to safety. Ari Impale only onto one. Will spike and attempt to run away. No one, very little mana to work with, but now that we know the Spike Carapace is down, it's an easy kill.
No one's completely dry
For the
now.
Storm,
He's
but-
still running a bit.
Tomato coming in, no one, just enough mana.
Yeah.
I mean, if this was a normal Brood game, he'd have Orchid already, and that would be 100%
KPZM?
kill. Beautiful.
Actually going for this?
Going for the Dissimulate as well. Doesn't have another Astral, though,
it
but no one
worked.
still dies. Just the very tippity tip of the Aether Remnant was enough. Fishman popping that God Strength. Remember, it's support, so not so fearsome after all. Astral Step, Aether Remnant by a little bit of time. Dissimulate's up in 2 seconds. Gets LSA though, and Laguna Dissimulate onto the low ground. Very unfortunate for BZM. Will spell his doom. And a lot of drawing on the mini-map here. Someone's angry.
Damn, this series is delivering, man. I'm having a blast.
It's been great.
It's so much action, so many high skill moves, and a couple of really funny flops. It's awesome. Let's keep up this pace, everybody.
Yep, thanks, chat.
Let's look
For your
for
contributions.
More. Yeah. Okay, Ari's gonna walk
walking
across
through
the cliff here.
everything. Oh,
he
they spot him.
Immediately
Spirit
out, though.
vessel.
Now he lost the padding.
But he's on the low ground now.
Nobody's here to catch him, though. Unless, can Katsumi do this on his own?
Remember, he can see invis heroes when they're close. Very important.
Very helpful. Yes.
No one. Going on BZM, there's an arcane rune in the top lane, and
now Katsumi on the receiving end and said he sees the Nyx, though. That was
He
the
sees
sentry
them.
word. It was the sentry word, by the way. But
he sees them. Still vendetta though. Knows that that area is sentried, so will not pursue any further.
I guess the Nyx thing is actually relevant because 400 range is enough to give you a chance to react to Weaver running into you and getting Carapace off, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So it does matter.
But probably one of the weaker N8s in the game.
Yeah,
Technically relevant in this game, though.
Especially because, yeah, as you said, many games it doesn't matter, right? If there's no Invis hero, then you just have nothing.
That's right. All right, Watson and his recovery plan. What is the plan? So he has Maelstrom right now, going for the full Gleipnir. Glippity glop, as some like to say.
Very few of us.
Some very esteemed, a very esteemed analyst, an actual analyst.
That is
Pronounces it that way.
insulting to every other analyst, I think.
That's okay. BM has Vlad's and Blink, so the Blink Ravage at the ready. I mean, that is one thing that Entity have a lot in, and that is stuns. The problem is they're missing a lot of damage from Lina, who is bottom net worth of the cores.
And the other problem is Whisper's top net worth on this offering Enigma, and he will get BKB soon. And that.
Yep, Emergent opened up on DM. Doesn't need to use much. They get the freebie, and now the tier 1.
It's gone.
Kamado has Orchid and 1500 into his BKB. Looks like a lot of people are building BKB right now. BZM. Oh, he actually does get Stormhammered and the Ravage. All right. Big kill for Entity. Had an opportunity to Astral Step one more time, but might not have mattered. Ari getting pursued. Another kill going the way of Entity. They have
Ramping up the
definitely...
pace now.
I mean, you talked about how last game they were extremely passive, and part of it had to do with the Naga Siren. The funny thing is, Lina is just farming jungle. The rest of the team, though, very active, much more so than in game 1.
And one of the key differences is this time around, the Weaver position 4 is having a really good game, and this hero can really be a catalyst for ganks. You're super fast, you're always able to connect, you have the fast vessel. When you Shukuchi through people, you slow them a bit. And on top of that, his lane partner in the Tide was having the best laning stage out of every hero in the game. So there's way more stuff to work with for Entity. The last game, it's what often happens when the lanes break down poorly for you and you have a carry that isn't able to function. Like, let's imagine this exact same game right now, but the Lina was a Naga, right? I think it's the same game. You know, it's just this time the other heroes are functioning the way they're supposed to. So,
would you rather have a Naga than a Lina in this game?
It's kind of close because Naga is very good against Brood, and it can be decent against Enigma as well. I don't know. I think the Lina is still very good for what it is, and obviously they picked it because they wanted to run the Sven Lina safe lane, right? So into the Enigma.
Well, how often after a loss does a player play the same carry? Just in general.
It happens quite frequently, I would say. If they feel like it wasn't the hero's fault or it was other macro stuff they did.
Carry
Immersion.
players never think it's their fault. Immersion, this is going to be his 5th death of the game.
Yeah.
Definitely a rough one for the Treant Protector. Gleipnir will find BZM. LSA hits as well. Laguna and the right clicks. This time around, Entity getting everything that they want. Ari looks to be next on the list.
Oof.
Should have jungled, like Cinderin said. definitely the better play.
Radiant's middle
Entity. I mean, they're only up 3K, 2K now. But we can see that Lina is definitely improving her farm, and BZM is the one now on the bottom of the course, net worth wise.
4 deaths on Void Spirit is a little bit alarming this early in the game. The matchups that he has, it looks like he's pivoting away from his Manta into an Ags instead, but the question is if he's going to struggle without a BKB, with how fat the enemy heroes are getting and how many stuns, as you talked about, he's playing into. He's got to be really careful.
Radiant's top tower
Storm will complete a BKB in a moment, and then no one will have completely free reign in the fights aside from a potential black hole, which also has a BKB now on Whisper. So the plays are definitely there for OG. It's a matter of can they enter a fight correctly. Hasn't really been the case too much in this game.
Yeah, I mean, OG literally cannot fight without BKB on Tomato, and likely onto the Enigma as well, but Whisper has his...
Yeah, there's no way BZM can buy anything else than Axe, right? He has to get it, I think. But a big part of how we saw Void Spirits counter the Storm is already out the window, right? That was that Axe, and you're already overtaken on the timing completely by the Storm's early BKB. So that one play is gone. Katomi.
He's
spotted in the sentry.
Oh, no overgrowth to come.
Up.
I mean, maybe not wanting to waste it on a support, but I feel like at this...
Katomi's a valuable kill. He's very...
Yeah, he's top of the net worth for supports. Definitely a different game for the Weaver.
He's tanky, though. It's deceptive. You're thinking of Weaver as this fragile hero. He has 2,000 health.
It's true.
Because he has Atos, Vessel, Wand, Pupil's Gift.
Oh, this is an important moment.
And 8 strength
Tomato
talent.
trying to solo Roche. DM, of course, with that Blink Ravage at the ready. No one is invisible. They're going to smoke up as well. This is a slow Roche, Cinderella.
Time for Whisper to come up big for OG, or this is terrible news.
Wrapping around DM. Smoke pops. Looking for the Ravage. Not quite yet. Gets bashed by Roche instead. With all that mobility, everyone's able to get out of the pit easily. And Tomato continuing
Back
to
like nothing
poke.
happened. All right.
Just fully reset.
They're daring them. Come
Indeed.
on. Let's fight. Wow, are NCC actually conceding it now?
No way.
Their posture, they're backing off, right?
Maybe
do
they
they
don't-
think this is a bluff and OG aren't doing it? It looks like it.
Perhaps.
Tomato almost has it now.
Roche, only 1,000 HP to go.
Yep,
and now
they
they're
gave it up.
backing away. Wow.
They feel like they can't access it. That is some mad
Wow.
respect considering what items they have. They have Blink Ravage, Storm BKB, and they still just give it up without a fight. Even. Wow, okay.
is under attack.
Well, that buys some time for OG to try to get back in this game. I mean, it's only a 3K lead, but like we said in this patch, it's felt like the leads have been with lesser gold for whatever reason than the previous patch. Like this feels like it's an
Yeah.
8K lead in the last patch for Entity.
Kind of, yeah. I guess it's maybe also a little bit deceptive because of how fast Brood farms, right? We've talked about this, that this hero is top of the net worth in the games we've had so far as carry, and he's been way ahead. And this game, Tomato is barely ahead, but it's, it's still Brood, so it has a little bit of inflated net worth, so to speak. So maybe Entity are indeed in a slightly better position than they would have been against another carry, where the lead would probably say 6 or 7.
Damage rune on no one. Could be pretty potent if they end up fighting here relatively soon. Ari still working on that Dagon, by the way. Whisper, you on the outskirts
spotted.
of the top side of the map. Has to use his blink because no one zips in his general area. And it does feel like Tide is just, other than the black hole, it's going to be very difficult to bring him down.
Yeah.
Of course, you could just wait for Ari to get that 25 talent where Vendetta breaks. Easy peasy.
Oh, he's
Ari,
mind flaring away in the jungle.
Yeah, he's learning his lesson. Should have done that from minute 1.
Yeah.
Oh, BZM is only 600 from Ags now.
But who do you counter with this? It's only
Weaver?
really the Weaver, right? Like Storm has this BKB. Tide is gonna, unless you have like perfect timing.
Oh
and some
boy,
key
he might
moment is
die
gonna
here.
crack in. Uh-oh. Yeah.
They are
They're on his
approaching.
tail. If they could hit the swarm on him, they would have chase potential, maybe. Yeah. Oh. Ari arrives.
Oh,
he
Ari.
sees the Weaver.
Okay, the
There's
Spike
that facet.
Carapace
The
play. You
innate.
talked about it. Beautiful.
Ooh.
Great kill.
The innate coming into play.
Make sure you guys clip that because that's the last time you're ever going to see that facet.
Or
be
was
useful.
he in the bottom sentry?
Oh, shit. You're right. You're right.
It was, I don't know, man. He was close to the edge of that one, wasn't he?
It
I think
would
he
have
wasn't. He
worked,
wasn't.
though, if there was no sentry as well. It was not needed.
probably.
Could have saved your money, OG. Jeez.
That's right. Dagon 1. Let's see.
Okay.
So sometimes the Nyxes don't upgrade this, and they go for utility items, such as like a Yule's or a Force Staff at this point. But sometimes we also see the full-on burst Dagon 5 build. So
Time for phylactery, and then you upgrade the Dagon Cinderin.
yeah, phylactery is also a possible option. I don't know if I like it that much.
It's only level 1 Mind Flare, though, right now. So a very long cooldown.
Yeah.
Oh, they scan up at the top. No one. Being approached. EZM.
Black hole in right away.
Oh, they do go for the black hole BKB. Very important kill.
It actually worked out nicely for them to black hole slightly delayed. No one used his BKB. If he insta black hole, I think he wouldn't have reacted in time. So they also got a BKB charge out of it on top of killing him. And they're on the hunt for more. Ari
They are.
sees
Ari.
Katomi with his innate.
Ooh, Spike Carapace does get the impale. Hits 2. Making up for some of those missed impales earlier. BZM
Oh, no,
is going to get
BZM, that is
Gleipnir.
not-
LSA Ravage to follow. Laguna. Goodbye, Void Spirit. Oh boy.
What was he
DM
thinking?
getting very aggressive. Immersion gets off his overgrowth. Likely will die shortly after. Looks like everybody else for OG will be able to retrieve. This was without a Storm Spirit.
I'm not sure what access... So obviously BZM doesn't see every enemy hero, right? They're standing behind the tower, so he doesn't have the vision. But the jump on Tide is impossible. He just healed to full from anchoring 10 spiderlings, and it's a Tide with Eternal Shroud. You're not killing him, so kind of just felt like a little bit of a dumb overextension there on BZM's part, and he maybe was just excited to use his Ags and the fact that Storm was
Tomato.
dead.
Oh
he'll trade.
boy. He does
will
not have
trade.
his BKB up, so that is... I mean, that's from the previous death like you talked about. That is huge.
Yep. Ended up mattering quite a bit. He did get the Enigma kill on Storm, though,
He
so it's
did.
not the end of the world. But it's still a good trade for Tomato, who is starting to get scary now with the Bloodthorn BKB, now working on Scotty. We saw Pure earlier was opting for Lincolns on his Brood. And this feels like a game where Lincolns could be good, but Tomato is still prioritizing Scotty over it. It's interesting to see the little differences between the players.
Ari Vendetta.
Yep. Has his innate ready for Weaver.
That's right.
They're far apart. You'll not see him.
Tomato. Spidey senses literally are tingling.
What if that was what Nyx had? What if instead of seeing the Invis heroes, he had like Spidey senses tingling so he could tell that there was an Invis hero in a direction and then the radius was bigger?
Wow.
So you made
Really
it like
cool.
1,000 range.
Spike Carapace to set up this kill
Oh
onto
my.
no one. 3 deaths in a row for him. Oh my.
Damn.
And again, that's the Spike Carapace that we talked about at the beginning of the game. Really good against Storm.
I'm saying this every game. Brood Bloodthorn is just not okay. Like, it's just so silly to watch. It's like, if you think about how much people hated the Revenant's Brooch, right? With crit. This is reminding me of that in terms of ridiculous levels, right? It's just like you just get Bloodthorn by Brood and 10 spiders and you just get one shot as a core. It just kills you on the spot. It's wild. Brood is very good. It actually changes Brood so much because when you're playing with a stun now, you can kill people that have BKB. Because if somebody stuns an enemy hero for 2 seconds, you kill them on the spot. So you don't even need to build Abyssal or build a Hex. The Bloodthorn is enough damage if your team has any stun.
It is quite absurd.
Yeah. 6 scenes in the Western European qualifiers.
Ari just walked over a sentry, but he was not spotted because there was no actual vision there. Lots of members of Entity on this top side of the map.
is under attack.
Immersion and BZM, though, bottom, spotted by no one. And that will likely be the freebie on the tree ant.
Talk about a recovery for Watson. He was 0-4-2, now he's 3-4-4, 250 CS. He has...
Well, that's what happens when you
this.
AFK get farm and then occasionally come in for a Laguna, you know?
Yep.
His team's created a lot of space for him, especially with no one dying everywhere.
Yeah, great job. Keep it up.
You're just trading spots, right?
I bet every time no one got caught on the map, Watson was like, thank you.
Yeah,
That's their
much.
team comms. Yeah.
Watson with the Dragonlance, Gleipnir, Boots of Travel, BKB. Going for Daedalus next.
I guess we should cover the Sven a little bit more here, because they're playing the support Sven. He now has the Shard. So when he activates Warcry, he gives 21 armor to his team, and it's undispellable. And he has the Pavis, soon to be a Solar Crest. So it's going to offset the Brood matchup quite a lot, I think. And the Lina is really going to benefit from having this support Sven cover her. And it is very similar to the strategy they ran with Pudge. Obviously, the Lina is a completely different hero, but the logic is the same. When they ran it with Pudge, this was the difference maker between him being consistently able to stand in the fight and just tank up everything and win. And for Lina, giving her 21 armor when she has a Satanic, she's also going to stay alive unless she's Black Hole. Oh, quite the dive here. Nice.
Yep, no one has the
Overseal?
regen rune. Are you surprised that we're not seeing Crimson on Fishman or someone in on the team?
Not really. I personally like the Solar Crest more, actually, for the Lina here. I think it's a better overall purchase. The Crimson is good against Brute Spiderlings, but that's it, right? You're literally only good against that. The Solar Crest is good for Lina in every situation.
Yeah.
She gets so much value out of it. And yeah, Fishman, this is a true support, right? Like, his God Strength is more or less irrelevant, but my goodness, does he buff up his teammates when he's in the fight. Very, very big. What is the radius on Warcry for allies?
1200.
That's the aura, right?
Yeah.
When you cast it, though.
Oh, when you cast it, 700.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah. So he needs somewhat of a proximity to Lina, but as long as he stays around her, then will be a very nice asset for Entity. Now, they did lose quite a lot of their lead. They were up by a good chunk. Now we're down to 2k.
Yeah, it's quite even right now.
Enigma is completing Octarine Core as we speak. Nope, he is completing Refresher as we speak.
Oh, tasty treat, huh?
So, does barely have the mana for 2 Black Holes with 1 Midnight Pulse and a BKB? Does he actually? Hang on. No, he can only use BKB and 2 Black Holes, no Midnight Pulse. He has
Ari has arcane boots for him, don't worry.
Yeah. Better not
All
rely
right,
on
Roche 2 is up.
that. Here comes DM.
I don't think Entity can concede this time around.
Tomato's starting.
Tomato, yeah. That's not the target you want to go on, though. Accidentally hits the gate. Hate doing that. Huge hitbox. Oh, Astro's up. No one has to use his BKB, but they get the silence and the stun now onto BZM. He's anchored, in fact. He can't move at all. They're going to do something about the Black Hole comes out. Black Hole number 2 available, but no, he doesn't even use it. Watson is just absolutely right-clicking out of his mind. 5 dead for OG. Holy shit, Entity. Somehow come out of that alive, and Watson, it almost seemed like he had Satanic, but I think that's the Fishman buff. As Fishman dies to the victory suicide from Fishman.
Oh my god, man.
Oh, that's good.
That's poetic. Dying like that right after he... Okay, so there's multiple things at play here. Many things happen at the same time. So first of all, Whisper ran into the exact problem I predicted. He didn't have mana for the second Black Hole. So he only got 1 off. That's the first thing. The second thing is Lina got the war cry from Sven, so she had 40 armor and didn't die to Tomato. And then her neutral item is Paladin Sword, which is the only reason she survived. She had lifesteal.
Oh, that's where the lifesteal is, yeah.
So
okay.
if this is any other tier 3, she's dead. I think genuinely any other. So, wow. Talk about the perfect storm of things happening in that moment. That is
And I believe, if I'm
incredible.
not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I think that was the reveal of the anchor, is what the dead in the water.
He has
first.
used it once before.
Oh, he has. Okay.
Yeah.
But so good against Void Spirit.
I think that's
My
what he
goodness.
used on the Void when he overextended on the bot tier 2. I think he got anchored
I see.
there
Okay.
and couldn't get out.
Radiant's top
I mean, that thing cannot be dispelled. It is really strong on these mobility
BCM
heroes.
needs that BKB badly. Wow, that was such an insane moment. It looked like such a good black hole. Like, if they have anything more to connect, they just win the fight hands down there. Both Sven and Lina were like 10%. And then Lina just switches around and auto-attacks everybody to death. So. Game of inches sometimes.
Yep,
one of
and
those
that
moments.
inch has gone a mile, Cinder, an entity now with a 12k lead. It has exploded, and Watson, his comeback is real. Has the Aegis, has the full Daedalus,
Tomato?
and now Satanic will be next.
Tomato
Ari,
has a really good
vendetta
angle
up.
here, potentially. They have the second black hole, let's
By
not forget.
Carapace, they do.
There
They're
it
grouped
is.
up. The black hole onto 3. Do they have the follow-up? The Ari's just dying to the right. Clicks. 2 dead already. Midnight Pulse doing so much. And Lina getting destroyed by Tomato. That is the Aegis. No one gets the Wisdom Rune, zips away. Can they find the death on Lina again? DM comes in with a huge Ravage, though. LSA
Carapace.
connects, but the Lina looks to be dead. They're going to be able to find the Broodmother. Not enough lifesteal to save him this time. Kateomi, actually, I think he time-lapsed back to be able to get back into this fight. And BZM using the Dissimulate to try to get away. He has Astral Step in 1 second. Nice impale from Ari, providing just enough
he wants
space.
him
He's
so
going to go
bad. I
back
knew
in.
it.
He
I
wants
knew
to
it.
kill
I
DM, but
knew
he
he was gonna
dies
do it, man.
instead. You
I knew
greedy,
it.
greedy boy. Ari
no.
is like, what the hell are you doing, bro? I stunned for you to live.
The temptation
boy.
was too much. I could just see. He was like, oh my god, I really... And he didn't even kill him. I was sure he was at least going to get the trade.
That's a tanky boy.
Oh boy. Wow.
Radiant's top tower.
I thought that might be a big turning point for the game there, but Entity with the buyback and the clutch play there in the end, I was scarily close to a turnaround for OG, but not enough. And Entity now with a 17k lead. Are we continuing? It still feels like anyone's game, though. That's what's crazy about this. These fights are so extremely close that
Radiant's top tower.
it really is, will Enigma find a good black hole? And will they find the right follow-up on Overgrowth?
And
They
Whisper
have
has
living armor to
Refresher.
stall things.
They're going to reset for Entity side while the Lina respawns, and this will provide enough time for Whisper to get both ults in all likelihood. Still a minute away from the cooldown for Black Hole. Yeah, these fights have been very entertaining, I have to say.
Another utility item for Fishman now. Gets the drum. So even more buff up for the Lina. Seems to be the name of the game here. They did pick these heroes in tandem, and this was the logic the whole time. When Fishman picked Sven Lina, he knew this was how the game was going to go.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt.
Now your fish food.
6 minutes ago, this was a 1k lead for Entity, Shannon.
Yep.
Radiant's middle
How times have changed.
I'm enjoying this patch, man. It's been really delivering. No one being pursued. No, they're going to back away. Merging and company just going to go high ground and hope for the best. Tomato has Scotty going for a Silver Edge. I was going to say, like, they don't really have the best Silver Edge carriers, but it feels like they do need a break for DM. But even
is
at
quite
this
good.
stage, look at his items. Like, he
He's
is
pretty
mega
big.
tank. He's got Satanic now.
He still dies in the black hole. If they break him, he dies in the black hole for sure. There's so much damage to come out if they pop everything on him. But then again, is that really the approach you want to take? Is it risking everything to kill the tide?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's a winning recipe regardless. But Now, Tomato is getting the break for the opportunity of that. There's also added benefit to having the Silver Edge in that it gives him a chance of flat out just surprising and assassinating the Weaver. But Weaver has Lotus, so no, you can't even do that. Wow, you can kill the Sven, I guess.
Wow. Yeah, that's good. I mean, if you prevent him from using his Warcry, might be worth it. That thing seems quite strong. The fact that he has... Is there any... If you're playing support, do you just go stats instead of God Strength at a certain point?
No. I don't think so. The possibility of it mattering is worth too much, right? Like if you,
Well, you
if
do get slow resistance from it now. I forgot about that, actually.
Yeah,
it's very important.
It's quite good. I just watched back the replay again of that fight with the Lina surviving.
Yeah.
He did have second Black Hole and Whisper.
Hold your horses. Uh-oh, BZM. LSA connects. Overgrowth a little bit too late. Void Spirit down for 80. No buyback.
Yeah. After... Oh, no.
And no one will be using
little snack.
even more to get another kill. So 5 versus 3. So what did you see in the replay?
Yeah, I just rewatched it. I thought Whisper didn't use second Black Hole because he didn't have mana, but he did. I think he just fumbled. That's one of the problems you can run into with Enigma when you get all of this stuff to cast, is that you get in your own head with wanting to maximize output and cast literally everything. And most of the time, all that matters is that you refresh BKB Black Hole again. You don't need to do a second Midnight Pulse. You don't need to do a second Malefice. You don't need to use an item in your inventory. Just get out the second hole. If he had done that there, we would be looking at a totally different game. But that one mistake is costing them ever so dearly.
Oh,
now.
boy. No one stuck on the cliff. BKB popped from the Broodmother.
Okay.
Tomato's going to be able to run away. No one out of mana, but meanwhile...
First Rax.
Yeah, the Rax is going down.
DM is just a beast.
He's
pushing us
so
tight.
strong.
All
They're going to use the Black Hole
it.
for this Tide Hunter. Tomato is there with the Silver Edge as well, so he's still broken. And now Silence, another Black Hole just for the Tide Hunter. Is it worth it? And he has buyback as well, so...
I think you can buyback end. Right
absolutely.
now. Oh
Whisper is just going to get shredded by Watson.
Yep,
Buyback available for the Enigma, but no Black Holes to work with. They're both going to buy back instantly. Watson right on top of the Brood, and the right click still just ripping him a new one. And Tomato dead for 90. No way to get back in. That should do it. As Ari will be next. Now we're left in a 5 versus 3 as the tier 4s will be taken out swiftly, and no one going for one more kill potentially on the BZM. We can't do much other than attempt to run the opposite direction of his base, which is now in shambles. Already one tier 4 dead. BZM spotted, killed. GG's call. This is going to game 3. Very entertaining game, though.
Yeah. Another basically 40-minute game, but in a totally different fashion and going the other way. So yeah, just a couple of key moments here. I think the biggest takeaways from this one compared to game 1, BZM had a much rougher game. His Ember in game 1 was great. His Void Spirit in this one, a couple of individual mistakes, plus just getting really targeted by the side of Entity made his game a lot worse. And then it really came down to, is Whisper going to find the perfect Black Holes? And unfortunately for him, he kind of did have that situation that we talked about. And the reason I keep harping on it is that that fight decided the entire game. And the opportunity was there, and sometimes the stars don't align for you and you don't get everything off correctly. I don't think there was, when I saw the replay, there was anything preventing him from black holing a second time. Maybe he hesitated because he was like, Lena's dead, right? And she keeps healing on like 5%.
Yeah, because she didn't have Satanic, and you'd have to look at the neutral, right? I feel like some of these small details are going to be lost in the action of
when you're in that heated of a moment, you're just going off your gut, right? And you also maybe don't consider, you're like, okay, I have a fat Brood hitting Lena, surely she's dead. But then she gets a Pavis from the Sven and another 21 armor from the Warcry, and all of a sudden the math you're used to seeing is just off. That's what you can get from running an uncharacteristic hero, right? I think OG don't have that much experience playing against support Sven, and maybe it got the better of them in that situation, and that one situation was all it took for Entity to build a 15k lead out of 1k and just end the game shortly after. So crazy. That was a very fun game, man. That had everything.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Great plays.
God, what a black hole this was as well. But They had the buybacks, and they were able to get back pretty swiftly as well. But that means we're going to a game 3. And I have to say, the upper bracket matches have been very, very good. They've delivered on all levels. And that's considering we've seen 2 broods, and it's still been entertaining, Cinderin. That's saying a lot, because that hero can just suck it, you know?
It definitely feels like these 2 teams are more evenly matched than the
this one
Secret
was
Tundra
bad,
series,
though.
right?
This
Yeah,
one was-
this one was, I don't know, that was...
Already pulling out his hair for that one, I think.
Yeah, that was as greedy as it gets, so... But I guess silver lining, that was probably not deciding for the game, but it just adds on top, right? Yeah. Great game from the side of Entity. I really liked the way they played the Weaver Tide lane in particular. I think DM Kataomi really stepped it up here. They got 3 kills in lane. DM had an awesome performance on Tide, 8-1 and 21. And the Kataomi Weaver made it look like a first pick, right, in this one. The last game, Fishman just got absolutely obliterated, but...
Yeah, Fishman needs to play more Sven, it seems.
Yeah, might just be that simple. And
he was the main reason that Lina stayed alive in that pivotal fight in the jungle. As DM is the standout player, I think he could have picked anybody. Well, other than Watson, let's be real, he got dumpstered early on. The rest of his team, 4v5 for a while, then he caught up, and then he looked really strong eventually, right? But I think DM's Tide Hunter, very crucial as well, but just really well played all around for Entity. And I'm glad because they bounced back after pretty disappointing game number 1 for them.
Yeah.
But that means we're going to a game 3, Cinderin. Shut your mouth. We'll be back after this break.
Headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version, experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of the upper bracket for today. There's going to be some more lower bracket matches after this one, but this is game 3 between OG and Entity, and it is going to be a banger, I'm sure. Of course, if you're just joining us, been waking up. What time is it in EU, Cinderin? It's afternoon.
2:30.
Yeah, that's about the time I wake up. So welcome to all the 2:30 p.m. Wake up call people out there. Appreciate you. Don't let people tell you that you're degenerate. Just sometimes you just like to wake up during the late hours of the day. That's fine. But if you are one of those people and you didn't hear, Seb is not able to play today for whatever reason. We don't know the reason why. Hopefully everything's good. But as a result, he has been replaced for the day, stand-in Mr. Immersion. And game 1, OG completely dismantled Entity. Game 2, not so much. Entity had control of that game probably halfway through, and
Yeah.
that's why we're in the game 3 now.
Yeah, it was the second game was close for quite a while, and then one deciding team fight just really propelled Entity into controlling the rest of it. So it definitely feels like these teams are very evenly matched in, I want to say the laning stage as well in both games. It's not like one team is getting absolutely run over by the other. They each have their special things that they bring to the table. The game that we just cast had 5 heroes we haven't cast so far in the qualifiers, you and I, and we've cast a decent chunk of games now. So it's very cool to see that they're so willing to think outside the box of the meta and run their own things. And I expect more of that in game 3. I think we're going to have more surprises here. So let's see what it's all
Pudge
about.
jungle?
Starting. Pudge could
that what you
definitely
want?
be one of them. I don't know if that's surprising. I feel like the funny thing is now it's more surprising to me to have a carry Lina than a Pudge jungle.
Yeah, true.
So I don't know. But maybe. Ari is on the Radiant. Well, you never know.
Yeah, 3 games in a row on the Radiant, Mr. Ari. Let's take advantage of that. Could just pull out the Nyx again, and this time jungle, but we'll see. It will be the Shadow Fiend, Grimstroke, Dark Willow, Phoenix, Witch Doctor, and TA. So compared to last, I see Dark.
Was
Seer.
Grimstroke banned both previous games?
I'm only looking at game 2 right now.
Because this is an uncharacteristic first phase
But
ban. Everything else
check.
is first time.
I can check real quick.
Okay. OG first pick is Enigma.
Wow, that's a shocker right there.
Entity's response is Storm
Wow,
Spirit.
that's a shocker right there.
Okay. So now let's see.
Grimstroke was not. I mean, he was banned second phase, but not in the first phase.
Okay. So OG are moving the bans around here to. So which one did they ban first phase last game then? That wasn't the Grim.
10 seconds remaining.
I
Let's
think the
see
rest of
what's,
the bans are
what's not on there.
Team ban.
It looks the same to me.
Well, there must have been some hero if they didn't ban
Oh,
Grim.
because Grim. Yeah. Sorry. TA, Witch Doctor, Dark Willow, Phoenix.
Yeah.
It's all there.
And then SF
Shadow
Darkseer.
Friend, Darkseer, and Grim. It's the same as game 2. You're talking about game 1?
Oh, so they did ban Grim game 2.
Yeah,
In the
that's what I
first
said. I said game
Oh, you
1.
said they banned it second phase. I thought.
Yeah, in game 1.
Oh, okay. Understood.
Listen, Cinderin, I'm your co-caster, all right?
Yeah. Oh,
How many years is it going to take? I know that
don't
you
hear
feel stupider listening to me. I get it. But sometimes there's nuggets of truth in there, and that was one of them.
Turn to ban.
broken clock.
Yep.
Broken
Why
in
we
general.
work so well together.
There goes
You
Weaver.
fix broken clocks.
Yeah. You finish my clocks.
Sandwiches.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice try. So Weaver is out. That's the biggest change. OG are not going to give that away again. But the Elder Titan was also banned in the previous game, I do believe.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
now will Entity make an adjustment? Or not? They will not get their hands on the Weaver, so they have to make an adjustment there, but they could change out the bans as well. I still have half an eye on the Warlock just because Fishman did run that against...
Entities turn to pick.
I forget which game it was, but he ran it as well in this qualifier, and the Enigma matchup's quite good. Now you don't have the Weaver to flex as your next pick, and you kind of need to get something here to get your draft.
Rubik.
Rubik was banned last game, you're right. That one's the one Rubik, the OG, wow. That one's the one OG let through, you're right. There you go. That was the one difference, and Entity will take it.
It's all about those black. I mean, we talked about it though, like canceling the black hole or stealing it. Obviously, really good, but the laning phase is what you need to worry about with Enigma. If he can do both, then he's in trouble.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Rubik isn't great against Enigma and lane, but they're also not going to lane against each other, probably, right? It's just going to be a 4 Rubik and likely a 3 Enigma again for Whisper. OG can pivot, of course, put the Enigma 5 if they want. In which case, Rubik is okay, because Fadebolt actually is decent against the Eidolons, at least, if the offlaner can offer some more damage. Yeah, this is taking some serious time for Ari to figure out how to solve this problem when, as a matter of fact, last game he banned this exact hero and now it gets picked. Cannot surprise him too much, but
Yeah.
wonder what
Well,
ideas
I think
they're
he was
juggling
really
here.
hoping he could pudge here, but now it's even worse because Rubik can steal hook as well. It's a disaster. It will be his comfort, creature comfort, let's call it, hoodwink.
Yeah. Okay.
And I actually want to see, I'm going to look at the stats real quick of how contested hoodwink is in general for this qualifier.
Not very much.
10 seconds remaining.
I think this is the first pick we see of it, right? In our games, and it hasn't been banned. If
In
maybe
our
banned
games,
once.
yes. So I'm still looking at stats for the entire regional qualifiers because it's not just
Yeah.
EU, but it's
Oh,
actually it's up there. It's like top 15 most picked.
Oh, really? Just EU doesn't rate it that high.
I
That's
guess so.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Tiny going OG's way. Flex. Ari plays it. Immersion plays it very well as well. Ari also plays it very well. They're both very good on this hero.
Remaining.
This could be a BZM Tiny. We've seen other teams play Tiny mid with some
Seconds
success.
remaining.
And it could even be a carry. So not really showing too much of their hand right now with this choice. It's again, Entity are kind of daring OG to pick the Void Spirit, right? They banned the Ember once again while having the Storm and letting the Void through. And OG so far aren't going to bite. I'm kind of leaning toward this maybe being a mid-tiny and OG playing a bit explosive, but let's see if they can change their minds based on the next picks. So there are... What's a good carry here? There's Gyro against Enigma. Troll. Svenlina again?
You could.
I mean, doesn't look terrible, at least. It worked for your last game. A lot of stuns, a lot of combos. Are you scared of the tiniest Lina? Maybe that's a little bit worrisome.
Radiant.
Oh, wow. Undying.
Another new hero.
There's the gyro.
And there is Gyro. Okay, so far the only gyros you and I have cast have been by Olnit from Mouse. Met a pretty sad fate.
I have something to ask you.
Yes.
So Undying has an innate that instantly spawns him back, right?
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Usually, so there's a mechanic, I think. Wait, was this fixed? The toss buyback mechanic?
Yeah, it doesn't work with toss.
It doesn't work. What
But it works
happened
with
recently?
glimpse.
That's right, glimpse. That's the one we
Yeah.
saw recently. Okay, just checking because that would have been funny if it still worked because Undying doesn't have a choice whether he comes back to life or not in that case.
That's true. But does he... Oh, yeah. He just respawns in the fountain instantly, right? But then if he's
Yeah.
tossed, you're saying he could respawn in the same point. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's true.
if toss still worked that way, I guess they did fix that one.
Yep.
Okay, so Tomato will get his CK. Why
Did
not?
well game one.
Played really well. Yeah.
One of the better matchups against Gyro, you just overwhelm him. The carries Gyro doesn't like to face are either true artillery heroes that beat you from range, like Sniper or Lina, or it's the one up close and personal that just eat you alive. Chaos Knight is one of the best ones. Ursa is another example, just single target burst that is so overwhelming that you can't sustain it with your flak cannon and potentially even Satanic later down the line. So CK fits the bill. No really big AoE damage against him either, right? We don't have any of that traditional, very strong CK counter. There's a Fade Bolt, which is okay. Undying is not great. Storm can be fine, but he has there's a lot of pitfalls here when you go in on CK with counterplay. So I like it. I think it's solid. And if nothing else, OG should feel comfortable, right? Because of how well Tomato played game one.
Yeah.
Now, what offlaner can you choose against this? So, obviously, Underlord for DM out immediately. That was the obvious one. Timber is in the pool. One of DM's better ones. Tide again.
The Tide did work out quite well.
It did, but it was
You
very
don't have
enabled by
these-
Weaver.
That's true. Yeah, the double minus armor
5 seconds remaining.
anchor this game is not as high value without a mobility hero, but is this actually going to be a last pick support for OG, or
That's what I'm thinking could be the case.
Tiny still could be a support?
Entity are banning 2 different cores. Yeah, they will ban the Tide. So they are leaving in the Timber. Yeah, Doom as well as Puck removed. So Entity kind of covering their bases that this Tiny could be a little bit of everything. It could be mid 4, even 3, and Enigma 5. There's like plenty of options here.
10 seconds remaining.
So they banned 2 separate cores, and OG
5 seconds.
still feeling the Tiny mid, I think. It doesn't look like a bad Tiny mid game. But what do you get as a support that feels like a gotcha here? Is like when you last pick support, there needs to be something really good, right? Generally.
Yeah.
Chen?
Gotcha.
Entities turn to
Nope.
Okay.
Support Tiny. Only question is, who is playing what? Ari can play both, as he stated. What can Immersion play?
Both as well.
Okay.
I feel like you're probably, if I had to choose with like putting them on a 1 to 100 scale and then choosing the highest total number, it would be putting Ari on Hoodwink, I think, and then Immersion on Tiny is probably the overall best solution, but it also depends what lanes they want to put in the roles. So if this is a 5 Hoodwink game and you want to keep, I think you want to keep Ari and Whisper together at all costs. So if this is a 4 Tiny, then you just put it that way. I think that's more important than the individual player hero combination. Because Ari and Whisper are super good at laning together, and that is not going to be the same with a stand-in. That's one of the things that changes the most when you pick a stand-in into your team is how do you communicate in laning. It's a lot of little things that you develop over a year of playing together. So
Okay, the Brewmaster makes it through this time. It's not against... I mean, how much damage does that do to CK Illusions?
a lot.
It
think it's
doesn't
2
insta-kill anymore, though, right? At one point it used to.
Yeah, so how much damage is it they take? So Chaos
Maybe level
Knight-
1 it could kill, possibly.
Chaos Knight's illusions take 350% increased damage, and what is the dispel magic from Brewmaster? I have to look this up. I don't remember this number.
Yeah, by all means, Synderen.
All right, I'm checking. It'll take a moment. Okay.
Yeah, you check it real good, son.
Yep, I am.
You're doing.
I am. Don't you
Synderen,
worry.
has anybody ever told you you're just doing a great job today?
Thank you.
I really appreciate everything you bring to the table.
That's very nice.
I love that you're not prepared and you don't know these numbers offhand. You just have to Google it. I love that about you. That's my favorite.
All right, it does 1,000 damage. That's what I thought, actually, but
Ooh.
I wasn't sure.
All right, so good
So-
chunk.
It's a lot to the CK, but I assume it shouldn't matter that they're strong illusions, right? He still takes the damage.
No, it doesn't matter.
So that's 3.5k before reductions, and then they have 25% magic resists.
That's right. So there was a time where CK illusions were not strong illusions, and the primal ult would actually insta-give them. I actually remember that now. I don't know if that was Dota 1, though.
And mana drain and hex and
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Although Lion, I don't think it used to work that way back in the day, but that's a story for another time that nobody wants to hear about because we have game 3 underway between OG and Entity. Who shall prevail to stay alive in the upper bracket? Who will go to the lower bracket to face whoever? No idea at this point. Lots of misinformation all around.
I think this one has the potential to be very lopsided, I think.
In whose favor?
That's the thing. As much as we liked how close the last game was, I think it's very likely that either Entity just gets absolutely rolling and play this insane mid game with their Undying Brewmaster plus Gyro combination, just playing these 3 heroes in strong team fights, and then Storm picks the enemy apart. Or if OG's lanes go well, look at their ganking potential, the skirmishing. They're all super strong gankers. And
So what
great
you're
in
saying
duos
is
and
one of
trios.
these two teams will win.
that is correct, Shannon. But I'm saying
Man,
I don't expect a close game. But let's
Okay,
see.
so
I would
stomp.
be very happy to get a close game, but I think it's entirely possible that this one is not necessarily as one-sided as the first game, because I feel like that was extraordinary.
Right.
But maybe a little bit more one-sided than the previous one we had, at least. Let's kick it off with some lanes. Let's see who plays where. It's going to be the expected lanes, right? Yeah, so Ari will play the 5 Hoodwink. So they are just going to do that, which is different, obviously. Or actually, this is not the expected. Excuse me. He's not laning with Whisper.
Yeah, he's playing 5 instead of 4.
Yeah. I thought they were going to do this inverted. So Ari was playing the Tiny and Immersion was Hoodwink bot. But I guess Ari is just that married to the Hoodwink that
Yeah,
it's more
I mean,
important that he plays Hoodwink than that he plays with his lane partner.
That's right.
I can
would
respect that. I don't know if
has
it's a
an
good
affinity
idea.
for her. Yeah. So his
Some people just
facet
love that
is
hero.
Acorn Shot will bounce off of trees. So that's cool. Some other interesting ones that we have yet to see. Actually, the Gyrocopter takes the call down facet. Usually we see the move speed related one with
yeah.
Rocket Barrage, but it's the first time I'm seeing this one. What do you think of that
Yeah,
facet?
that is surprising. So it makes the missiles come down faster. And if you get hit by a call down, there's a small extra one.
Yeah,
with
it's like an
200
artillery
seconds.
strike.
Yeah.
Very quick.
I wonder what... maybe he's taking this specifically against CK. To
Okay.
just have even more AoE.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Probably be the line of thinking here. Some nice damage down bottom onto DM. Hoodwink is a hard hitter.
And on top of that, and I haven't gotten to see a ton of Undying in this patch, but Fishman, he might be in a lot of trouble. Speaking of which, we'll be able to limp back to the tier 1. Whisper pretty low as well. He takes the facet, when you transform to a golem, your attacks spawn a zombie. The other one I thought was more supporty, which I think is related to Soul Rip and Strength. I have to look that up, actually.
See you later, Katomi.
Oh, that was First Blood.
Timano
Thanks,
and Ari
Cinderin.
get level 2 first, and immediately take advantage of that to go for a quick kill on the Rubik.
You know, DM was pretty low before that, but funneled a lot of regen onto him.
Yeah, so far so good for the lanes for both teams. In an uncharacteristic development, both carries are doing well, and the offlaners are the ones to struggle. That has not been the theme of this series so far.
Yeah, that is
Generally,
true.
both DM and Whisper have had good starts. Oh, Fishman.
Yeah,
Don't want to tangle
Avalanche,
with Eidolon's
Fishman,
little
he's
trade.
dead, but it is a trade, like you said. Whisper dies second, so he gets some XP out of it. So the
And-
second facet for Undying Cinderin is when you cast Soul Rip, it increases the person's strength by a percentage of Undying strength.
Yeah.
Is that not... Wouldn't that just be really good as support Undying? The other one's more core, which isn't really a thing. That surprises me a bit, at least.
Yeah. I mean, I think usually when Fishman plays Undying, he doesn't really use Soul Rip very much. I think he generally goes 4-0-4.
Oh, okay.
So-
Well, I mean, it's good the whole game, though, once you get
Yeah,
it.
it's true. As even just one value point to give your ally strength sounds quite nice, but at the same time, if you're playing in team fights, you get your ult off and you're going to hit someone a little bit. The other one is it's meaningful to spawn those zombies. But yeah, I'm kind of with you. I don't know.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I guess the conclusion here is neither is amazing, right?
Tomato getting gone on, but the bushwhack is there. Oh, DM.
damn it,
Holy
just
jeez.
Dirty.
Tomato just crushing him with the help of Ari from afar. Gets the tip off as well to try to get that tilt action going. Always an important factor in these very pivotal games. BZM really low HP in the mid lane, by the way. So he's at 18-0 versus no one's 26-6. BZM does tank up this. Oh dear. Oh my.
He's making some greedy plays
Yes.
today.
Yes. Whisper looks to be dead in the top lane as well.
I think BZM
So,
might not have
Entity.
accounted for the facet of Storm there, but if anything, he should, because he's a Storm Spirit player. So, but under normal circumstances before this patch, he probably doesn't die there, because the Static Remnant won't reach him, but it just walks into him, right?
Yeah.
And that was one of those moments where that mattered a lot. Now no one is ahead by a full level, almost level 6. This has the potential to get really bad for BZM if it gets to snowball. We're talking about that pre-game, that this could be the makings of a one-sided affair if the Storm kicks his ass mid. And
Still keeping him pretty low.
He's really tapping here.
And runes are not coming up anytime soon from BZM's perspective. Just get his bottle charges off.
Good on
Nice Aether Remnant, but no one's still in firm control of this. He is level 6, but not a ton of mana to work with.
And he has 6 galvanized stacks, which that's why the first kill is also important, right? It's just like, it all adds up. It allows him to put even more pressure, consistently playing aggressive, and he knows for a fact that BZM is not close to 6. So with this bounty rune picked up, if no one refills to half, and a little bit of a misstep from BZM could lead to a secondary kill. Interesting choice here from OG on Whisper's side. He's going to jungle, and they will just leave Tiny Top to pull the wave. This will free Fishman up to look to help out mid with a Tombstone.
Yep, Tombstone placed, Electric Vortex to follow. TP's coming in though, BZM. Oh, nice Avalanche from Emergent. And the toss doing quite a bit of damage with a Blood Grenade on 2 targets. No one has to retreat.
Yeah.
Fishman and no one do get away with their lives.
6-minute run is so important. So important.
Who wins the 50-50? It is bottom.
OG.
Damage rune for BZM. Still not level 6 yet, though. Certainly has to get that before even thinking about going to another lane to help out. And this rotation has left Watson to his own lane, essentially. And DM kind of left alone as well for now.
Yeah, this is the first out of the 3 games where Watson has a great start. So that is definitely going to make a big difference, too. So both the mid and carry looking very hot on the side of Entity. And no one is gonna
BZM.
Oh, he died for it.
He does, but he doesn't get the XP. BZM,
Immersion's
that
level
is.
5. That's nice.
Oh, boy.
But yeah, BZM, it's the mental game. Like, he needs to not get into his own head. He had a bad last game. The thing that I think a lot of players make this mistake inside the same game is that if they die in lane, even die twice, they're like, okay, now I have to make some really big plays to make up for it. And more often than not, the better approach is to just recognize that things went wrong, stabilize the game, and not overextend.
Oh, no, there's no way this happens again.
Don't tell
Surely.
me.
Avalanche from
glyph?
Immersion.
They don't have glyph. Okay, he's going to get
BZM does get Astral Step, so level 6 finally comes mercifully for OG fans. Ari makes his transition over as well. Immersion getting dove under the tower by no one. Not able to get the kill, and instead Fishman is the one to die.
Watson took the gate and killed Tomato on the other side. So he went by. And this
Well,
is
it
what,
could have been worse.
this takes me back to TI5. This was how CDC got second place. Aggressive gyro going to the other side of the map after the laning stage. They did it every game. It was very, very clear strategy that just worked all the time. Obviously, there were no gates back then, so he would TP gank, but it was the same recipe. And Gyro is an awesome hero for this. Obviously, incredibly strong level 6. Watson gets the job done, gets back up top, and is now just feeding off a full wave of nice, juicy Eidolons. So 5,000 net worth, minute 8.
Yeah.
He is crushing the opposition here, really setting the foundation for a wonderful game for himself. And I mean, if no one hadn't been, I understand why he's being so super aggro onto BZM, because he feels like he's really in his head and he wants to extend that lead. But at the very least, OG got the trade this time around and slowed him down a little bit. He's still second net worth.
I mean, the fact that BZM is third in the game is just shocking to me. That's the thing that is craziest
Yeah, the
of
kill
all.
he got really helped.
That rubber band effect really kicking in, it seems.
No one's going to find the Fairy Trinket, the best neutral tier 1 for Storm by a large margin.
Top lane, Watson about to get ganked.
They're going to
Immersion,
return the favor.
toss into the Avalanche, bushwhack as well. Black hole being applied by Whisper. They're going to be able to get Watson. Can they get more? Primal Split was already popped. And Whisper, that's what he black holed, so it didn't work out too well for him. And Tomato's going to drop as well. So 2 cores dead for OG in response for the gyro.
That was
Obviously, the gyro
entire
very
team
important, but yeah,
of
I don't
Entity
know.
showing up. Huge rotation. They use Bruise Split, Storm TP, but they do get the 2 cores, so
Yeah, overall, the gold
pretty
and
even
XP goes the way of Entity.
yeah. But they left 2 lanes open for 2 waves, so it's probably kind of even. Ari,
That's true.
gonna get the barrel rolled out onto him. He will maybe live here with ult.
Yeah, Tomato coming in. Sharpshooter is going to hit the Rubik. Tomato going in for the finishing touches. The wand keeps him
Blood
at the
grenade.
ready. Blood grenade for the slow. And the last right click coming out from Ari.
Oh, BZM's here too.
BM. CK stun comes out. Remember, the Primal Split is not available for a long time. Fishman coming in, though, with the Tombstone will dissuade the rest of OG.
A classic counter to Hoodwink. Tombstone the trees that your guy gets.
Tomato, he's
Yeah,
going to try to fight this out. Fishman in a lot of trouble. He's just going to get right click down. But that opens the avenue for no one to come and get the much, much more valuable kill.
It's just action. These games are just action. I love it.
Yeah, it's
Enigma,
been
Whisper.
really good.
Whisper can now choose. He has the gold for the dagger that he has in his quick buy, but he also has an orchid queued up as a potential solution to no one's storm. And
It does
looks
feel
to
like
be the
Storm
orchid.
Spirits have been pretty greedy with their builds lately. Like the BKBs don't come out until much later. We don't see Yules or anything like that anymore. It's been Meteor Hammers and Kayas. So the orchid could be very valuable here. Smoke from Entity. They spot Tomato. Take a lot to kill him. The zip in to initiate.
They have a lot
Does
of
not
damage.
have his ult to work with at all. Telekinesis back into the fray. No TP support. Easy kill.
And just as we talked about Watson having
Bottom
2
lane.
bad lanings. Hey, whoa. Is
You okay there, Cinderin? Yeah, Primal Split was popped. BZM. No more Astral Steps. Does have it assimilate, though. We'll dodge the rocket.
Yeah, that's that. So this is the first time Tomato has a bad laning stage. So Watson has just had 2 of them, and he won 1 of the games. Tomato, yeah, he died a couple times in lane last game. He was okay. Oh, hang on, no one? Oh, they barely missed the Aether Remnant. So 1 creep blocking it. Could have been interesting. And no one's going to find a regen. Wow, that's
Oh,
lovely. Just wonderful. He gets a tip, BZM. Good job, buddy. Yeah, so the carry discrepancy in this game is enormous in the favor of Entity for the first time. So let's see if that results in...
look at this rotation. Well, first we're going to see the gank onto Tiny. TP from the Enigma, though. Remember, this is going to be the Orchid reveal. Has the Black Hole at the ready. There's the silence. Oh, but he tosses him away. But the Black Hole can still come. They're going to be able to time it. He's pretty low on Whisper.
hesitating.
He's going to use it. And they will have enough damage to get the kill onto the Storm Spirit. Rubik steals Black Hole and then gets tossed into another Stratosphere. 3 for 1 in favor of OG. That was almost a complete fumble.
He kept holding it all the time because Rubik was near, and he's like, he's going to steal Black Hole and turn it. And then eventually, Kataomi walks just inside range to get Black Hole, and then Whisper casts it. Honestly, that was super high skill, but at the same time, a mistake from Kataomi, right? He can keep holding the Black Hole all he wants. If Kataomi's out of range, the Enigma just dies there, but he walked a little bit too close. And that gives Whisper the play he was looking for. So nicely done.
I thought they might miss
to
the
exploit
kill
that.
when it was the Orchid toss away play.
Yeah, seemed like a
That
little
was
bit
scary.
of miscommunication there.
But they did get more damage as a result of that. With that toss facet. But while this is happening, Watson's continuing to farm away. He is only 1,200 away from Ags. Already has Crystallis and
He's
Falcon Blade.
completely free this game. Absolutely nothing stopping him. Wisdom Rune's coming up. See if anybody wants to have a piece of that. Doesn't look like it right away. Seems to be a pattern. The teams are really prioritizing the 7-minute one, of course, because they need to get their 6s, but the 14
one.
rune
Spotted.
is important.
They're going to get the Orchid, though, onto the Undying, who gets insta-gibbed.
What's it
Now
going to
no
cost?
one trying to get some retribution. Electric Vortex onto Immersion. BZM still has the Astral Step to get away if needed, but will retain it. He's only 300 away from Mage Slayer. That is going to be a really big pickup considering how much magic damage is at the disposal of Entity.
Dire's middle tower is under
And no one already 1,000 into, actually 1,400 into his BKB. So we'll be going for it pretty early now that he sees the Orchid at the disposal of OG. Tomato, though, trying to catch up. Has the armlet, of course. He's going for an Orchid as well. Thought they might change it up, considering. But we have seen the double Orchid a couple times.
Radiant are scanning.
And from the Enigma side, Synderen, when you're playing against a Rubik, does your build change much? Like Lincoln's maybe at some point, but it feels like you still have to go to the BKB.
Yeah, you need the BKB for sure. But the Lincoln's is an interesting idea in this one, I think. There's nothing that can break it during his BKB except Spellsteal itself, so they can't ever grab it. So I think that would be decent. So yeah, probably just Blink BKB Lincolns. I would like that more than a refresher, probably. Just because it just makes your life so much easier. You don't have to worry, you don't have to take all of the possibilities into account. You're just like, okay, I see the guy I want to black hole, I just go for it. And you know that it's protected and a good play. I guess another thing I'm looking at here is the support discrepancy, because, oh, hang on.
Oh, they have the Atos onto no one. Avatos as well. That is a lot of damage. The Avalanche was stolen, but it's not going to save the Storm. Instead, they lose 2. You can see the newly picked up Facet from Watson going to work here. Not going to do too much to dissuade the offensive style we're seeing from OG. They get a third kill. And remember, Undying insta-spawned. That's why he's alive already.
Ari did so much there with the Hoodwink. The 3 of them just did equal damage almost. I guess a little bit more on the Void Spirit, but 1,300 by Ari, 1,500 by Tiny, and 1,800 by the Void Spirit. So, Hoodwink, Tiny, Void Spirit, good skirmishers. If you get those fights, can really pick it up. And that's what I was getting at, the support gold, right? OG are an item ahead on their supports, and it's Watson keeping the ship afloat for Entity, but there's the Atos.
No one. Atos into the Bushwhack. Do they have the damage to follow it up? Orchid as well. Sharpshooter on top. Dissimulate and Astral Step blows him up. It takes a lot. Can he get away? He has nothing to get away, actually. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. Another Atos. Fishman being kept in place. Whisper has his black hole and now a blink. Not sure if they have a smoke to be able to try to reveal this, although he is showing in lane now. But it's just constant ganks and aggression. This is amazing.
And as a result of this, Tomato gets some catch-up time.
Yeah.
He has 4 deaths, but he's still second on net worth all of a sudden. And talk about falling off a cliff for no one. He had an insane start.
It was just
He was
like
doing
last
really,
game.
really well. And then a couple of moves, and the itemization. The Orchid from Enigma has killed him. The Atos from the Hoodwink. And honestly, this is the biggest concern for Entity, right? Like, yeah, you have this fat gyro, which is great and all, but all of OG's heroes are online. Literally all 5 can do tons of damage, can have tons of plays. The support scales so well. On your side, you have an Undying who's definitely not going to scale well, and you have the Rubik who just doesn't have the gold to really be able to.
But if he steals
match.
Black Hole, then he doesn't need the gold.
That's true. That's the play
DM
he has.
showing his radiance in the bot lane, so this is also a huge item.
They find
this
Whisper on the ward.
Okay.
But the counterplay again!
Yeah, the Black Hole on top of no one and the Rubik. Oh dear. OG, can they get out this time? Whisper certainly dead. Astral Step on the Fisherman, not going to be enough to really do too much, although the Eidolons and the Acorn shot, it actually gets evaded?
How
Okay.
last shot and miss?
I don't know. BZM going for, very greedy again, taking a full rocket barrage. He's going to dissimulate. Doesn't have Astral Step. He's just dead. Did he go in for to kill the tombstone, or was it a ward? What? What was that?
I don't.
That's several times now. My goodness. That is
Not his day.
I guess so. He's tilted, huh?
am dumbfounded by this. I don't know what the thing is, it doesn't even matter which of the things you just mentioned he was trying to kill. None of them were worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And he doesn't have a clear escape plan there either. He had one Astral Step, But the enemy heroes have reach, so...
I mean, that was a really good fight until then. Was that a... Wait. No one... Did he... He didn't buy back, did he? No. Okay.
No.
And we're going to watch the highlight here. So it was a jump initially on Whisper, but then the black hole just too good. Can't steal it when you're dead. But yeah, I want to see what he goes for here. It is a D ward. Yeah, so I don't know how that evades either. I'm still dumbfounded by that one. Yeah, it definitely was the D ward. So Roche changing to the bot side of the map, and Entity will be waiting. There will be a freebie, Aegis, likely on Storm, considering no one has died 5 times this game. I mean, is it worth putting on Gyro instead?
No. Yeah. Okay.
That's an analyst right there. That's the epitome of what I've been talking about all week.
I don't know if I agree with putting it on the gyro, because, well, okay, if they're gonna fight with it right away, sure, that's okay. But considering how they've played the game so far,
They find Ari in the trees. That should be an easy one.
it's a good one.
That's all they'll get, though.
That'll be the BKB. So the reason I like it more on Storm is that no one is about to pick up his BKB, and the way fights have been going so far, OG have really been targeting him, right? But if he has that Aegis, he can lead the charge, get full vision, and they can take a team fight off it. The protection for Watson is nice, but it's only nice if they're going to use this Aegis for really trying to take a coordinated push or team fight. Because now he's not vulnerable to the black hole and just getting one-shot comboed by CK and Tiny. So... I guess what I'm trying to say is there's cases where either is better, and I want to see Entity put it to use in that specific way to make it good on the gyro.
BZM trying to get away here. He's still out of mobility, but Tomato coming in, forcing out the BKB from no one. Absolutely out of mana now. The fact that required Tomato to help out their mid laner, Whisper, hiding in the trees on the lower section. Blink. And Black Hole available. No BKB yet. He's only a recipe away, so probably best to just wait.
Oh, he's found the best neutral item in the game for Enigma.
The funny thing is, even with these deaths from BZM, he's not that far off of a majority of the other cores in the game. That's the crazy part. As we have the Avatos. I'm going to try to pursue this. Homing Missile is going to connect on Emergent. Watson will not go any further, it seems.
No.
BZM still working on that Manta Style, 1,000 away, so not really that close.
Oh, Emergent.
Yep, they find him. Toss back, but this is certainly the death of him and the tier 1 tower. BZM can only watch in horror. That's the first death, though, of the Tiny. 4, 1, and 9 for Immersion, standing in for Seb in this series.
Yeah.
Played
That was an
quite
instant
well.
Delta split from OG as well. They knew exactly that that was not a fight they wanted to take. The moment the Tiny got jumped, they all ran away. So, clear comms, just calling the loss. They'll concede the mid tower as well, too. This is the Watson Aegis at work. This is what you want to use it for. Look for a fight around the gyro, get 1 kill, and then force down a tower. But Tomato has cut the mid wave with his illusions together with 2 Eidolons. As a matter of fact, they will not even get the tower. So a nice
Tomato
foresight
is
there.
Such a beast.
Currently,
He's got the Manta
he's
now.
caught up to gyro.
This guy is just something else.
That's crazy good.
I mean, he's always been extremely good. This might be the best series I've seen him play. BZM with the damage rune. He's going to run into DM potentially. No. Looks like OG just trying to dodge a bit. Fishman is going to take some damage. Already at half health, but the rest of Entity on the way. Now BZM with only a Dissimulate to get away. Of course, your carry CK is on the other side of the map still. I mean, it's all about the BKBs again. Only a recipe away for Tomato. BZM. I mean, it's not really going to go BKB, I guess. Just the Manta Ags as per norm. Whisper is about done with his.
See if they want more. He has 50 seconds left. Can you also get the top tier one during this? Probably not. I think it's going to be a little bit too slow. So they'll take their effectively 2 towers here with this Aegis and continue farming. Watson will almost complete a Daedalus. But as we did allude to with the CK caught up, do maybe have what it takes to kill him.
Black hole onto the Rubik, and they're going to be able to kill the Undying on the sideline as well. Toss away, but they'll get both regardless. Undying insta-spawns, of course. Fishman doesn't realize that and was AFK in the fountain briefly. And that thing has a 480-second cooldown, by the way, in case you're wondering. Yep. And Whisper is going for Octarine still, so is not changing the build, as the Aegis is now expired.
But with the black hole on cooldown, Watson, with the backup of 3 teammates smoked, is not scared to push out the wave. Looks like OG are aware that this is fishy.
Oh,
It's gonna be a
Whisper's been
dire scan.
scanned.
I don't
No
know
one's
exactly
gonna lead the
where he is,
way.
though.
Tomato going as well. Okay, the instant Orchid onto DM. Big zip from no one. Trying to focus on Tomato for now with the Meteor Hammer as well. It will actually connect. Is it enough to kill off Tomato? Definitely enough for Immersion. Gleipnir from Ari going to keep the rest at bay. Primal Split was activated. Really not much use of it there, though. So Tomato survives. It did cost them a BKB charge.
OG are out of there. They just back off immediately.
So no one... I mean, he's recovered a decent amount. 3rd in net worth right now. But it's really about the 2 carries. They are in a league of their own.
Yeah.
1,000 separating them. Which, as you alluded to earlier, is pretty shocking from the OG perspective, considering Gyro had a 100% free 15 minutes to start the game. And Tomato died a bunch of times.
20 talent. This one's big. I think this is actually one of the best 20 talents in the game, if you ask me.
3 flat cannon attacks?
Yeah, it's really good. So now the flat cannon hits 10 times instead of 7. As long as you have vision in the team fights and something to hit, it's massive for your lifesteal that you keep having additional flak attacks if you're getting into big fights. Or, sorry, not for your... Yeah, just... What am I saying with lifesteal? It's just massive impact in terms of damage, not lifesteal. Stupid Suns fan. Rubbing off on me.
Analyst.
You also said before this game started that it was going to be one-sided. What are you talking about? Of course it's going to be close.
No, you never said that. Live in denial. That's the best way to go.
Can't believe it.
Well, they do spot no one. The rune is top.
He does have decent vision here to play around with.
But Whisper, they get the Orchid, the black hole to follow. Down goes Storm. Ari gonna sharpshoot. Oh yeah.
Isn't it ironic that he has 2 wards and he dies under both of them?
Well, that's the next level play. That means he's never
Orchid into black hole.
It's the next level play because they're never gonna deward it.
Ah.
Like surely they don't have vision here. It's the long play. As Fishman's gonna get grab ally.
Yes. Good for black hole.
Yeah, that's fair. What's the... In the cast range, it's decent.
Quite good. It's like 600.
Yeah. Time for an Aether Lens. Then you don't have to worry about it.
In some ways, it's almost a better Ags Phoenix. Because the guy you save, if they do break the tombstone, the hero doesn't instantly die, unlike with the egg. But the tombstone also needs fewer hits, so... 8 attacks is still quite a lot. You have CK, fortunately, for the side of OG to take care of it, but... It's, Looking forward to some clutch grab allies, as you love that so much.
It's great. Wait, what's it actually called now? Oh, is there even a name for it?
I forgot what the ability is called. Well, wasn't it still called grab ally? You didn't make that up. That's what it's called.
No, it used to be. I think they changed it, though.
Did they?
Yeah, I remember being really sad about it.
Oh.
So your job as an analyst is
I
to
will
click the tombstone? Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. I think it's called bunker, actually. If I'm not mistaken.
I think we had like 4 different good suggestions, and then they went with that.
Yeah. Well, my suggestion was to keep grab ally, of course.
Yeah, okay. That's not one of the good ones. We had 4 other ones.
Okay, so come on.
The reason grab ally was funny is that it's so bad.
Yeah, that's what makes it great. Like, I was really disappointed in the Tidehunter dead in the water. Like, who's going to say that other than me?
I think that's a decent name. I like that.
Come on.
What would you have called it? Anchor down.
But yeah, that's actually really good. So
Go
Roche,
make your own game.
yep, in the in process right now. 10 seconds away from Roche spawning. 5k lead for OG. It does feel like this game has, I mean, maybe that's all Enigma games, but it does feel like it's all about the black hole. How good is that going to be? And will he be able to get away without a Lincoln's? Or maybe this game just goes long enough that he can get everything his heart desires.
OG just looks to concede this Roche. Just uninterested in playing the side of the map. They knew it was spawning, and they hear the roar, and they're just ignoring it. So, flat out giving up this one.
Oh, no one taking it this time.
Maybe they realized I was right the first time.
Yeah, it's because the stream's on delay, so they couldn't catch up.
They got a decent amount of use out of the gyro one. I think now they're in a position on the Storm Spirit where they just want to get him in there. I think the call is, in the coming fight, Storm is going to full on jump in, give vision, start the fight off, and then hopefully they can build something off of it that gets gyro in there, and he will need the Aegis to make that play because he's just going to get black holed. So let's see. This is a big moment. Big smoke from OG. They're choosing to smoke into the Aegis almost immediately. No one, if he breaks the smoke, that could be good for Entity.
Yeah, he's on the
Good
cliff.
position. Oh,
There's an arcane rune, but he gets silenced instantly. Aegis
BKB.
still intact. He BKB'd in time. Have to wrap back around and reset fully. But the BKB being down is pretty big.
Yeah, it's already down to 6 now. Oh, they're still gonna fight. OG might not expect
Counter
this.
smoke from
If I was
Entity.
the
No
Odin
one.
Dragon,
Okay.
no.
Gets the silence instantly along with the Gleipnir. The grab ally
Grab ally?
saves the storm for now. He pops out because he doesn't want to get stunned. Zips away. Trying to do as much damage to BZM as possible with the Astrals to safety. Fishman getting gone on by the CK himself. Tomato has to BKB and run as the rest of OG will do the same. Undying buys back. Didn't have his innate up at the time. And Immersion gonna easily be taken out. And eventually the Aegis was used as Immersion finally.
That's
Took them quite a while.
pretty good result for OG.
Yeah, they
They
still have
got
Black
rid
Hole.
of the Aegis and a buyback on Entity.
Oh, they're
Fishman.
going for it. Watson being completely surrounded by Tomato, but the illusion's not doing that much. Ari is destroyed. Double kill for Watson. And CK trying to focus on dying, but they're actually getting very confused. What's real? Black Hole, where is it? There it is, on to 3, make it 4. He walks in at the last moment, and Gyrocopter is going to be taken out eventually. Double kill for Tomato, and no one completely out of mana again. Double kill for BZM on the top of that. DM the only one to get away other than Undying because nobody cares. His innate finally activates again. He insta-spawns. Wow.
Whisper really did. He really delayed that hole too.
He did, yeah.
He jumped in and then he was kind of just dancing around a little bit. I didn't notice the Rubik's positioning. Maybe he was specifically waiting for the Rubik to die at the time because Tomato killed him. No, he died
Watch
during the black hole, right? He was in the black hole, wasn't he?
4 of them were in the black hole, so I would assume, yes, there's an 80% chance.
That's not how that works.
In a way, it is.
Anyway, it worked out. That was starting to look a bit scary for OG, but Whisper coming in clutch with a huge one when they needed the most. And Tomato absolutely needed that coverage because he was full committed. He went for that fight to try to set this black hole up and keep the pressure going, and was successful.
So here's the black hole. You delayed it here. There's 3, and then you can see no one just walks into it inexplicably.
Yeah, so Rubik was the one not in it. He was dead outside, right? Or did I see?
I literally forgot we were looking for that.
That's
80% chance.
I also forgot to click the tombstone. So we're even.
God damn it, Sinner. That's the most important one. No, we don't. We already know it's bunker. Bunker down.
Okay.
Just bunker.
All right.
As Wisdom Rune taken by Kataomi.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And now an 11k lead for OG. You can see Tomato, full Bloodthorn, has a heart. Next item will be Scotty. And he is looking a lot like his game 1 CK now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And no one, I mean, they won game 2 with his Storm, but he died a lot. And this is 7 deaths.
Yep.
It's quite a bit.
Maybe the Hex will help. It seems that part of the problem is when he jumps on the targets, they're just really quick to react. Like, he's not getting the grab on Enigma in time, for example, in the previous jump. With the Hex, he can just precast it midair and be sure to land it every single time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Watson, on the other hand, though, running out of inventory space. He can consume his Ags or probably just replace the Falcon Blade first, since the stats of the Ags will be lost on consumption.
Yeah, he's going for Butter against CK, which is decent as long as he's BKB'd, but when his BKB ends, the Bloodthorn is going to eat him alive with the Butter. But maybe there's just no better choice, so then you kind of have to go for this one. Yeah, I don't know what else he would buy, really. Rapier, if he feels like the game is in that state, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as Entity are concerned, I think they can tell that things aren't great, but I don't think they feel like it's out of reach, right? It's not
Dire's bottom
all-in last kind of fight style right now for Watson.
Entity scanned up. They know that someone is in their triangle, and it is BZM, who has an Octarine core and is going for Nullifier next.
radiant are scanning.
No one has a sheep stick. It's a D ward silenced up.
BZM gets hit.
Instant sheep though. Watson in the area gets off his call down with the electric vortex onto the Void Spear, but here comes Tomato trying to focus down Watson, but the Satanic has already popped. The Primal Split is there as well. Tomato just has to TP out in the midst of the BKB. And likely the rest will follow. BZM has enough to get away. Immersion. No blink for another 10 seconds. Whisper actually sticking around the Gleipnir onto the Primal Split. Brewlings. BZM kind of still playing with his food. And Tomato's actually making his way back.
Somehow...
Very awkward fight.
Whisper. Okay.
Gets telekinesis, but no more Primal Split to worry about. Ari, wrong place, wrong time, destroyed.
He was trying to give vision, I think, for Whisper to go in. Whisper, when he blinked up, got into a Tombstone vision range and had no active targets to click on, so he kind of just had to turn tail and run. What a weird fight. Like, Entity get off on the right foot, and it looks like OG are disengaging, but then somehow no one died again. He did not get black holed, I'll tell you that much. So, guess he got caught at the tail end of the BKB by a stun chain and killed off. And considering what teammates he has working with him here, it's a bit of a shame that that is possible when you're playing with Glimmer, the Tombstone save, as well as, you know, Brewmaster should just be running through the fight and giving tons of info, but still they find the kill on the Storm. 8 deaths. It really is a deciding factor in this.
For sure.
With Black Hole still available, OG could be thinking about setting up the Roche area. The early respawn is in 5 seconds, so if they're lucky, they could get it while all of Entity are in base. Let's see what the respawn timer is.
Whoa!
Oh, what?
That
wait,
was instant.
That
was actually instant.
Or was it can respawn?
No. That it was not golden, so it could have respawned.
It was the can respawn. It was instant.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Well, they're not checking it.
It's been a long time since I've seen that one. Well, Kataomi now has his shard, so a little bit of extra save on top of the grab ally. Telekinesis.
Big item for DM with the AC. And also gets the Stormcrafter. So a lot more output from the Brewmaster coming up in the fights, which could be a bit of an X factor. This hero is unaccounted for by OG, right? They're literally just letting him run free in every fight.
Yes.
DM is 3, 1, and 8. They're constantly killing the Storm. They're constantly pressuring the supports. And in that last fight, Tomato did go on the Gyro, who was able to stand his ground in the BKB. And the Rapier is on the menu. So yeah, he changed his mind. He's not going butter. He does feel like we're in Rapier territory now.
Okay.
And got the dagger out of his Falcon Blade. So no butterfly. Guess he will replace his treads for Rapier and then use the dagger for positioning and then upgrade the dagger ultimately. Probably just going to go Swift Blink. It's not the most popular blink, right? I don't think we see it very much, but is there really merit to the other ones here? Are you going to use Arcane Blink? Is the Strength Blink worth it? Like 25 Strength is good.
Yeah.
But it feels like you just want the instant burst, right? You want to blink in, pop everything, and just go to town. So Swift Blink obviously the best for that.
I mean, for Gyro, none of them are that good.
Yeah.
But I think if you're going to get one, it would be... Oh, yeah, you do have Rape. If you're going to Rapier route, maybe the Overwhelming is the play just for the extra HP.
Yeah.
But
He's
is that
already
going to make a
tanky,
difference?
But maybe
It's overkill. Roche number 3 will go to OG this time.
Refresher Shard?
Yes. Well, I wonder who's picking that one up. Wow.
Yep.
Shocker.
Well, Whisper didn't know himself. He was like, oh, there's a Radiant. Refresher Shard. Nice. Went back for it. This upcoming fight is really
from
hard for
Entity. They find the Hex. The Avalanche to follow. BZM, can he get out? Electric Vortex, he's dead. No way to get back in the game as well. See if OG want to try to retreat. Immersion, not going to be so lucky. 5 versus 3. Aegis, obviously on the side of OG. Tomato, he's being pursued. They're in a lot of trouble here. He's going to get hexed as well. Homing missiles coming. Gleipnir from Ari. Whisper looking for a big black hole. Might have to wait for the Aegis to
DM scouting
be
him with the
expired
Storm
here.
Panda. He's keeping him away.
But
This
the
is really, really
Bruling
good. And now
will
they
be
jumped him.
dissipating shortly. He has to pop the BKB himself. CK kind of being kited right now as Fishman pursuing Whisper, who just TPs out. And now Tomato left to his own devices. Will BKB try to run away?
Whisper got stunned. He's
Has
dead.
his ult in just a 1 second here. They get the Enigma. They get the CK Entity.
Dude,
They give up the third Roche.
unpredictable, man. I'm
What
losing
the
my fucking
hell?
mind. I'm like, they just got Roche. They have Aegis, Refresher, they have everything. I'm like, this next fight for Entity is gonna be hard. They're fighting into 2 black holes and an Aegis, and BZM just walks 2,000 range in front of his team and dies, and then they just run them all down.
Oh
Like,
my
This
goodness.
is so chaotic, and it's very entertaining, but it's also kind of frustrating at the same time. I feel like I don't understand anything. What's going on in the game? It's just like, come on, guys. Just, oh man, OG's got to be frustrated too. You know, they're like,
yeah.
okay, how many advantages did we just have and get nothing out of? But
Oh, boy.
huge credit to DM there on the Brewmaster for getting in and zoning the Enigma off. That was a really, really big deal.
I mean, the good
got him
news
isolated.
for OG, obviously they're losing racks. That's not good news, but the black holes were not used. He has 2.
The good news is it's double a limb. So you have a second life after this.
They
I'm
can't
not
go for
saying this is
megas, though.
This is still close. I mean, the game is still very close, but that
They
that
cannot
was a
go megas.
Huge blunder. My goodness, that was a 16k and 2 Rex blunder.
They don't even
Blink
have
of
a
an eye.
tier 1 yet in the top lane. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Watson has 9k gold, so
Oh.
if he wants the rapier,
He
it's
can
his
just
to
consume
take.
ags then. at this
But now the
rate.
question is, the game state has changed so much. Do you actually even want to buy it now? Because now
Yeah.
you're the ones in the driver's seat. Do you want to take the YOLO approach when you're winning? It's. I don't know if Watson has the confidence that he's completely safe enough to take the rapier when he can still get. You know, we can still see the black hole play. Just win the game. If he buys rapier and doesn't have buyback, they lose off of that. So I think it's going to be very telling for his mindset what the choice is in this instance. Yeah, it's Swiftly. He changed it.
Swift link
He's like,
first.
huh, I don't actually need this anymore. How nice.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah.
Smoke from
Must be
OG.
good.
Trying to bait this regen rune. And look who it is. No one gets silenced. Trying to force the BKB. They do so. Instant Hex onto the CK. Motto. I have to back away. They're pretty
No
close
one's
to a
still
couple
able to fight.
25
He has
talents.
regen and amplified damage rune running at the same time. Oh, he got orchided
Oh,
again,
he
though.
gets
He's in
orchided
the middle of the
again.
map.
Inside the Midnight Pulse. Whisper. Still has the black hole. The sharpshooter is going to be enough, though, I think. He's dead. He doesn't get the
tombstone,
grab out. He just puts the tombstone down. Oh, my God. How? It was like 2 pixels from him. Oh, this game is too much for me,
for
man.
a grand 5 seconds. And
It's just a game of who's dying first, BZM or no one.
Dude, I can't.
Dude, every 2
losing
minutes,
my
one
mind.
of these mid laners just suicides. There is a buyback for no one who has died 9 times now. Jeez.
It's also hot in my room. I feel like I'm having a heat stroke in combination with this. Like,
Oh,
what
I got
is
some nice
going
air
on?
conditioning over here, so I'm good.
All right,
And Fishman
back
has
the other
Blink
way
as
we go.
well.
I don't know if they can force the buyback here onto the storm.
Well, we'll find out shortly. 43 seconds. That's a lot of time. I'm going to poke at the mid lane. They have the range racks in the top. Obviously, don't want to kill the melee racks immediately because the fortification does get refreshed. So they get the tier 3. Still 30 seconds for no one's buyback. Watson coming in. Hasn't bought anything, by the way. He still has 9,000 freaking
they
gold.
toss him in?
He's going to get tossed back. He's going to pop with the BKB along with the Satanic. He's going to lift him this onslaught to start. Tomato, BKB in the retreat as well. Homing Missile is going to catch up to him when the BKB is off. It does connect.
I don't think they can chase this, but maybe.
Primal Split. Still a decent amount of duration left. They're going to push him back into the creeps.
Storm's respawning.
That is true. Primal Split ending relatively shortly. Looks like OG get out mostly. Nice Manta dodge. And now with no Primal Split,
Top barracks are
does OG wrap around and go for this? They have the 25 talent for BZM, so extra crit damage on his ult. And surprisingly enough, Tomato still not 25, but pretty damn close. All right, so I think it's BZM's turn to get caught off guard.
I was just gonna say, I'm going back to how I thought this game could be one side. This game is so close for all the wrong reasons. It's entertaining as all hell, but man, there are some players not playing the best games of their lives right now.
It's a lot
It's
of
a
pressure.
high pressure game. What can I say? It's hard to always be at your A game, but man, the amount of mistakes compared to what cleanness we've seen in other games from these teams, this has definitely been very, very scrappy. But it's fun. It's good fun. I'm sure the viewers are loving it. Everybody's
Yeah.
super.
The players are shitting bullets, though. They are not having fun right now.
Oh baby. Okay, Swift Blink complete now for Watson.
All right, he spent his gold. Wow.
Yeah.
Still has 6,000 to work with.
I mean, he might not have been able to complete the Swift Blink and the Bio. Okay.
Is it no one's turn again? Okay, pops the BKB, zips away. But that's a BKB down. They're
Watson's
going to
in.
initiate onto BZM. Going to Astral Step away. Tomato getting slowed. Zipping again from no one. Pretty low on mana. Whisper looking for a good black hole. Tomato already at half HP. The BKB TP. They've had no answer for this at all. Whisper
And
going to do
Whisper
the
as well.
same. They really need a basher, man. I don't know how many times they've done that, but...
dire are scanning.
Okay.
And Tomato still not 25.
Yeah. Is that a big one here? Yeah, 10% Chaos Strike crit chance, I guess, is what he's going to take, right? The Phantasm duration doesn't feel like it's valuable enough because he should expect it to eventually die to Gyros flat cannons.
Yeah,
so
I would think
probably
so.
going to just take more crit for...
Yeah, 43% chance to crit.
Yeah,
That
it's
sounds
big.
pretty sick. Okay, well, the next Roche is what we're going to be focusing on now. Won't know for another 30 seconds. See if it's another instant spawn or not. Smoke from OG. Immersion leading the way. We are to the left here. He's going to see the Cinder Brew. Oh, actually going to get a little damage there from the Stormcrafter of the Brew. And we'll back away. Tier 1 tower still up at 49 minutes. No one on a different cliff this time.
Oh, he's going to find him.
They spot him.
Immersion.
Yeah, another Stormcrafter giving away the position of no one. That's the downside of that item. And they're
Do
gonna
you
have
think we should be able to
TP
switch it
bot.
off like Radiance?
It's good enough.
Yeah.
It needs to be a drawback. That item
I
is
think that's
insane. Well, the good news, see, Fishman, he has buyback, Cinderin. Really important because he has 3 lives to work with.
Yeah.
In fact, most people have buyback, but not BZM, 1,000 gold away. This is going to be a... This is either going to be an epic finish or just something that's going to make everyone angry, no matter who you're rooting for. If it's underwhelming, come on, man. After all this...
I feel like that's almost impossible.
And Roche is up. I didn't see how fast that was, but it seemed pretty quick. Refresher shard, and of course, the banner, which haven't noticed if anyone's even used that yet. It's still in the backpack of Ari. Would have been pretty good for that push. Entity partially smoked up. The Roche off will begin.
DM is far
I think
away.
they know they're here.
Okay, he connected now.
Big zip onto the Enigma. Already at half HP. He's blown up. Does have the buyback, though. Immersion's going to be next on the list. Watson pops a BKB. Tomato trying to kill the supports on the back line. Finally pops the ult as Watson. He's the one that's trying to do as much damage as he can, but Watson gets crit to death. Does have the buyback as well as a nullifier applied to the Rubik as he's trying to run away. Tomato really low on HP. Has a lot of crit, though. And there's the double buyback from Entity. Remember, the black hole is still up as on the other side, no one is going to take a black hole. Looks like he used 2 in this engagement as the Brewmaster comes out of the Brewling split. Fishman looking for the potential save, but he's going to get tossed into the air. Don't know where the hell he landed as the Brewmaster dies. That's a self-grab ally. Meanwhile, Watson going in. The FPS is dropping very low. Tomato putting everything in on him. BZM with the Astral Step away. And now the CK getting really low. I don't think he can survive this. Might have the buyback, though, as BZM has to retreat. But no, he gets soul ripped to death. Of all the spells, he gets soul ripped. 3 dead for OG, 2 of which have buyback. And now this means Aegis, Refresher Shard, and Banner on the side of Entity.
Dude, in completely poetic fashion as well. It didn't matter, but I just find it so defining of this game. Watson jumped into a 1 HP tombstone and got stunned. And he had 4 health.
Really?
Yeah. When the tombstone was about to break, he misclicked. I think he wanted to click the ground to attack or whatever, and he just walked into the tombstone.
Dude.
3 seconds, it genuinely didn't matter. It's just so funny.
Incredible.
It's perfect for the game.
All right, well, they have
buybacks.
Aegis. They have Divine Rapier on Watson. He has not consumed his Ags yet. Doesn't have the money unless it's coming right now. Yeah. And they're going to go for the win. 2 buybacks for OG, so this is going to be a 4v5, not counting the Aegis.
No black hole.
Even using the Meteor Hammer to push these tier 4s. This is going to be so hard. Even the Primal Split coming out. Already the tier 4s are dead. And this might be the beginning of the end of OG in the upper bracket. They're going to delete the Enigma right off the bat. And Tomato and BZM have to scurry away. Tomato will try to stand his ground, but it's not to be as GG's come out. Entity win the series, the game of the qualifiers, for better or worse. Holy jeez.
Oh,
that was a game of Dota.
That was so entertaining, and we've been talking about this before, right? The completely methodical and perfectly played out games can be really enjoyable, but sometimes a game where everything just seemingly is total chaos and just goes wrong can be incredibly entertaining. I think nobody in this game played particularly well for what they can. I guess maybe... Okay, that's maybe an exaggeration. Let's say about half the players in this game played like their lowest 20 percentile of performances, and it made for a hell of an entertaining game. So there were like a couple of staples that really kept it together, but so many mistakes. That was very, very fun. And at the end, it's one of those games where like I don't really know how much we want to analyze, because honestly, it was just moments of total randomness that ended up favoring one team. There's like, clearly we can highlight one big mistake and be like, okay, that was the turning point. BZM was far ahead of his team, died, and it turned into this huge team fight. But that also wasn't necessarily the given result of that. He could have fucked up, died, and then, okay, it happens. But it turned into a massive fight where 4 or 5 people died, Aegis was lost. Then there's other fights where spells are being cast completely atrociously. Storm died 10 times. This game, it was
I mean,
crazy.
that's 2 games in a row where no one kind
wild.
of fed and they still win.
Yeah,
That's crazy. On Storm Spirit of all heroes.
It's also, it's a little bit of, there's 2 sides of this, right? Because some of his deaths are going to look stupid, but it's also really important to have that player that goes in and gets stuff started. And he's always the one that's at risk of getting countered. This is kind of the role that Thompson plays for Tundra as well, right? He has games on Storm as well where you're like, dude, you died 7 times minute 25, but as long as it leads to good fights. That was the thing in this game, though. I feel like it was a little bit hit or miss whether it actually led to something good. But, you know, they got it
in
done.
that play
Somebody
right there
had to
that we
lead the
just saw,
charge.
no one charging in against the Enigma, forcing 2 black holes, which are used on just him, and then he buys back.
Yes.
No more black holes for the rest of the game.
Super game defining.
That was huge. Absolutely huge. He did die 10 times, though.
Yep.
And
But he won.
there's the tombstone play. That is awesome.
This game, that was fun. That was fun.
What a game.
I like that. All right, so in conclusion, Entity are going in the upper bracket finals now based on this game against Tundra. And the winner of that qualifies for TI. OG will drop down and have to run the lower bracket gauntlet, where there will be 1 slot remaining for 1 team in lowers. This is quite the path ahead of them. Based on their best performance today, I would not worry that they can make it all the way to the final day. Based on this game, I think it's hard to say. It really depends the opponents they face.
Keep
how
in
they're
mind,
playing them.
of course, we've said it many times, Seb was not in this series at all. And we're hoping that he can come back to play the future series, but that has to play a factor.
That is right.
For sure.
That's fair. There was a stand-in. I think, honestly, I think Immersion played fine. I think he played well all 3 games. I think he did his part. And I would, if I were OG, I feel like it would be very unfair to blame his individual performance. Now,
it's not about the stand-in.
Yes, if it's how the team functions and morale and leadership and whatnot, of course, that's not something you can ever expect the stand-in to take care of. But yeah, he pressed his buttons. I'll say that he did. He performed
Watson,
as they could have expected, or even better.
Watson is the standout player for Entity, and he had a free game early on for Gyro, but it's just the damage output late game. It's just so hard to deal with a carry like this. The black hole was really the only thing that was the threat, I feel like. And again, no one forcing 2 of them to be used on him with the instant buyback. That kind of ended it. And then the Divine Rapier at the very end in classical gyrocopter fashion. Just beautiful. Beautiful to watch. I'm sure every player has gone bald after that game. Maybe it'll be Team Bald version 2.0. Not sure. But entertaining to say the least, Cinderin.
Yeah, that was fun.
So that does it for Cinderin and I today. OD and either Lacoste or Fogged, or who knows who's going to show up to cast with OD these days. We'll be casting some lower bracket matches to finish off the day. So stay tuned, everybody. Have a good one.
Official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay 1 step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western European Regional Qualifiers for the Road to the International 2024. I'm OD Pixel, and today I'll be back joined with the beautiful Fogged. Fogged, how are you doing? It's been quite an eventful day of Dota 2 so far. I'm sure you've been able to catch a bit of it. What have you made of it today? What have you made of the results?
I mean, cool stuff. I think last one was tough to tell because, you know, OG did end up not having Seb. The games were kind of close, so OG had a lead, but maybe some discipline, of course, coming into play. But, you know, sad for the OG fans. They won't get to see them, of course, at TI. Maybe. But still got another chance. So
No,
we'll
because
see how
that was
they
the
do
upper
when they,
bracket, Fogged. Yep. My goodness,
course,
you're going to
of
scare
course.
some of the OG
Maybe.
fans out there. They're going to be tuning in. They're going to be like, wait, what? That was
I
it?
actually thought it was lower for a second. I was like, wait a minute. They didn't play with Seb in the lower? Apologies for that. No. Yeah, I mean, we'll get to see him again. So hopefully, they will have Seb and stuff. Immersion didn't play badly, but I think big thing when it comes to them is discipline. And I think a lot of times it's like these shot callings and stuff. It does have a factor, but Entity, yeah, they played pretty well. No one had a bit of a tough time. It was a weird game. It was a weird series, some missed spellcasting, and I'm sure we'll have similar coming into this one as well, too, getting to cast these guys. I know Navi Jr. has had some good team fights, but versus Dandelions, they've struggled.
We'll see how this one goes.
Sorry.
Yeah, when this gets to go forward and play against OG. Well, OG indeed. We'll get a second chance to stay in with a chance to make it to TI. Yeah, we saw obviously the two series we've got left to play today, ladies and gentlemen. Didas was shown there. We've got Navi Jr. versus Dandelions, and then after that we will have PSG Quest versus Enigma Galaxy. The draft, though, for Navi Jr. versus Dandelions, it's kicking off. So we're going to get that up on your screens as soon as possible. What are we on? Oh! Never mind. The draft will not be on your screen. We're just it looks like the lobby needed a remake. We've got to do a remake here. Yeah, so this first series, what have you managed to catch a bit of these two teams so far? What do you make of the state of Navi Jr. and Dandelions, Fogged?
They're pretty similar, I would say. They're kind of all over the place a bit. I think Dandelions maybe a slightly, very small bit better, I guess, in a way of the individual and stuff like that. But Navi Jr., I saw some really good coordination from team plays and stuff like that. So when they had their synergy of all their spells hitting, very good overlapping of spells and stuff like that. So I don't know. I think this is really up in the air. I really have no idea who's going to end up winning. Dandelions, as I said in the past, have had a little bit of a better time versus them. So I may be slight edge, but who knows, honestly. These games are super difficult to tell because it's not only just these drafts. It's a lot of these times like these big gameplay moments. Like we just saw a 20K gold swing. So
yeah, I've had a few pretty crazy games in this qualifiers. I've got to sort of agree. I think as well for people at home, they may recognise some of the players, player names on Dandelions, but maybe not so much from Na'Vi Junior. Na'Vi Junior, much more of a fresh squad, newer players. I would imagine as well, probably younger players. Got the Juice, Niku, PMA, Days, Riddies. Not really names that you would have probably heard of or seen on other lineups. I feel like this is probably for most of these players, their first big chance of being in a squad that could potentially get decently far through a qualifier. So it would be exciting, obviously, to see them do well, but indeed, it's probably going to be tough. Dandelions, in the past, right, we've seen these players in sort of the back of DPC, right, in Div 2. They were always one of those teams that might not necessarily make it out of Div 2 or to get to the top spots of Div 2, but could definitely take games off some of the stronger teams in that division.
No, absolutely. I mean, they've got some pretty damn good players in their positions, very high MMR, high practice, very wide hero pools and everything too. Yeah, a lot of experience too, right? They've been playing for a very, very long time. So Kadaro especially has gotten a lot of different regional experience as well too, which is pretty cool. I think that actually does help players grow a lot. So yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting. I just hope that me and you in particular, we get to see the fun that we got to see at least from the last game, not the last game in particular, but the last series where we saw some new heroes and stuff trickling in. We saw like Sven support, Lena carry. I don't know what the hell is going on, but it was cool. I like the Sven support quite a bit. I don't know if we'll see that every time or anything, but maybe some untapped potential.
I think, for sure, this is definitely a patch that there's still a lot of stuff to discover. We were seeing yesterday a bit of jungle pudge. Was that the day before, actually? Was that the day before?
Day before,
actually. That was back with you. That was a couple of days ago. So start of the qualifiers. We didn't get to see any more since that, right? They didn't pull it out today, OG, did they? The pudge. So
no,
maybe we'll see.
We did see potential for what they were doing today. I know Sind mentioned it. There was a Nyx and an Enigma on the team, so he was like, "Is he got a skill mind flare?"
But he didn't end up
doing it.
No,
no, he went Carapace at 2. So
how it? I mean, theory crafting wise, is it much less effective? What's the cooldown like of mind flare? It's longer than Hook, isn't it?
Yeah. You also can hook any creep. Mind flare has to be used on a creep with mana, right? So I'm sure there's some type of possibilities, but you never want to jungle anyway, Owen. Let's be real.
No, just not at all. Well, in what situations do you want to jungle? Or just none? Like, there's...
If your offlaner is complete, okay, let's say like a level 1 situation happens where the lane's like pushing super hard, you block the camps and stuff. Yeah, you can go jungle if you have like some Enigma, some self-sufficient offlaner, I guess, and stuff like that, if you can maximize, but there's going to be people that are getting punished for it, so I don't know, whatever.
Sure.
We don't need to go into this.
Dude, can you level 1 jungle with Earthshaker now that he gets Aftershock as an innate, and you just take Enchant Totem and spam it? Would be horribly slow?
That sounds way too slow, yeah.
Oh, okay. You don't do enough.
I think the fastest ones that I've seen, I think Veno is by far the fastest.
Veno jungle, okay.
I think probably, honestly, the Venos, the Enigmas, those are the two that have always been in tradition of fastest, and the heroes that can stack and clear massive stacks. So you can add a lot of lists to that.
Sure, because I saw, I think it was on Gorg stream, he ran into, obviously, a player called Mid or Jungle Viper. Is that because Jungle Viper has any, like, it is actually viable? Does Jungle Viper work level 1? Or, no.
They've nerfed, like, the way it used to work was pretty insane with Nether Toxin. I mean, level 2 Nether Toxin is a pretty absurd amount of damage, but I don't know. That sounds kind of, I don't know.
Well, we'll see if we get any jungling today from these two teams. We had to remake the lobby. Not quite sure why, because it did load in, but it must be some sort of error or something. But we're all back into the lobby, so we should be able to start the game pretty soon. But yeah, these two best of threes, we said, these are the lower bracket games, so we're going to have to say goodbye to 2 more teams today. This first one, as you say, Dandelion's probably coming in as the favourites. Then looking at the next series, the last series, that PSG Quest versus Enigma Galaxy, I mean, how are you sort of feeling about these two teams right now? Because I feel like maybe previously it would have been kind of like a clear shot of, hey, PSG Quest, they're probably going to knock Enigma Galaxy out. But Enigma Galaxy, there's something about them. They're finding some of that magic again, aren't they, Fogs? Is it enough, though, to beat Quest in this lower bracket?
I think There's definitely a possibility. I still would give them a
Yeah.
pretty, I would say like 65-35 or something like that. I'd give
Quest,
Quest a pretty good odds, especially because
Yeah.
they got a lot of information. You got to see Sumail playing his best heroes and stuff. So I think
Mm-hmm.
for me, if I was playing versus them, I would start targeting. Like, yes, Miracle played amazing, but Sumail's making a lot of space, especially with his Ember.
He is.
I would look
Yeah.
to ban those things and stuff like that so that he's put in an uncomfortable position because he's just making he's making so much space. He's like 50 CS at 10 minutes, and then he's got like 3-4 kills. So, I mean, we can talk about that later on, of course, but I think there's definitely some adjustments that teams can make once you've started to see, Nigma played now a bunch of games.
No, for sure. And then obviously talking about where both of these results, both of the winners of these series are going to go on towards, again, as I mentioned, and as we saw in the bracket, the winner of this series, Na'Vi Jr. versus Dandelions, will go up against OG on the next round. Of course, we don't know, I believe in advance, whether Seb's going to be able to play. That game, of course, will happen tomorrow. That will be actually the first series tomorrow, that game, OG versus the winner of this one. So we'll have to wait and see with that. Either way, I would imagine whoever wins this series, they're going to have a tough time against OG, Seb or not, because OG's still looking pretty good. Even though they got knocked down today, that's going to be a tough matchup for whoever makes it through this line of the bracket. And then on the other side of things, Quest versus Nigma, winner of that is going to go against Team Secret. And that matchup, I think, that will end up being rather close. I could see the winner of Quest or Nigma giving Team Secret quite a run for their money down there, Fogged.
Yeah, I could definitely agree. I think there's just so much up in the air right now. There's just so many of these. There's so many good heroes right now where in a lot of situations you could just get in a position where it's like, oh my God, we didn't counter pick this first pick or something like that, and a Weaver can go out of control. So game's crazy right now. Dota is in a position where, yeah, I feel like a lot of teams that were put in a position where they were just like worse before perhaps could just end up winning. These drafts are very important.
Oh, for sure. And I think the exciting thing as well that we're probably going to see, and I imagine we're going to see, is after this weekend, going into next week, would you say it's about time for a little patch to kind of clean some stuff up? Are you expecting that maybe we'll get something after these qualifiers finish to kind of quickly tune up the game before the big tournaments of the summer hit?
Yeah, I would hope so. I think that, Shadow Fiend in particular, this hero just absolutely needs to have some type of changes. I think in particular, like, the first raise shouldn't slow. I don't know why that was ever changed. I don't know why they made it so that the first one slows as well, because they like quadruple buffed this ability, if not more, right? So I think there's definitely some things that we can look to have tweaked, these first picks and first bans that just decimate games. Tiny, maybe some slight ones, but SF, Darkseer, Batrider, like TA, these heroes got to get some changes.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that there's actually been some of the drafts in this qualifiers where some of those heroes that have been getting through, so they haven't been taken out each and every time. Looks like the lobby's booting up now. So again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being very patient here on the stream, but we should be able to get the action going pretty soon as we get into this first game. So Dandelions up against Na'Vi Jr. Loser is going to be out of the tournament. I mean, in terms of actually, let's have a look at their road so far. So how did they both get here? Of course, Na'Vi Jr. They got knocked down by Tundra. Nothing to feel too bad about there. Tundra looking pretty
Those
hot.
games were tough. Yeah.
And then they took the win against Twisted Minds. And that one, honestly, Twisted Minds, I would have maybe thought to have had the edge against Na'Vi Jr. So I think that was quite a impressive win for them. They take that series 2-1. They end up here. Dandelions, of course, they started down in the lower bracket. And to move forward, they themselves also took the win against Mouse. I mean, I'll be honest, with those first round of the lower bracket, those two series, they probably went the way that I didn't think they would have gone. I would have thought Twisted Minds would have won, and I would have thought Mouse would have won. So I'd say both teams showing improvements from what we've seen from them performance-wise in previous qualifiers. We'll see who has improved the most, though, as they go head-to-head here to fight for the chance to stay on in the qualifiers. So first bans coming in. Who has been ignored? I mean, well, SF still in. Darkseer still in.
There's a lot that are going to get
quite
through
a few,
this game.
actually.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, kind of I'd say, so the bans on the Brood, the Enchantress, and the Brew, more specific to this matchup, because they're not necessarily heroes that we're seeing get banned out as common as these other meta bans.
Especially this Brood ban. I know some people are playing it a lot in pubs. I know Amar in particular is spamming it right now in pubs as offlane. But then we also saw Tomato playing it as carry. So maybe there's some type of pub meta because they haven't really played it as much. I know they play it usually later on, but opening up with this type of ban is definitely interesting.
Yeah.
So they'll get their Tiny. So Dandelions, they probably go Darks here, I'd imagine, unless you want to just straight counterpick the Tiny.
Yeah, I
Which
wouldn't
would
mind
be
just
something
sort of
like
like
a
Darkseer
Phoenix.
Clock or something. Oh yeah, Phoenix
Yeah.
and Enigma. That also could be appealing.
There's
They'll set with
Phoenix
the
and
Dark.
Enigma,
will
there's
they?
so much in. There's so much in right now.
That's very true.
Okay.
I mean, now back to the bans. I think you've got to still consider maybe just taking out the Darkseer. I don't think you want to leave that in as an off-lane option.
Yeah, the two best offlaners in the game at the moment are in, right?
Yeah.
Darkseer and Enigma are in. So,
Yeah.
And even all the godly offlaners, like almost everybody's in. Brew, of course, is out. He's probably one of the other top ones, top 2, top 3. But yeah, there's a lot that's going to be left through. So Clock gets banned out. I think that needs to happen. This hero is also crazy. Especially when you're playing Tiny. I don't know if you play Tiny versus Clockwork at all, but if you get hit by 1 cog early, you can't cast spells. Your new spells actually cost so much mana.
10 seconds remaining.
I'll see if, alongside that
5
clock
seconds
ban,
remaining.
are they going to continue to target supports? They want to take the hoodwink out. Now they'll take out the Centaur. Yeah,
Okay.
as you say, opting to leave the Darkseer and the Enigma both in.
Yeah, maybe feel like they can tolerate with because Tiny has ways to clear the Eidolons. Perhaps they think that this is okay. Like we've seen the
That's true.
Gyros, the
Okay,
Tinies, a
true.
couple others. Maybe that's why. The problem is though that in the later stages of the game, Enigma can be pretty good versus the Tiny because it's just big percentage-based damage as well too. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see which ones they do look to go for because as we said, there's a lot of heroes that have been left in the pool.
Dire team pick.
Because like Phoenix is also still in, and Phoenix is unbelievable versus a core Tiny. But if you pick too many of these counters with the Tiny, they flex it, right? So you have to pick something that's open-ended.
We're going to settle
Go
with the
to
Warlock. Yeah, it's quite
Not my
interesting.
favorite,
You know how
but
I was going to say, we've been having games and we've been watching it and we've not really been vibing with it and it hasn't looked good in the games that we've covered. But I was watching like Suns and Cinder and I think on their sort of half of the
I
games,
saw it.
there's been some great Warlock stuff because those two, they were
Okay.
loving the Warlock. They were like, this hero's busted. They love it.
Well-
But yeah, it's from what we've seen, we don't really love it. At least not compared to the just selection of other incredibly powerful supports that are available and also have kind of
Yeah.
been left in and would have been available this draft. So we'll see what the Warlock can do. Maybe today's the day it wins us over Fogged.
maybe. So the other thing that I have seen, the one that I did like, I like Warlock Grimstroke always. I think that combo is broken because you can do the double Fatal Bonds and it's going to spread to absolutely everybody and the shared damage is so broken. And that's actually
Okay.
what the Warlock had in that game. He had the Grimstroke
Sure,
too. So.
yeah, where he's getting like
But
these
Kadaro-
triple kills, yeah.
Yeah, Kadaro, he got like a 5-man Fatal Bond one fight with a Pudge in the middle of it, if I'm remembering this correctly. Maybe this was a different team, actually. Oopsie. Maybe I think it was actually a different team. Either way, the Warlock can work, especially versus very tanky heroes. Fatal Bond versus these super tanky guys can just like spread around to everybody. If you just attach Tiny with a support, if you just beat on the Tiny, the supports are going to die. So I could see the idea behind it. I'm not crazy about the hero, but I'm looking forward to see itemization and learn things from it.
Okay. I will tell you one thing, that I'd be more crazy about the Warlock than the Lion. We haven't seen a lot of Lion, but Na'Vi Jr. bringing it in. They do get the Darkseer, because Darkseer, that hero is amazing. One of the best
This hero's
offlaners, as
incredible.
we said, gets left in. They're going to be very happy with that one. But why the Lion? And am I missing something
like
with
it.
this hero? Is this just a Na'Vi Jr. thing?
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
they just like it. I think it's also in preparation because spirits are very popular right now, right? So like these storms, these ambers, these void spirits are now on the rise. So I think having this instant hex is nice, and then the ability to give your teammates mana and stuff is cool. There has to be some type of hidden stuff in there. They also yesterday in particular, they snuck a Medusa in late. So they had this like tiny flex that they ended up putting as a support, if I'm not mistaken, and then they last picked Medusa with a lion, and it was very strong. So maybe some extra stuff in there.
And here's the Pudge coming in, as you mentioned, one of the reasons why the Warlock did look good the other day, and whatever game that happened to be. You get the
Yes.
combo here, and as you see, Pudge, he ain't lost a game yet. He's not lost a
Nope.
game. We've seen him in a couple of different roles, right? Was it support and in the safe lane?
Yep, and it's quite nice for Darkseer. Small instances of damage, Flesh Heap thrives, or whatever, Meat Shield, whatever the hell they changed the name to it. You can also hook, of course, the Ion Shell creep. There's a lot of things you can do as this Pudge, and you're also not like a Terrorblade or a Morphling where the wall is absolutely devastating versus you. You're a carry that literally doesn't care about a wall illusion too much at all. So this is cool. This is definitely an interesting approach. Ursa, this is cool too. Very good to be able to kill these tanky bruisers.
Oh, dude.
Yo.
You know what would be...
5 seconds remaining.
You know they're like their safe lane Pudge, and they still need a mid. You know the mid that they like to play?
On who?
Mobai. You know what he likes to play.
He plays a lot.
No, but you know the one he likes to play. Remember the one he picked up in a game where we... Oh, no, you weren't casting that with me, actually. He likes his Necrophos fogged. And he's
Oh,
got
you are thinking the Necro. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't
Dude,
want
they
it.
banned... Yeah, they banned it, bro. They were like, no way.
I
We
don't
ain't
want
let
it either.
Mobile get his Necro. Dude, they would have done that 100%. This guy loves his Necrophos.
I think you're right, actually.
And a Necro
does.
Pudge Warlock, that would have been beautifully disgusting. But, yeah, not going to happen. The smart ban from Na'Vi Jr. definitely needed. He was going to pick that in a heartbeat.
I don't know. I just was not impressed with the Necro. Sorry,
didn't know.
Gork. It just did not look.
Yeah, but that was
great,
a
even though
safe
it
lane
goes
Necro.
crazy.
You know, these guys play a mid Necro. I mean, to be fair, it's built pretty much exactly the same. He kind of just AFK farms the Radiance.
Maybe it can
you know,
be good,
yeah.
but I don't know.
You know, Na'Vi respected it. They respected it. They take it out.
They did. That's true. And it still leaves this tiny open, right? This still can be a mid tiny, 4 tiny.
10 seconds
Yeah, I
remaining.
think. I kind of like it as the formal. I guess it depends on what the mid matchup ends up being, but Tiny Darkseer
think
feels pretty
so.
nice.
Yeah, the problem is that Pudge doesn't really care though about these two. Like the small damage instances and everything just don't really do much to him. Yeah, you have
Sure.
good physical damage with Tree Grab, which is decent, but I'm just trying to think if there's a better duo pairing for the Darkseer. The Clockwork's gone. It's just not really many better ones.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What about the Marcy? Oh, I mean, just straight up. I mean, the strong one that's still in is the Hoodwink. You know, that's gone through the draft.
Yeah, it's not your traditional pair, but
Sure, it's not some melee thing. Spirit Breaker's
Yeah.
still in, right? Oh no, Spirit Breaker.
he's gone. No, I was thinking SB before too. Looked good. Let's see. They'll have to reveal. Okay, so they reveal it.
So it is.
So Tanky Bruisers,
No, but what's going on with this? Who's going where?
Timber mid, Darkseer
Timber
off
mid.
lane
Okay, and
versus
Tiny
safe lane.
4. All right,
Yep.
they are doing the Tiny.
Yep,
Okay,
yep.
yeah. They keep Tiny 4.
Nothing too crazy.
I mean, yeah, good game to slide the Timber in, right? Yeah, against the Pudge and the Underlord.
Yeah. There's quite a bit of damage, so I will say that this Timber it's not like some Timber that's invulnerable. There's Firestorm damage, there's Fatal Bonds, it's going to link. Willow does good damage too, and Pudge is, you know, as far as I've seen, these carry Pudges are now also taking the hook facets, so this thing does a lot of damage if you get the distance on it, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Final pick for Dandelions. They need something for the mid. Mobile. What else do we see him on? So we like his Necrophos. Death Prophet is also indeed something that he used to
Bat
bring
Rider's
out
in the
quite a
pool.
bit.
I'm surprised that made it all the way. He used to play at mid a lot.
That's not, yeah,
It's a pretty
that
devastating
might-
mid hero
could not-
too if it's a
might not be
Timber
a bad
mid.
shout. Yeah, I like
I feel like
that.
that's just like a free game for a bat. I'm actually it's crazy that it's left in. I feel like that's been banned every game for us too.
Do it.
But has he been playing it recently? I think he
I think
hasn't.
Mobile
been.
plays the bat, doesn't he?
He used to, I mean, he did he used to a ton. That's why
Yeah.
I said it, but what else is there? I mean, Storm's still in the pool, but maybe they're dissuaded because of the Lion. That's why I'm saying, like, you know, Na'Vi picks this Lion a lot, just to maybe push away the Spirits. But the Spirit matchup is good for the Timber Saw, and then there's only really, I mean, there's Lion and Tiny, so maybe it is. Those two kind of cover. Those two are pretty good at catching Spirits. So I would say Bat or a Storm if they want to just deal with the Hexes. It's not the best pick, but I guess they also have Puck if they wanted to go down that route. But no,
And there you
Bat's the
go.
better one. I thought so, but
So you're saying as well on paper then, this coming through as the last pick, you feel if you're Na'Vi, you're maybe thinking, well, we banned the Necro and the DP, maybe we actually should have been a bit more scared of the bat instead.
yes, I completely think so. I think this hero is 1,000 times better than both of those actually in overall games. Like, yes, in some games it can be, man, Necro's right, but Bat in 99% of games is better than those heroes. So I think this is a terrifying last pick Bat. I think this can actually just break the game completely open.
What, but we're just starting from the fact that you feel that the laning against this bat is going to be pretty rough in the matchup.
Yeah, the laning can be rough. There can be rotations from at least the Willow. Warlock can't actually rotate too much. Let's think. I mean, I need to think about these lanes, how they're going to be. So we have Underlord Willow, which is pretty strong, versus the Ursa. Yeah, I think they've got pretty strong three sets of lanes here coming out for Dandelions. The team fight and everything is kind of there together too. Na'Vi Junior's draft is strong together. It's just this bat really makes me worried for this Timbersaw that he's not going to have a game.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's going to be dependent on how little he feeds in that mid matchup. You know, if he starts dying against this bat, things are going to get pretty rough pretty quickly. Because outside of if he's got to sort of play the early to mid game recovering, it's going to put a lot of pressure on his supports to make moves, and into these beefy heroes of Dandelions, that could be tough. You know, the Timber's burst is likely to be very necessary if they want to succeed in killing, you know, there's Nande, Pudge, and Palantimos Underlord in the earlier stages. So it could be a bit of a difficult one.
It could be a bit. I like their draft if there wasn't this Bat Rider. That's my big concern because they have good damage. If they can get farm on these 3 cores, it's a really strong draft that comes together. It's just this Bat could just end up breaking the game apart, where he ends up just having free lane, ends up moving around to lanes easily too. Because the thing about Darkseer is he still does take a little bit. Like he's a really, really strong hero now because you just do these gauntlets and you're super tanky in lane and everything, and you have like infinite mana. But they have a good counter pick for it, right? They pick the Pudge in purposely versus this Darkseer and stuff. So we'll see how the lanes end up going down.
We will. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the action kicking off here as we get ourselves into this first game of the best of 3. Dandelions versus Na'Vi Jr. Let's see if Na'Vi Jr. is going to be able to give Dandelions a good challenge, despite the fact that there are some matchups in this draft that don't look easy to play. Let's see what Na'Vi Jr. has got.
And I'm glad I get to see a mid bat. You know, I've just been banned every game. I wanted to see more core Bat Rider just with this facet. Did he take the did he take Arsonist? He did, right? So he took the building damage one. So I just don't know the potential for it. I'm just curious to see it because I've only seen it really get to play it in the support position. So or banned.
And Na'Vi Jr. playing very hidden on this corner of the map. They're going to go for the smoke move now. This might actually set them up into a pretty good position. Yeah, if they can get up into this high ground spot around the bounty rune. There are some pings coming out, so maybe expecting... No, that was it. That was just Na'Vi Jr. pinging themselves. So I don't know if Dandelions are going to expect Na'Vi Jr. to strike from this angle.
Nande. Is he going to walk up?
They've got the stun opening. It's a 3-man stun to open things up here from Riddies. They step in. They've got the burst. Nande's gone. First blood for Na'Vi Jr. as PMA takes him down. Yeah, really smart smoke. I mean, we saw, obviously, Dandelions felt that they were safe because they got their vision set up around mid very early on, so they don't think that anyone's going to be able to make it up there. So something, yeah, a sort of a move that we're not really be seeing any of the other teams doing. You know, having that sort of focus and mindset to try and go for that sneaky play to get that first blood.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, now it's like the Darkseer lane becomes, even though it's like this hero's already godly, right? This lane becomes pretty cool. So now he's got a starts with a bracer. Now he can just trade with Pudge pretty easily, even though there's going to be fatal bonds on these waves. And we're going to have to watch. We're really going to have to see how these lanes, in particular that mid matchup, ends up going down, because I do think at least 2 of these lanes look pretty Dandelions favored.
And to the point, this mid lane, we should start to see a serious difference in CS unless the play's gone horribly wrong for Mobi.
Yeah, and even kill threat constantly.
Yeah.
Because just every time you walk up, you get stickied. If you get the 3 or 4 sticky stacks once he hits level 3, there's a chance that he just kills you. So, and he's getting doubled up wave already at the start. So it's already happened. Yeah, it's going to start happening quickly in that mid matchup. Level 1 you can handle as Timber. It's like level 3 is when it really starts to become quite annoying.
So the bottom lane. I mean, how much does sort of the line offer up for the Ursa in this duo at the laning phase? Like, does this support feel kind of weak and pressured against the duo of Dandelions, or can he got the juice safe on the Ursa?
I think it's a little weak. I mean, the hero overall, he can maybe just protect him and give his life with the double disables and stuff like that, because Ursa's a strong hero, but they have a really, I mean, this is a very strong lane that Dandelions has set themselves up with. This is probably the one that can go both ways, though. I'm just unsure about the Lion overall, because Willow is just absurd. You get caught in a bramble, blood grenaded as a Lion, you're dead. So you can maybe protect, but going for kills down here on Na'Vi Jr., very unlikely.
In the mid lane, we are certainly starting to see a bit of a lead come in, and of course the easy denies that Mobi is being able to get. Niku, for the most part, just going to have to rely on the little bit of XP that he gets from this lane. He's not going to have a lot of early farm.
Things have not changed at all. I mean, they've gotten worse, honestly. It's like this used to be the Bat Rider of old days, which was unplayable verse. It's gotten worse. It's more devastating than it used to be.
Yeah. And you've actually,
the thing is, he's actually going to be able to kill tower, too, because he went for the Arsonist. So I don't know how much it's going to do to the tower, because I legit have never seen anyone take this. I think I saw Malvarine do it in a pub, and it was pretty pathetic, but hey, I'm looking forward to see what it's going to do, because Timber doesn't want to lane here. So he probably assumes, I'm going to bully Timber out, and then I can take his tower.
Yeah, no, Niku's he's backing up, getting some stacks going, so at least he'll have something to fall back on and try and clear.
That's good. I think that's exactly what they have to do here. Maybe even have the Lion go over in some moments to get some extra stacks for him.
Top lane, Daze is going to go for the TP out, and he will be fine. Having to leave the lane. So, so far up here, 19 for 4 on Nande. We've got 14 on PMA. So Nande doing perfectly fine with the last hitting. And of course, Kadara will have heals at the ready. He's got one charges as well, Nande.
I'm just watching. He has to be a little careful when these double shells are out if he gets vacuumed. He is going to have the heal now, but he was staying a little bit low. It's okay.
And you just only got to imagine as well for poor old Niku in the mid that, I don't know obviously if it's sort of the mid's call, like which of the last two bans, which heroes you're banning in that matchup, or if it was sort of the outside of his decision and it was just in terms of what would have been scary for the outlook of the game for Na'Vi Jr., but he's definitely going to be feeling like, why did we not ban the bat?
I mean, there's no way. Let's be honest. There's no way you ban. It had to just been a slip of the mind. There's no way you ban Necro over Bat Rider in any situation, really, unless it's like literally the best Necro game in the world. Which,
I mean, what about the Necro Pudge? The Necro Pudge.
It would have been a good Necro game, but not the best Necro game in the world. It's an insane Bat Rider game.
Yeah, the start certainly looking like that at least.
Got 10 CS on. And like I was mentioning, this is not a game where Timber, like yes, he has good kill threat on heroes, right? But this is not a game where Timber is invulnerable at any stages. There's tons of magic damage. Tons of pure damage even.
Yeah, and it feels like a game as well that they really did need this mid laner to be able to turn up and do some sort of burst damage.
Yeah.
As I say, to threaten these kills, because outside of it, sure, the Darkseer can do a lot of damage, but it's kind of over time and can be sustained through by the heroes of on the side Dandelions with the ways that they can save one another. And obviously Ursa, he's not going to be looking to fight anytime soon. Got the Juice is going to need a lot of time to get that Battle Fury into the Blink Dagger.
That's my worry. That's my real big worry, yeah. It's just the time that it's going to take these two side laners to be able to get incorporated and not having a mid laner to help them out. It's a concern. It's like, I mean, we'll see how it ends up going down, because the Ursa's still farming really, really well, so maybe he's going to be able to get involved a little early.
And this is just mean. Look at this. I mean, he's already having a tough time. You bring a rotation over, and you kill him off.
And you took, I think he got 2 or 3 of those as well as the Bat Rider.
I think he did.
Good to see, actually, in the midst of all of it. I think he got like 1 of them on the Timber, too. Oh, boy.
What do you do? I feel like I can't remember what the other game was. It was a while ago. I remember seeing another game where a Timber just did not get to do anything in the beginning of the game. Do you remember that? Were you casting that? Do you remember seeing a Timber game completely destroyed?
I gotta be honest, I feel like I've seen a lot of Timbers like this lately.
Oh, really?
Desire! Oh!
He's going down. He's going down. Hey, Palantimos, though, not going to find Riddy's in return. Riddy's able to step back, turn with another stun. In fact, got the juice. Might be able to threaten Palantimos. Rotation's going to be coming in from Nande on the Pudge. He looks for the hook. He's able to tear, got the juice back away from Palantimos. But the juice will try and stand his ground, but Nande will be able to, or maybe not actually. Good stun from Riddy's. Nande is speedy enough. He's going to get Riddy's. Question is if he can get the hook on Got the Juice. He's got it in a few seconds, but he's not going to go for it. Nah. He's happy sort of leaving Got the Juice as low as he is. Knows that the Ursa is going to have to do some low HP jungling, or at least back off and get some regen out for him.
Okay. Well, at least Ursa gets away. It does force a TP thing, but Nande can immediately return himself back up top. Darkseer's farming, Ursa's farming, but yeah, they've got no mid on. And I think we've had a lot of these games where we've told the tale of there's no mid laner. What do they, like, how do they recover even if their side lanes are going well? Recovering this Timber Saw is going to be very difficult, so we'll see this. I mean, they're just smoking Got the Juice back down bottom. Have to ensure that this Ursa has a good time.
Yeah, if he doesn't get free farm, then they're going to be in a lot of trouble. They need to, as you say, make sure that they could just, even if they're dying across the map, just ensuring that the space is here for the bear. To try and farm his way to victory.
Bit of a catch.
First crown as well. It's a lot of damage under this Firestorm. He's able to jump out with the Earthshock. In fact, he's going to try and turn and look to take down Palantimos, but he will not win that fight. Has got the juice, goes down. Daze has come in with the rotation, but not seeing a chance to get in on them.
No, and the problem with Tiny 4, if you're not having a good laning phase, you're really irrelevant with mana. He has one spell. He has a Mango for a secondary one, but Riddy's just getting chased.
Palantimos is coming in to get in range with the Firestorm damage. Not enough to kill Riddy's.
Maybe now they can get over. No, they can't actually chase Desire. He'll just get away. Mobe will find himself a haste rune. Might actually go for the kill onto Niku.
I mean, if they got TPs to help him, they do have a TP coming in from the Lion. The lasso's already there, and Niku, he's already gone. Whereby he might even get poked because Riddy's TP'd over and he had like 20% HP. Mobe getting the double. I mean, you said he's going to break the game, and it definitely feels like that.
I really did feel like he would.
Yep.
He's just kill after kill. Daze as well. One more sticky, another hit, and yeah, he's going down.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Well,
yeah, big
getting through next game. That's for sure. This is, sometimes we say that at the end of a draft and we start to see the game play out, but this is definitely one of them where there is no way Na'Vi Jr. are going to forget about a bat being in the pool ever again.
Yeah. God. Oh, man. I'm like, I just feel bad. I actually just feel bad for Niku because Darks and Ursa are farming and they have this great game. It just, Timber's going to have
look at this down bottom. This patience from Nande and Kadaro. They're waiting.
Whoop.
They've got in the... He's going to get the enrage off. They have the golem to follow up. He's nice little jump over to the side, but the pit will catch him. Got the juice, is gone.
Oof. See if they can get up a kill here onto Mobe.
They're trying, but I think he knows. Or maybe he doesn't. Toss forward.
Same.
Hey, they've got the burst. TP's coming in, but they'll get it.
Nice.
That is a good kill to find. And Niku, he's the one to get the gold. They needed that big time. Maybe they can find Desire as well. They've got the Avalanche out. Niku, ready with the comeback. Double kill for the Timber.
There we go. All right. Play with the two supports. Keep making moves around. Actually, good burst damage between the three of them if they're able to. And you're level 6 too on the Lion. I mean, Niku needed that so badly. 1k behind that Bat Rider now. Decent tower damage as well. Good stuff. Right before the Boots of Travel or the Blink Dagger is going to be finished for Mobe as well too. So a really good hit as that bottom hit is happening. Tower will drop, but at the least they get this Timber back into a position to play the game. He's going to have Cloak finished up now too, so a little bit tankier. Still can die very easily, but this will at least help him a lot versus the massive amount of magic damage that's out on the side of Dandelions.
And Nande, about 1,200 gold away from the full Aghanims.
Oh boy, that's early.
He's getting a lot of fun down as well. They're going to try and smoke up potentially for him. Riddies and Niku heading over, but it's been hit by a scan. Palantimos.
This might just be how you have to... I think this might actually have how you have to play as Niku. Don't show in lanes anymore. Just be like a roaming Timber Saw. So you can let your Ursa just get his Battle Fury online and stuff like that. What's PMA going? Is he just rushing for a pipe?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So it might just be that. It's a good pipe game. Blink finished up on Mobe. They found Niku.
Yeah, Niku. As you say, as soon as they see him, they'll be able to kill him. Tries to stay hidden, stay in the jungle, but they end up catching him, walking his way.
So far, Owen, I will say, though, I have not seen him even use Sticky Napalm on tower, so he should probably have taken Stoked because it's a lot of magic amp, and it just makes him stronger through most of it. Maybe later on, he'll do some damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very true thing, because this will indeed be one of those facets where, yeah, it's going to be very obvious if he took the wrong one, because, yeah, if he literally never Sticky Napalms the tower, then what is he doing taking this? Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe a misclick on that.
I could see the idea, though, right? Behind like, the mid and taking the tower and stuff. Daze, the hook.
Tried to TP out, but Kadaro is not afraid to drop a golem, and even if he didn't, Nande would have had that hook. So Daze, he's gone.
Man, people are playing Underlord so much in pubs now that they're just so good at using the Fiend's Gate as well. Everybody's
everywhere.
just like using it every single cooldown. Bottom.
Got the juice. Has he got any way to play his way out of this? There's no lasso. There's also no help by the looks of it. Okay, PMA's trying to head over. And in fact, okay, their help will be around.
Okay.
Doesn't actually need to do anything. I mean, they know that they can't chase for that with the potential of a surge save. So, got the juice, survives.
Aghanim's done for Nande. Time for him to start getting involved in every fight. That's a quick one. Ursa's timing, it's slowed down a pretty good amount after all this laning phase and all these moves that have happened on top of him. But at least the Darkster's rich. That's the big thing I'm looking at for PMA, and it is a good pipe game. It's a very good one. Pipe is one of the best items right now in the game. But will it be enough to cover the overwhelming amount of damage? I don't think so. Dandelion's on the hunt again.
Looking for the bear. They'll get the lasso. One here for
Making the better
Mobiles.
moves.
It's going to bring him closer and closer towards the bots. He's already got an ancient stack as well being prepped on his side of the map, so if they wants to go and clear that out soon. Boots of Travel are going to be online very, very fast after this blink.
Wisdom runes coming out. I already see Desire. He's considering it. He pinged it, but now he sees movements coming in. He's not going to go for the steal. Should be a 1-for-1. Palantimos almost has his Atos finished up. So Palantimos is going more of a fighting style build. A lot of times we've seen on these Underlords, it's just been straight auras, right? Greaves, Pipe, etc., stuff like that. He's looking to have this extra form of catch for his team.
Okay.
Which means, I mean, it could hurt, and maybe it could be good in the catch department, but in a big 5v5 team fight, they might miss the auras versus the Darkseer. So we'll see.
Yeah, I guess he feels that because of the edge that they have, the lead that they have right now, that Na'Vi Jr. playing from behind just won't have enough burst to threaten his team, so feels that he can go for the aggressive route and says, hey, well, you know what, they're not going to kill us anyway, so we might as well just gear up to kill them quicker.
Yeah, I'm fine with him going Atos. I would like to see him go perhaps some of the auras afterwards and stuff, but I think Atos is just always phenomenal when you're playing with it on Underlord anyway, so. And yeah, seeing Kadaro as well, too. I don't know if it was him who did this the other day as well, too. Apologies, I should look at this really quickly, but not going the Aghanim's route. It's Drum, it's Solar Crest, it's just better. It feels so much better in most situations. Aghanim's is kind of just a gimmick. Or you're a core Warlock going champion to Goroth. Which doesn't happen. Altimo's bottom, they are sandwiching him.
Can they get on top of it? I'm not going to catch, but the Avalanche will. Daze has the toss back. The burst, it will cut him down very, very quickly. The question is if Dandelions can do anything in return. They were bringing numbers over as well, but it's kind of difficult. Na'Vi, they have the advantage, 4 versus the 2 of them. It's done to open things up. Avalanche as well. They've got the control and burst to take down another. Nice moves here from Na'Vi Jr. as a team. And punishing Palantimos. And as you say, with this build, he does die very quickly on his own.
Yeah. Exactly. And I mean, Niku now has Eternal Shroud. So overall, pretty damn good recovery. Now the Bat Rider's going to have a lot more difficult time solo killing him. Nice movements around. And now playing around their pipe, their group up is quite formidable in comparison to the group up of Dandelions now because of this pipe. Yeah, pipe and Eternal Shroud. Juice, be careful.
He's stepping back, won't risk another creep wave here on the top lane. He knows that there's a high chance they're looking for him, and Mobai, we'll see how deep he wants to go.
Mobai seems to know. He could get him on the cliff over here, too. It's a dangerous spot for the Ursa.
Riddies is by his side, might be able to offer up some safety with the stun. Dismember comes out, but the enrage is there. Got the juice on the retreat, will get hit by the Terrorize. Palantimos comes in through the Fiend's Gate to make sure that Got the Juice will not escape. The hook connection over onto Riddies. Nande able to drag back in the Lion. They will lose Mobai. And Na'Vi Jr., they're trying to fight back. In fact, he's cleaned up 2 of them. He's got the Chakram onto Kadaro. They just might be able to make this work. They get the drag back with the vacuum. It's a triple kill for Niku. He's back, baby. He's absolutely back.
An instant tip comes out too. He deleted the bat. They dove too far. They brought numbers on the side of Dandelions, but Na'Vi Jr. was ready to bring them right back.
They are completely outplaying them. I mean, you just got to look kind of 10 minutes back at the start of this game, and then you look at the point now, and you sort of got to ask, Dandelions, how did you let this slip away? You had everything. You crushed the mid. You had this bat fully in charge of being able to control the game, make the plays. But now at the point where this Timbersaw, he's 1.5k gold ahead of the bat.
That was, I mean, such good movements and such good target priority. He killed the bat instantly. then
Yeah.
killed the next tanky guy, and then got right on top of the Pudge as well, too. He actually just did that perfectly, and a perfect wraparound. They were super ready.
And they're going
Desire
for more.
now.
Jump
dead as
stun,
well.
quick burst. Niku, he's unstoppable. Says at the
Oh,
top of
he's
the screen
back,
is
baby.
absolutely right. And he's laughing at the back. He said, you know what? Do it again.
True.
Because I'll do it again as well.
Radiant are
This has got to feel rough. They are losing
And they
control
make
of
it
this
work.
game quickly down the line. They're going to get the jump
Very
here
quickly.
again. And they are completely falling apart. Tossed back
Another
into the
two.
avalanche. They're getting outplayed time and time again. And letting that early game slip away from them like this, I don't know how they recover it. They're getting crushed.
Now it's devastating. They've got a full blink on the Tiny. They've got pretty much all the items to make Niku now tanky enough to just charge in, and he can just blink on top of their face. I think this pipe, you know, like them having pipe and them having Atos on Underlord, there's some difference in being made when those big team fights kick in. These heroes were ready. Navi Jr. This is one of their big powers that I've talked about, at least earlier, was their team fight.
Yeah,
This is the best thing that I've seen from them. Their laning can sometimes be a little shaky, but when they come together with team fight, this team looks good. 13 to 13 now, and they get a Roche.
I mean, it seems to be sort of the strat here for sure. Maybe that's the approach with the draft. They're like, hey, you know what? Our laning's not that great, so who cares if we end up drafting situations where we're not going to do well in lanes? We're not going to do well in the lanes anyway, but that doesn't matter because when it comes to crunch time, this early mid-game, and we're running around the map as 4 heroes, we will outplay and outmaneuver them every single time, and that's what's happening here. They're up to a couple of K lead on the gold. They've got the Aegis now on Niku, and this Timbersaw, he's in the top spot. He's in prime position.
Now he's like very difficult to kill, right? With the Eternal
Absolutely.
Shroud, of course, with the Aegis as well, too. And he's always got backup. They're running together. I see 3-4 heroes on the side of Navi Jr. sticking together with their pipe mech. Suna Greaves, too.
scanning.
Maybe don't have the damage this time. Don't have the damage now if you group up as 5 at all on Dandelions until you have that next set of items. But what is that next set of items? We'll have to see.
I don't know, I feel like, yeah, the whole sort of momentum
was sick.
has got completely shaken up. Dandelions, they're
Yep.
going to try and go for a smoke themselves, but
Dire's middle tower is under
I love-
it's now, it feels kind of risky because of how Navi Jr.
Yeah.
has been responding. You know, I can't imagine they're going into this smoke move with a lot of
Ooh.
confidence. They're like, well, guys, I guess we've got to try something.
They have full vision. They saw everybody moving top. They have this ward that's actually scouting Navi a little bit
They should get
split.
Daze, unless he's quick with a blink, but he's not. Nande's able to grab him first, so the Tiny will fall. So if he can
Hex.
get anything more, Mobile's tried to step forward, but Riddies holds him back with a Hex, and he's able to get the blink out before the Flame Break connects. They'll continue to chase onwards. I mean, you can see
Yeah,
Navi
looking
Jr.,
for
they're
vacuum.
considering fighting this. I mean, yeah, they've got the vacuum wall ready from PMA. And Dandelions themselves also know that they, even though they've got 1 kill and they've got the 5 versus 4, they can't continue to chase.
Just too scared of some big wombo combo. If they get like 3-4 man vacuum plus the Timber Saw, 2 heroes could just delete instantly, so do have to be careful of that. Do get the tiny kill. That ward does scout the movement out. And they still do have their ults at the ready on the side of Dandelion, so still at the ready to fight, but 5v5 engagement, definitely not something that they're looking for. They're looking for some small pickoffs into a fight after. Maybe they can get PMA. They're going to try.
He's tanky. It's the pipe off. Stun's going to be there. He's vacuumed the 2 of them up on the cliff. And they will get the hook, get the kill. They also have Palantimos taking up the Rod of Atos to try and set up onto
Nande's
Riddies. Riddies will die, but Yanniku gets in, bursts down Nande. Palantimos goes for the TP out, but the Avalanche is there from Daze. They'll hold back the Underlord, and Niku, he should be able to clean this one up, no problem.
Godlike.
Godlike with the double kill. Of course, the 2 big kills there as well, taking out the carry and the off lane. I mean, this guy's Timber, yeah, draft it into whatever in the mid lane. It really doesn't matter. He's going to recover. I mean, I did see, obviously, the fact that he's like with the Grandmaster, or the tier of Timber player, and I was like, well, maybe something special is going to come out of this lad. And it certainly is. He knows how to recover, and he knows how to more than recover. You know, this game, it's completely in his hands now.
Yeah, they played. I love the moves that they made with the 2 supports to get him to this part, get them to this spot now too. And honestly, I'm looking at Mobe, and now he maybe actually is kicking himself with this Arsonist, because it is a lot of damage
Because what's
to
he
soak
doing?
adds for you, and he hasn't hit a single tower with the sticky napalm. So 4K lead now for Navi Jr. and their team fight is devastating. So for Dandelions, it really does come down to the fact of them having to have pickoffs and then take a fight off afterwards somehow with it, because their 5v5 just will not win that fight.
Another jump and another kill. They catch Nande.
Another kill.
I mean, it's really starting to look like how on earth does this Pudge out carry the Ursa with the game going as it is right now?
And
Falling
Nico is
behind.
just gigantic. Even though the Ursa's 1 and 4, it doesn't matter. He's been able to just recover, get the farm. He has his BKB, which it counters most of Dandelion's draft.
And Nico, he's just leading in and catching everyone. Not afraid to go in first right now. I mean, I think, you know,
They have no
in
fear.
sort of a turn of the tables, it's going to be Dandelion saying, well, this Timbersaul's got to go. We can't let this Timbersaul get through into Niku's hands next game. Even if they have the opportunity
Honestly,
to
perhaps.
pick some sort of matchup in which the Timbersaul does rough, it doesn't matter. Just don't let this lad get it through.
I'm so impressed with this. I mean, Mobe, he's definitely feeling like, what went down? What happened?
And the kills just keep coming.
Another catch. Another kill.
Niku's just there every time. He's there every time. 12, 4, and 5. He's only missed out on 1 kill this game. Involved in 17 of the 18 kills that the team's had. And I don't think he's going to miss any more this game. I think he's going to be there every single time with the way he's playing.
I'm surprised that Nande actually went into this Veil rather than going for
Well, here
a
we go.
rush
Maybe
into
they've got a
BKB.
chance. They've got a chance of taking him down.
With
the
everyone,
hook,
yes.
the Dismember, the Golem, the everything. They'll finally be able to take him out. Kadara's going to get a huge burst of gold from that. He's the one to get the money.
They get more.
Another towards PMA, but he's got the Greaves done. So goodbye to the Atos. And in fact, he's thinking about turning. Get the vacuum wall onto the 2 of them. Mobile will put the BKB. Malice catches on, but the Avalanche and the stun there onto the 3 of them. Now they're ready to clean up in their favor here, Navi Juniors. They've got the chase down, got the juice. Look at it was Kadara. He does end up dying to the small
neutral.
creep camp. But we're seeing
But they
even
tried
now.
to run in.
Yeah, they did.
And they all died.
He's going to chase him for more. Toss Avalanche onto the 2 of them. So we've got the juice can close, and he's caught by the Atos, but immediately removes it with the Enrage. Jumps over towards Decisive. Decide's able to push him back with the Terrorize, but no further way to escape as he's surrounded by PMA and got the juice. They can even look to take away this Tormentor if they want. And they
Running
will.
into the Darkseer, a huge mistake. Even if it's just a 2-man vacuum, it's enough for got the juice to jump in and just eat that pudge in seconds. Even running in a 4v5.
Yeah, even
At this point
without
now,
Navi
they're struggling.
Jr., yeah, having their Timbersaw, having Niku, their main man, it didn't matter. The rest of them now at a point where they clean up no problem, and yeah, you can see on the net worth just all 3 cores of Dandelion's falling behind.
Bag.
Bag?
Bug or bag?
Bag. What's in the bag? Well,
I'm assuming backpack?
No. Why would it be backpack?
Like,
Oh, yeah, bag means bag.
some people call backpacks, some people call backpacks bags, right? I don't know. Book bag, backpack? I don't know.
I think they mean lag,
Maybe.
which is a mistype.
But they both wrote bag.
That is true. It is rare to both. I don't know, but bag. Well, the bag problem has been solved.
Bag's good.
We're back in. Well, yeah, we'll see that replay again, just how even when Dandelions do find a catch, find a kill, it's now at the point where what do they do after that? It feels like they kind of just have to get a kill and get out, because chasing for more, even in 5 versus 4, it's not working. Niku is on the hunt.
Catches him.
I mean, he's having some fun here now. It's got to feel good as well, does it? When you're killing this Bat Rider, the Major Life feel pretty miserable for the first 7 minutes or so of the game at the lane. It always feels good when you turn that sort of stuff around.
Oh, absolutely. He's level 18 already.
Yep.
Nice cruising. He's got no threat now. Because of how tanky he got just from these 2 items, and then just they're playing together with him. That's the beautiful thing. This Lion, Riddies, has kind of been just there every single time for Nico. Like 15 assists on this Lion, and Nico has 13 of the kills. So it's just he always has this extra little bit of disable and protection. And they pick this hero a lot, this Lion, so there could be something about it.
No, I like it. Yeah, he's showing off nicely on it, Riddies.
Yeah. It's nothing like super flashy or anything like that, but they're playing together with Nico, and that's honestly, it's been everything. It's been absolutely everything. To get
Days.
back in his
He's looking for a toss back. He's able to get it as well. He's able to toss back Palantimos, and look how quickly this man gets burst through. To see Days for the vacuum. They're ready to go in for more. I mean, Mobile has to put the BKB and run. As Desire just gets completely melted in that vacuum combo. Put the fortification.
I love it. And now even if they hook Niku in the base or anything like that, I don't even think he dies. If he gets his reactive off, I'm pretty sure he just tanks absolutely everything on the side of Dandelions now.
I think
and
so.
just lives.
And talking about tanking or just not tanking, would you imagine Palantimos, this build that he's ended up with, he just feels kind of like paper in the game right now. It's
I don't like it.
This Force, this Atos, it's just a bit all over the place, Fog.
Yeah, they had something going for themselves, and everything like spiraled out of control very fast after all these lanes. It's like the movements from Na'Vi Jr. completely caught Dandelions off guard.
I mean, Obey, he's down here, but his BKB's on cooldown.
He's dead.
Wow.
Bye-bye. Nico will take that.
This really does feel like this is going to be one of those losses that absolutely hurts. This is going to hurt Dandelions big time.
Yeah,
this is a rough loss.
Right? Like, they picked the Pudge to counter the Darkseer. He was doing just everything spiraled so fast once the support started linking up with this Timber and just killing heroes over and over and over again. Ursa, massive. Darkseer, massive. And this Pudge now at this point, I mean, I'm like looking and I'm like, Nande's itemization just feels kind of awkward. Ags is always great. Shiva's, of course, is fantastic, but he needs BKB this game. And probably something else for this Ursa.
Na'Vi Jr., I mean, they're more than happy to just jump straight into them. They see they got the juice finding Kadara. Kadara will get hooked to the side. Palantimos, he'll get left behind.
Quick and easy kill.
Hey, look at Daze. He's just
Daze
going
in the base already. Looking for the deep ward. Gets
all right,
it down.
and then he's gonna be ready for a toss back if the team pushes in. I mean, finding Kadara.
This is actually so cool. He might be able to get him.
If he gets a +1 close enough. I mean, yeah, he's pinging it. Get the rest of the team over, you know.
But there's if he jumps, though, they know there's a base ward very likely, too. So it's just like, Daze is probably like,
true.
I want to go, but then I reveal my ward, and we don't need to go. We really do not have to force the issue versus a Bat Pudge in their base, because that's where you get into the shenanigans of hooking under tier 4s and stuff.
So what's he going to do? Just hang around it?
Just chill. He doesn't need to do much.
He'll back for the wisdom. Yeah.
Yeah, he's chilling. I mean, his team's getting everything out of the map under no pressure, so.
True. I said, well, that Obs ward will just get to stay there the whole time.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely going to be
Didn't quite catch the smoke.
Actually out of range.
That
yeah,
was,
right
they did it from the mid. So this Obs won't catch the smoke move. Not that that'll matter, because I think Roshan's going to be gone in an instant, of course, thanks to the Ursa. Aegison got the juice, and Niku with the cheese. They'll be ready to go to the high ground now. Na'Vi Jr. Look at his lanes in good position. With the benefits of the Roshan and the fact that Aegis, Obs is there on the high ground. They've got a lot of information, a lot of ways to approach the jump.
Niku almost has his full Shivas as well, too. This Timber is humongous. Got his Magic Resist talent now, too. So even tankier on top of everything.
So they want to bring in that bottom wave. Get the final tier 2 tower before they start considering the high ground siege.
Okay, Nande did finish up his BKB at the least, but they're just getting so out-farmed everywhere. Underlord has same net worth as the supports at this point. Just feels like Na'Vi Jr. has picked up the litter where they want to go now. And the team fights with Darkseer. Darkseer wins every team fight. That's why this hero's banned almost every single time. That's a good kill. Full Lotus. But yeah, I think for Dandelions, they have to hope for some base hooks, some base lassos and stuff like that to be able to get themselves somehow back in this one. But problem with their draft is they don't have some type of actual carry, you know, like some Ursus, you know, whatever, any actual carry. They have a Pudge. Theirs is more about like this tempo kind of carrying thing. And that tempo did not go their favor whatsoever. There's that Shivas. It's not Nande. Oh, they got him.
Tries for a TP in the trees, but Daze knows what's up. He catches him. And
Oh, no. I thought he got stunned in the base. I checked.
I thought I checked as well. Yeah, it looked like it connected as he was going out, but yeah, literally a fraction of a second allows him to escape.
Fast moves. Na'Vi Jr. no mercy right now. I mean, Mobe's trying to farm in a very dangerous position. Has BKB, but could die if he's hexed.
Yeah, Riddy's. He's got the opener into the stun, into the burst. It's another one.
This Lion's playing very well. Gotta give this guy credit.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, the supports brought the game back with the movements to get this Timber out of control, and it's just been. It feels like it's been like what, almost 20 minutes of Na'Vi domination now at this point.
It really has. Yeah, complete outplay here. I mean, if they're coming in this hot in game one, you've got to feel a bit concerned for Dandelions in game two.
Yeah.
You know, this game one was a game where they had, they had the edge in terms of elements of the draft, but when it came to actually sitting down and playing the game of Dota 2, Na'Vi Jr. just complete steps ahead of them today. Sinande get the dismember, but the enrage is already there. Because they've still got the Aegis on Got the Juice, so even if he goes down the once, he'll be back for round 2, and Niku's still got the cheese ready to pop.
Cooldown.
They tried for the hook timing.
Whoa.
I mean, okay, Mobile kind of blocks the hook. Does allow them to kill the Lion at least, but does mean that there's a chance that Got the Juice might be able to survive through this. BKB's back up. He's also got the Enrage ready. I mean, Niku, he does not mind being on the front lines. He's going to be able to jump across over towards Palantimos now. He's back in with the jump in the Abyssal Blade. Got the Juices in on top of Mobai. Mobai will knock them back with a Flame Break. He'll get back down to the low ground, so he'll be able to separate himself from them for now. Nearly gets caught by Got the Juice again, but will be able to blink back to the base and survive.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Well, there's the 2 buybacks there. Mobai and Palantimos having to buy back to hold on.
I felt like a lot more heroes were going to die there. So only those end up dying. Thought it was going to end up being like 6 or 7 kills. That was a crazy amount of damage and kiting and stuff like that. Got the Juice, another toss back.
Oh. Gonna be able to stop with the Yules just in time.
Ace, now caught.
PMA, oh, it's a
Big
beautiful
wall.
4-man there. Vacuum wall from PMA to completely shake up Dandelions. The lasso, but the Juice is ready to follow up, jumps him, get caught by the Terrorize, but Niku is able to jump across it with the blink, cuts down Palantimos and Mobai. They don't have buyback. That was a dieback for them, they're out for 90.
Hook.
And that's it, you tap out after that. GG is called. Na'Vi Jr. are looking phenomenal in this game one, and a whole lot better than Dandelions. Dandelions, they need to step it up big time, because otherwise this series, it could be quite a stompy one.
Yeah, the team play from Na'Vi Jr. was 1,000 times better. You know, the mid lane and everything, lanes and all that, we can discuss a million times, but lanes aren't the only Dota, right? It's all about what happens afterwards, and Na'Vi Jr. just make beautiful smoke plays, beautiful moves, get this Timber some back-to-back-to-back kills. He ends up godlike after having 10 CS at like the 5-minute mark or something.
Yeah.
Phenomenal plays. Yeah, they've really just played much better as a team, and Dandelions really has to fix things up, even though they've got what they wanted with their draft, right? They wanted this Pudge, they wanted this bat, they wanted these heroes and all that to be able to counter and stuff like that. They got to play a lot better if they're going to be able to play versus Na'Vi Jr. when they get their comfort also.
Yeah, this was sort of the beginning of the big turnaround, right? This sort of aggressive dive. They had this lead, 12-6, 3K advantage, but just not respecting the ability and the burst that Niku was actually still able to come in with it. They were really reaching in to try and make this fight happen, but suddenly this Timbersaw turns up, and I believe after this fight ends up at pretty much close to, at least at the top of the net worth. From that point onwards, they just got so many kills kill after kill after kill, right? For the next few minutes after that defense, they were straight out on the map. You know, there was no hesitation from Na'Vi Jr. It wasn't like, oh, nice, Dandelions, they overextended, we got a decent fight, let's get our next time. So it was like, this is our chance to really just run at them and go, and just completely shake up any chance of Dandelions continuing that lead.
No, absolutely. They snowballed out of control. That top fight in particular, just diving for Darkseer. I just don't think they expected this Timber to come from that type of flank, and he pretty much 1v5s in that fight. He kills the Bat Rider instantly, almost one-shots Underlord, nearly one-shots the Pudge as well too, and that's the full recovery for everybody, because then Juice, I think his Battle Fury comes soon afterwards, PMA has Pipe, Blink comes out for Tiny, so all the little things that went wrong in that laning phase, everything gets recovered in a heartbeat. So yeah, Dandelions definitely have to come back with a bit of a better team play in particular, especially if Na'Vi is going to look this good with their overall team.
Yeah, They really, really did. This was great stuff from Na'Vi Jr. And as you can see, they're hyped up as well. The KDAs. I mean, obviously, a lot of the recovery of Nico was down to how well kind of the supports, and also PMA obviously getting a lot of farm early on, right? This Darkseer was really focused and doing so that he could be that element of the team fight that Dandelions, they just didn't really have from their own offlane on Palantimos. He had a tough game falling behind. But I think you got to give the standout to Niku, surely overall. We'll see who gives it. It is indeed the Timber Saw.
Absolutely.
Just for the recovery story, the fact that he had the most miserable time in those first 5 or so minutes of laning, and then he just completely, it literally kills everyone. 17-5 and 10. It's really not the bat that's got to be scared. You got to be scared about next game. It's the Timber Saw that Dandelions had to be scared of, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, Mobe definitely at this point is probably, it feels kind of bad because it kind of is your fault as the bat rider in this point when this game does start to go out of control like this, when the Timber's killing you and you're not the one jumping the Timber and things just snowball quickly. You do take a bit of that brunt of the blame, so hopefully he can recover and we do get a good game coming out into this one, because I am very worried for Dandelions after that one. Na'Vi Jr., I've seen them do this to teams a couple times. It's when the team fights just come together. These guys, their spell casting is super good, so you have to play better.
Well, we'll see if they're able to do that, and it's getting to crunch time. If they lose this next game, they will be out of the qualifiers, Dandelions. So they got to really step it up for game 2, because Na'Vi Jr. coming in hot, taking this game 1. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a short break, and we will be back with game 2 of Na'Vi Jr. versus Dandelions.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the road to the international regional qualifiers here in Western Europe. I'm Odie Pictor with Fogged, and we're getting ourselves ready for Game 2 now of Dandelions up against Na'Vi Jr. Now, that Game 1, Fogged, I got to say, Na'Vi Jr. absolutely impressed us, and Dandelions just not so much with that performance.
Sorry, I was muted for a second. My bad there. You can put a lot of blame on things, like, because of how quickly it all spiraled out of control, but it does come down to the fact that this Timber, he was shut down, and then it completely switched in like a matter of, 5 minutes or something like that, to the point where it ends up looking really weird for their game on the side of Dandelions, because then it's like you have this Pudge. It's a Pudge core versus the status-reducing Timber and stuff like that, and a core-to-core matchup versus Ursa that can look weird, but they had this good advantage, so it's just like things snowballed so out of control quickly that it looked weird. And then you look at Dandelions and you're like, well, their draft looks bad then or something like that, but it quickly happens because of how Na'Vi played and how they got this Timber back in, because he's the one that's killing those big bruisers and stuff. So yeah, we'll have to see how Dandelions can kind of fix things with their play in particular, and how Mobe can keep himself with momentum, because he had that momentum going for himself for the bat for the first 7 to 10 minutes, and then it completely disappeared. Like, he was irrelevant after that.
It did. And it's something about the games that we watch, but obviously it wasn't necessarily his fault or the hero's fault this time, but another loss that we witnessed of the Warlock support, Fogged.
It's true. It's true.
We just, it just doesn't seem to win when we're casting. It doesn't seem to win.
I don't know.
when
There's
we're
something
casting.
about it. Yeah. Something about that one, and also the Pudge for me. Like, we were saying that the Pudge looked great until until this game. It looked good on paper versus a lot of, at least, in lane and stuff like that, and if he was able to get ahead. Yes, versus Timber and Ursa can be all this worry and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, this is the game that it loses. They've done this strategy multiple times. We've seen a lot of teams doing the Pudge versus the Darks here, if they do let it through. So yeah, adjustments probably gonna have to be made. I don't know. I feel like giving up Darks here still is crazy. I don't know. That hero does feel absolutely busted, but
Yeah, it did so much last game. Yeah.
Dire team, Radiant team.
I don't think you ever give Darks here right now.
has arrived.
I'm going to stick with the Willow. And Na'Vi Jr. are not going to have the Darkseer luxury to go for. But do have other options that they did play last time and quite some success. Obviously had to ban the Tiny out themselves. So we'll have to change that part of the support duo. But maybe still a chance that they do want to run with that line again, especially if you say that's something that they do like to do quite frequently.
Yeah, because most of their other first picks are taken out, so.
Oh, they get the Pudge themselves. All right,
That's
I
cool.
guess. I mean, I know for most teams, sort of outside of like Dandelions with Nande Pudge, would you say most go for it in the support role? Or you think actually the core Pudge is
yes.
better? Yeah.
10 seconds.
I like it more as support because you're actually playing in the fog more to rely on your hook, because everybody's going Flare's hook anyway, and if you're playing a core Pudge, you're not actually landing these max range hooks. You're doing point blank hooks, and then the hook is actually worse, in my opinion. But you're asking a support player, so I'm always going to...
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I like it, the support. That's fair, that's fair. Well, with the Pudge picked up, see what Dandelions are scared of comboing, of Na'Vi Juniors are able to combo it up with. They'll take out the Enigma, so continue to look at these off-lane heroes.
I love seeing Na'Vi pick Pudge as well, too. We already got the guy. I think his name is Dandy2009 as well, too, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Wait, is that what he's
Na'Vi
tagged up
Junior.
as?
I think his
Was it
not official name, I believe
yeah.
it was... I think it was. I was checking earlier, and I saw a funny name or two. At least I saw somebody with a Dendy2009 name, and I was cracking up about it, so... Either way. But yeah, Pudge on Na'Vi. Good versus Willow. Always going to be good in any role, pretty much, versus this hero. Can do a lot. But overall, I think this hero is definitely... And this hero's good. This hero is very good. It's just... Nande had a bit of a tough time after things... The sequence of everything happened last game.
Radiant team, Dire team pick.
And they will stick with
again.
that. They love this line. I'm telling you, they love it.
Dandelions. Do they want to go with that Warlock again?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you know,
Seconds remaining.
try something different.
No. It just didn't feel like there was any reason to pick it. Like, they saw the Tiny, and it was like, oh, we need Warlock because it's going to be good versus the Fatal Bonds on time. I don't know. I just didn't see the entire reason. I still didn't mind the pick, and I thought that I did think that they were going to win, even though I was horrendously wrong. I think that they can just play much stronger heroes that actually do stuff. I still am a Warlock hater. Especially for Spudge. I definitely don't like it for Spudge.
Do you like this, though?
That's better. I love that hero. And that's more along the lines of, I feel like, what I've actually seen from... Was it from Dandelions, or was it from... I don't remember which team it was. I've seen a lot more. I think it was Tundra, actually. Yeah, Tundra is the team that's been doing this. The Willow ET in almost every game.
Radiant team pick.
These are strong, stable picks for the draft that can actually scale. Because they did go down a bit of a risky route last game. They did go kind of all in on tempo with Pudge, Bat, and Underlord cores. So this time, definitely going to have a little bit better scaling in case things do go wrong.
10 seconds.
They're pretty confident to pick the Ember Spirit up. Obviously, there is the line, there is that instant catch, and also it's rather early, so Na'Vi Jr. will have all the ways to respond to this mid pick.
Yeah, and it is that thing that, you know, we were mentioning from the last draft phase and stuff. It's like Na'Vi Jr. just loves to pick this line because it pushes people away from picking. And I mean, yeah, you shove it here, but that doesn't mean that instant catch is always going to be there. And which do they want as a response? What do you want to do to shut down this Ember Spirit? I haven't seen the Huskars or anything like that to just destroy him anymore.
A lot of options here for Niku. Just whether or not he wants to also show his mid pick now. Yeah, by the looks of it, could be. I mean, could be elsewhere, this hero, but probably most likely to be in that mid matchup against the Ember.
Cool. I like watching Pango right now.
10 seconds remaining.
He's a little bit different. That's why. I mean, I like watching him because of the differences in builds, I should say. There we go. I'm a little sick of seeing Pango, but I did see a Radiance Pango earlier, which is kind of cool.
Radiance?
I don't know if you caught that one.
No, I did not. Did it win?
I think so, yeah. It was versus Naga Siren, I believe. It was offlane. It was Whisper playing it.
All right, this Pudge is going to be cool. It's going to be a carry Pudge, I think, by the looks of it, with the draft shaping up as it is fogged.
Yeah, definitely does look like it.
All
SD
right, so
is a cool one, too. I'm wondering how this Disseminate, if he does something cool with this Disseminate with Pudge.
10 seconds remaining.
An ability that nobody knows.
5 seconds remaining.
Dandelions, they know the carry to carry matchup, at least very likely. I mean, I guess there is a world where the Pudge can be, what, some off-lane Pudge? Or you think...
Still could be, but unlikely. The other thing about this SD, the cleanse is really good this game. If he gets Shard versus Ember and Willow, it's phenomenal for his team. Very good save hero versus what looks like right now a big focus draft with the ET and everything. They're going to go to commit to kill one hero. SD is going to be nice for the save.
All right, they'll go with the Morph. So if it indeed is like what the carry Pudge, then Morph, as it scales on and goes later in the game, should have a pretty good matchup against that. But again, I mean, picking these two cores into a line that's just had an absolute banger of a game, it's rather confident. You know, this Lion, this guy, he is a very good Lion player, so he will catch you.
I mean, they're drafting. It's a completely different draft than last time. Last time was tempo. This is like we're scaling. We're playing for later stages of the game. It's like complete flip around from the side of Dandelions, just not wanting to have that type of draft at all again. This is not what I expected these drafts to look like. You know, honestly, it's like after we saw Weaver and CK in every single game, I wanted to see different style of draft, but I did not anticipate stuff like this.
Go with the Doom ban as well. Also, talking about that Meepo ban, you're an ET player. Do you not like playing into Meepo as ET, or you just don't?
10 seconds remaining.
What did you say? Sorry, the Meepo.
The Meepo, yeah. I thought ET can be kind of happy against a Meepo, right?
Yeah, overall, it's pretty damn happy. I mean, there's obviously like the nullifier and everything that works, but now you can, you know, not have to worry about it as much. But it's to support ET.
Sure, yeah.
It's like they can, of course, trickle it in. It's just something maybe you don't want to play against. You have an Ember Spirit, right? I think they banned it already. So I think they didn't want to have the Meepo versus Ember.
Okay. 10 seconds remaining.
Or Ember versus Meepo, whatever.
Dire team
Final
back.
ban for Na'Vi Jr. They'll take out Palantimos' Underlord. Dandelions. Indeed, just expecting the offlane pick to also come out from Na'Vi Jr. So quite
A lot of offlaners
a
getting
hefty
taken
amount
out.
of offlaners being banned out.
10
Who's
seconds
left?
remaining.
Do you just end up now? It might be the scenarios where you just throw one of these guys off to the offlane because there's not going to be many
5
left.
seconds
They might just put
remaining.
one of these other ones like the Pango or something. Yeah, both teams needing their offlane. Okay, we're going to get to see some different ones, I hope.
I think so. I mean, what was it? Axe is still in. Is this a good Axe game for either side?
Dire team
It's okay. They do end up banning the Huskar anyway. Okay, cool.
Ah,
so
because
maybe
they
there was a
think indeed, well,
potential
maybe the
for it.
Pang. Yeah, because the Pango might be
I
forced
think
to
that
the
they could have
offlane
done
and then
it.
get something else mid.
Yeah. Because they have the absolute last pick, so I think it could have actually been like the GG, the gotcha. Even though I thought the Bat Rider was the GG gotcha last time, he just didn't end up doing it.
10
It's not as much as a
seconds
GG gotcha as a Huskar, I guess.
5 seconds remaining.
Could Na'Vi not go back mid this game? Or is he not good?
I don't think either team's going to want that after what happened in the last one. I think both teams are just probably worried from it. Slardar. That is probably... Okay, what other offlaners are left? That was actually... I've kind of forgot about Slardar. He made it through. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, Axe.
Axe is like the... Yeah, Axe
5
and...
seconds remaining.
To bring my offlaners up. As you start going down to the weird realms of the Dawns. I mean, it's crazy that Night Stalker is just untouched in this, by the way, in this qualifier, because it was like first pick in China. So...
It wouldn't be a bad Night Stalker game, but yeah, I guess if they're not playing it in Europe, they're not playing it.
They've got their time. They'll pick up. They'll just do the Timber again. I mean, he did end up just popping off last game. He just
Sure,
feels like he can do it again.
How's the mid matchup against an Ember?
Definitely way better than a Bat.
Oh, for sure, right? Yeah, yeah. He's gonna have an easier lane.
You know, a much easier time. Should have a pretty good time.
I mean, it was a very, very good Timber game. If he could do that when he's off the back of having a lane against the Bat, imagine what he can do when he's not laning against a Bat.
That's how I feel too. I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel
this
like,
is-
you know, Dandelions, they may have gotten what they wanted and stuff like that, but Na'Vi Jr. impressed me a lot with the way that they played. The way they moved at the support, setting up this guy for success. Yeah. And we do get what is Promulgate is the... I need to check his name. Is just forgot. Promulgate is the Disseminate one. Yes. So
Okay.
he can do a lot. Throwing it onto these tanky cores, this Promulgate is a lot. Disseminate, for those who don't know, it's kind of like this reverse Fatal Bonds in a way. It's like the person that you throw it on. He'll probably throw it on his allies since he has a Pudge and a Timber this game. It'll be pretty relevant with how much they're reflecting out and everything too. And it makes them 15% tankier. Okay. Kinda
All
cool.
right. So I mean, what do you reckon? You said Dandelion's obviously going a very different direction with their draft here. Do you think it leaves sort of less room to get punished in sort of the way that Na'Vi Jr. were able to just start running them over? You know, can they recover if things do start to go wrong for them this time round?
Yeah, they're not full tempo. I feel like Navi's actually gone more of along the lines of tempo draft in comparison to Dandelions, but maybe they feel like they can because of how just snowbally that last game went, right? It was like first the laning phase, Dandelions looked good, and then afterwards the game was an absolute smackdown from Na'Vi Jr. So maybe they're thinking if they play tempo again, they're just going to be able to do that because Dandelions did go down, I guess you could say, a little bit more of a greedy route. Their three cores are right-clicking cores kind of in a way. So you have a Slardar, an Ember, a Morphling, can be a little bit slower unless Mobe just starts making a lot of moves around the map, which we have seen, to be honest. The Ember Spirits have been incredibly active lately. But he struggled last time on when he had a very, very dominant lane. So I just have some concerns for Dandelions, just with the way that they played that last game.
So if they get first blood opportunity again, obviously Na'Vi Jr. were able to kick off that first game with one thanks
Sire.
to Riddies, and Riddies, he's got the stun. Jumping with the shield crash. He's going to take the Shadow round, but the hook will miss. But, they should still get him here. I mean, they'll be happy to dive this tier 1 and finish him off. No problem. So first blood goes to Niku.
Juice is
Kadara-
going to take half the amount of damage.
I mean, stun's back up, so Kadara's got to be a bit careful how he tries to fight this. Indeed, he
Wait,
won't
what?
be able to. What do we got?
Kadaro put his point in Astral Spirit.
He wanted to punch him, right? Get the buff up on all of them. or is
But
that-
you have it level 1.
I guess he just
You
wanted it
didn't
to be better.
skill the...
Like-
But you skill Natural Order for level 1, so deconstruction actually works. It doesn't do anything if you don't skill at level 1.
Oh, I guess that was maybe about just a bit of sort of muscle memory from previous patches. Like, I'm level 1, they're grouped up as 5, quick skill my W and go. And as you say, he didn't need to do that. Yeah.
The thing is now it's just like in laning phase you want to have this Natural Order level. I say this because I'm the I play absolutely
You play a lot of
ridiculous
ET,
amount
so you're qualified to do so, yeah.
I can do this. It's like it's just a little weird because now you don't like if you're standing on these heroes when you have this order, it's minus 20 armor potentially. Like if you keep standing on them. Okay. I mean I know you get the extra strength of when you hit heroes when you put the second point in the Astral Spirit at this one, so maybe that's entirely what he's thinking about. But okay, bit interesting. Daze is stuck.
Is he?
Kadara's stuck too, though.
Wait.
And I think Kadaro. I don't think you win this one. Do you?
Maybe if he had the passive.
I think
yeah,
Kadaro
Daze
would have.
will have.
All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As I said, it may have been a misclick until the moment of the action down there.
Who knows? Or maybe he did want to just have the extra bonus damage from heroes because it goes from 10 to 17, and when you verse 2 heroes, it's 34 extra, and whatever. Either way.
See some of these setups, and obviously Niku, of course, getting that boost in the mid after he gets first blood.
Should have a good time after having a phenomenal time last time when he was already playing from behind. Looking at those lanes, though. Let's see. Bottom. Hey, the Slardar and Willow is a very, very threatening lane, of course. Just if they do get hooked under tower, it could be scary. But they should do pretty well down here on their Slardar, because Pudge has that 1 armor. Unless Riddies can make his magic happen, which he did last time also.
Top. And forced to see us underneath the tower. The PMO was able to push the wave forward. Daze also able to get the D-ward on the sentry.
That's just weird to see this from Kadaro. I don't know, whatever. I can go into it more, just because like it's like the level 2 power spike also you get is you have 3 spells kind of in a way. Because you can go Stomp, Spirit, and Natural Order. So I just now at level 2 he has to pick and choose. He has to go Natural Order.
I was going to say, but if he
to.
doesn't get Natural Order there, then you're going to kind of be like, whoa.
Well, he won't have mana for Stomp anyway, so it just doesn't really make sense if he doesn't skill it. Yeah, he does. Okay. But yeah, it's just a little weird that he did do that. Desire does get hooked. He's in trouble, bottom. It's a long hook.
He's surely very dead. They've got the Hex as well, got the Juice. Ooh, he's not going to get him for the kill, but Riddies with the right click will do it.
Absolute max range. He got him literally at the tip of that hook, so pulled under a creep wave. Nothing you can do there on Desire. And yeah, Niku is actually bullying Mobe a little bit here.
Mobile's going to need the refuel on the bowl. TP back in from Desire to get him that. This is a hot start for Na'Vi on the lanes. 2-0, already a 1k lead 3 minutes in.
Which they want, you know. They are tempo-based Dandelions, super late game kind of oriented draft that they've gone for here too, so definitely want to have that type of advantage on the side of Na'Vi. Na'Vi Jr., sorry. Got the Juice, is also just hooking some creeps as well to bottom, so even though the camp is unblocked, that's actually a good thing when you have Pudge in the safe lane. And yeah, all 3 lanes looking pretty solid. Niku, oh! So close.
Mobile's got to be careful. Still got the tangos left, but 4-minute power rune. Niku should be able to get the refuel. Sorry, water rune. And I mean, there's no support rotations either by looks coming in. Everyone's kind of got their hands full with the side lanes. Top lane Daze. Get caught out there. Kadara able to finish him off with the Spirit.
That should be the strongest lane right now for the side of Dandelions, this top lane. Should be pretty safe for Nande. PMA is getting a good farm, though. He's not getting shut down too much. But Nande shouldn't be too at risk of dying up here, unless he makes a big mistake.
actually, in the mid with
Okay.
this TP.
Into Niku.
Daze. He's going to come in with the setup. Niku, very, very low. Has he got enough burst to take down Moba? He doesn't, but Daze with the poison and the right clicks, he'll be able to get that kill for them.
Nice
TP.
play. Good bait.
Bottom lane.
Juice.
Trying to chase him down. They've got the bash and the crush. They'll get the kill.
Damage.
See if they can get Riddies as well. Riddies does have stick charges very far in a stun. He'll be able to catch Decisive with the stun. Wasn't quite able to catch Palantimos with the stun, and that means Palantimos is able to dive in and take down the two of them.
Dire's middle tower
2 needed kills for them in that lane. That lane was already getting a bit one-sided, which I actually really thought that Palantimos and Desire would have a much better time down there. That hook really broke things apart. Starter overall versus these melees can be very good when they have low armor. Juice actually has phase boots, so pretty early that this punch was able to get those finished up.
Top Kadaro, who was trying to chase down PMA, but PMA sort of just baiting him in, buying time for Daze to come in with the disruption. It won't be enough to kill him. In fact, Nande's going to try and burst through Daze. Again, not
Close.
enough damage to do so. It's going to force the two of them to walk back to base top lane.
Kadaro actually stood on him long enough for him to have minus 20 armor. She had the full stack up on him. That's pretty funny. I think you don't see that ever. Power Rune being checked. Kadaro set up for top, Remnant as well. They're also checking bottom, so they're, I mean, really looking to make sure that Mobe does have a good time at least after this laning phase as well too, because he is a lot slower this time around than he was on the bat. We saw what Nico was able to do when he was behind. Maybe we can see what he can do when he's ahead now this game.
He's actually going to make a quick TP
He's
move
rotating.
down to bottom.
He's moving. It's spotted by the ward though. Unless
No,
a
they
crazy hook
shouldn't.
comes out.
Yeah, shouldn't lose anyone down here.
bottom tower is under
No.
attack.
Attempted move.
Oh,
He's still kind of lingering, but they still see him, so.
oh yeah, it was kind of considering that because Got the Juice did hit the hook on Palantimos, but didn't have Riddies by his side at the time. Bottom lane, Kadaro. The rotation, quick stun to hold back Palantimos. The hook.
Big
Gonna
hook.
catch on to Kadaro, get him underneath the tower. See if there's enough damage with the tower hits and the rock damage from Got the Juice. It is.
Sure
They get
is.
the kill, and Daze turning up. They do have a disruption if he wants to try and set up for more, but Palantimos a little bit too speedy. Get back over to
Wisdom
the creep
rune.
wave.
Dire's
Mobe is going for it, PMA. He can't get it.
All right, double wisdoms there across the map for the side of Dandelions with that move.
Nice move. Very nice move this time from Mobe. Teammate tried. So close. Tried to do the double jump, but in place because of the chains. That'll hurt these support levels quite a lot. Although, I say that, Riddies is already level 5. So he's actually having a phenomenal start here up on this Lion. He is higher level than both supports on the side of Dandelions. When they both got Wisdom Rune XP. That's pretty nutty.
Got the Juice. Again, being saved by the fact that Riddies is lining up these stuns every single time. He'll lose his courier.
Niku looking for some surprise play on Nande. That was a good attempt, actually. He was being sneaky. If Nande goes into that tree line, he might just get insta-popped. Good attempt. Yeah, Riddies level 5. He might go down here.
Well, I think he will. Caught by the sleep. Nice stun onto the two of them. Won't matter though. Desire takes him out.
He'll take that juicy XP.
are fortified.
Dandelion's
try-
playing. I mean, it's only first 8 minutes, but I can already see them making better moves than they did in that last game.
Yeah, they're trying to dive. Got the Juice hit. The 6 Palantimos is coming in, and he's trying to buy as much time as he can for potential TP backup to come in, but it won't be there in time as they get the kill.
Which goes down. They're looking much better for Dandelions here.
Niku, he's trying to fight them, but he's getting caught by sort of the Crushers and the Cursed Crown. There's also the wraparound
Yeah,
coming
this
in
is
from
a game-
Mobile.
Might be able to get Niku here. Another stun.
Not able to get the sleight of fist into chains onto Niku. Daze. It's a self-disruption off. They tried for a hook to come in, but it's not going to be on the mark. Set up for Kadar instead. Niku comes in with the burst. They get the kill, but Niku have a Cursed Crown thrown down his way. Riddies, 2-man stun to hold them back. It's buying time for PMA also to be able to swing across.
All this time, Nande is just farming, though. Whole team on the side of Navi Jr. reacts. Dandelion still take that. Some cool couple pressure moves. And I'm seeing Niku this time around doesn't have the luxury to go for this Eternal Shroud because last game he was versus a lot of magic. This time it's very mixed. It's a ton of physical and magical. He's just going to go for the blink to burst these targets. Can be very good versus the morph and stuff too to follow up with the Lion. Does mean he's going to be a bit more fragile. But yeah, so far Dandelions with their more later, kind of like later oriented bit draft with their carries, you know, scaling to later stage. So this early game has gone very well. Palantimos treads, Soul Ring, double bracer, going for the very nice route to be able to go for the blink farm. I love this build, to be honest. Because rushing blink sometimes can be a little weird on these Slardars. I do this one's one of the ones I really do like. The Atos I was a little questionable about. This one's nice. Blink online. Niku has got some stacks to work on too. See where they want to hit.
Ready to make the smoke play. If Days already
Who do they wanna
the
go?
setup, and Mobile would be nice.
Probably Mobile, yeah. I would think he's the easiest one for them to get on, because if they just get one stun, they should have the burst in theory.
He's going to be out of here though, Mobile. Clearing out the top wave. Going to head into the triangle potentially. And maybe seeing if he comes
There's-
back towards the mid, but not going to be the case.
Yeah. I saw Juice like going back toward it, and he was thinking about maybe if he jumps to the Remnant bot tower. Does get taken out.
They're going to look to maybe set up for Desire. Caught in the stun. By time through the Shadow Realm to allow Niku to burst through him.
Decent kill. Smoke coming out though. Dandelions ready to fight themselves here. Mobe's getting to a very strong point right now. He's level 10. He's close, getting closer and closer to the Mage Slayer. His damage is very high right now. Still low level on this SD as well. Days only level 5.
Oh, yeah, Mobile's going to go straight in on this one. Days.
Chains don't connect.
They've got the burst though. As Nande. They're going to take him out. Same time though on the other side of the map. They may lose Palantimos. Palantimos indeed caught by a lovely hook there from Got the Juice. No escape from him.
As the neutral keep spawns too, it's right before they
Through it, yeah.
That looked sick actually. That's cool. Juice's Ags, he's 3 components towards it. So getting closer and closer. How's PMA's build looking? He's still a bit poor on this Bango.
Yeah, no one is sort
He
of the
could be in
same
some trouble.
level of farmers we saw him on his Darkseer last game.
Oh, and he is in a world of pain right now. That kicks the roll off actually. Oh wow, the Bramble didn't catch him.
Just going to go for a quick bounce back, maybe considering if there would have been a chance to fight with Niku, but they'll play it safe.
Ooh, that was so close, Desire. Nice try. Bit of farm time. Niku will still go back for that Eternal Shroud. It's too good of an item on Timber. Besides it, of course, giving you insane magic resist, it also, for some reason, gives you mana back. So, you know, it's always going to be useful on a hero like Timber who struggles with mana. As I believe that is Palantimos' Blink Dagger. So Dandelions can now look to accelerate things a bit for themselves, even though they have good scaling and all that. They have great ways to be able to set up for kills now with this and the Mage Slayer. It's 2 big timings together. The timings for Navi Jr., it's just still not quite the Aghanims for that Pudge.
Middle tower is under attack.
But might be able to fight around PMA's Blink Dagger if they're all together.
Top tower is under attack.
Okay?
Got the Juice,
Nice try.
the hook, and not quite able to get the Dismember either. Mobile's out.
A lot of heroes swinging toward mid.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Full 5 man.
8
from
heroes in the mid lane.
Dandelions. Yeah, Mobile also having an amplified damage rune. They're very ready to fight here, Dandelions.
Are scanning.
Alright, anybody's a kill. They could even actually, yeah, they're gonna do double gank here. So Palantimos and Mobe going for one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they found him.
Let's get the crush.
be able to heal up a little bit with the dismember, but it's a lot of damage coming up from Mobai. PM is coming in with a Rolling Thunder, but will not be able to stop. Got the juice from growing down. So if we can get some kills in return, they'll try and burst through Kadara. It's not enough damage. The Terrorize is out to the two supports. He's caught them both there, Desire. Kills off Riddies. See if Niku can clean anything up. Daze somehow surviving, not for any longer though. Sleight of Fist comes in from Mobai. A third kill to be found. And Mobai's considering even diving the tower here. Gets him with the chains onto PMA, but we'll respect the damage at the tier 2. Backs off.
Great dive. They've got the 3 cores in the area. They want to go for more. They see PMA. Now they don't. Corrosive does wear off, but they're still lingering kind of in the area. Can't quite find it. Good rotations. 5 heroes just sandwiched so quick. Pudge. Yep, can heal up a little bit, but not quite enough. All that minus armor.
Falling behind a bit, got the juice and PMA. It's last game was very much on Niku to turn around his own rough start, but this game is very much on him to sort of carry the other 2 cores whilst they kind of struggle, and I need a bit more time to get to a point where they just don't melt in these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And during all this, the thing is too, is Nade wasn't there, right? This was like a 4v, I mean, not 5 entirely, because it was kind of 1-by-1 sequence and everything, but that was Dandelion's only really bringing, what, 3-4 heroes. It was 5 by Navi Jr. They're looking for more. Daze.
Defensive disruption, but try and run himself away, but the chase will be there. He's gone. We'll see PMA and Niku able to jump in and burst through Palantimo. So this time they're going to trade. They'll maybe even get more good angle from PMA.
Got Desire.
Catches onto Desire as well.
Oh, and Mobe.
They've got the Hex into the stun and got the juice. He's got the Dismember. They get 3 kills here straight up, Navi Jr. As maybe
These
even more.
Kadara.
I mean, yeah, just certainly like this in a game that was looking pretty even, looking pretty back and forth. They just come in and they pick up a straight kind of 4-for-1 trade.
Just great poke and positioning. Yeah, this is literally what I've seen from Navi Jr., how they bring back a lot of games. They just, the way that they poke and prod and the way they take these team fights, the spellcasting on point. Just poking, Palantimos is trying to go for this SD, gets caught by Bramble, and then just boom, gets exploded. They get the follow-up chase. Then they get the next catch too. Just, yeah, great covering on each other to use these spells. And now Riddies actually has a Blink Dagger himself too, so further forms of catch for Sporth and Morph and Ember.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to be much more careful now. And it really did feel like that in that game 1, after a very similar sort of vibe of a team fight occurred, it really was the beginning of the downfall of Dandelion. So we'll see if this time they can stop a similar scenario playing out after this sort of play that goes wrong for them.
They should. I mean, their heroes are much more... They actually can scale, right? The last game, they fall off a cliff if they do start making those mistakes. This one, they have a Morph, they have a Slaughter, they have Ember. They have great ways to scale in those later stages. Just, yeah, don't lose too many sequences of team fights. Definitely not versus Navi Juniors. Got the Juice does something that I'm glad to see that I feel like I see so little people do, actually, is just buy a casual plate mail. He's playing versus, like, Slardar and stuff like that. The Pudge just has armor now. I've seen so many times in these games where these people just don't buy armor, and they're just super squishy, so... Glad to see he gets it nice and early. He's actually setting up for top. He's thinking Mobe.
That's a hard hook to hit. Yeah. Smoke coming in
smoking though.
They could be ready to connect with them, sweep through the jungle and try and see if they can cut off Mobe, get the opening with the Hex.
This is a shield rune as well on Niku.
They know where Mobe is roughly.
Yeah, Riddies is putting down vision.
Niku can't really be the first to go in. I mean, at least he's not going to have any control himself. It's all Riddies. Give them the vision, give them the information.
Nope.
So Mobe,
out.
Ooh, he's out.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Riddies doesn't try for the blind stun. Yeah.
All right. Very active, proactive gameplay, though. Look at Navi Jr. swinging around the map, just trying to find these sequence of kills. Niku feels strong, and he should. He's 7-0-4 again on his Timber. Shield Rune with the Eternal Shroud Blink, and of course he got the Whispers. Desire shows himself for a second. This is dead.
Yeah, Niku.
This Timber. This guy.
But if this continues, I think if you're any of the teams in this qualifiers going against them, this sort of seems to be the pick you don't want to let this lad have. Doesn't matter if he has a bad lane, or doesn't matter if his team's having a rough early game. He still does a hell of a lot.
Mobe. Do they have the chain CC? Ooh.
very close to being able to get another bounce back with a Rolling Thunder. And I tell you what, Niku, he's found where he's headed off to. Gets some of the jump and extra bit of burst damage, but no follow-up lockdown in range from the two supports. But they get the space.
If he gets hit by that
to take
bounce,
the tower.
that was a kill. The Lion would have had the blink follow-up. That would have been another setup there. That was very close to Mobe actually going down as well.
He just overall as well, quite world of difference in terms of how much got the juice on his pudge, is able to sort of stay in the game, whereas I think last game we saw Nande really fall behind at this point on the carry pudge. Got the juice, he ain't falling behind at all. He's staying up there at the top. Yeah,
and his itemization, you know, the Shiva, it's all natural, but it's extra good this game when you're playing versus Morphling, right? The heal negation that you're able to do. It's going to be big. He already has the Aghanims. The Shiva's going to be finished up too. It's going to be strong versus Nande. They're going to accelerate things a little bit here, Dandelions. They do have an excellent Roche lineup. This will be uncontested. But Navi Jr. will get something for themselves as well. They'll at least go for that torment in the meantime.
With the Aegis, do you imagine Nande to take it? Are they now going to try and look to get this morph involved?
I'm checking items overall. I would imagine so, yes. I want to see him get a little bit more involved to be able to at least fight with his team a bit more, because he's part of 2 out of the 11 so far. So yeah, I'd like to see him get a little more involved. I don't want to see them like super push the issue though, because they don't have all these BKBs finished just yet. Mobe is, I mean, he's kind of far away. Palantimos has his finished, but BKB timings, I would say BKB timings for Dandelions are one of the bigger ones, because they're playing versus this Pango, this Pudge, this Timber. It's going to be excellent versus all three if they are able to get just several of those. Not sure when Nande's going to want to buy it though, because he's gone for status resistance and everything, so that might come way later down the lines.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looking towards this tier 2, but I mean, do you put in a defense here?
And I would imagine they want to. They've got quite a bit of items. They've got Greaves finished up on Pango and Shiva's on the Pudge, so it's 2 big item times. We'll just have to see the execution.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looking for the wraparound. The ET Spirit does break the smoke, or at least identifies the smoke.
Bye-bye. He's trying to jump away. He's going to get caught by the Hex. You've got PMA rolling across as well with the Rolling Thunder. Terrorize will come down and allow him to set up onto Riddy, so they've killed the Lion. See if they can get more. They're turning over towards got the juice. Nande punching into him. Kadira stepping up as well. The Pudge. He's going to get left behind on this one, completely surrounded by Dandelions. They'll bring the Pudge down.
Good scouting by Kadaro. I think that just does everything for them. Just getting the information that they're going for the wraparound. They let Mobe survive the initial go. Good fight.
Niku, of course, once again, though, getting out alive. Still continuing his flawless KDA here, 8-0-4.
Very true.
Looking for that Aghanims next.
They're still hunting. They have this ward here on top of Mobe. They don't have the control, though. The Lion's not here for him. And Niku wants to try, though, anyway. Is he going to Meteor Hammer set up? No way! What
All right.
Chad. That was sick. Who needs your Lion? Give him the Meteor Hammer. Look at that pure damage.
That's pretty wild. Niku, he's,
that was so cool.
He certainly had Mobile's number this series.
Yeah, you could say that.
It's causing him a lot of problems.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's pretty big. Like, you slowed down a lot of momentum.
That's a big kill, yeah.
That's a big kill. That was probably the BKB going to be finished in the next few moments for the Ember. You've shut down that progression a lot, and Aegis is going to get reclaimed in about 2, so... All right. Nande does have con to finish. He still is absolutely massive on this Morphling. But the farm is being kept consistent here from Navi Jr.
I'll see what they can get. Smoke time. Palantimos leads the way.
Yeah, they're still feeling strong.
Whoa, it's a good 2-man crush. The Hex came out very quickly there in response into the stun. They'll burst through Riddies, but Palantimos, he's going to die for that. Got the juice.
Oh, juice.
Stand his ground, go for the dismember. The Rolling Thunder, though, it's a great angle from PMA. He's going to be able to catch both supports. Got the juice still surviving. The defensive disruption comes out. Niku, he jumps over towards Kadari. The finger burst straight over towards the Dark Willow's taken out a fourth hero.
Nande's
They're
alone.
pulled back on the Willow. I mean, they want to try and get back over and save Nande. But he's surrounded by the entire team of Na'Vi Jr. The hammer comes crashing down. A wait for him to the side, actually be able to pick up a kill onto Daze. Turns into the Timber Sword to try and Timber Chain away. But the stun lockdown, it's there. He's dead as well. An effective team wipe there by Na'Vi Jr. taking out all 5.
Nobody on Dandelions did damage except for Nande. Na'Vi Jr., again, these guys are so good at team fighting, Owen. I gotta say, like, the way that they cover each other, they kill this Palantimo Slardar. That Hex, I don't know how he did it so fast.
That
was so quick there from Riddies. Really nicely done. As they
Instant.
and he buys back, and it ends up being very well worth it. Very well.
Oh,
worth
it does. It does, and we'll see that again. You know, it looks like a great time. They get the 2-man crush. They're good to go, but bam! As soon as this crush stun ends, Riddy's able to turn, get that Hex off. Sure, he dies, but he did his job. And they try and go for the punch, but of course with the farm at this stage, the punch is pretty hard to kill. PMA, a beautiful angle with the Rolling Thunder, just straight over towards the 2 supports. And Niku, he knows who's just squishy and easy to clean up, gets the kill onto Kadaro. And at this point, the fight's kind of over. You get the 1 buyback coming out from Desire, but there's nothing you can do. You can't get over here, and you cannot save your Morphling.
I'm really enjoying watching this team. I didn't get to cast them much. I got to watch a couple of their games and stuff, and I'm seeing exactly like the prowess, like the thing that I'd really like to see from them is just the spell casting and team.
Yeah, they're good.
It's on point. They are very good at it. Very good at covering each other, and PMA definitely knowing, you know, when to take the back foot and stuff like that as his heroes. You know, going it's natural build-ups, of course, like I always like to say, but Blink Greaves. So this team fight and stuff like that. They have a Greaves on their side. On the side of Dandelions, they don't have any auras. They have drums, I believe, from the ET. So all these little things always are going to add up inside of team fights. And yeah, Pontimos does not get the BKB off nothing. It was just a Blink Crush and then death. 5K lead now for Na'Vi Jr. Comfortable spot.
Niku continues to feel unkillable.
He's a big problem. A massive one, in fact. He has Shield Rune plus Aghanims. It's the same thing as last game. It feels like he's unkillable again. And of course, he's got protection from his allies, too. He's got the disruptions and everything, the glimmers, and Daze almost does have Shard. And Shard is going to make it a whole lot more difficult for them to kill any of these cores, and especially the main one, because he'll just dispel all these chains, corrosives, etc.
I think so. Looking as well at the sort of history of Na'Vi Jr., I think one of the reasons why their team play has been so good is that, you know, despite the team never really making it to any of the big lands, they've stuck together as this lineup for quite some time. Like 4 of the 5 have been in the roster since August of 2022, so nearly 2 years. Okay. 4 of the 5 have been playing together. They brought Niku in back at September last year, so he's nearly been in for a year as well. So nearly a year is this 5-stack, but compared to like a lot of the other teams around sort of this tier that changed their lineup a lot, these guys have stuck together, and you're definitely seeing that in the coordination pay off.
100%. I look at even when the way they move around the map, it is very synchronized. And Lions, they're prepared for the fight themselves too. Niku has a Shield Rune.
He's just straight in. Absolutely no fear from him. So Palantimos put the BKB. They're going to go straight for the backlines, but the blink outs there. Riddies, he's actually able to turn. He blinks out, gets an extra stun off. And now that's brought time for PMA to get him with the Rolling Thunder. Got the juice. He's going in straight over towards Mobile. Mobile gets the BKB off. But still, they're taking a lot of damage from this Pangolier. The splitter comes down, but it's going to do barely anything at all to got the juice. He's perfectly fine. Nande, he has to turn into Timbersaw and try and escape.
God,
Niku, he's not letting anyone escape. Chases down Mobile, kills off the Ember Spirit, and it's just full retreat now. Nande's going to go for the TP out. Oh my goodness, I don't know how that didn't get him, but it didn't.
Little model, the little model. That's what it was.
It looked like it got him, but it didn't. Nande, lucky to get out, but there's only so much luckiness that Dandelion could be sort of feeling grateful for right now, because as a team, it's another fight that they lose. Na'Vi Jr. continue to get this lead, 8K advantage, and back-to-back team fights in which Dandelions just, even if they're the ones starting it, going in, getting these jumps, I mean, they can't even take out the supports at the start. The supports are saving each other.
They outplayed. They just both got it was actually funny. They both did the right play, to be honest with you. Dandelions and Na'Vi, they both went for the support backlines, right? It just, Na'Vi Jr. just have much easier access because their heroes are just, it feels like they're it feels like they're invulnerable. It feels like they're too tanky for them to actually deal with at this point. The 3 cores in particular. The Pudge runs in. He feels pretty invulnerable unless it's 5 heroes hitting him. Timber is legit unkillable. And then I love that PMA has just done this build. Yeah, Crimson Greaves. I think you want to do this from the off lane almost every game from now on. It's like these auras are so powerful right now. The buff ups that the Crimson has gotten and everything too, you're definitely feeling it. So for Dandelions, I mean, this next fight feels like it's absolutely crucial for them to have success. If this goes poor...
Jr. I mean, Na'Vi Jr. is kind of in a good place to sort of start this. Niku gets jumped, but that's fine. It gives them all the information they need. They know that Dandelions are trying for this play now. They can bring the whole team down here and get ready to prepare for it. Hookford got the juice. Let's get the catch on to Kadaro. That's going to be the Elder Titan gone. Kadaro has to buy back straight away. We'll see the jump over towards the Shadow Demon, but the disruption's off in time. PMA, he gets the Rolling Thunder off the side. Dave's getting focused by Palantimos. He will die. Dot the Juice gets a second kill. Nande trying to hide in the trees will burst through Riddies. Buyback comes out immediately from Daze. They can keep this fight going. They look to got the Juice this time. They'll be able to finish with the Pudge. See if Niku can clean up kills though. He's looking towards Palantimos. Palantimos turns over towards the Pango. They'll get it. A triple kill for Nande. Nande's getting the cleanup. Can he get Niku as well? Niku, the backup of Daze.
He's doing it.
He's pretty tanky. And they kill this Timbersaw. It's going to be a huge kill if they get it, and they do. Nande takes him down, ends the streak. A massive influx of gold there for Nande, getting the Ultra.
Oh, it looked a little scary at the moment at the start too, but they were able actually to find the supports. Palantimos gets in, kills them early. Nande hooked the Pudge on top of himself at the start of the fight and then got hexed. I was like, oh my lord, is he just going to get killed right away? But he actually ends up getting the BKB off. I believe the status resist made the Lion end up missing the chain sequence of stun and stuff. And then he gets another follow-up hit. And Nande's just free attacking the whole fight. Looking at his damage, he did 10,500 damage. Sorry, fight recap for you, Mr. Observer. I got it, you didn't. So, yeah, 10k from the Morph Lady. The next highest was 6,000 by the Timber. Everybody else is like 2k damage done. So I feel like that says a lot about what Nande was able to do in the fight. Exactly when they needed it.
Amazing stuff from him on the Morph. That was, that's the kind of fight I guess you're going towards when you have this draft. As you said, one of the strengths of Dandelions this time round. If some fights do start to go not too great, as long as Nande is in a good spot, there'll always be the chance for this Morphling to just come in, turn up to a team fight, and clean up if he doesn't get answered at the start of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and they have great, as we were saying like earlier, like they have great late game scaling. So if they can just keep this game going longer and longer, the better and better chances it does go for Dandelions. Unless, you know, Na'Vi Jr. just completely outplays it every type of form. But yes, also he got 2,800 gold. So he also got, now it's a Satanic on Nande too.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's always, still one of those things that if you get jump burst by Na'Vi Jr., you know, you're gone. So that's the one thing that they have to always be prepared for, even if they're, you know, Nande's Morph does get as big as he is right now and continue to grow. It's just got to make sure that Nande doesn't die at the start of the fight. If they protect him, he'll clean up again.
Absolutely, 100% agree. As long as they can, just keep him alive. Just keep him in position. He's got the SNY, so in theory, he should be able to shrug most of it off. The only concern is that he doesn't have, like, a save for himself, right? Like, he doesn't have an SD or something like any of these type of things. He's got, I guess the Fear you can count as one. He's got some good stuns and disables to follow up, but...
And they're going in with the smoke play. There is a Hex now picked up, of course, on Niku, so something else to be concerned about on Dandelions. Might catch them by surprise.
Because he hasn't picked anything up. Okay, he got a Yule Scepter now, also in the fight.
Oh, PMA's getting jumped. He's going to get the hook off the side. Can they save him? No, they can't. PMA's gone. They kill up the Pango. And now they're ready to look for more. They turn straight over towards got the juice, caught by the Searing Chains. The Pudge goes down. Dandelions making an excellent jump, and Nande turns into the Pudge, gets the hook onto Riddies. Nande, he's ready to get the win here.
Oh, yeah. He is in prime form. He is now, he is a near critical mass now on this Morphling. Top net worth. He's able to just get the attacks off, and they got the initiation this time around. This Pango isn't able to get anything off.
Excellent jump of
Dandelion's finding their footing now.
He's going to be there as well for the next fight on Palantimos.
Oh boy. Exactly when they needed the fight to go well, it did. That bottom fight was crucial. Now they're in a very good position with this Morphling with Aegis. The strong scaling with the ET late game too. Na'Vi Jr. Now for them, next fight is going to be all crucial. Because if one more fight loses for them, there's going to be very little recovery outlet for their bed of tempo draft, as we've said.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And losing a ton of control on the map now, too. When it went from,
Radiant's middle tower.
how much was it? Like an 8K gold lead, I think, at the peak or so? And now it's swinging all the way down. Tough to get outside now, too. Once they get these type of kills, they shove all 3 waves in. They get wards down as well. W Junior's in a dangerous position to step outside. He is going to try, though.
Do they want to try and jump this? How strong do they feel, Dandelions? They feel pretty strong. They're trying to go for this. Yemen's going to come in with the Rolling Thunder over towards the supports, but they've immediately lost Riddies.
Deletion.
Defensive disruption comes out. Got the juice. Needs to be helped out here. Niku's going to come in with a burst over towards Kadari. They've got the Hex as well. They take out the ET. But Mobai jumps in. Nande's in with the waveform. Jumps in, gets the double Mobai, and they're ready to find more on the tree line here. Daze trying to hide, but he's been caught by Mobai's Gleipnir. Triple kill for Mobai. And now Niku pretty much on his own. Riddies is going to try and step up and help out, but there's no saving him. Ultra kill for Mobai, and I'm sure he's going to want to go for more. They're diving in onto the high ground, looking to get the team wipe. Riddies, he's dead as well. A bit rude they didn't let Mobai get the rampage, because he would have had it. He would have had it. It's a team wipe. Down the lines, they've got the push. They're actually going to tap out after that. All right.
Yeah,
okay.
I think they know.
GG, we're going to a game 3.
Good. This is pretty appropriate. I feel like there's even some mistakes that Dandelion did. I was confident for the bat. I was wrong, unfortunately, in that first one for myself. But this time around, Dandelion's a much better overall game plan. Things did start to fall apart a little bit. I won't lie, for like the 20 to 30 minute mark. But that being said, Nande was the one still farming. This Morphling was still at the top. He was having a great game, wasn't dying in most of these fights besides the one. And then, some really nice hooks actually in that bottom fight, and ends up just letting him get absolute free attacks in that literal whole fight. It was like a 45-second fight where he's just straight up auto-attacking his Morph. That was nice. Much better.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, they really brought it together in those last few plays, and it sort of, from each of the individual positions, just able to do so much more. Right? Kadara and the ET, so much more impactful than on the Warlock. I think, Palantimos, as you said, with the build this game on his Slardar, perfect, whereas on the Underlord last game, it felt a little lackluster. And Mobai, completely different level of impact. And Nande on the carry morph opposed to the carry pudge.
Really well.
We've seen both games this series. The carry pudge is not doing too hot today. Then Volt.
No, Juicex, he had an okay little bit of a mid game and stuff, and then quickly things just started falling apart again. I wonder what's making these teams really want to play it so badly.
It's fun.
We didn't see much of it. It's fun. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like the 4 pudge is also fun. And there's always like the support players that want to play it, but I guess they just really wanted to put it out there again. Like, this is just like people are playing it a lot versus the Willow and stuff like that. I just feel like it's very strong. But yeah, he definitely felt like a bit of a liability. Niku, again, had a phenomenal performance. I feel like PMA also did a really good job on the Pango in particular, but yeah, definitely feeling a little bit weird about this punch carry thing now. Now I've seen it just so many times now.
That was definitely outscaled and countered this time around. We saw pretty much this bottom fight where I believe things started to go downhill massively for Navi Jr. At this point, I think they had sort of a 9K to 10K lead before this team fight. And Nande turning up and getting this eventual ultra kill cleanup. And the big one being, at the end of this, taking down Niku. The first time Niku goes down this game, a hell of a lot of money and XP for the team. And Nande just sets himself up for success after this sort of successful team fight.
Yeah, much better overall gameplay, I would say, from them too. Like, yeah, they did suffer a little bit inside like the mid game overall, but I feel like they actually kept playing the game. In the last one, I feel like things just completely crumbled and they didn't know what to do afterwards. After those like first 10 minutes of crumbling, so this one, they just felt much more comfortable with their draft, and we saw it coming into just the way that they moved it around. So, but good. I'm happy to see this game 3 because I feel like these two teams are just very, very close. So I think it's really appropriate.
There's Mobai. That was at the moment that his rampage got stolen from him. Head in the hands. It's like, God damn it, team! I could have had a rampage. Here we go on the scoreboard. Yeah, I think the kills overall were very even, but the impactful ones coming from Dandelions in those closing moments where they take those successful subsequent team fights. Who's going with the standout this game?
Probably Nande.
Probably Nande. I think for that turnaround fight, that fight really was the beginning of the end. Absolutely.
Yep.
Coming in, had the farm, had the play, had the performance there to clean that team fight up, and yeah, was ready. Really was ready to just continue on that ride of momentum and get the win.
Yeah, I think it's just important too. He only died the once, right? He is
Yeah.
playing versus this Lion who got a pretty okay blink dagger timing and stuff like that. And yeah, he only gets caught the once, and then he has a very good team fight. Loved his build too. I don't think you could really ask for much more. Just the S and Y felt really, really appropriate versus the instant hex and stuff. And it actually did come into play in that bottom fight when he gets his BKB off and stuff. So yeah, glad to see a game 3. Glad to see some
getting a game
extra
3.
and new like little bit of heroes and stuff like that here and there. But let's see who's gonna bring it, because I think it's really up in the air.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, from what we've seen,
The
from this, it could go
Official
either way.
headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Is under attack.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western European Road to the International Regional Qualifiers. I'm Eddie Pixel here with Fogged, and we're getting ourselves ready for what's going to be the deciding Game 3 between Na'Vi Jr. and Dandelions. And honestly, with the games that we've seen so far, Fogged, I don't know who's going to take this one. It could absolutely go either way. First game, Na'Vi Jr. as a team, they looked amazing with the team play, the coordination. Game 2, they had some similar strengths, but Dandelions, and in terms of their individual play and the way that Nande was able to carry them through some of the toughest parts of the game, just goes to show that they could absolutely also close up the series in their favor. So could go either way, this one.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. I want to see Nande playing more heroes like this. These super late game kind of gods in a way, because this was a gotcha pick in a way, this Morphling. He didn't really have many counters in this game when he was picked up. So if he didn't feed, which he didn't, he definitely had success to be able to scale as long as Na'Vi Jr. just didn't outplay overall inside team fights, which they kind of were for a while. It only took one for Nande to really explode. So yeah, I want to see Nande playing more of those. I'm glad to see that over the Pudge. I want to see him playing his Ursas, his Morphs. His Morph is his best by far. Don't get me wrong, but I want to see him playing more of those like late game kind of scaling cores.
There we go with the Game 3 draft kicking off. Let's see if he's able to get his hands on one of those solid carries for himself. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this one being in the lower bracket, loser of this game and therefore this series, they are out. That is it. That is the end of their hopes and dreams for making it to this year's international. So let's find out how this draft goes down. So far, no surprises, nothing big to take away, no change-ups.
Yep. Just set up this set up Nande for success. I think that's the biggest. Or set up in particular either one of these carries just in a very good position, because both times now, both times now they've both gotten Pudge and it's looked pretty underwhelming. Nande, of course, on his Morph looked good as a Pudge with his hooks that he was able to land on it, but overall his Morph pick and his Morph play was phenomenal. As soon as they hit like 30 minutes, you could see the game started to look a lot better. So I just want to see him play something more like that. And yeah, I want to see Kadaro playing active. I don't know, the Warlock and stuff. I think this hero, he can work. I don't like him. I know you don't really like him either, but I think overall it just looks better when I see most of these 5 players playing active heroes.
First pick Rubik for Na'Vi Jr.
That is
quite the change. We do see this sometimes, but not necessarily as the first pick. I mean, mainly because obviously there's strength to not showing the Rubik as your first hero, and also because there's just a lot of heroes that are more highly contested in the patch right now, Fogged.
That's an interesting one. It's very them though. That's the one thing I would say. They have done this, if I'm not mistaken, in the past, but I think they only did this when they saw the Weaver. But maybe feeling like Willow is enough, their other heroes are taken out. They don't want to do what they did last game, because their overall like first picks are kind of banned. Like they really do like starting with Darkseer. They like starting with Willow. So them not being able to do so, they're trying to deviate a little. No Tiny either. Last time they opened up with Pudge, and they probably didn't like it, so now they're just trying to change the formula completely.
Come on.
Once again, the Meepo respect ban is going to drop down. Look at the Censor. I think we saw that get banned out in the first series, first game. Might have been ignored actually in the second one. But again, just continue to change things quite drastically here, Na'Vi Jr. with their draft approach.
I'm cool with it. I like when, just full change up of drafts. They obviously play a ton of things, play everything under the sun since, as you said, they've been together for a long time. By the way, I also saw a post. I don't know if this is true. Is Niku actually 14 years old?
That sounds not true.
I'm going to check.
But maybe. I mean, some of these young lads are pretty good at Dota 2 nowadays.
Because when I checked, it said he's 15 years old.
Actually, on Na'Vi's website, indeed, it does say he's 15.
So I think he's 15.
I can believe that then. 15 or 16 maybe nowadays. I don't know how up to date this website is. That's pretty crazy.
That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Okay, well, they're going to go the Warlock again, so.
Yeah. No, yeah.
See if it ends up working out this time around.
He's definitely 15, because indeed the article that Na'Vi posted in September 2023 last year said new 14-year-old player. So he joined when he was 14, and now he's 15. So yeah, incredibly, the youngest player by far, I would imagine, that we have in any of the qualifiers.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. Okay, so the Warlock does end up coming out. They're going down similar kind of draft style, a Willow and an Ember. They want to play around that instead. good to be able to catch versus Rubik jumping into the bat lines with an Ember. You just throw a Bedlam onto him and jumps a Rubik, and Rubik can't really, he doesn't really have any way to play around it. Can definitely be strong. Elusive core as well.
Also worth noting, so Niku also ranked 34 on the leaderboards right now.
Yeah, that's what's nuts.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn crazy.
See what they want to grab. Maybe even for Niku here, Na'Vi Jr. He knows the mid matchup. So he up against that Ember. Does he want to do his Timber again? I mean, I don't really see any
He's
reason
owned
why
every
not
game.
to, right? I was going to say, yeah,
He's
there's really
literally
no
owned
reason
every
to
game.
not do.
Radiant team dire
And there it is. There, just keep it.
I would say, why not?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Crystal Maiden, though. Another
Maiden's
complete
a bit
change
different.
up with the supports. I mean, as you say, Na'Vi Jr., they don't care what the meta is when it comes to their support picks. They'll just come in with what they like to do, and something that we haven't seen from them today. The Rubik CM support duo, Fog. Not a lot of teams would be running this right now.
5 seconds.
All this tells me is they want to fight nonstop, right? They want to have really strong lanes and also just sequence it into constant fighting rather than giving any downtime. And Dandelion's draft, I mean, they're fast with the Ember and the Willow. Warlock is a slow hero, though. Yes, his abilities have all gotten buffed, but overall, he can definitely suffer a lot when he's getting run down. He's just very slow across the map as well. So this is okay, kind of cool approach. Tempo based again. I mean, Na'Vi, they went literally down full tempo last game as well. It worked out well for the first 30 minutes, then fell off very hard after one lost fight versus the Morphling. But if they can get themselves like a last pick strong scaling core and then have 4 strong tempos, that works to be able to scale if they want to play down that style.
Oh, Dandelions, they're definitely going to want some strong aura buyer on the offlane, right? You got to have someone getting out of pipe this game.
Dire team ban.
They're going to secure
He's
Nande's
going to
morph.
morph again. Hey, why not? The morph owned
Yeah,
last game.
he did. He closed it up. He carried them to victory, absolutely, and the nature of the role there with his performance.
I feel like Morph can be the end-all, be-all carry in a lot of games right now, as long
Yep.
as you ban afterwards to set him up for it. Like, they're banning out Urso, which is one of the good counters versus Morph. They
Yeah,
have
what
Ember
other
in
sort of
case
carries match up well against Morphlin, would you say?
That's actually a good question. Nowadays, I'm not really too certain, because things have changed so much, so...
10 seconds.
I mean, it used to be these, like, PLs and stuff, but there's an Ember, so you don't want to do that.
5 seconds.
Nobody's picking Lifestealer, but Morphling's also good versus it anyway.
Team ban.
I mean, Morph has, for a long time, been an end-all, be-all carry, especially if, like, Voids and stuff start disappearing.
One other hero that was sort of being seen ignored in these drafts, but we were seeing a lot the other days, of course, in the carry position was the CK. Does
Yeah.
the CK look any good here?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, the hero overall is just strong, period, right? So I think it could work. I think Morph is, honestly, he's got to outscale him, but you do have ways to contest versus the Morphling in a way, just because if you do find the right angle with your Bloodthorn or your Orchid buildup that you do see every single game, but Morph overall is an amazing carry right now. He will win most games if he gets to 40 plus without, or 35 plus without dying, and has good matchups.
Dire team pick.
They do like Medusa on Na'Vi Jr. I was thinking that might have been a possibility. It's going to get taken out.
Dandelions.
As far as like late game matchup cores, there's not too many that just like go to Morph, except for like AM, I guess, as well too in like the really later stages, which I mean, definitely maybe a possibility actually. Now that I'm looking at the drafts, maybe an anti-mage can get snuck in right there, right?
We never see the AM though.
We never see it, but
And I don't know.
I'm thinking for
like what are
'cause
these
I'm
off
thinking,
lane
like,
bans saying?
yeah,
you're banning out
that's
the
what I'm
Beast
trying
and
to
the
think.
Night Stalker. You know what are you trying to get the lane safe for? Let's stick with the Slardar again. Worked very well with the
Okay.
Morph last game.
So no longer. They have 4 of the same heroes. It's just a Warlock
Yep.
instead of an ET. We'll see how much of a big difference that makes. So Navi, how do you adapt to this? Do you go down more of like still just tempo and try to win the game and dominate early game? Because there's not many options you want to go for late game. Because now it's like AM. You can't really pick a lot of these heroes to outscale more for the Slardar in the game.
Choose your hero.
Ah,
They'll do
look
the
at
troll. I kind of forgot about that one. I'll be honest. That's the traditional anti-Slardar.
Yeah, I feel like we have seen some other teams when they're drafting and they want to run the slot, ban out the troll.
Yeah.
So got the juice getting that in. Could give him a bit of a better shot and a set up potentially for a decent lane matchup. How does the overall game look, though? You know, you've seen these two lineups. What do you make of this?
Oh, geez. I mean, non-day morphling is... I always have a difficulty kind of going against the non-day morph. Even last game, even though I actually did like Nandalight's draft. I thought Navi was going to win because I thought they just played better. Non-day morph is scary, man. And I always have difficulty with Troll Warlord. Like, Niku played such a good Timber that makes me kind of think... But, like... I don't know, but then there's also a Warlock on this side. I'm trying not to... I've been having a bad time lately of myself where I've been tunnel visioning a little bit like sometimes. And I look at like certain hero matchups and I'm like, there's no way they can win this. And then I'm like, wait, I'm an idiot. There's like this versus this and stuff. So...
I mean, I feel like I don't believe in the troll more than I wouldn't believe in the Warlock, you know. So
I believe in the non-day morphling. This hero is insane.
I feel this troll is going to get pretty heavily kited in the team fights. Yeah, he's going to have a good lane, but the team fights could become a bit difficult for him. To the point where I don't think Nande will struggle as much in the fights. But just down to the fact, as you say, they have 4 of the same heroes of last game. You know, they have a very similar way of enabling these fights and making sure that the morph can slide around freely and clean up.
But the lane should be so much worse for Palantimos is the thing. That's what it's like. These type of things make a big difference because Palantimos was a bit of a driving force in the last game. He had treads, double bracer, soul ring, and a blink at like 12-13. He was really big. This game, he's for CM Troll.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. This is game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Everything to play for here between Na'Vi Jr. and Dandelions. Loser is out at the qualifiers. Winner will get to go on and face up against, who was it? Was it OG on this side of the bracket?
I thought so, yeah.
No, it was Secret. No, yeah, it was OG because the winner of Nigma and Quest will go against Secret. So, yeah, winner of this will go on to play OG in the next round.
Okay, so for Na'Vi Jr., I would say they still want to be able to get it ahead in this game, right? They want to play with the lead. I think if the game gets to later stages and stuff, it can get awkward unless they are in an advantage versus this Morphling, but... Whew. I don't know. Troll is just such a question mark for me that I can never really... Oh! Days DC'd.
Uh-oh. Maybe it's that bag again.
That bag again.
It could be that bag again. We had the bag problem on game 1.
I can't believe they gave... I mean, Niku got his Timber again, too. Dude, I'm so torn. I just don't know what to think because Niku played out of his mind in both games. He really did.
I want to check this guy's Dota buff.
He's versus Similarity. I looked and he was it's his top. It's that. It's like
is it? Yeah.
My brain just actually completely lost it.
Oh no.
Primal, Pango.
Yeah. That's it. That's on his esport profile. What's his pub games looking like? His top one in pubs is Puck. Puck, Invoker, Pango, Ember, Pudge, and then Timber.
Wait, let me see what this guy's doing. If this guy is winning on Invoker, I gotta check this out because this hero sucks right now. Let's see.
Well,
if he's playing it.
900. Yeah, he played it 4 days ago, and also
he lost
he is
all of
also
them.
he is also the lad that's marked up as you say, Dendy 2009. Yeah, isn't he?
Yeah, and he lost all of his Invoker games. Okay, that's what I thought. That hero sucks.
Did he actually? Oh no, he's trying to make it work.
1, 2, 3. He lost 4.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he won a couple with it. But yeah, he lost like 4 or 5 games with Invoker. I'm just trying to hate on that hero because it needs buffs. Oh, I think I like the non-day morph. I don't know. I'm torn, but I think I like it more than other stuff. But I don't know. Na'Vi Jr. has been impressing me. I don't know. Let's just get an exciting game. I'm looking forward to see the aggression that's going to come from Na'Vi Jr. I think that's for Na'Vi Jr. to win. I think aggression is going to be the name of the game, and that's kind of how they have been playing. So,
dude, that's pretty wild. Dude, you know his name's Dendy 2009. That's because that was the year he was born.
I know. It's insane.
Oh, we're old.
2009, Owen. I'm 20 years older than him.
Crazy.
I don't want to hear it.
He was born in 2009.
I'm 20 years older than him. Wait, what the hell? That makes me feel real bad.
Was Dendy even
okay,
still
19
in
years.
Oh, yeah, Dendy was definitely still in Navi at 2009. Dota's not that old. That was before TI1. But he was what? He was, 1 year old. Well, 2 years when the first TI went on. That is crazy stuff.
Holy crap.
And look at
That's
him now.
actually
He's here
insane.
today. And regardless of how sort of things go for Na'Vi Jr., you can tell that this kid, he's got a pretty bright future ahead of him in the world of Dota 2.
Hell yeah.
He's going to be going places.
I remember one of these times when I, oh God, which tournament was this even? I can't remember exactly, but it was a tournament in China with Anna there, and I was chatting with him, and he actually showed up to an after party, which for those who know Anna, he's kind of a quiet guy sometimes, at least for like after party stuff. He showed up, and I was chatting with him a lot, and that's when he's like, I'm 15, and I was like, my God, I'm like 26. I feel so old when I was 11 years older than him. Well, now I'm, apparently I'm 14 to 20 years older than some players. Feels bad, man.
It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, but Niku, yeah. Honestly, it's great seeing him on the Timber 3 times, but now I've seen him do well on that. I'm kind of like, I want to see him do another hero. But either way,
no,
if we want to see that, he's got to win this game, win this series here, to stay in with a chance and play some more Dota.
His KDA is ridiculous. Even the last game, he lost 15-2-0, and so I'm all for watching the Timber.
I mean, overall, I guess, because it is 4 of the same heroes that he's playing against, I mean, the fact that an ET's been switched out for a Warlock, does, Warlock versus ET, which of these can cause more issues for a Timber?
I mean, definitely an ET.
Okay, so this
technically also amplifies everything.
Yeah, so this is a technically easier game for Niku than the last game.
Yes, I would say so. I think this is Navi's game to play tempo and to play super fast. They can still scale to later stages if they get a good advantage, because Troll can play versus Morph. It's not an absolutely impossible thing if you are even in farm, right? It is a non-day Morph, which is very comforting. If the game does slow down a lot, I can see this Morph winning. But I don't know, Na'Vi Jr., man, these guys, they're powered up, and I'm looking at the power up. Look at Niku right now. We're talking him up, 11-6 to 3-0 right now. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
But we had this matchup last game, right?
We did.
And it didn't look like and last game as well. Up. Niku even had a first blood. He didn't have a first blood this time, but he's doing he's doing a million times better.
That's kind of cool. I mean, he's dominating the matchup completely. He does have, I mean, I wanted to say CMR, but he didn't until just then, so he can't use that as an excuse. He's just dominating. He's playing the matchup super well.
Yeah, Mobile's got to be careful. He's got the bottle out. Quite the lead on that mid matchup so far. Yeah, Mobile not able to get a single deny in. Niku
I don't want to look away anymore.
And burst them every single time.
Now that we know that, he's 15-year-old and playing super well, I'm hyped watching him even more. So other thing to mention as well is that non-day overall this game, it's not as easy as of a lane by any means. It's a double burst lane, so they can actually throw kill threat, and he doesn't have an ET behind him. Yeah, Warlock can throw the heals and keep him pushed up to that margin, but ET gives you different type of kill threat in your lane, while a Warlock just can keep you somewhat sustained.
So there's pressure on the top lane. I mean, Nande, how are the threats looking for him this time round overall, would you say, compared to what he was up against last game? Is this another game in which the team fights could get messy to the point where Na'Vi Jr. don't have enough tools to lock him down?
I think they actually have more this time because of the Centaur.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Because of the Centaur. They had a Lion. They had a Lion last time, but Lion's just a difficult hero. Yes, on paper, you have better lockdown with Lion, right? Yeah. But it's just difficult to get off sometimes versus something like Morph. So I would say because they have a Centaur, it's a stun, and they have a lift from the Rubik. Maybe it's a little bit easier for them. Well, base catching back up.
He is, but the 6 is definitely going to be hit sooner on Niku than on Mobai, so there will be that bit of a window for Niku to try and go for the burst kill.
Just realized you say Mobai, I say Mobai. Wait, do we both say it completely different? Whatever, who cares?
We do. I don't know which one's correct because it could be read as both. The
I feel like I always pronounce it all wrong.
Could be Bai, but it could be also Bay. Yeah.
Top again. Yeah, they're trying to bring Nande down. They're getting some good harass. He's got sticks. He's actually the one committing forward.
Yeah, he's trying to go for PMA, but he's not going to be able to do that. Not with these 3 braces. PMA still too tanky despite his health bar looking as low as it did.
That's all throw again. Navi Jr. I mean, similar to last time. They didn't have all 3 lanes going as well. They had 2 of the lanes going well last time. This time they do have the 3. Morph getting slowed down a tiny bit, but getting
this is
healed up from
Niku.
that Warlock.
Also heading over and taking away that bounty rune that Mobile would have liked to grab.
Does look like Mobe should hit 6th, though, at the pretty much same time. It's going to be close. The Glyph, though, actually, just kidding. Niku tries to hit
He
the
wants
6th
to make
first.
sure he's got this 6 first. Yeah, absolutely.
He's trying to.
Next creep he gets it, but now the Glyph's in return from
They
Mobile
both
to try
glyph.
and stop him from getting the XP. There's a Frostbite though, Niku, he's got a +1 coming in from Riddies. They've got the slows, they've got the Chakram, they've got the kill, and at the same time, top lane, Nande gets
They found
taken
Nande.
out. So if the two of
Didn't
them can
even kill
escape
PMA.
it,
I don't think so.
Kadara might be
Daze?
careful himself. I mean, Daze is sort of standing his ground, right-clicking back with the Fade Bolt. Oh, not quite going to be okay. They do get Kadaro. Everybody pretty much dying on that top lane. As Daze and PMA go down, Desire's the one to come out on top.
God bless Raindrops. Ends up being the difference maker a little bit there. Blocks out 2 of the nukes. Desire's able to walk up, also get himself that Lotus now, too. Oh, nice plays. The mid play. The Glyph actions, and then Riddies, that's the second time. Riddies did the same, or Daze did it last time, right? The Shadow Demon. They both make a rotation to mid around the 6-minute mark. Sorry, Mobe, no 1v1 for you. Or Mobai.
Yeah, they're just desperate to try and stop those 6s from coming in. Both of them. Now the situation on the top lane. Oh, yeah, PMA very much the point where he can be sort of left to his own devices. Very hard for
Bottom.
these 2 to kill him.
Palantimos,
get the
good
grab
old
on
leg
him.
day. The one beauty about the Slardar now, even though the Troll and CM are these hard counter picks, nowadays you can actually live as Slardar. So he's actually doing a lot better than expected in that bottom matchup. Still not good, obviously. He's still like 900 difference, but you know he's got some CS. He's got 29 up there. Boots and 2 bracers.
Mobile is going to get aggressive to try and take down Daze. Tiki backup was in from Riddies. PMA headed back to make sure that Mobile doesn't get away with that play.
Yeah, they have reminiscence from the last game, right? Mobe was able to steal that 7-minute Wisdom Rune last game. Although it didn't really matter for their supports because they were super high level anyway. This time they don't let it happen. Riddies. There's Desire.
Desire forwards with the remnants. Burst through Riddies. I see Niku's going to get Daze coming in as well. They should be able to find Desire in return. The burst is there. The kill set up for Niku.
4-3.
I think really that bottom lane by Palantir was slightly behind that of his counterpart, but outside of that on the CS, very, very close.
Yeah, I mean it's expected. It's a troll CM lane for Palantima. So honestly, I think he's done pretty okay. He hasn't died.
Yeah, could have been a
and
lot
he's found
worse.
himself something. It could have been horrible. So
Under attack.
getting a little bit of something here. Mid lane, trying to get some tower pressure here. Now that Mobe's not in the lane, they're gonna get a good chunk of it too. Even setting up with Riddies, 3 points on that Frostbite. So Mobe does have to be careful if he shows up. At least a little bit here. Do they have follow-up?
Frostbite. Got it into any further control of burst, they don't. The Golem's going to get dropped down. They used the Stampede on Na'Vi Jr. to get away from this Golem team fight attempt.
Oh, but Riddies.
Should still get him, Palantimos. He can close in and finish it up with another bash.
Nice rotation. I love it. They react quickly. Swinging 5 heroes, the Golem maybe not the most effective, but at least dissuades them from going for any type of play, and now they get a push going. Instant reactions. All right, we'll have to watch for that also a lot of times in the fights. The Stampede versus Golem and Upheaval could happen where these Golems could be kind of useless a lot of times. But speaking of the Golem, it just gave up some money.
Easy plus 100 there for Daze.
Why did I think it was 150? Huh.
Oh, does it not scale up with the levels? Or?
It does, it does, it does. I just thought it was
Oh,
150
just the
level 1.
level 1.
Yeah, my brain just goes PMA.
They'll get him. Nande, he's going to be able to shift up and get back away from the Chakram, so Nande's fine. Mobile with the change. He's going to try and set him for more. They've got the telekinesis. Nande jumps in with the burst. They take a Niku down. So if they can get Daze as well, they're still looking towards him. Nande's got another stun to throw out the way of Daze, but not enough damage to kill him off. But Nande, he's still going to be happy with that one. I mean, a rare sort of death there for Niku quite early on in the game this time round. Turns up to that play top and ends up dying.
That was big for Nande, getting involved nice and early. This is I don't think I see this build always, but he has 4 points in his waveform. I don't think I've seen, at least always, just max waveform. Maybe now because it's been buffed and all that, but getting involved in a kill. That sequence was pretty good for side of Dandelions. Troll's still farming, but yeah. Nice stuff coming out here from Dandelions. What does he get? Slight. Yeah, so looking at the game overall, too, for the Rubik, didn't really touch on that one early on. Not the overall most impactful steals, I guess you could say. There's some pretty okay ones, but nothing like some god tier steal. It's like the Warlock spells are pretty nice. Probably the 2 supports are the things you're looking at. They're pretty okay.
Yeah, which I imagine, you know, that sort of should be how it goes down, right, when you get this Rubik as the first pick. You know, if you're Dandelion,
yeah.
you're definitely having that in the back of your mind when you're drafting. You're not going to pick anything with some crazy steal.
Absolutely. It always does come into play. Set up for bottom. Valentimo steps up. Juice.
That's a good crush. And again with the leg day, he's
Leg day.
away. And he might even get
Leg
back
day
in
too
on
good.
this. They get the Brambles onto Riddies. They're definitely going to get the CM.
Your leg day is so busted, actually. When you see it in those type of plays, you're just like, wait, what? Just walks out of all the slows uncontested, and yeah, they can't actually set up for this kill. Nice counter gank set up. And they still have Golem, so they can continue down here as well. Actually, surprising to see that Daze did take the area of effect as well, too, for his spell steals, rather than the mana cost reduction, because there's not really like any big AoEs that he's looking at that's gonna like absolutely change anything, right? Like a bigger golem. I don't know. Just pointing out random things, but I like to point out these facets that sometimes end up being kind of useless.
So around the mid, the focus does come in to try and secure the power, and it's going to go the way of Dandelions. Mobite with the haste.
He's gotten how many now? I think he's gotten, what, 3, 4? All right, Nico got the amplified damage before that, but besides that, he's gotten all the power runes.
Palantimos is running in. The Golem dropped down onto Niku. Niku trying to turn and burst through Palantimos, but the fear catches onto him. They lock down and kill the Timbersaw. Got the juice coming in with the rotation. The Stampede to close in on towards Palantimos. They'll take out Slardar. See if you get anything more. Mobite's trying to pick up Daze, but Daze is able to steal the Remnant, jump away.
Juice.
Mobite jumps straight across, and it helps Kadaro finish off the troll. That's got the juice gone. They might even get more. They're going to have Bramble up in a second. It's going to catch on to the 2 of them. They're able to catch on to both Daze and PMA. Got a freezing field coming from Riddies at the side, but Nande is morphing up. He's able to put a stop to the freezing field, so he'll be fine. Jump in with Stolen Remnant. Oh, Daze! So what a play there with the Remnant steal. Can they get something more out of this? Niko's in with a burst on towards Desire. They will. They've even got the Frostbite onto Mobite. They'll lock him down. It's enough to get another. I mean, I feel like in all 3 of these games, we have seen a fight like this where Dandelions, they've gone for it. And Na'Vi Jr. have shut them down. And that one, in absolute style there with Daze on the Rubik with the Remnant play.
Hey, that fight lasts for long enough for the Timber to respawn and come back into the fray. They overextend there. And honestly, Got the Juice could have maybe survived. So I was going to quickly point it out in the middle of the fight. He popped Axes, and he had 20 mana short from Battle Trance. He had a Lotus in his inventory, but then got hit from the long hit from the Willow. So I don't think he saw the hit from the Willow. I don't think he expected to lose the mana from it also when using Axis. So he could have maybe lived. They could have actually won that fight big. They do end up still winning it, but they could have won it even harder. And now Obey.
Not quite enough duration.
Oh, look at this.
Now, but
Juice
look,
is here.
The Juice was waiting for him. And one more right.
He's got him.
He's got it. They take down Mobite. He was out of Remnants. Big stuff here for Na'Vi Jr. They can keep it going. They've got the Stampede back up. They're closing the Battle Trance as well. They're onto Palantimos. The Fear will come in, but it won't save him. Niku's able to get round behind the tower, and he's in on top of Desire. Oh, it's starting to get in a similar sort of vibe as that game 1. Yeah, indeed, where we saw them turn around that one fight and then just go, go, go. It's happening again here in game 3.
Absolutely. I mean, Nande, as you said, you know, he's still got these good matchups and all that for the Morphling, but now this Troll bumped up quite a big margin. Gets these nice kills in a big team fight, Will. And that went from literally 0 all the way up to 4K just because that fight lasted so damn long for them to be able to catch back up. Is Kadaro actually going to be able to steal this? No.
Ooh,
he'll be able to deny it, though.
He might die for this. Okay, he's going to try for the TP out. They've got ways to stop it. They can't quite get in range in time, so... easy deny and an easy TP there for the Warlock.
What a boss. That was actually pretty funny. He's having a pretty good time, actually, on this Warlock. 3-1-3. He's having the best time he feels like out of his team. How's timings looking? PMA, Blink, and Blade Mail done very farmed on this Centaur this time around. Palantimos, as we said, not bad with what he was up against, but now things have gotten stagnated massively. Phase, double bracer zone, he still does not have the Blink Dagger. Last game, I believe he had it about 2+ minutes beforehand. So, and Navi Jr., they're feeling that momentum a bit here. They're smoking instantly, looking for extra fights. This is really nice plays by them.
Dispels, they know that they're there. PMA get the opening onto Desire. They leave him no chance of survival there, with Riddies even dropping down the freezing field.
Very good few sequence here for side of Navi Jr. Nande, as you said, still in a comfortable position as this Morphless, but yeah, things have slowed down a lot here for Dandelions. And, you know, as we mentioned, Navi Jr., this draft is all about just playing super aggressive. They want to keep this pace going. They want to keep playing fast and aggro. Keep this troll putting the pressure on. Because he's keeping very good with his farm. Maelstrom's done, Yasha's done, on his way to Manta. That Dispel's going to be nice. Not usually the most traditional build, of course, on trolls, but actually, it kind of has become one, just because it tends to be the Dispels, but yeah, he'll have them versus Fatal Bonds, Curse Crowns, Corrosives, etc. So Dandelions trying to strike back. Blink finished up for Palantimos. Definitely want to try making some space for this Morphling.
Try and make this play from top. Got everything ready to drop here on Dandelions. Navi Jr., they're not really falling for this. They're staying very stuck together themselves, and if they do end up going up here, it's likely to be as the full squad.
Daze has an early Blink Dagger on the Rubik, so eyes on big steals. In particular, these Warlock spells, these Golems and stuff like that, now could actually have position, or also just instant catches versus something like a Morphling or something like an Ember Spirit. Nande's doing a good job keeping himself a little bit strength morphed. He's going back and forth, just being careful. He needs to be careful. Kadaro definitely has to stay behind him too, because if they could instant pop him if there's no counter initiate.
Coming in with the smoke. Navi Jr. Daze leading the way, ready for that Blink Telekinesis if he sees the chance to get that opening locked down.
Dandelions is ready for this fight. I mean, all 10 heroes are up here.
Look towards got the juice first. Terrorize going down. And the backlines has been jumped and is immediately destroyed.
They got juice.
They get in and they pretty much instantly kill off the 3 of them. 3 dead on Dandelions. There'll be the buyback from Desire. They're going to try and deal with Niku. They're looking over towards the Timber, so he's been completely separated from the rest of his team. Niku, another Timber chain off successfully, but the burst from Nande will claim him. So they do manage to at least shut down Niku, but outside of that, they do lose the 3 of them and they do have to buy back to get that kill. There's a second big kill, of course, that's also got the juice at the very start of that.
Ooh, Desire gets the fear off. He got the fear off into the connection afterwards before the Centaur Stomp comes out, so they're able to get the full chain kill onto the Troll as the jump is coming in from Navi Jr. So good job from Dandelions, very ready for the
Jump
fight.
burst onto Riddies. Oh, just going to try for the freezing field. It's very short-lived though, and now with the jump from Mobai over towards Daze, they'll get both supports.
That was beautiful. They were so ready for this fight. There's literally 10 heroes up in the top lane. It does require a little bit of a buyback here from Desire, but I actually don't think it ended up being necessary. But anyway, Dandelions is able to get some really big cleanup, and Nande gets involved. He's up to top net worth, and it's right around a Roshan, which they should be able to kill in time. It's actually still only level 1 Corrosive Haze. Slightly unfortunate for them, but they should still be able to finish it.
Very difficult for Navi Jr. to get up here in time and contest this.
Not what Navi Jr. wants to have happen at all in this game. They don't want tempo to slow down. A couple of these lost fights can prove to be pretty disastrous when you're playing versus this Morphling. Nande in a very good position now to carry.
They can look to fight very aggressively now around this Aegis. So once Standay's got that next sign done, go for the butterfly next.
Butterfly.
We'll lose their tormentor there. Na'Vi Jr. never get the steal. Secure that shard for days.
Yeah, they're still very farmed. I mean, they're still leading. They're still in a good position. It's just, yeah, now the Morphling with an Aegis. If they can keep just slowing the pace of the game down, getting a couple more successful fights on Dandelions, that's going to be the key for him. But yeah, Juice is still very farmed. Manta's finished up.
Dire are scanning.
Comforting boon.
These clashes are going to be everything. It really is going to come down to so much of this team fight execution in these next few moments at least.
Radiant's top
And
tower
Dandelions,
is under
they're ready. They're smoked up again. All ults are up.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You see PMA?
Dire's
Ooh,
bottom tower is under attack.
that was close.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nikun, quite a bit tankier now. Eternal Shard is finished. He went full aggression before this time around.
To avoid and just get these next items online, Ags. A little bit away for got the juice.
Cool.
Maybe they can
Yeah, let's go that Ags route. See if he does commit forward fully. Of course,
Yeah, well, I mean,
dispels
what do you
are gonna
imagine
be
sort-
very valuable, but
Yeah, the benefit. Yeah, what sort of benefits he's going to get from it this game?
there's tons of things. The spells we were saying from before, Haze, all of the Willow spells, Warlock spells, etc. There's a ton that he is going to be getting rid of. Desire goes down, so they have 60 seconds. Maps open. They have Arcane Rune as well. Lanes are not in the best of positions, but let's see what else they can get.
And a butterfly complete. BKB
Hey, they seem
up next.
content to farm. They seem a little content to just like farm a little because they have a hero dead and they're not going for this on Kadaro. Okay, now they are. I was gonna say Kadaro is playing so far up. A freebie. Can they turn it into a tower? It is a full HP one. Not gonna try it. Looks like.
Oh, what's Nande looking to buy here?
Dire's middle tower is under
Just a
Gonna be the
butterfly, right?
Yeah, he sent it out of the secret shop. We don't need anything from the secret shop.
I think he just messed up.
Yeah.
I actually think he just messed up. I saw that too.
I
I
can
was
remember.
like,
Wait, in the olden days, did you have to buy the quarter staff from the secret shop or not? Was that always
No.
no, that was always the main shop.
Always
then.
base.
That was one-
Holy base. Actually, since Dota 1.
Yeah.
Old school Dota 1. And if you built 4 quarterstaffs, it made a staff. Did you know that?
What did the staff do though?
Nothing. I was just kidding. It's 4 quarterstaffs. Get it?
Oh, shut up.
Sorry. It used to say it on quarterstaff as a joke in Dota 1.
Oh,
That's
did
why
it?
I said it. Yeah,
Yeah,
with
but
the
did you ever
mouse over
did
it.
you ever try buying 4 quarter staffs?
No. I guess I never
There you
did.
go. Yeah. Maybe want to.
Actually, I probably did in Dota
Try
1.
in your
I
pubs,
probably
kids.
did.
Somebody test it. Get 4 quarter staffs. See what it does.
How's these items looking? Palantimo's closer and closer to BKB. Okay. Navi's keeping the gold lead going up, even though it's this Nande Morphling who's super farmed. They're keeping keeping everybody farmed on the side of Navi Jr. So, but they did have that lead last time also versus Nande. All it really takes is him having that one fight to just explode himself even more forward. And of course, with coverage of Aegis, definitely had some nice moments in the last bit to be able to keep farming good. But in 15 seconds, it's gone. Let's see if Navi Jr. wants to hit when that is down, because they seem to have been kind of content with just farming in the meantime.
Next fight could be pretty difficult for Dandelions with all these items falling into place for Navi Jr.
Yeah. Shivas is almost done for PMA. Starting to get quite a lot. How are the supports looking? I mean, 3,000 gold just saved up on days, though. wondering if he does want to commit before that fight. Because that is...
Yeah, I
that
mean,
is a
what's his plan with
significant-
this
It's
amount?
bag. Bag has to be lag. It has to be.
Bag.
Is it a new
have-
saying? Yo, where are the Zoomers at? Because Niku is a youngin',
that's
right? So
true.
there's gotta
This
be
could be
some-
a.
Is there
I
some
bet
Zoomer thing?
It's a TikTok meme.
It's
I
gotta
bet
be.
it's a TikTok meme. Let me Google TikTok meme bag. No. Oh yeah, bag meme.
What is it?
Bag.
As long as it's, you know, stream friendly.
No, I don't know. No, this is just all
Nothing?
bag-related memes, not necessarily a singular bag meme.
Okay.
I don't know, but again, the bag problem has been solved, and we're good to go.
See, I saw like 3 different items getting queued up as well too, so a little bit of a discussion maybe had during that talk. I saw Daze had 4 staff queued, then he switched to Lens. He had his Yules originally queued. He buys the Yules. So now a full Yules up on Daze. Definitely will be able to help him protect himself or get that extra bit of control. Get a Yules blink out or Yules and Slardar reset, etc. Very useful item to have. 4 staff and Glimmer on the CM as well too. Yeah, the supports are pretty rich. Palantimos, he's got the BKB blink, but he really is struggling to find farm on the map. I mean, Morphling, when you have that, of course, it does occupy quite a bit of the farm, but it does mean your Slardar is suffering a little bit here. But I guess it doesn't matter because it's, you know, it's a Morphling show. Right? It's all about it.
Yeah, they need Nande to do what he did last game.
Yep.
Turn up, get an ultra kill. That's what they need right now. Definitely going to be harder for him to do it this time round.
Radiant are scanning.
I feel like so the comfort that Na'Vi Jr. is showing is definitely going to be a bit of a concern for Dandelions. Na'Vi Jr. feel that they can just play like this, just take it out, you know, take the progress very slowly.
Tower is under attack.
It just goes to show how much in control of the game they actually feel right now, despite not getting that last round of Roshan. It hasn't mattered.
They still feel very confident. With the lead, the itemization too, the Shivas, it's very good versus this Morphling, so they're still feeling confident. Especially at this 26-minute mark. Right now, Nande's showing. Still gonna jump.
A hoof stomp. Telekinesis, anything else? He's gonna get out to the side.
They're
We'll
on
see
his
PM
face.
make it. He's able to dodge the terror. In fact, Nande just turns into, I don't know what he turned into, but he's just dead. He turned into dead.
Uh-oh, and
He gets caught up big time there.
I gotta be honest on, this is a thing that we've seen a lot when people buy Butterfly second item, but
Yeah, what was up with the butterfly purchase? Do you think?
he may be just looking because it's the troll core-to-core matchup, but there's a lot of disables, and I mean, he just got full chain disabled and died. And now Mobe also gets caught.
Oh,
those are
it's
massive
looking rough.
catches.
These 2 deaths
Oh
here
my
from
goodness.
Mobai and Nande. You can't be having that. You can't be having that.
Now, game is blown open a little bit here for this troll warlord. And Roche's, if that was an instant spawn, that would have been pretty GG for the side of Dandelions, but it's not. It's a 1-minute spawn, so they will get to at least fight around that Roche, but that fight around Roche looks hard. I think Nande has to finish BKB before the next fight. I don't think this is the same situation as that last game where he's a Morphling that can just do whatever he wants. He needs BKB.
He's very close to it, right? Just short.
He is close.
About half the way from the recipe.
But he might not make it to Roshan while he's finishing it. It's going to be up in 30 seconds. It's all going to come together real close. That being said, also, Na'Vi Jr. has to be set up for it, so we'll have to see.
Should be able to with them taking down this tier 2 tower.
No, this is looking real good. This troll, as long as he doesn't get popped at the start of the fights, he's looking to have some great success now. You have Roche 4 seconds. They're already set up for it.
And there it is.
It's going to spawn as soon as they walk in. That's a blessing.
Straight on cue. Yeah.
Well, it's a cheese. It's not a blessing, yeah, but it's a, you know. Yeah. Sorry.
happy with the cheese. Give got the juice, the Aegis.
Formula for success. BKB's finished for Nande, so he also has found himself a Nemesis curse, so his damage has gone up a lot in this next upcoming fight as long as he can actually survive. And now he has to go through 2 lives of the troll, which makes things quite a bit more complicated, actually. But yeah, triple BKB cores at least are finished on the side of Dandelion. So the fights overall, they're going to be a little weird. It's going to be a lot of poking and prodding unless they can 100 to 0 somebody pre-BKB from Navi.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Navi's heroes are not very burstable. Troll, Centaur, and Timber overall, I think even if they get gone on at the start, they're going to live. Pretty much every single one of the times. I would like to see, okay, yeah, PMA is building it. So I was going to say PMA right now does have 4,000 life. I do want to see him build a Dispel on the Centaur because he is playing versus Warlock. So we still have to factor in Fatal Bonds and stuff like that if they catch some amazing fight for Dandelions. It's difficult to get the connection off at this point, but it feels like that's something they might actually need for the next upcoming ones.
Definitely time to push it for Na'Vi Juniors. They've got the smoke up. They get any sort of jump onto the Maw for the Ember. Fight will be very hard to recover for Dandelions.
They absolutely could 100 to 0 people in one instant. Daro.
It's not a bad catch to start things off. That's the Warlock gone.
It's a great catch. He's dead for 45, and they get a free upheaval steal.
Hey, they could definitely look to try and tickle the high ground with this.
I don't know. Nande's farm, but like he really is the only one getting farm on his team at this point. I don't know. This is looking real hard for him to contest. 30 seconds. The high ground's getting broken. There's no glyph. They used the glyph.
Oh.
They used the glyph on the tier 2.
They might lose 2 sets of racks. I mean, if they want to go top as well, Na'Vi Junior, they could. See how much they want to take. I mean, at the moment, there's no defense being had. They'll back off after the first set, but that's, yeah, a full set of barracks gone.
I mean, that was really easy for them. And Mope. I mean, they'll force a BKB out of him, 90 seconds, that it's difficult for Dandelions to fight. Na'Vi Junior's just playing kind of however they want, it feels like, around the map. Dandelions. When's going to be the call for them to try to look for a fight? Do they feel comfortable with it now? I don't know. It feels like, I mean, it's such a hard fight into Aegis, of course, but it feels like Na'Vi might just group up and go for another push here.
Yeah, no reason to not really. They can just get the bottom wave pushed around, get the tier 2. And look to just straight up force the high ground action again.
What is this I'm seeing bottom? Do you see this? Near the tier 2 bottom? Is this a Rubik remnant?
Yeah,
tier 2 bottom, apologies. Oh, it is. It's just invisible.
It's for some reason invisible, yes.
Oh, okay. I was like, I only see a green and a red and a... Hey, that can be... Okay, whatever. It's not gonna be super random, but that can be pretty annoying. Because it can stop Blink Daggers, because he has a shard. So if he puts this remnant, this is kind of like invisible in the back, it can stop Blinks, okay. I did hear about
that. Oh, this just... I was going to say, is this related to a certain cosmetic set on Rubik, or is it just Rubik with remnants?
It was happening on Ember last patch, if I'm not mistaken. And then I
just
think
with
they
Ember
fixed
straight up.
It may have broken something with Rubik, as it tends to. Whatever. Juice. Takes a ton of damage. Was that the Imps? That was the Eldritch summonings there from the Warlock, I think. That just did a ton of damage to him. Okay. They'll just battle trance back up to full. I think they're done with the push.
Yeah, still
they did
50
force
seconds.
all of Dandelions back.
With the Aegis, so they can probably sell with maybe even getting the next round of items done. I mean, actually, you know, got the juice considering getting that Maelstrom turned into the Gleipnir just so they have extra control.
I'd like that, actually. I really would. I've seen people rushing it even. You know, I know Tomato's a big fan of going for it early on his Troll Warlords. I think it's amazing this game versus all 3 cores. Definitely could be a nice pickup. I mean, they're getting everything out of the map. Nico has a full Hex now, too. They're just they're farming absolutely everything while... I mean, Nande's getting some farm, but nobody else. It's been like that for a while for Dandelions.
Just having to stay completely inside the base, Dandelions. Very hard for them to get out on the map with how strong Na'Vi Jr. are.
He just gets reclaimed, but yeah, they finished, like you said, a full set of items on pretty much everybody. An Aether Lens for the Rubik, PMA has his Lotus Orb. Like, everybody's kind of just gotten a full item finished up. That's going to help a lot in that fight, too, because they have now extra ways to dispel. Dandelions is going to go for the smoke. Let's see what type of wraparound they can get. Nande has to have some good freedom in the fight to attack, or this is going to be very, very complicated.
35-minute Wisdom Rune. Could attract some attention. There's the jump, but not going to be able to get the catch onto Mobile. He has to jump away. So we're going to look for him a little bit in the tree line, but he holds the high ground. Another slight use to scout him out to get the Hex onto Nande, but he's already morphed up. So he can back away.
Kadaro.
They'll get Kadara instead. It's a quick and easy kill as they delete the Warlock, and they can look to keep this push going. I mean, Niku's watching from the side. He's going to have Hex back up in 5 seconds. Could go for a Blink Hex play.
Kadaro, a big mistake. What was he doing on the low ground? Was he trying to like, force stab a teammate or something? He was very far up.
PMA's in.
Nande?
Nieces onto Nande. There's the Blink Hex from Niku. They've got the follow-up lockdown. They've got the damage.
Burst.
He's out.
Dead for
70
70.
seconds. No buyback available on him as he does not have the money. Palantimos gone. Got the juice. Cleans him up. And indeed, without their Morphling for a full minute, and potentially without many more heroes as they're diving them, you get the kill. It's going to have to be a second buyback here from both the two of them. Desire and Palantimos trying to hold on in this game, but the push is continuing. Got the juice, cleans up another.
That should be it. I mean, they're buying back to hold on. It's still 40 seconds. Well, they're giving respect because they don't know that Morphin doesn't have buyback, but they're jumping
PMA's
now.
just straight back in onto Kadara. Kadara forces back with a Gleipnir from Got the Juice, catches onto him. Kadara's down again.
They're seeing no buyback. They're like, okay, this guy does not have buyback. All right, 23K, they stopped the fight. So many buybacks, and Dandelions can't even poke them out.
They're going to play it safe and go for the Megas.
Final set.
The fortification back up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So Na'Vi Jr. feel that they need to back. 23K gold ahead now. 2 sets of barracks.
They have another full set of items coming out to be delivered as well, too, if they do want to play patient. I believe the Crimson Guard is about to be done here for PMA on top. Waiting. 30 seconds to Warlock. They might just go for it.
Got to do something soon. It's the jump. Quick tap on towards Got the Juice, but he gets buffed up here with the Lotus and the Glimmer.
And it's down.
Daze was seeing if he could get a grab on towards them. He'll throw himself out of the space with the telekinesis. Mega creeps are out.
Megas. Yep. Super successful fight. Megas, a very clean game from Na'Vi Jr. this time around. They did not want to make the mistakes that they did last time. Keep that lead and hold it.
They'll back up. Try and find some of these tier 4 tokens.
I still want to keep highlighting a little couple things. Just, you know, we did talk a lot about Na'Vi Jr. before these. Actually, oh, wait a second. As Daze actually comes in. Desire.
Trying to get some sort of jump in, but PMA, he's straight over to the back lines. Again, he finds Kadaro. At the start of it all, they're going straight for him. He will be able to force back to safety, but Palantimos, he's caught underneath Got the Juice. He's gone. They'll jump forward. They're trying to burst through the troll. They've got the fear. They managed to do it. They burst through Got the Juice. They bring down that troll warlord, but it's cost them 3 lives themselves.
Hex. They're on Nande.
They're going to follow-up lockdown after. He's going to wait for him down to the low ground, turns into the stun to drop it onto Daze. Here's he uses the Centaur more on his power against Daze. He's now out of mana though, Nande. No bite. Not going to have enough damage on his own really to help finish off any of these kills. Nande's going to be able to retreat. Mobite may not be as lucky. The Frostbite, it'll be enough to allow them time to burst through him. Only Nande left alive. The base is exposed. The tier 4's going down. They're ready to close this up, Na'Vi Jr. Nande on his own. What can he do? He can't.
GG.
He can't do anything now. 2 far behind and 2 on his own. GG is called. Na'Vi Jr. move on and knock Dandelions out of the qualifiers.
Nicely done. This time they refined their strategy, I would call this, right? They're like, you're not going to beat us with the same strategy twice. Yeah, you switched up your ET and your Warlock kind of thing, but your draft is conceptually almost the same thing. They played it much smoother this time around on Navi Jr., having this Centaur, natural build-up. But overall, again, they get Niku on his Timbersaw, which, again, dominates the game. I think you got to ban this. 11, 3, and 13. You got to get rid of this 15-year-old god playing his Timbersaw. But overall, yeah, Navi Jr., their team play was super good this game. Just the calls, the plays, the chaining of the stuns. I mentioned it quite a bit before the series start of the way that they do, the team fighting and stuff like that. I feel like we got to see quite a bit of highlights there with the way they chained, like just chain lockdown something like a Morphling. It's always nice to see teams do that when they're less known.
Yeah, I think, that the fact that this team's doing it with these sort of performances, and again, with sort of some aspects of the draft that you don't see from a lot of teams coming in on this patch with the Rubik CM, which are just not two supports that teams are really fighting over during the draft phase. Many other things that are considered to be the stronger ones, but yeah, Na'Vi doing so much with them this game. And yeah, their Timbersaw absolutely making a case for himself. I'm sure in that next round that we're going to see them go up against OG in. It's definitely going to be in the back of OG's minds, at least, maybe not necessarily banning it, but being very prepared to deal with Niku coming in with this Timbersaw when he can get it.
No, absolutely, yeah, 100%. He played, it's super confident. He's playing really well. They're playing around him. They're enabling him, and he is making a ton of space. So got the juice. I did see a couple games where he did struggle. Not these ones in particular, but some of the other ones where he did struggle and had he always was able to find a good recovery because of Niku. I think this guy just is a very, very interesting mid player with the fact that he's just a space maker. He really is, and that's what you want from your mid. If you're playing a carry, you've got this guy just being an absolute lunatic running around like this, but playing confident. It's the dream. So, yeah, a lot of things we can say for Na'Vi Jr. Unfortunately for Dandelions, they do meet their end.
They do.
And yeah, it's in a pretty sad sequence, especially this game. Using a glyph on a tier 2, losing a free Rax for it and stuff like that. Quite a bit of mistakes.
The pressure getting a bit too much for them towards the end of it. And yeah, funnily enough, that again, something about the games we cast, Warlock, especially in this series, the fact that they won with this pretty much exact same draft, apart from the Warlock in game 2, and they put a Warlock in there, fogged, and they lose. So something
You're
about.
just gonna hate the Warlock.
No, it's just the fact that when we see it, it just don't work. I'm pretty sure we're yet to personally see it win a game on the games that we cast. I guess, something about us, we're cursing this poor old Warlock every single time. But yeah, the scoreboard there, I think, we've got to give it to Niku, stand out. Whilst the rest of the team did play excellent, something about his Timbersaw, 11, 3, 13, the fact that he's doing this from the mid, and just to go back to the very beginning, right, how on those first few waves, he was really pressuring this Ember Spirit. It did not feel like a fun lane to play for a mobile against Niku.
No, definitely not. I mean, this team is one to watch. I mean, yes, there's definitely individual skill there. They've got that all going there. Some things, of course, to refine just for some decision making and stuff. But their team play, it's there. Their spellcasting, it's there. So this team, I would say, this is one to watch, especially in these upcoming times. These guys are young. They've been together for a long time. I'm looking forward to see a lot more of Na'Vi Jr., honestly.
Oh, for sure. And I say then the next matchup that they will have, I believe tomorrow, I think is the first series of the day. It's going to be against OG. OG's got to. They're probably going to be a little scared of Na'Vi Jr. They should be. Obviously, we don't know the circumstances of whether or not Seb will be back playing for OG tomorrow. But again, if he's not available to play and they have to do the series without him, that could be a tough matchup. Now, Na'Vi Jr., they absolutely have a chance there, Fogged.
No, I totally agree. I think if they're able to get their heroes in particular, if they're able to get a bunch of these guys do definitely have a shot. They look good when they're coordinated, and they tend to be pretty coordinated. So
they do.
Yeah, fun to see. And now we get to look forward to the next game, right?
We do. And I'm sure lots of ladies and gentlemen in chat are looking forward to it as well. That's right, boys and girls. With that series done and dusted, and as we say, we have to say goodbye to Dandelions. We're going to move on for another elimination game here in the lower bracket. It's going to be the big one. Enigma versus PSG Quest. We've seen these two teams head face-to-face many times in the past. Who's going to come out today? Who's going to stay in the qualifiers? And who's going to send the other one home? We're going to find out. PSG Quest versus Enigma Galaxy after this break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology. Advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to more coverage here of the the qualifiers for the Road to the International. This is the Western European region. I'm Odie Pixel here with Fogden. We're getting ready for our last series of the day, and it is a big one. Best of 3 down here in the lower bracket, and of course between PSG Quest and Enigma Galaxy. Fog, talk to me about these two teams.
They're cool. They're hype. I mean, come on. We don't need to say anything. Come on, it's Enigma, it's Quest. It's going to be super fun. They've played each other a lot in the past, but this one's going to be the real test, I feel like, for Enigma, because Quest has kind of been powering up a little bit. It took them a little bit to get to that point, but they've also been showing some weakness. So, man, I don't know. This is a tough one, because if you asked me any time before yesterday, I would say Quest like 90-10, right? But okay. Enigma has somehow just been showing some promise. I don't know. I really do think, like, when I look at them, I still think of the Enigma of the old days where, you know, these old ideas, you know, they've been playing for so long that it's tough to lose grasp of some of these and stuff like that. But yesterday, I saw something different. So
see if they can do it again here today. Enigma Galaxy, as you say, up against Quest could be quite a tough challenge. The draft has begun here of Game 1, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be able to get that on your screen right now. And, yeah, let's see. Just to give a refresher, of course, to how both teams ended up here. We had Enigma Galaxy getting knocked down 2-1 by OG. They were then yesterday able to get the victory against Just Better 2-0. Quest, they got knocked down 2-1 as well by Entity. And then they got the victory yesterday, of course, against Team Bold 2-0. So it's a sort of similar level of routes so far for both teams, right? They both start in the upper bracket against a team that is likely and expected to win the victory, but both do get a game against them, which I think is definitely something to be said in both of those situations. You know, Quest taking a game of Entity, pretty impressive. Entity's looking pretty hot right now. And again, Enigma Galaxy even taking a game off OG. OG, up until obviously their series today, looking very strong. And then, yeah, down in the lower bracket, the 2 victories that they had 2-0 were probably the expected outcomes in both scenarios. So, yeah, kind of coming in on a level footing, and let's see which team's warmed up the most for today in this very important best of 3. Yeah, it's lower bracket. You lose this, you're going home. You're not going to TI.
Yep, this is every game is, of course, all important, but yeah, this is going to be the real test to see, because last time they met up, of course, it was, I believe, Quest ended up winning, I think it was 3-1. I caught most of the games. I want to say they actually went longer than I expected. They were like some almost 60-minute games and stuff like that, so it wasn't some type of pushover or anything from the side of Enigma Galaxy. So that's why I'm pretty excited for this one.
Oh, ban, there's nothing to really write home about so far. Standard ban affair for the patch. Not really seeing anything different from the regulars, and it continues. Clockwork. I say, well, Clockwork we've seen being left in quite a few times. Enigma Galaxy, they're going to get the chance to go for the SF, which we have not been seeing, because that really has been banned out every single time. And indeed, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to this lineup, is it Sumail taking it mid, or is it Miracle playing it safe? What do we get?
They have to fight for it. I think that's they have to go into the room, bring up the camera, see who wins the rock, paper, scissors, because they're going to have to fight for that one, who gets to play it. I'd imagine it's Miracle because of all of it, but Sumail in the past, of course, has played it.
Absolutely,
this hero's probably going to be playing. He's probably going to be playing safe lane, though, because it's broken in the safe lane. So, but I don't know. I guess it is flexible. And they open with a Wind Ranger, so that is interesting. It's like, would you ever want to trade an SF for a Wind Ranger? I think if you ask any team right now, it would be a no. So this is going to be an interesting setup here that Quest looks to go for.
I've done sort of the research for Enigma Galaxy here, and looking at Sumail's profile. So Sumail in Dota 2 in his pubs, he's played about 300 Shadow Fiend. They both played about 300 games of Shadow Fiend. Sumail and Miracle. Sumail, he has a 55.48% win rate. Miracle, he has 60.97%. So that's 6% higher win rate. So the stats don't lie. You give it to Miracle.
I don't know. I don't know what to expect now, because like we've seen this hero banned every time. I've seen it just dominating every single game it's played. It only got played, I believe, once in this qualifier, but any other place that I've seen it, it's just running rampant. I think everybody knows. Just Shadow Raze is slowing for some reason, even off the first one. I don't know why that happens. They buffed everything about this hero. Let's see what Quest comes up with to deal with it, because there's some heroes in the past that used to be, like, we can go back to olden days of what used to be annoying for an SF or something like that. and some of them are taken out already. Like Tiny and Clockwork used to be pretty obnoxious for SF, especially in the early stages of the game. These are going to be banned already.
Sure. I mean, how much do you sort of want to have something that kind of interrupts him through BKB to stop him from getting these Requiems off?
It's pretty. I would say it's pretty important, but at the same time too is like I just don't know what the build entirely is going to be unless it's just the standard Blink, Kaya Yasha, BKB,
Kayasha,
Refresher.
Blink, yeah.
I imagine it's just going to be the standard. So sometimes it's tough. You need a fast casting BKB disable because if you have Blink Yasha, Blink Kaya Yasha, then the cast time is fast. So you probably do want at least a BKB piercing disable though. Beastmaster used to be one that people liked a lot too.
I like the axe. You know what I mean? Blink
like axe, okay.
Yeah, but you know,
I'm just worried for the lane. I'm just worried for the lane, no matter what it is, because
that's true. Actually, so you pick an axe.
What can lane?
Yeah, he's gonna walk this SF to the safe lane and just raise you to pieces. Yeah. Spirit Breaker, that's one that can cause interruptions, right? When he's trying to do his requieming and things. Get on top of this SF.
2 different ways.
Very nice.
Yep. Great way to get on. Getting on top of SF, I think it usually is kind of it's having burst, getting on top of him, and then you can go down the lines from other things that you want priority of, though. Spirit Breaker, he ticks the boxes for sure. But it's different. It's definitely different. I mean, this is still one of those very popular heroes for sure. It started to fall away a little bit here, but we're seeing a change in the meta, Owen, and I'm very happy. We got stuck with Weaver CK 5 times or 6 times in a row the other day. I don't see a Weaver banned. I don't see a Weaver picked. I don't see a CK banned. I don't see a CK picked in either of our last couple games.
Much better. Yeah, these 4 heroes so far, very fun ones. A lot of plays to be made. And a lot of fun to be had. Dark Willow, I'll tell you what though, we are seeing a lot of Dark Willow across all the games that we covered, right? That one's super popular, and but not to the point where it ever really gets banned. Always the support that kind of gets through and people can take. Nigma Galaxy, they'll have their support duo be the GH Dark Willow and the Kuroki Disruptor, which we were seeing him, of course, play the other day.
Would rather see Kuroki play Disruptor than Warlock 1 billion-fold. He played it actually quite well. His Warlock was underwhelming, and we don't like the hero. He played it much better with the Disruptor.
Yeah.
So I would rather see this so much more.
Yes.
It works well with him, works well with Miracle. Yeah, so.
Oh, they get that Darkseer.
Oh yeah, wow, that went through. Okay, so
I think that's kind of the best offlaner right now. I'll be honest. I feel like just in so many you never feel bad for having a Darkseer offlane in your lineup, right? Very rarely.
No. It's amazing. I mean, this hero in general in every game. Yes, the lane can sometimes be a bit of a struggle, especially versus what looks like 2 ranged heroes that can really bring it to you. But if you do get on top of these 2, once you hit level 3, you're gonna get a kill. So. And this year overall, it's not only about the lane, as we always say. Darkseer's king of teamfight, king of itemization, especially in this patch right now. So
we're gonna get a bit more of an indication now whether or not the win range is gonna be mid or it's gonna be carry. Actually, I said that no. I guess this is just they're probably gonna save that core pick till last, so they'll just get the secondary support in now. Quest.
Yep.
Who's still in? What strong 5s are still available?
Enchantress.
The ET.
I like that. That looks real strong.
Dude, yeah, Darkseer, ET, Spirit Break. This is already kind of just between those 3 heroes. That's a lot of stuff going down in the middle of the team fight.
Insane team fight. Tons of damage all over the place. Everyone's getting amped up. The team fight is insane. It really, really is. ET and Darkseer, I feel like, are 2 that I always mention about, like king of team fight and scaling.
Dude, you know what they like to do as well when they have the ET. They were doing it, and they did it yesterday, and they did get a win with it yesterday. They like to do their Venge carry with the ET.
The Venge, right? Yeah,
they like the Venge carry.
Well.
I think that's good. It'd be interesting if Nigma Galaxy banned that out. So
that's.
I mean, it's going to be Weaver carry. They're just going to put the SF mid.
Then it's Weaver carry and the SF mid. Yeah. Okay.
Which I think is more expected. I think at the moment SF does excel a bit more in the mid lane. Because if he can have a decent matchup and he can free farm, get that early XP and level advantage, then he can just completely take over the game. So, yeah.
My
keep the
one
SF
concern is that the Spirit Breaker then has better options to be able to charge you. Yeah, you have you can throw the Ion Shot on the SB, and the SB can actually gank. So that's the one thing. But SF is a pretty. I mean, it could even be like this Yule's of the past. It's Wind Ranger and Spirit Breaker and Darkseer on one team. So dispelling Wind Run, dispel Bulldoze, dispel Surge. Definitely some merit to Yule's pickups this game for the side of Nigma.
That's a good point. I mean, Nigma Galaxy, their final ban. I think it's going to be interesting to see indeed if they do care or respect the Venge pick, because Yeah, from the way that Quest have drafted and played in previous series, I think they are gearing themselves up to get themselves that TI13
Yeah.
Venge.
Seconds remaining.
And it's honestly that Venge in a particular situation versus SF. SF is all about positioning. If you get like the way TA2000 plays his Venge, let's say if they do get it, he just starts the fight with swaps.
It would
So
be
if he
good.
sees SF, he's just gonna swap him in. I can
Yeah.
see it.
I didn't like
see
it the
it.
first time we saw in the draft where they lost, but they kind of won me over in the win that they had, and kind of down to the fact that they had this sort of synergy with the ET and just how much damage they were doing. And yeah, even more the fact that, yeah, against the SF, why not? Absolutely,
I can
why
see it.
not? So do Nigma Galaxy ban it, and do PSG Quest just pick something completely different, and they don't want to go for it at all. Because let's think outside of that, other strong meta carries that are in, there's actually quite a few, right? Not a lot of carry bans in
lot.
this draft.
Yeah, they've kind of all gone through. So
5 seconds remaining.
Nigma Galaxy.
like if it was anyone other than TA2000, I would think of some of these other heroes like Ursa because they have a really good run at you line up with something like that. But it's TA2000, so I'm just thinking, his
Sure.
range core
Well,
heroes
yeah,
that
what
he
about
really
his
likes
morph?
to play.
Because it's kind of the morph or the Venge, right? They're the ones we've been seeing from him.
That's
it-
probably the two that I would expect more than anything else, just because it's him.
Yeah.
And I guess we could even throw in a gyrocopter. I think we've only seen gyro really played versus like the Enigmas and stuff like that overall, but I would never. I mean, I don't like it without IO as much in a lot of games, but I'm just thinking TA2000 range cores because that's just what he plays nowadays.
Yeah. And you would like that rather than... I like that for Nigma
They ban
Galaxy. The Venge was 100% coming from PSG Quest.
Yep.
So Nigma Galaxy, they've done
Okay.
their homework. They've done their research. They take that away from Quest.
And now
They
your
get the
choice is
Beastmaster.
which carry do you want? Because also CK's left in, but I don't think that he's had the best success with CK overall.
Nah.
10 seconds remaining.
And they could still
5
throw the curveball of
seconds
keeping the
remaining.
Wind Ranger in the safe lane and getting something else for the mid matchup against the SF. It's up to them.
Very true. Very, very true.
But I imagine you're kind of okay with... You're kind of okay with keeping Noob on the Wind Ranger, right? Because Wind Ranger against the SF should do fine, right? You shouldn't feed in that matchup.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know who does well versus SF anymore. I'll be honest with you.
It's
Maybe
pretty
that is
crazy.
the best one.
Yeah.
But with the help of
So-
a Spirit Breaker, I'm assuming we're going to see movements from the SB at least quite early.
Yeah, I mean,
And Quest,
SB
they got that.
ganking for the Wind Ranger, you can kill the SF, as you said. I mean, just one fact being that you're an SB and you're getting on top of him, but Wind Ranger, great hero to just offer up fantastic burst with a power shot. I think, the question is if he wants to play the Morph. Is this a good Morph game? It's not bad, right?
It's okay. It's okay. Let's see,
What's he got,
TA.
T?
What's it going to be, buddy?
Maybe the Morph or maybe even the Troll. It goes to the Gyro option that you brought up. I mean, so what was sort of leading you towards the Gyro here?
It's my favorite pairing with ET, probably, besides SF at the moment. And then it's the overall with the team. It brings you, it's a good carry that can overall scale. It kills boars in the lane. So if FBZ does play around the boar, stuff like that, it's good. But it's about like the team fight. Everybody, when they run together, this lineup is terrifying when they have the group up. ET Aura plus Gyro's damage plus Darkseer vacuuming everybody onto a Gyro can work. So sometimes this hero, without an amp up, without someone to give him a steroid, can be a little difficult. But I think it looks pretty good. I think that Gyro pick looks quite nice.
Okay. Well, it's. I think we've got a lot of fun on our hands here with these two drafts, and I think focus as well at the beginning on the mid lane, just to see if Sumail does get caught out by these sort of ganks and rotations, and if Nigma Galaxy they've got kind of GH and Kuro in position to be ready to TP over and help if these dives do come in from Omar. Especially if they're able to get situations where the Spirit Breaker's coming in with these ganks after being buffed up by the Iron Shell. He gets on top of this SF. Noob hits a power shot. It could be pretty easy to kill Sumail in that laning stage mid.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to see this bottom lane in particular. I haven't gotten to see it in a pro game. The ET gyrocopter when you have the deconstruction, because the way you throw the natural order and stuff like that, it amplifies physical from yourself, but from your spirit, it amplifies magical. So even if you're not there, the gyro barrage is going to get amped up in a lot of situations if how many points he puts inside of in the lane. So I'm going to be watching that lane, and probably the safe lane. I mean, actually, all three lanes are pretty important because I just don't know how this Wind Ranger versus SF matchup goes. It looks like it should be hard, of course, for the Wind Ranger, but let's see what Noob's going to be able to do.
Let's find out. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting into the action. Game 1 of Nigma Galaxy versus PSG Quest. We're in the lower bracket. You lose this series, you are done for in the qualifiers, and you won't be making it to TI. So, very important for these two teams who have ended up meeting head-to-head in many a qualifier before. This is the one where it all counts, though, with that road towards international.
I like it. I was like, he showed that he's skilled boar, but he's doing it on purpose. He's giving the souls. Oh, this is
Easy.
big brain. But you don't let it get power shotted though. That's the important thing.
Can he do another one? Or is it too greedy?
He did. That's two.
No, I'm saying another one.
No,
not another.
The third one.
Don't do another.
I mean, he might. There is a
Do
word
another.
though. There could be a power
Get it
shot.
out.
If he snipes it with power shot.
Nah, he's not going to. Indeed, yeah. Doesn't want to feed the golden an XP to the Boom Ranger. But hey, yeah, plus
Hey, anything you
plus
can
2
take.
to start.
Easy. Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't even
Pause.
theory craft that actually. AC, dude, me too. I'm getting blasted by my AC right now. It's hot as hell over here.
Unluck. AC broken. Uh-oh. That ain't good. I'm not quite sure where they are, but they could be in a very hot country right now. I imagine they probably are. If they ain't got no AC, it's just gonna.
It's
gonna be a tough game to play.
How's your weather been? We are getting wrecked over here. I don't know about you. The heat
What, with
wave is
heat
real.
or with rain? Oh, we're getting the rain over. It's been raining all day.
Oh,
so,
really?
I've been very lucky. It's been super chill.
We've got like
Right, AC
35
fixed.
Celsius every day. So
I hope the AC's fixed at least.
I hope so.
Wait,
Alright,
both
very
of their ACs were broken, right? Because FPC said AC, and then Noob said our AC broken. So I guess
Well,
they're
theirs
both
is just
playing without
straight
AC.
broken.
Oh, I see. Oh well,
You see.
okay. Well, good luck to them. They're playing without the AC. Could be quite the debuff.
Runes. 3 for 1. Quest will be able to get the little extra. Okay, and Ducalis, he does. I mentioned it last game that I was a
What's he
little.
got?
Well, not last game, but 2 games ago when Kadara was playing the ET. He skilled the Astral. This time, Ducalis, he does have the natural order immediately. He also gets the D ward on the camp right away too. So yeah, I'm looking to see how much this is going to do, how much damage and everything, and how much he's going to be able to zone. First three is off the mark.
I'm going to be watching this. Somehow. See how well he's able to play this lane and how well Noob's able to deal with the power of the SF. And indeed on paper, the Wind Ranger should be able to fare okay.
Yeah, should be able to. Also, the other thing I didn't touch on because I got distracted by a bajillion other things that were going on is the... Actually, we'll wait for that for a second because Omar might actually just die trying to creep pull bottom.
I think he's looking pretty dead indeed. Miracle and Kuro, they'll get in on top of him. It's first blood for
bashes.
Kuro. I
If
mean, they
he
could
gets maybe
try
a
and-
bash,
They could threaten Malik as well, honestly.
they can.
Well, he's teasing around. Okay, Miracle doesn't want to miss out on too many creeps, actually, so he's going to head back towards the tower. So Malik will be fine. First blood for
GH
the
is
safe
getting
lane
walked
duo of
down.
Enigma Galaxy. Oh,
Minus
one
20
more
armor.
punch. Oh, he's not going to be able to dive in under the tower for him, though. So GH, he'll live.
Okay, and now that I have a second to say it is... They did move the roles, and they picked a Weaver carry into a Spirit Breaker. So now I finally get to say that as well, too. Because we have talked a lot about matchups and stuff, and SB has been always fantastic versus Weaver, so have to put that one out there that just in the game. It's could prove to be problematic for Miracle in the long run. But in lane, we'll see how Miracle's able to fare up.
I think last time around when we did see them play the safe lane with Kuro, and Kuro was able to set up quite a few early opportunities for Miracle to clean
and
up kills.
The charge is already coming. We were mentioning it could happen early. This is a little earlier than I
Uh-oh.
expected it.
And he charged into a power shot. It's going to do a lot, and it's going to do enough. Oh, maybe
He's alive still?
There, we'll get him. I mean, Noob's going to die for it with Kuro TPing over, but this is likely to happen, right? Even if they bring sort of backup in, if they go for the sort of charge play, they will be able to kill Sumail before Noob dies.
Yes. Especially, I mean, the early kills matter a lot, too. If you can get SF's, like, because he's very fragile. If he dies a bunch early, those power shots, those big newts do end up hurting a lot more early, so. Kuroki, I mean, the wave actually ends up staying, though, so Sumail doesn't end up missing, I think he missed, what, 2 creeps for it, so. Not the absolute worst or anything like that, as they do get the trade kill as well. But we're going to see that happen a lot. I feel like the Spirit Breaker can do quite a bit in this early game. Not only in the mid game to be able to pressure Miracle, but yeah, early game charges could be problematic if they don't have ward vision.
Yeah. I guess on the plus side for Enigma Galaxy, when you look at their side lanes, right, both supports, for the most part, they should be able to afford coming over towards the mid lane with the TP because both of their core players and core heroes this game on the side lanes are pretty self-sufficient, right?
Yeah, I mean, FBZ, he's going to struggle no matter what happens since it's
Yeah.
with the lane that he's playing up against. So, yeah, you could definitely see GH maybe make the move over. Bottom, Malik, the bugs are attached.
They could have a good shot
He's
at
looking
this.
for
If
the
he starts
fight.
to run, they're going to have to glimpse. They're going to have to play aggressive, Malik and Omar, because they know as soon as they start to run, they'll get glimpsed back. Miracle attempted to stand his ground and finish off Malik. They'll get him. Malik's gone. Miracle survives.
Omar has yet to bash. Dude, this guy's RNG is terrible.
There we go.
Yeah, he just bashed the creep. As I say it. If he gets a bash there, Miracle's dead, for sure. He didn't get any, so slightly unfortunate for Quest, but Miracle will be very happy. Water Runes being double checked. Ducalis checks top, while Noob checks bottom. So, I mean, they are definitely putting some emphasis onto trying to shut down Sumail's SF with this pick, and he still is getting good farm.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is for sure. So just the one death at the moment in that mid lane is not going to phase him too much.
I keep trying to keep track of, I'm trying to look at all three lanes, obviously, but I'm trying to keep track of how many boars they've killed. I want to say they've gotten, I think they've gotten at least 3 or 4. Just the flak plus the spirit, it does get it and snipes it out a little bit sometimes here for FBZ, so those add up for something like Gyrocopter. And even though Miracle has gotten a kill, his last hits are actually quite lacking. He's 11 behind the Gyro at the moment, just because they're putting so much pressure on looking for kills down here. Higher net worth, but only by a slight margin on the Weaver.
Ducalis coming in with the punches.
GH.
That's got the Shadow Realm.
He's got a
Definitely
realm
need to use
TP.
it, and yeah, TP will do it.
Doesn't
Bottom
feel
lane.
good to do that, though.
Comes in with the charge over towards Kuro. He's going to get the kinetic field laid down, but gets dragged back in there by Malik and the vacuum.
The vacuum bash. Able to get it. Darkseer having all three having a pretty good laning start here for the side of Quest. I thought maybe Malik might get slowed down a little bit more just because it's Weaver Disruptor, but with the Spirit Breaker behind him, Darkseer, the power of this hero.
It's still very hard to find an opportunity to set up onto Noob. Station very safe under the tier 1 tower.
Right, that's probably why they went for this pick. It's a pretty safe hero just to keep distance to be able to play versus the SF, so it's hard to set up onto him. Power Rune, again, going to be set up. Quest, they're in position with 3 at the least. The charge is coming out.
Sumail's got the back of a GH, and Sumail will get an amplified damage rune.
Yep, he's ready. He's got the point of Requiem instantly skilled too. FBZ. Okay, he's alright. He's got a lot of denies on his boards too. I'm just trying to keep track of how many do get killed because they are important how much they give up in XP.
Just waiting to get their level 6 online before they try for a kill attempt. Both teams honestly here up top, especially when TI13 at the cooldown if Ducalis can get an opening. Try and get some action going.
Mid too. I mean, if they can close the gap. I mean, Sumail doesn't have amp damage right now, so probably not a good idea to go for it, because if he lands the Requiem into some raises, you're just dead. FBZ getting some very good stacks in the meantime, so having that recovery outlet, of course.
They're going to go for Malik. They should have him here because the glimpse is available. They'll get the glimpse off, and he's gone. Miracle is going to get caught by the stomp. He's not able to get the time-lapse off because the bash was there. Catches Miracle, stops him from being able to time-lapse. Sumail's trying to chase down Omar, but he's going to get caught by the slow with the power shot, so won't be able to get in range for another raise. Omar survives.
I was like, oh, Miracle hit 6 off the kill. Oh, just kidding. Gets bashed, gets controlled. So does get brought down 1 for 1. Heavy rotations. Lots of sentry wards being placed. They have a ward here, too, to watch the SF. They're blocking a lot of camps on the side of Quest. They're blocking the Beastmaster camps and now also some of these SF ones, potentially. Looking to try to sandwich onto mid. They find a D ward. Power rune.
Power rune. See if he gets lucky again up top here, Samael. So it's going to be that way. It's going to be the illusion for him. Making the move up to top. It's going to at least take some neutrals, maybe see if they were making any stacks on their side, but isn't to be here on Quest.
Sumail.
Are scanning.
Defensive ward placed out. And Malik looks like okay. Just Vanguard, Crimson. Definitely. I mean, all the auras are super value. There's quite a bit of physical damage actually on the side of Enigma. They have good hybrid damage. If an SF Weaver Beast, it's going to be pretty strong. So all these are going to be really nice for Malik to protect his allies. And FBZ is revealing the build he's going for. So he's got the Aghanims queued up. So it's not going to be the auras coming out from the Beastmaster to match versus Darkseer in any way.
All right. Do you think he sort of gets away with it going for the Axe Rush this game?
I'm not sure. I don't know how much I like it. Because I feel like auras are just a little bit broken right now. I think this Axe is also incredible, but it's usually if you're like dominating and you kind of get like the snowball going from it. I mean, we'll see if it works for FBZ.
Samael.
But auras lately just crazy. Yeah, Samael's going to give it to him.
Yeah, give the farm to FBZ.
Are scanning.
Kuro just getting the XP in mid, trying to get his 6 up as soon as he can. Omar hanging around mid as well, just seeing if there's a chance to get in with the charge. So Kuro and Samael staying safe beyond the tier 1 tower. They should be fine. Miracle, of course, now at this point can be completely left to his own devices down bottom to free farm. And same to be said here on top for TI13. In fact, TI13 considering getting involved in some action here for the 10-minute power rune. They'll catch Kuro in the river. Quick knockback there with Omar. And the ultimate will cause Kuro to go down. They get anything more from this. I mean, they're chasing him for more. They've got the cooldown coming in. Miracle's also turned up. He gets caught by the stomp of Ducalis. So we'll not be able to continue to chase with that Shikuchi.
10 heroes arrive to the mid lane to play around the 10-minute power rune. Noob will be able to get it. They'll get a kill on Takua, and everything goes back to those side lanes. That was an interesting move. Both teams trying to take advantage of just having the numbers there, and then both are like, wait, we both have 5 here. Okay. Who got the last hit? TA2000 got it. So I mean, that's a good carry involvement. Once you got it finished up is you have the crit. So he has small crit already. So Treads, Falcon Blade, and that small crit. He's hitting some good timing. 700 again, it's the counterpart. And
He's going to try with the setup top. Going to go straight in with the Raw. Miracle's in with the backup damage. They'll bring down the ET.
They got it. Nice. Good play. I think that maybe should have happened a little bit earlier because they've kind of just been sitting there for a while the Gyro just straight jungles. But now they'll get in. They should be able to turn this into a tower. And maybe even more. If they can get a ward down to be able to try to look for TA2000, that could be pretty nice. On the flip side, though, seeing Quest putting their own pressure. Oh, that was rude. The power shot, then Sumail denied 3 creeps from that power shot. Sorry, Noob.
See?
But they're looking to get Noob involved. They ditch top. Looking to go for some type of smite play bottom, but no one's down here.
I like this from Sumail as well. He had the Yules queued up first, but now that he's been able to build up and sit on this 2,000 gold, he's just going to get the Blink Dagger done as the first item. Ready for those plays if he wants to turn up, and he does. He's TPing down bottom. Kuro's been caught by the shackle shot. The wall dropped down on him as well. Kuro's gone. Sleep catches onto Miracle. FBZ is looking towards Malik. Malik's going to get caught by the razors, so the TP's coming in from Enigma Galaxy. They'll find one of the kills. Quest, they've got the numbers though. They come back in with the focus fire on towards FBZ. Noob also able to get the shackle connection onto GH. A pause.
Well, that's awkward.
Well, okay, what's going on? A Requiem's just happened from Sumail. It's going to be able to push back
he got bashed.
Omar and TI2000.
He got charged through and hit as the Requiem
as it went off.
Yep. So Omar gets feared away. Sumail is stunned.
Honestly, GH is going to have Shadow Realm, so I imagine for Quest, their best interest is probably to just turn all these heroes back towards Sumail, surely. Like, forget the Dark Willow, right? You want to get this SF. Do you imagine that's going to be what's happening after this pause?
If they can, yeah. Ideally. I mean it might feel to snipe. I think they can turn for him.
I think so. I don't know how Sumail gets out. He's already blinked in and gone for the Requiem.
No, his blink is up. His blink is up. That was
Blink
just a
oh, yeah,
TP
right.
into Requiem.
You're right. He's still got the blink. So they'll just continue to chase down GH, and they'll get that. Actually,
He gets the blink.
Carlos is going to die for it. Tried to stand his ground and go for the stomp. Doesn't get it. But they get the kill.
Okay.
And indeed, okay, Sumail ends up being safe. He doesn't get found in the tree line. He's able to blink away. They will still lose the tower, though. Of course, overall, Quest are going to be very happy with that move. And they're also able to snipe out Miracle's Courier, so the Javelin's going to be stuck on the sidelines for the next minute and a half.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, Quest come out quite ahead in that one, actually. Even though it's a 2-for-2 exchange, they get a lot. Just the movement of TA2000 again being successful, and yeah, that tower being claimed down. Plus, that Courier. I mean, these little things do matter. Not having a Javelin on Miracle maybe could make him miss a kill now in the next minute if he shows up. And it also will slow down farm speed, which TA2000, as a gyrocopter, you're going to farm a little bit faster than a Weaver until he's got like Maelstrom or Shard or something like that. I'll have to see how those team fights always do occur, because as I always like to mention is the auras in particular. When you're playing team fight versus team fight constantly, the auras tend to reign supremes. And Malika, he's got mech, he's got the pipe queued up. Definitely a force to be reckoned with, while FBZ's just gone the Aghanims route. So, yeah, like I said, we'll have to see how that Aghanims ends up working in the upcoming fights, because they're now 3K lead for Quest.
Looking for a move in Enigma Galaxy. They don't have the Requiem, but of course with the Razors alone, Sumail can still do an incredible amounts of damage if he can line them up.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They're
Smoke
here,
as well
though.
from Quest. On the low ground, almost going to charge in. He's going to start things off. Kuro does have a Static Storm if he wants to drop it down. He might not get the chance to. He does get it off just in time, but not only just before he dies. We'll see Omar just casually TP out of this. He's going to get away. FBZ wasn't able to get in range with the Roar in time,
And
so
GH.
Omar's out. I see them trying to go towards more, but now, I mean, Enigma Galaxy, they have to run. The Shackle
They all
shot
have to
catches
run.
onto FBZ. He's going to turn with the Roar to try and get the boost to get out of there, but he is clipped by the Earth Splitter. Sumail's on the high ground, goes for one raise, and then realizes he has to blink out. There's no fight to be had here for Enigma Galaxy as they lose 3 heroes and get nothing.
Omar with some instant decision making. He has that ward, I think he has 30 seconds left on it when the fight all kicks off. He gets the Bulldoze charge, and then Kuro Static Storms, but it's on a hero that used every spell already. So it's an instant disengage. Enigma can't fight. Quest starting to run away with things just quickly after 2 little fights, after getting good farm. Those are really big kills. They've slowed down. They've slowed down SF massively with these last few moves and everything like that, to the point where Sumail is only 1-1 and 2. We've seen SF dominate. Even though he's been banned every game, we've seen him dominate most of the times when he does go through. It's not looking like it right now. Quest is just really dictating the pace, owning this first 14 minutes.
For Enigma Galaxy, how do you sort of slow down or fix this situation? Have you got to kind of just avoid fights, go for farm, or do you think you still have to smoke up and try and look for some sort of scenario for Sumail to get in with the big Requiem?
I think you have to look make plays with Sumail in particular, and just with the supports moving around. I don't think you can just play the map the way it is right now. You're getting massively out-farmed, and it's going to grow. TA2000's farm is just going to continue to grow faster and faster and faster.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And the big timing really for Quest, it's like right now they're having these great fights and everything. They have their auras and whatnot. Their real biggest timings on Quest is once they get a BKB on Gyro or on Wind Ranger. Once they get that, SF does nothing. So them having this type of lead right now, it's pretty big. If Omar is, Omar is actually quite farmed. I didn't really realize how big this SB was too. He's phase boot and an Ogre Club too. If he ever gets a BKB too, good lord. You might have to like expend a Roar or something for an SB to get him off of one of your cores, which is not what you want to do this game. Still getting good farm on this side of Enigma, just much better on Quest. And those team fights, when they start kicking off, like we said, Darkseer, ET, these fights just don't look easy for the side of Enigma unless they have a number advantage. Got my worries for the boys.
Charge coming on
Omar?
GH, and Omar
Super
quite be able
close.
to get him. The Shadow Realm comes off just in time, but barely surviving their GH.
I was checking if he was Ion Shelled. If he was Ion Shelled, he probably just like sits on him and gets the kill. Not quite this time though. And I believe that's TA2000's BKB pretty much done. So they can force fights now on the side of Quest.
Dire's top tower is under
He's had some good moves so far in terms of turning up to the right fights at the right time.
Yeah. FBZ's Ags is done. So let's see what difference maker the drums can make.
It's got to do something. You know, when you've gone for
It's
this
gotta
early
do something.
investment straight into the Ags, if you're not getting stuff done aggressively and offensively, the sort of lack of the aura build as the game goes on and the team fights fall into Quest's favor, it might hurt them.
Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. And Quest, with the BKB on TI13, they're really going to force things forward here.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, they know someone's in it.
That's a pretty good scan.
Yeah, they're going to
Hello.
find Kuro.
The Roche?
I mean, could they just go in a Roche?
Yep. Why not?
Yeah.
I don't know how you
And they
contest
go.
it when there's a
Yep.
BKB gyro. That's the thing. So they get
Alright.
a quick sequence kill. A nice call there from Quest. They get a kill and now directly into this one and see what Side Enigma tries to do to pressure in the meantime because they know this Roche is going on. I mean, Sumail wants to poke mid, but they can start leaving that Roche and set up for kills as well. Yeah, Omar's already in mid. Difficult for Enigma Galaxy now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Quest, they can look to clean up these remaining tier 1 towers now. Whether they want to group up top or mid. With the Aegis on TO2000, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Enigma Galaxy to make the call to go for a team fight against them.
And they've got the pipe, excuse me, they've got the pipe already finished up now too. So most of the damage on Enigma, it is magical. It really is. Like, yeah, Weaver's dishing out a good amount of damage, but even that is going to be a lot of magical with Maelstrom procs. So this pipe is going to be pretty difficult for them to pierce through on top of that BKB on TA2000. And yeah, they're setting up the pushes. So what's the response here from Enigma? Do they just look to split push here, wait for Aegis to go down until they get a next item timing? I think that might be it. And they've got the blink and the Yules on Sumail, which is great versus, you know, the Wind Ranger pre-BKB. But once that BKB comes out, she can just commit onto you. And it's getting closer and closer. That's my one concern. It's like, it sucks to have to sit back because you're playing versus Aegis, but if you just sit back here, it's going to give them the time to finish that BKB.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, looking towards the mid, but yeah, just setting up for a play is not easy for Enigma Galaxy from this position.
Nope.
Quest, they'll finish off the top tower. TA2000, 1400 away from having the completed Aghanims.
Big boy. Tanky as well. Definitely not going to be something easy to go through. His HP pool plus all the auras that we have to always mention. As GH.
Caught under reward. Sumail's desperately trying to get towards that Yashikaya.
He's too afraid to do anything, it seems like. And yeah, now the BKB's done. It's coming out in the courier for Noob. Like, that was their point of chance to try to get him, is before BKB Wind Ranger. BKB Wind Ranger versus SF. Uh-oh. There's going to have to be some pretty crazy outplay coming out from this side of Enigma Galaxy in these next upcoming fights. Leipner is done for Miracle, so if he can somehow get into like backlines and stuff, but not really the most fragile of backline heroes either.
Gonna try something.
They have Blink on FBZ, so they do have a way to at least start a fight, but it is into an Aegis still for 2 minutes.
It is. It's a risky move, but definitely in a state where they've got to take these risks, I suppose. Fighting
they don't want to lose
Aegis.
their Tormentor. They don't want to lose their Wisdom Rune.
They might not have a choice with that.
Radiant's middle tower.
The longest wraparound of all time.
Not really finding a way to get in at all. I mean, this Wisdom's going to be into the hands of Quest for sure. Enigma Galaxy not able to push Quest out of this side of this area of the map. That's the Wisdom Rune gone.
Sumail cut the wave. I guess that might
Sure.
was it. Smoke to cut the wave, but they still had a wave there. And TA2000 is just tanking for his catapult.
Fortification to clear the catapult out. CP back from Omar. and from Noob to get the Wisdom Rune, and maybe even set up if Miracle shows himself.
Yeah, they saw him. They saw him for a second with that ward. That's I've never seen that Obs ward down below. That's a cool one. That bottom right one, sorry. Yeah.
FBZ! He was trying to TP out. He has to use the Raw to run from this one. There's going to be a charge coming in, but there should be time for Nigma Galaxy to turn up and help out, and indeed the charge won't continue. So they'll get him out to safety.
All right. They're avoiding quite a lot, and the gold lead hasn't grown that much, to be fair. It actually has shrunk by about 200, so Miracle's at least able to get the farm in the meantime and not get caught out while Quest had this Aegis. Still 30 seconds. Quest has gotten a lot of map control with it. They have kept their lead consistent. But Miracle's
the river. Samel's in with the jump. But the BKB was off in time. Noob, he's got the win run off as well. The charge comes in from Omar. They take down Samel. Miracle's going to try and chase in to finish Noob off, and he will get the kill, Miracle. So we'll get the trade here.
Can he get out?
Time upside as well to retreat. Is Omar going to get the chance to get the vision for a charge? Miracle's up onto the high ground. He's going to charge over towards Kuroki instead. He's able to get the kinetic field off. Miracle's going to try and stand and fight here with the amplified damage to try and take down Omar, but the buff up from Malik are keeping Omar safe for the most part. The fear comes in. It'll be enough to take down the one of them. Ducalis trying to chase down Kuro, but the Curse Crown holds him back. Good vacuum from Malik to suck Miracle down to the low ground. Malik will get glimpsed in place. There'll be the Roar onto TI13, but he does a lot of damage. The Splitter from Ducalis comes in and completely cuts Miracle in 2 pieces. I mean, it's not a bad attempt there for Nigma Galaxy to try and get something going. They do get the 3 kills, but still the casualties occur at the end of it all. It's TI13 again on his gyro, on this carry, getting the ultimate cleanup.
Absolutely. I mean, Miracle gets the bug, I think, got full duration latch onto the Darkseer, so there's a ton of minus armor kicking in, but what a play. Ducalis, 6 stomp. Catches him right on the edge of the outside of it, I'm pretty sure, and then, yeah, Splitter to follow. And the oh, I thought TI2000 maybe got the last hit, but no, he didn't. So, either way, great play from the ET. Little bit there for Miracle, but right afterwards, TI2000 smacks it down again. And he's immediately just pressuring a tier 2, and Kuroki dies to the torment. And they can't finish it.
Oh. Well, you know, happens to the best of us.
Miracle will finish it. He's like, don't worry, guys, I got you. I got time lapse. Let the bug build up. See, he knows what he's doing.
Oh, he's got this. I mean, he could get this. He could
you guys
get this
can't
solo.
do this as a
he didn't
team.
need anyone else to
I
come
can do
over
this
it.
as myself.
There we go. Shard. We'll go the way of Kuro.
Okay. So yeah, still farming. Pretty okay on it, Miracle. SF, of course. Sumail is really starting to... I mean, he's been stagnating pretty much the whole game. They put a lot of attention to shutting him down, and it's absolutely working.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah. Weaver's still farming, but he's far away from the next 2 items, and TI2000 is going to have a butterfly before he gets those 2.
Yeah, this jar is insanely huge.
Yeah.
TI2000. Kind of one of those games as well, when you see TI2000 on these carries and get this far ahead this early on. He doesn't lose these games.
No. Tends to not. And they have, great lineup just built around it with all that team fight. They bought themselves a gem now as well, too. They're trying to cement this lead. BKB almost on the horizon for Omar, which is crazy that he's going to have that. And they have the triple auras. So they've got the Crimson, they've got the pipe, they've got the mech. Miracle. He shows himself.
Oh.
He's getting caught.
Get the opening. He's able to get the time lapse off. Shikuchi out to the side, but the vision's there. Dust into the Nether Strike. They've caught the bug.
And they catch GH, and they catch Kuro.
Uh-oh. 18 to 10. Quest looking hot. They really are.
They're looking good.
It's honestly, I think one of the big things as well that kind of stands out this game so far is the impact of the last hit picks from both teams, right? You know, one side we're getting this gyro from TI2000 doing a whole lot, and FBZ, I'll be honest, compared to some of the other games where FBZ's been pretty consistent, right? I think we sort of had like his Underlord, his Brew, have a lot of impact. I'm not really feeling it this game with the last pick, Beastmaster.
No, I think he got answered, honestly. I think this gyro pick and the ET together is just so damn strong versus him. It shut him down super hard in the lane that he has to go this kind of different style build that I'm still mixed on how I feel about Drums of Salam in a lot of games, especially when you're behind. The catch-up of it is like, It's just weird, because ideally you want to be able to use it and like run into fights, but when you're behind, running into fights is complicated with your hero.
Sure,
So,
yeah.
He's got Crimson Guard now. Maybe that can help a decent amount because he is tanky. It'll be able to provide a decent amount of protection for his team and stuff, but it's coming out late. So the damage now at this point is starting to get pretty high from both TA2000 and from the Wind Ranger to pierce through it. Well, Darkseer's just got every aura. Even the Greaves is done now too, so literally all the auras you want. I mean, yeah, there's Vlads and there's drums and stuff, but you have drums, I believe, on the ET, and no one builds Vlads except for Enigma.
A minute and a half until Roshan's going to be back up. Enigma Galaxy, they
They're
do
ready.
not want to allow the chance for Quest to take this Roshan, but indeed Quest is set up. Charge over straight away. They'll look towards Kuro. We'll see him up the BKB. He's going to try and find something more. Sumail. He's kind of getting blocked off here. It's a bit of an awkward spot trying to escape down this little bit of a bridge. He's caught in the kinetic field. Oh, no, sorry, that's their kinetic field, obviously, and it does allow him to get the fear off as Quest are caught back. Only for so long, though. The charge is back up from Omar. He gets back in onto Sumail. Not going to have enough damage, though, because Noob can still get the BKB and the Wind run off, and he's just going to chase Miracle out of the fight. They've killed off 3. They've killed off GH. They're getting the team wipe here, Quest.
That's got to be it. That was perfectly executed. They have the ward vision,
yeah.
Honestly. They all trapped themselves between the
They
wall
really
and
did.
the
They were all
kinetic
trying
and
to
the other
back out
things.
at the same time, and yeah, that's not a point of the map that you want to get caught in.
No,
It
not versus
really
this type
isn't.
of lineup. This
No.
lineup has just insane amount of AoE, and you're caught literally in a little piece of paper. You just get blasted. Everyone dead. Maybe even 3 sets to drop. Yeah, they probably were just discussing what they can go for this next one, if not just one more fight.
Yes.
But this one is definitely over.
I mean, I think a few things are definitely not going to happen in the next draft. I imagine they won't go for the first pick SF again, because whilst the hero is very strong, it seems very clear with this play. At least if they do, they've got to take something out like the Spirit Breaker, right? At Quest, they came in with answers, and they've made sure that this game, Sumail just hasn't had the chance to have much impact at all, right? He's not been able to do a whole lot.
Yeah, I think they tried to do something with the switch up where they do the SF and they have this Weaver safe lane, but the fact that they get Darkseer Spirit Breaker is going to be good versus both the Weaver and the Shadow Fiend, as we saw Omar being able to apply pressure early. Even though Miracle got good farm and everything, the Darkseer was super farmed in the bottom lane. So I think they tried to do a bit of a switch up here, but maybe kind of forgot or didn't consider how strong this Spirit Breaker would be able to put impact all over the place with what he has around him. I think just a really well-rounded draft over here from Quest, and for Enigma, just, yeah, the last pick, as you said, just not really fitting together with everything else with how they switch things around. And Quest just knows how to play around it, so, I mean, we can talk about, Enigma making the mistakes and everything like that, of course, but Quest is just kind of dancing around them. I love to see this ET gyro. So strong in lane, so strong throughout the game.
I've managed to catch him out here. As did try, I mean, he got the courier snipe. He was hanging around to snipe Noob's courier, which did take away the large part of the Lincoln Sphere. I think, in fact, he would have had the complete Lincoln Sphere, but sniping it does cost him his life, GH.
4 minutes. Still on Aegis, Satanic being delivered. Lincoln's a bit of a luxury, I feel like, for Noob at this point. I don't think he needs it.
Yeah, they can go high ground anyway.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They can just go up.
They are very, very strong right now. TA2000 ready to clean up the buildings, clean up some heroes, pops the flat cannon, and starts the siege. The Galaxy likely to just have one shot at trying to slow them down on this push. FBC's in with the Roar. So if they can burst through TA2000 at once, they'll drop the Static Storm, they can get the Fear as well, but Omar's just ready to charge across the midst of the team fight. Get the Nether Strike onto Miracle. Miracle was able to put the BKB. Has to start retreating though with the flat cannon, and the Bash is bringing him down low. Kuro's able to put the smoke just in time to save himself. Would have died otherwise. So they keep everybody alive on Enigma Galaxy, but they're forced back to the fountain. They had to put the fortification, and the push is still coming in. The tier 3's taken.
They tried to pop the Aegis with like some commit without having to use Requiem for the follow-up, and he doesn't even drop below half HP. All the auras get popped and he's fine. Pipe, Crimson, Greaves, then he Satanics back up to full. Rax is dropping.
Miracle's trying to get in with the right clicks, but barely scratching the gyro at this point with how farmed TA2000 is.
Yeah, the Crimson slows it down a little, but yep, it's gone.
Leading in with the raises.
Satanic back up.
The heals are there, TA2000. Ready to continue this push as they'll swing over towards the mid, and there's only that one ranged barrack standing between themselves and Mega Creep to 31 minutes in. Charge over towards Miracle. The Gleipnir into
He
the
might
Nether
die.
Strike follow-up. They completely chain lock him down. He's gone. Kuro's out. They have got buybacks. We'll see if they try for one final attempt here in this game. As the Tier 4 start to fall, they won't. They know it's over. GG is called. PSG Quest will take this game 1.
Yeah, in quite a convincing fashion. I feel like these tips back and forth between the two of them definitely appropriate. I don't know. The Spirit Breaker pick kind of was incredible for me. And yeah, the movement of putting Weaver safe lane, having this carry is good. Having the SF in the mid lane can work, but Spirit Breaker kind of answered both of them in a very, very good way. And I feel like Omar did a really good job with a bunch of his charges to just start fights off and get this lead kind of going. Lanes went well, and they kind of snowballed very quickly after that.
Oh, they did. We saw this was very much one of those games that where the team PSG Quest in this situation gets ahead. They made very little mistakes, if any. They knew exactly what to do to shut it down. Not quite sure who's the shot maker, shot caller in this game, but if it was someone like TI13, it would have been a great game for him to do so, right? Because this gyro, he hit all the timings. He knew exactly where to be, when to be there. And it was flawless from him. 807 on the carry gyro. Not a single thing Nigma Galaxy could do to get on top of him. And that's even with some of these picks, like the Beastmaster, FBZ just not really able to provide the start to the fight that they ever needed. Samel also just really struggling. So from sort of the first pick to the last pick, issues were definitely had with Nigma Galaxy's approach this game, folks.
Yeah, no, agreed. And I need to look back at bans. I think I saw like a Pudge ban instead of Darkseer and stuff like that. I think you have to ban Darkseer. You got your SF in the first pick, which is phenomenal, but you left probably one of the most broken heroes in the game in that second phase. Of course, like his impact was there. It was amazing and all that for the Darkseer. But the way that he can amplify and buff up his teammates is kind of the big thing, right? He allows Omar to be able to do all this crazy stuff throughout the game. And then when they group up as well with the Darkseer, the team fights are just impeccable. So yeah, I think quite a bit of adjustments to come out from Enigma in the draft, in the play, etc. As Quest, they kind of decimate this one.
They really, really do. They really do. This was not a fun game at all for Enigma Galaxy. We know that they can do better. I think we definitely saw it from them. Even the first series in the upper bracket against OG, the win that they had there, they can definitely give us something a bit more competitive than this one, this game 1. Quest just showing that they've got them completely solved, completely handled, making the majority of this game look relatively easy. We'll see on the KDAs, as I say, TA2000, flawless game, not dying at all. The Wind Ranger matchup in the mid, they knew exactly what they were doing there. Noob was never really under any sort of straight-up threat from Samel and was on his SF in that heads-up matchup. Malik, as you say, the Darkseer getting through. Probably, or I'd be surprised if it happens again this series because of how potent that hero is. And then just the fact he's coming up with his heroes, the Spirit Breaker and the ET. I think it was sort of the middle of the draft, right, where we saw these 3 heroes, Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, and Elder Titan. And at the end of the day, I don't really care what's on the other side, on the other team's draft. Whatever it is, it's going to have a bad time. This combo, these heroes, they're pretty crazy right now, folks, especially in the hands of a team like Quest.
I mean, absolutely. Like, it's not... They kind of feel like they hit everything, right? They secure lanes pretty well, but then also they're the best. They feel like they're the best team fighters in the game, and they amplify, so they scale crazy later into this game as well too, and they give you all this team fight. So yeah, I'm cool with that. I mean, Malik, I think he did a ton on this Darkseer. He did exactly what he was supposed to do.
Yeah, great build.
Maybe would have given it to TA. Maybe would have given it to TA2000 just because he went 8-0 and all that. But this is what you want from your offlaner. You know, you want him to have a good lane. You want him to build your auras, and then you want him to be with your team. Malik did that.
He really did. He ticked off all the boxes this game. Well played to Malik and well played to PSG Quest. Now, game 1 done and dusted. I'm sure, as we've seen before, Enigma Galaxy, they'll be able to brush this one off, come into game 2 with a fresh mind and a fresh approach. And definitely with some big changes, not only to what they're going to be picking, but what PSG Quest aren't going to be getting in terms of what Enigma Galaxy is going to be banning out. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a short break, and then we will be back with game 2 Enigma Galaxy versus PSG Quest. We'll see you shortly.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western European Regional Qualifiers for the Road to the International. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we're currently enjoying the series between Nigma Galaxy and PSG Quest. We just had game one. Nigma Galaxy probably not enjoying it quite as much. It was a rough one. They weren't able to take that first game. Quest, on the other hand, looking pretty fantastic and looking like they're just in full control right now, Fogged. A lot of it, I think, end of the day, down to sort of the way that the drafts really played out right. I think going into this game two, Nigma Galaxy should be able to set themselves up for a slightly better effort here.
Yeah, should overall have a better effort. But they did put themselves into this position, right? Like, they saw all this, and they decided to pick this Weaver last and put the SF mid. And lanes could have definitely gone better as well, too, right? Like, top lane, Beastmaster got completely handled. That whole type of thing did go down, and he never had a recovery outlet. So, and you can blame draft entirely, but they could have absolutely done a little bit more with the play, too. So, yeah, lots of things to be adjusted overall. Quest, though, don't really need to adjust much. Everything looked great. They played super nice. They played very aggressive, took over the map very quickly, and they look very confident, you could tell.
Oh, they did. Yeah, Quest looking... I mean, this is the thing about Quest. When they look their best, They look pretty amazing, right? It's just that the consistency hasn't been there maybe as much as you'd expect from this team or want to see from this team in some of the previous series, some of the previous tournaments they've been turning up to. But when they play at the best, they're really looking like one of the top teams right now. And a team that, if they bring out that sort of level of play back to back to back, they could be in contention to make it the whole way through the qualifiers. So it's a scary team for Enigma Galaxy to find themselves up against once again.
Absolutely. I think like the two things that I would say for Quest that's taken them, it's like been their kind of biggest struggles is, you know, Malik is still getting like more comfortable with the team, right? He's still like a little newer. Sometimes he has like a little bit of these weaker games. It's that, and then it's Noob sometimes either has, you know, he has his godly performance, or sometimes he has these where he just jumps in and dies a little bit too much. So if they can ever fix these, this team is a force to be reckoned with for sure. And yeah, improving every single day. And yeah, let's see if we do get any of those heroes trickle through again, the Darkseers, etc. Because SF is going to get banned out this time.
Oh, yeah. This time, PSG Quest actually banning it out themselves. So, yeah, respect that they don't want to deal with it, even though the SF didn't really get to do too much last game. They actually also ban out that Weaver. So, we're going to see quite a different approach from both teams with this draft, which we're always happy to see, get some variety in. And we're going to get the Phoenix get through the draft this time round. First pick for Quest.
Okay, so that Weaver ban makes quite a bit more sense immediately, because if they left it till the last one last time, they definitely have ways to be able to deal with it, but if they want to play a Phoenix game and they have a strategy based around it, Weaver very good versus Phoenix.
Now, I'd say, surely the appeal's got to be there to just take something like the Darkseer, right? Did you really want to leave the Darkseer unchecked? Yeah.
I don't think that they're going to Willow first, right? I would imagine you just Darkseered up.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Oh, they'll go an IO route.
It's different.
Still wouldn't mind the Darkseer, though.
Nope.
When it comes around to that next pick. But might get banned out now, honestly. Or if it does, I mean, if this somehow ends up being a draft in which the Darkseer ends up in the hands of Malik again, I'm going to be pretty surprised, I'll be honest, Fog.
+1 on that one.
Yeah, if that happens, there should be some big question marks in the chat. We'll see if it gets to that. I'm sure it won't go unchecked. I really feel there's no way after what happened last game.
Yeah, I hope
Quest, they ban out the Gyro. So obviously one of those heroes that can deal pretty well in the late game team fights, mid game team fights against the Phoenix, hit the egg, hit everyone else with the flak.
Best IO pairing.
That's true as well.
Still. I think it still is. That and the Lash still seem to be. Razor's also another one. Okay, that's a good ban. Yeah, that's another hero that can be very obnoxious. At least with the IO. Not much so much in other stages. Or maybe it's something they're also thinking about.
So with this ban here, I don't know, maybe I'm completely wrong and Darkseer's just going to get forgotten completely this drop, but I feel that that just shouldn't be the case.
I feel like that should never happen right now.
It should not be the case. So Enigma Galaxy, they've got to very seriously consider if they want to ban it or if they're going to pick it here. And if they don't do either and Quest get it, and then Enigma Galaxy, they've got to have some crazy strat because they're definitely leaning themselves into a situation that's not going to be easy to play.
Yeah, I think Darkseer and Phoenix. Yeah. You're probably giving two of the better team fighters in the game at the moment.
I mean, this is the thing as well, right? They can get Darkseer Phoenix, they could get Enigma Phoenix. They're going to ban Doom, they're going to pick Clock. Quest, they've got some pretty meaty options now.
They've got time as well, too, and they've got 2 picks to be able to decide how they really want to set it up as well, too. I mean, Spirit Breaker and Darkseer are both in if they want to. Clockwork can be pretty good versus both. He can be annoying versus both, of course.
Sure. We saw some good play from GH on his clock the other day.
Saw his best play, actually, on his clock.
It was very flashy.
The one thing that these 2 heroes can also be pretty concerning about is Ion Clockwork are a bit of lack of lockdown. Yes, Clockwork has his hook shot, but it's not these type of direct things and stuff. It's a bit more difficult, so it does raise, you know, his spirits. Even though Noob not really the one that plays them so much, he likes to play his traditional heroes. Could be possibilities as well, or just elusive heroes in general. Let me look at the Noob heroes really quick. I mean, I know his you know, his standard core ones that he likes to play, of course, his Tinies, his Pucks, etc., and stuff like that. Wind Ranger, blah blah blah. But let's go a little deeper.
Quest eating right into their reserve time for this second pick.
They sure are. It's wild, too, how we went from Me and you went from literally it was CK, Weaver, and Enigma and Underlord almost every game to now some of these heroes just being just completely forgone.
Quest. I mean, they've got quite the strong offlaners to pick from if they want to get their offlaner in.
I see Omar talking a lot, so I think Omar and Malik are deciding things.
They'll get the Willow, and they'll actually go the way of the Slardar this game. Okay.
Wow, Darkseer might make. You're right. Darkseer might not, unless Enigma takes it. He might
Dude,
not
if
get
Enigma
picked.
Galaxy get to take this, then it'll be pretty big brain for Enigma Galaxy to be like, hey, we can leave it in because they're not going to take it through pick second and pick third. They'll get something else. I mean, there's still other great offlaners for them. What we've seen FBC players said, what they mentioned, the Underlord. We saw him play as Brew, obviously. Well, yeah, Brew was banned out this time.
Brew's gone. But is Enigma, right?
Yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah,
Did
the
he end up
Enigma was
playing that one?
fantastic. He had some really good black holes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yesterday we had a great FBC Enigma game.
He had really good black holes, and they also walked into some of them as well, too. Let's be honest here. But yes, it was
a bit of a clowny game, but he looked good on his Enigma.
He did look good. He did.
So yeah, Enigma or Dark. Just give him Enigma or Darkseer.
They'll have Darkseer Clockwork if they want, but they also have to think about their secondary pick. What wants the lane versus the Slardar and Willow? Because as we've seen, like this is a very, very strong lane to put pressure onto most lanes. Most carries kind of struggle, especially most melees.
Not a fun lane for the IO. I feel like you get out of position. These two they'll eat you up.
Could even be a situation where maybe they switch. There might be something they're discussing is switching the IO around, having the Clockwork down there, and doing some other crazy stuff.
That could kind of be nice, actually. Yeah, for sure. Because I can see the clock feeding a lot less in that situation. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he'll die, but then it's. I mean, they're going to use quite a bit more to kill Clockwork than they would to kill an IO. I don't know.
Yeah.
Both teams just going through a lot. I mean, these are
they're going through the reserve time, but yeah, absolutely. Both of them going for about a minute and a half reserve on the second phase of picking.
Because they can do the Lash IO strategy as well, too, if they want to go down that. They'll go with the Ember that worked for them better, so they'll stick with that gun for Sumail.
Okay. And not a huge amount of lockdown between the two supports, or not at least, instant catch. So a lot for Sumail to be able to dodge around.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Not the easiest at the moment, though, for Enigma Galaxy's lineup to deal with the Supernova.
Not at all.
These team fights. No.
No.
The egg could be a problem if they don't get something here for Miracle or for FPZ that can help take that down.
I can see why they wanted this Ember, though. Besides just Sumail, of course, I think this is the games that he's played the best on overall. Just looking at the two supports, they want someone that can be pretty active, setting things up as well, too. Because the IO is going to be paired with somebody. The Ember has to be able to do a lot.
Oh, I tell you, I've not seen a lot of this hero. What do we make of it right now? How's the Muerta looking?
Literally have no idea. I think I've only seen it played support in SEA, the game that I saw.
So, this is going to be This is going to be Miracle's hero, right?
I would imagine so, yeah. It's a double hitter for the egg. It's distance versus Slardar in the laning phase. He's probably going to be paired with the Clockwork, so he's got that, Clockwork protection as a Muerta. And that's a strong lane. The calling plus cogs, it is very, very scary. Or it can at least protect the Muerta quite nicely. I don't know about this hero right now. I'm a big question mark on it. Just if it's any good right now, especially in the carry role.
Sure. I'm checking this out. So on Pro Tracker, it's got about 49% win rate in the recent games it's being played in.
Okay.
So nothing too crazy to write home about.
That used to be the Stomp the Ember Spirit hero. I mean, it's been a while, a year. It's been a year and a half. But if you remember Lima Major, when it was, I believe, Chris Luck playing Death Prophet versus a lot of these Embers, he was killing them a lot. Yes, times have changed. The game has changed a ton. But that's still not an easy lane for Ember Spirit by any means.
Dire team ban.
Enigma ban does come into play. Was definitely necessary. Don't want to let FBZ get that.
Agreed. I think that was definitely one that could have been a problem.
I know it's kind of hard now because they have the Muerta, who can obviously provide some assistance in killing the egg, but I guess at the same time, normally when you pop the ult, you don't really want to spend those hits attacking the egg first. So, you might have to, because outside of that, this Supernova is definitely going to be a problem. And in terms of sort of ranged offlaners left in, especially with the Enigma being banned, Razor as well, for example, there's not really a lot I feel that I could see FBZ picking that's also going to help them with that element of the team fights.
I mean, oh, and he can't play something like that in this game either.
No.
Looking at
He's
the
gotta be
other
some
two
beefy
heroes they
thing,
have,
right?
he's got to be like some
He's gotta have the beef.
frontliners, starting fights, stuff
yeah.
like that, protecting. Otherwise, this is weird. So,
I mean, surely
I
he's
think
just got to be the
this egg is-
Darkseer.
I guess that's
Like-
probably, it still looks good. It still does look
It looks
pretty
good, right? It always does.
Turn to ban.
So yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, this Aggie is definitely a problem, Owen. I gotta be real. They have the
Yeah,
fear
it
to
really
cover it
is.
with the Willow. They have the
Yep.
stun, and Muerta overall is an immobile hero until you get like Blink Dagger, right, or some type of like mobility item going. Unless the egg is placed on your face, which
I mean, I guess
I don't
even then,
think it
right, it
will.
feels pretty crazy to blink in and hit the egg as the carry Muerta.
you know what I mean. It feels like this
It's
egg
rough.
is gonna be a problem. I can.
And
agree
it was
with you.
first pick.
Quest Esports turn to pick.
There's the Darkseer ban. I think no surprises there. So we said was very much the hot offlaner was still left in for FBZ. They're going to settle
just
with
take
the
CK.
CK carry. So heavy
good.
amounts of physical between this CK, Slardar, and DP. They are going to tear through heroes.
Insane physical, excellent
Yeah.
Roshan, good team fight. Pretty strong lanes as well too, right? These are not easy to go through. CK and Phoenix definitely two strong
does-
bruisers right now.
What does FBZ go for? He's not going to have a lot of time because of the amount of much time that went through the reserve time. He's going to sell with the Underlord. We saw
the
it from them
counter
the
pick.
other day.
Yeah.
It was very good in the way that they were using it to get around the map. So a lot of global potential for sure, right? They've got this IO. IO setup, indeed, it's going to be GH taking the IO. Kuro's going to set up with the clock for the lane setup. Yeah, the global is there, right? Kuro leading in with
global's
hook
there.
shots,
That's what I'm thinking.
relocate for GH, Samel jumping around with Remnants, and FBZ moving around with the Fiend's Gate. So a lot of ways to get around the map and react to maybe some of these pushes that Quest are going to be coming in with around Noob's DP.
No, absolutely. I think that's kind of what they're looking for. Also, I think Underlord overall, I think this has just been, like, I think everybody's doing this. You see CK, you pick Underlord. I think, I don't even know how.
Okay.
We mentioned it, like, last game, how we saw way too many of these, but now we're going to get to see it again. He is going Abyssal Horde, as everybody does as well, too, on this Underlord. And yeah, let's see how in particular it ends up going down. Like, the lane and everything, we've seen these Underlords kind of just tank through and be able to have the sustain, and he has an IO behind him, so on paper, looks like he should be pretty okay. The only issue is this Death Prophet looks pretty damn terrifying. They don't really have big, like, good burst damage until way later on, too. So this
No,
DP definitely has potential to just survive.
Yeah, bursting the DP is going to be hard. I think for
Yeah.
the most part, killing the Willow, just dealing with the supports in general, I don't think it's going to be that easy. Unless Samel can really start to snowball and get aggressive early on, which he does do, and he has done pretty successfully on the Underspirit before, and just really stay ahead. Because if this game goes on,
Yeah.
and again, just the fact that the draft has wrapped up in a way that leads me to believe we could be about to see some pretty nasty Phoenix play this game. Decalis, he could be quite the issue.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Sumail, this is like one of those games to snowball and just get kills running around all over the place. The problem is he's versus a Death Prophet. Like, sometimes we see this, it's like, I'm like asking for this, or like we see these type of matchups or these heroes, and we're like, yeah, this hero's going to pop off. But yeah, when you're playing versus the Death Prophet, things can be a lot more complicated because the lane is just difficult and it'll cause you to be pretty behind. I think Sumail saw that ward, so they should be able to get at least an instant D ward. And yeah, let's see how the map movements end up happening, right? As you mentioned, the global potential, it's there. They can look to bring numbers, and they can look to outnumber on the side of Nigma. Quest does have good answers at the same time, too, though. So the Willow, I think that's also why they ended up wanting to go for this hero, since they're playing versus the IO. I think me and you talk about that one every time. Great versus IO in a lot of different situations, versus the Relo, etc. So
Let's see. As I said, we've got to see Nigma Galaxy step up from what they were bringing in Game 1, because Game 1 was pretty rough. Quest
really was.
going to be a step ahead. And this Game 2...
we'll be watching Noom.
Especially in how the CS goes in that laning phase here between him and Samao.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching Noob. I wonder what item build he goes to. I've seen quite a bit
I like
of
the
different ones
Atos.
on the DPs. I like the Atos usually. I was going to say the same thing. I think that one's been pretty good. I saw a couple of Phase Witchblade builds. I don't think that one's I don't really like that one in a lot of situations. So I think Atos looks pretty good if he wants to go down that route. And yeah, I'm going to be watching how this lane ends up going down too. He did take Suppress, so he has the movement speed on the slow. The movement speed slow on the silence. Sorry, I don't know what the hell I even just said. Apologies.
Wait, what did you say? It's movement speed.
I don't
on
even
the
movement
slow.
speed on the
That's
slow.
what you said.
I don't know what I just
Movement
said.
speed on the slow.
I was reading something.
That's the point of the slows. You don't have the movement speed. The opposite of that.
I feel like I do that a lot. I'm reading a spell while talking, and then my brain just stops working.
Oh, let's see. I mean, so for Enigma Galaxy side of things with his lane setups, which lanes do you feel that they've got the chance of doing the best in?
Not the mid lane.
No.
So probably top lane. It's a ranged hero versus a Slardar.
Yep.
Should be able to push him away. They've got the clockwork back up. Maybe the clockwork dies a bunch. Maybe top. Yeah, maybe that one. Bottom, I'm just unsure. Just because I don't know how much they'll be. Actually, you know what? Maybe it's bottom. I don't know if they'll be able to kill TA13 by any means, but I don't think that they should be able to ever push this Underlord away. So yeah, bottom. You know what? Bottom pretty much.
Sure. Yeah, you don't think Quest will be able to get on top of GH and kill the Aya?
Maybe they can kill the IO, but I don't think FBZ should go down. I say that, and he gets gone on instantly. They hit level 2 first, so they actually might just get the kill right off the bat.
I think they will, yeah, you're right, with this blood grenade as well.
Okay, I lied.
If they hit that power spike, they use it immediately. First blood for
they hit
Takalis.
Really important whenever you see people hitting the 2. They stepped up a little too far on the side of FBZ.
Obviously on the top lane, I think they're trying to do sort of a similar move with their level 2s, Enigma Galaxy, but not to the same level of success. And mid lane so far, Sumail has been able to do a good job keeping even on the CS. We'll see if that keeps up.
It gets worse. It gets usually bad at 3, if I remember correctly. 3 and 4, when you're able to just stand on his hill and keep poking him with your siphons. Up. Okay. So, little thing too is TA2000 did end up taking Reality Rift because he went for the kill bottom. I've seen a lot of players actually go the Chaos Strike it too. So maybe feeling like he doesn't need it. Because I see Tomato actually most times just take Chaos Strike immediately at level 2. So, does get him the kill. And
Yeah, I guess
he doesn't feel like he needs a sustain in the lane.
No, I think it's exactly as you say. Like by default, you would take it, but if you're hitting 2 in a position where you know you can get a kill, if you can take the rift, you take the rift.
Yeah. See if the sustain ends up hurting him at all. Because I'm just gonna watch his HP from the spamming of the Firestone when he doesn't have the 2 points of Chaos Strike that I see some players have. He should be fine.
Oh, you're saying they go 1-0-2. Oh, I see. I thought you were saying
Tomato went 1-0-2
Yeah.
in I think most of the games I saw, or most. I saw a couple.
Okay.
But
I guess you do that, yeah,
You know-
if
you
you
know what I mean?
really feel that you're not going to get a kill. Because otherwise, you want to go 1-1-1, I feel, in most cases. Because, I mean, a lot of the time, right, you pick the CK because you want to be a bit active in the lane. Because you do have that pretty good kill potential between Rift and Chaos Bolt. But sometimes it gets not so much, and then in that sense, yeah, you just want to be focused on.
because usually you're focused on
sustain, yeah.
CSing. Exactly,
Sure.
right? So you're just focused on like last hitting and making sure you're full health. He's fine. He's in the last hit. He gets the kill. Underlord is starting to catch back up though, so FPZ it is getting a bit better for him. So those two side lanes definitely looking a bit better for side Enigma. Mid, as you said, Sumail is handling his own, but it's starting to get worse. Those denies start to come in for Noob.
Getting much more difficult for him to step up to the wave without taking a lot of damage in return.
They might prep for another kill down bottom in a moment here. I'm watching Ducalis. He's salving up. He's got a Lotus. Miracle.
Cog push back onto Omar.
Jesus, these cogs.
Omar's got the Shadow Realm hit ready to come in. Karu's going to try and step back up over towards Malik, but Malik's got the stick charges. They're both sitting incredibly low. Both teams not quite able to claim one another's life as of yet.
These heroes are low. Any second here, one of these two on top could die. Bottom, GH is fine. He got pulled in. Malik closes the gap.
This time round, the dead
Bunch
shot,
of
it's
cogs.
there, into the cogs. They get the kill, a miracle. He'll survive the hit from the Shadow Realm. So they get the kill, they don't lose either of them.
This is a dirty lane. No more I think about it. Pushing them into the cogs. He gets hit by 2 and then gets pushed into another one from the dead shot. Ew. That's nasty.
And not fun for these melee offlaners like a Slardar, as we're seeing from Malik in this situation.
Yeah, lane's going pretty good. you said, mid is expected, but yeah, those two side lanes handling their own after that death, of course, on FBZ. Power runes being checked up. Omar.
He's looking for an opportunity maybe to swing in on towards Sumail, but Sumail doesn't push too far out. Just want the 6-minute power rune secured for Noob.
Kuro's
Sumail
running
also,
over as well.
Yes, same to be said for GH.
Yep. 6 heroes coming over.
Decisive, yeah, we'll have to just pick it up on the bottom.
It's
the invis ring.
level 6 on Noob. He has the catapult. He's got Exo if they want to try to force commit. No 6 on Sumail.
Omar, if he can get the Bramble catch, might give a bit of a chance to get a lot of damage down. I mean, Sumail will try and get a sleight of fist up, but he's got the buff up from GH coming in with the tether. So if they can punish Quest here behind the tier 1, it's difficult. They're fighting into the exorcism. They'll put the fortification, sleight of fist, not quite enough to kill Ducalis.
He did the nice angle with the double hit slight. It's close.
And Noob just
They lift the
continuing to keep
catapult.
Sumail zoned back. We'll see GH tether across. Ducalis, he's still fine. He's got 1 charges and a Lotus aware as well if he does feel threatened.
This is around the Wisdom Rune timing, too. All these supports just sitting around the mid lane. They're probably like, oh my god, my Wisdom Rune. I must go get it. They will be able to TP at least. Omar, imagine the other ones are going to move. No, Noob, he gets more than half damage on this tower with that catapult plus glyph. Pretty good pressure play. Good response, though, Enigma. They don't end up losing the tower entirely, and they don't end up losing a hero, but now the tower is going to get continuously poked. And it is going to be the Atos, so treads into the Atos, as we've seen. Yeah, nice build-up.
See how much longer Sumail can hold on to this tower in the mid.
Doesn't feel like too much longer.
Bottom lane.
How long on 6 on FBZ? That's the one I'm checking to be able to, if they want to like fully commit to hold a mid tower or something. It's not quite there for the Fiend's Gate.
Top, trying to get it onto Kuro, but again the cogs and the dead shot holding him back, but maybe not holding him back enough, because with the wraparound for Ducalis and laying down the fire spirits to kill Kuro off, they'll also be able to pick up Miracle's courier as well.
Miracle is protected though.
Sumail, this time will manage to secure the power in shield room for him.
Hey, look at Noob. He's really, even without Exo, just an extra 2 little right clicks, just really trying to put it all onto this tower. Bottom, FBZ's top 2 net worth, having a good time here. He's queuing up the Crimson, a very good game versus, I mean, a lot of physical damage that's coming out from Quest early on. And they've actually pushed TI13 off of the lane for the time being. So all in all, at least this early game looking much better.
Trying to see if they can get in on top of Ducalis. A lot of damage.
He's got a pointed pit.
The root, and he's able to dive still.
He just put the pointed pit to try to go for the kill there too. So that means he won't have Fiend's Gate at 6. Might have to just get it later on here. We'll be able to put good damage on this tower here. I don't know if there's going to be a reaction. There is an Exo at the ready.
Oh, it's a good wraparound for Kuro. Ducalis
Nice
tried to
Kuro.
step up to get some XP, but he stepped up without his dive being back off cooldown. So that's an easy kill for Enigma Galaxy. Should indeed be able to finish the tower off on top of it.
And so far, Sumail hasn't... I mean, he doesn't want to leave the mid lane, obviously, just yet, because he wants to try to hold this tower as long as possible. He is still hanging on to it. It's nearly 10 minutes. Yeah, they're actually the first ones to get a tower of the game. So, pretty big deal. Huerta's farming, Underlord's farming, Ember's farming. DP is at the top, but the other 2 cores are slowed down a little bit. Not too shabby off of this lanes. Noob does have Atos done. We'll soon start to get some points into silence too, so maybe some acceleration will start to come out if there's gonna for some kills and stuff like that. It's been a pretty quiet tail in these first 10 minutes. Noob has a haste.
Sumail. See if he can lead in for some action. Noob, he's got the exorcism ready to go from the high ground, and it will go straight away over towards Kuro. Kuro gets the cogs out. With the tethers on GH, Kuro's going to get away from this.
Attempt there from Noob to try to snipe one of these supports, but not quite able to. Exo, not going to be wasted by any means, though. Might just be able to commit for this tower here with the end of it. And they have to have 3 heroes here just watching him doing this, and they're gonna bring a fourth. They're gonna bring another one. That's what I was gonna say. What are they? Why are they just watching? They bring another
slight
too.
Change, and they do. They bring everybody in. They want this DP dead. They'll get it.
Nice. I was like, they're just hanging around with 3 heroes just watching him, and there's got to be something going on. So they'll bring Miracle. They'll even bring FBZ. Got some tower pressure themselves, at least a little bit. Not bad. Not bad at all.
TI13 is going to come up with the rotation, see if he can take down the IO. He's not going to quite get enough crits, so GH is fine.
Peeled some, I mean, they peeled them off of their lanes, off of their farm and stuff like that to come to the mid lane. Miracle, absolute free farm in top lane. Got exactly what you want here for the side of Enigma Galaxy in these first 12 minutes. They've held onto their tower a very long time, set up a kill onto the Death Prophet to slow down his momentum. And you have their side laners farming. That being said, Quest, of course, they are still farming. You know, CK is getting the good farm. Malik, his blink is going to be up at a very, very early time anyway. So they are still getting a lot out of the map. But just really holding on to that mid tower this whole time is impressive.
Smoke time from Noob and Omar. They want to join forces with Malik top. Kuro. Let's try and go for him first. He'll get the cogs down. Brambles will connect. Bit of a difficult spot for them to dive forward to take him out, though. So Kuro's fine. They'll settle for the tier 1 here. Fortification comes out. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, do they want to put together a defense? Samel's heading over with the amplified damage rune in the bottle. They might consider taking a fight. But it is into the potential of the exorcism. Noob's got the ghosts ready to go with.
They've got, I think, the mech coming out on the... Is that the mech coming out on the IO? It's far on the courier, but they're going first.
Samel, caught by the silence. The exorcism's out as well. Samel's getting healed up by GH, but it's not enough. Samel, he goes down first at the beginning of the fight. Noob with the siphon and the exorcism. He's going to chase down Kuro. Should be able to get this. The cogs still on cooldown, so Kuro having nothing to be able to push them back. The egg comes out straight on top of FBZ. He's caught by the supernova stun. Kuro's dead. FBZ is surrounded. He's got the Crimson giving him some sort of survivability, but it isn't enough to keep him alive as FBZ will slowly but surely also get taken out. It's 4 dead.
Sumail gets caught immediately. He gets killed without being able to get almost, what, he gets 1 or 2 spells off and then just gets instantly popped. They got full control of him. Every single stun sequence with the silence.
Uh-oh.
They needed it.
It was all looking kind of good until that point. And then, yeah, they turned up, they try and force a fight. It was always going to be risky. Yeah, even with the amplified damage, if Sumail gets caught at the beginning, it's suddenly, they're taking a fight into Supernova, into the Exorcism. It was a risk, and it does not pay off for Enigma Galaxy. They lose their tower, they lose 4 heroes, and they're now down 2k gold.
Kind of dream situation for Quest, right? They show up, don't want to use Exorcism for the tower, and then they bring the fight to them so he can pop Exorcism and get a successful fight with it. So yeah, Quest definitely super happy off that one. Half an Aghanims now finished up for Noob. And so a cool thing about this build is nowadays, so I remember who it was I talked to this about, but nowadays DP, she lost her attack damage talent to 10, but now she has an attack speed talent, which is insane at 10. It's a 40 attack speed talent at level 10.
40?
40.
That's a lot.
It's the highest level 10 attack speed talent, if I'm not mistaken, by a good margin. So Death Prophet with Aghanims, if you can just attack and stuff too, I don't know, this sounds kind of cool. There's some potential there.
Trying for Ducalis, they will get him. It was a little messy. We had some hook shots going into the back of one another, but the kill is a success. The job is done.
Quest, feeling strong. Noob. Exo's back up. They've got the blink on Malik. They ain't slowing things down.
Yeah, whoever they jump here will be dead. Very little, or if any sort of chance to save them. Even if GH was around, just relocates on cooldown. They're going to get the jump in. Straight in onto Miracle. He's going to be able to put the Pierce the Veil to try and keep himself alive. And it's allowing him to stand his ground and turn to take down Malik. Fear comes in from Omar to push him back. Pierce the Veil comes to an end. The Exorcist
He's actually alive.
But FBC's actually with a backup. He's in with the
He's still
Phoenix Gate,
alive.
pops the Crimson Guard. They're going to keep Miracle safe. Oh, there we have it. We saw these players from FBZ before when he was on the Underlord coming in, and just a straight-up sustain from GH. It was enough to protect Miracle. Once he had to pierce the Veil out, they didn't have enough damage to get through it.
Did he have like, oh, he had two, okay, the Lotuses. I was like, GH was low mana. Where'd this mana come from? Got the Lotuses, though. Gets the extra heal up, has the mech. They turn it, oh my god.
That's a big
huge.
turn
Look how
there.
much damage he was able to do.
I mean, look how much Miracle's able to get from this. He's got the Hyperstone picked up. He's very close to having the full Mjolnir.
Look at him, he's still even stunned. Look, his hero doesn't even know what happened.
What does he do? What?
Muerta's just gliding across the floor.
Very cool.
And she reloads her guns and then goes back to slouching. Very cool. Huge. And so that was the Exorcism move from Quest. Answered in a surprising
They can
manner.
look to Roche.
Oh, wow. Accelerating things.
I mean, seeing ones that they do have TPs. I mean, Quest, I guess they don't have Exorcism for 60 seconds, so contesting this is...
Quite fast.
It really is the damage here from Miracle. Pops the Pierce the Veil. He's clearing through the Roche very quickly. They're going to get this Aegis.
Holy moly. That was honestly everything there for Enigma. They've got almost a Mjolnir now for this Muerta versus the CK. And he's got auras behind him, right? He's got this mech. He's going to have this Crimson Guard that we saw from FBZ. Just give him that little bit of extra protection. Oh, wow. Here we go, baby. Haven't gotten to see the Muerta carry, and he's farmed.
Caught him with the change, the hook shot from Kuro. He's gonna go down. Tier 2000 with the stun thrown out. Not gonna have any follow-up lockdown onto Sumail. Sumail's fine, and indeed from the side, Miracle stepping up and bringing in the damage. They've got to start backing off here, Quest. Tier 2000 gets caught by the slight change to Sumail. They'll kill him off. Miracle takes the kill, takes down the CK, and now Enigma Galaxy are ready to take down some towers.
Oh, and this global potential is catching Quest off guard. They are not expecting these movements from FBZ as fast as they are, or from the IO in particular. Yeah. This time not the IO, but FBZ gets the wraparound, gets the catch on the two of them.
Yeah, they've got the global strat, and they've got the way to save one another, right? Between GH and FBZ, a lot of ways to keep the team alive in these fights that last time round in game one, they just didn't really have the heroes or the items to do that.
Miracle is massive now at this point, too. What I was saying, he's good versus the CK, but also now the Phoenix, right? The Phoenix gets out of position, and I was also a little worried about like burst damage to kill a DP fast enough. This Muerta now is definitely burst damage with the farm that she's been able to get.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Dragon Lance Mjolnir, 18 minutes in, you're very happy with that sort of timing. And of course, on top of that, getting the buff up that you're getting from GH with the overcharge.
And the Grove Bow.
Yep.
It's like got everything coming into play. So yeah, these next few moments, the damage is definitely going to be there. We'll have to see.
Yeah, they could keep
Quest
going.
Wants to do to slow things down. Yep.
It's just, it's super hard to fight into this Muerta with the composition that Enigma Galaxy managed to build up now.
Yeah, and now I'm like looking at Noob, and I'm excited. I'm still excited to see this Aghanims build, but now I'm also thinking like, oh, maybe he's probably looking and being like, I wish I built just straight BKB, perhaps, even though it's a little weird. We'll have to see afterwards. But slowed down massively on the side of Quest, and Enigma in a very comfortable spot now, sitting back farming. And they can always react. So if any move does happen from Quest, yeah, those global plays are going to happen. Fiend's Gate at the ready. I'll relocate as well. Now we're in for a game.
The Galaxy split up once more. You just get their next round of items done before they go for another play with the Aegis. Still got their luxury of 2.5 minutes to play with that.
I like the way they're building as well. Solo Crest now as well onto Kuroki. They're going to smoke with this one. They have quite a bit of timings again. Yeah, just so many different buff ups for this Muerta. She's going to be hitting hard and fast. Overcharge, Solo Crest, etc. Kuro. Off the mark.
Tormentor shard for Dakalis.
I'm looking forward to some of these clashes. Muerta's going to do so much damage, and she's really farming so fast, just over that CK, over TA2000. TA2000 might just get shredded in these fights if he shows up early. Bottom, the Aghanims is coming out, but the amp damage is already here. They've got the reload.
Noob, he is very, very dead. Easily enough damage to take him out in that sort of circumstance.
These moves are all working.
Yep. I tell you,
Almost
if this
BKB
continues as well, is there some sort of like correlation between teams losing and teams that don't have auras on their lineup, folks?
I think there probably is. Up top,
Fear out
gets the
onto the
fear
both of
connect.
them.
He actually gets the wisdom. He'll die for it.
He's certainly going to die for it. Yeah, Enigma Galaxy, they don't care about this fear at all. They'll fight on afterwards, get the kill.
He got the wisdom, though. Not the worst case scenario by any means. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like every time lately I'm seeing the aura lineups, just auras are OPOing. I don't know.
It definitely feels
that's
like
definitely
that.
not the only thing, but
Yeah, no, for sure. But just sort of like as a flat rule in the games that we've watched in this qualifiers. Yeah, the team that has something like the Underlord or the Darkseer or the Enigma, getting these auras online, and of course, the fact that Enigma Galaxy they just don't just have the Underlord. This game, they have GH as well and Zio. It's doing a lot for them. It really is. It's looking very good.
yeah, definitely. So looking like they want to try to catch them off guard. They have the Orchid, of course, on CK. So if they do find Sumail pre-BKB, they could kill him. But he actually already has it finished. So very good timing for him. No funny business with the itemization. FBZ, Crimson. But how do you win a 5v5 fight? Even though they have the 5v5 fight heroes with their... The auras might just make too much of a difference.
I mean, they're trying to fight here, Quest. TI13, he's going to get caught in the cogs. And with the damage from Miracle, he is absolutely dead. And now they can chase on for more Enigma Galaxy. Jump forward from Sumail. He's looking for Ducalis. Ducalis will be able to turn with the yours. He's going to try for a TP out in the trees. He's not going to get away. The chains catch him from Sumail.
Miracle somehow gets that last hit as well, too. TI2 then just shows up and gets shredded. I don't know. This is looking problematic for Quest. Like, how do they take a team fight when you're versus? Even though they have good team fight heroes, they have an Egg, they have DPXO and stuff like that. They have Slaughter for catch and stuff. Versus these auras, versus how big Miracle has gotten after that sequence bottom. Let's see what they look. Let's see what they look to do. I mean, they still need some time for items, I guess, for Malik's BKB, but oh, look at Guro. Guro's already setting up.
To start something. I mean, Noob.
Reload.
They've always got that global backup. And Noob, he absolutely is. Anyone that Miracle can get on top of will die right now with how large this Muerta is.
It's a treat to see. The global threat is really, really working. It's been what, almost 10 minutes.
He's going to die to the re-relocate. GH and Miracle head back over, and Ducalis immediately to his death. Bottom lane, FBZ's going to start playing around with Tier 2000. Miracle and GH continue to bring in the push on the mid lane. Should be able to deal with this Tier 2 tower very shortly. I mean, they're taking over the game here, Enigma Galaxy. They've got everything set to continue this one towards the victory. I guess to the point where if this game starts to slip away from them, some major mistakes have to have occurred. So Enigma Galaxy, they've got to keep their act clean here. And if they do, they should be able to take us to a game 3.
100%. I mean, this is their game to lose.
Yeah.
They're in such a good position. They have a level 17 Muerta with 5,000 over the CK. The Death Prophet, who is supposed to kind of like run over things, especially versus the Ember, has now been shut down, what, I think 3 times in a row that she showed up. Really good plays from Digma. Just, yeah, playing to their strengths, playing to their relocate, playing to their map movements. And Quest now at this point, I'm like, I guess Malik needs BKB, Manta on TA2000, and a BKB on Noob before they look to fight, but these items are just going to come out very slow, as he did go for that Axe. I was excited to see the Axe as this attack speed talent thing with the Death Prop, but things blew up in their faces massively.
So now I'm checking as well, actually, out of interest, from Miracle, in terms of Muerta performances, at least on his main, and I'm sure his only profile, because I'm sure he's a good boy. He's only ever played 4 games of them, and he's only ever won 1 of them. So a pretty wild pick coming in, and he's looking amazing on it, folks.
Yeah, he's kind of just having to stand there and attack. I got to be honest, he's doing a good job of it. Don't get me wrong, but like his team is just making him look that much better because GH saved him, and then FBZ saved him, and yeah. He really is just standing his ground. But it's absolutely working. And it's good to see at least like some variety. Because like me and you have seen, we've just been seeing a lot of the same hero. So I'm glad to see that some people are switching it up at least. He's so farmed. I can't. He almost has his moon shard on top of everything.
This is the great thing as well. You can just go fully aggressive now. You have Mayona into moon shard and then into the Daedalus.
BZ's in. They can't even touch him.
No, they
He's
can't
full
touch
HP.
Them. They've got all the items. They're fully beefed up here. Enigma Galaxy.
TI13.
And he's
Could
going to
be in
get
trouble.
caught by the root. We'll see them dive for. They're going to use the Supernova, but Miracle, he can pop the BKB turn and take that out easily with the farm and attack speed that he has. TA2000 dead as well. They get GH at the side of it all, Quest. But indeed, it is definitely feeling like it's getting to the point of where the question is how much more Quest want to play this one out, because it's getting pretty brutal. If they don't find a way to jump and burst this Muerta, Miracle's just going to be able to A-click down the mid lane soon, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, Noob pops Exorcism, and they just walked away from him. And now he's chasing bottom. Right? He still has a couple seconds of this Exo. FBZ, he did play pretty far
he might die
This
here.
might be a pick. All right. That was absolutely insane from FBZ. He literally just went
That was
behind the
unnecessary.
tier 2.
What was he
Very
doing?
unnecessary. Cutting a creep wave. But I guess he expected them to get back, but Noob still had 15 seconds of Exo.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
some life. That's
don't
actually
need that
a
yet.
good kill.
They don't want to see any more of that, Enigma Galaxy.
No, don't do that again. Still feels very difficult for Quest, but that just kind of gifted Noob almost more than like a half a component for a BKB. So it's get to live to see a little bit longer of time. TA2000 still unbelievably poor, probably one of the poorest I think I've seen him. But at the least, the Noob is going to have a BKB for the next engagement.
Oh, they can take Roche.
Oh yeah.
Once again, Enigma Galaxy in position to get themselves the Aegis.
I like that they've just built for the team too. Just solo press drum on Kuroki. No need for any type of individual items. Just buff up your cores.
Yeah, keep Miracle alive, and Miracle will make sure that nobody on the enemy team stays alive.
Yep. He's got this. All right, so comeback for Quest. Need the BKB on TA2000.
Quite far away from that still.
Yeah, he absolutely needs it to be able to have this impact, to be able to just to focus fire any of these heroes really in particular, because his farm, I want to say it's still pretty decent on the CK. Just the Muerta's farm is just so ridiculous that it makes it look bad.
Level 20 as well. On Miracle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And this is where Enigma can force the issue as well too, because they still have 4 minutes left on this Aegis.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
All right, Quest.
structures are fortified.
Big fight needed. Level 2 egg is online. Let's see if they can have some crazy execution here versus an Aegis, a cheese, and all these auras.
Yeah. If they don't keep Miracle kind of stun locked or anything, he's going to kill the egg every time now. Thinking about starting things off with the fear. Look at the Curse Crown onto him. You've got Decisive coming in from the side. Kuro's frowning though. Pops down the cogs. Decisive tries to get away. Immediately getting shredded by Miracle.
Nice hook
Decisive,
shot.
he's going to get the egg off. They get the fear as well. Good timing here.
It's on a
Locking
great
them
spot.
down. And Samael, he's dying very quickly. They're going to get the
It's an
Aegis out of
insane spot.
Miracle. A perfect spot, a perfect fear. They will lose Malik, but you've got Noob pushing on. He's going to see if he can try and finish off Samael on the backlines, and he can. Samael is dead. Noob looking at GH. GH goes for the TP out. They got the exerts up, they haven't, so they won't be able to stop the escape from him. Of course, the rest of Enigma Galaxy still have Miracle cleaning up a second kill. Ducalis will fall.
Noob is in.
He's
Miracle's
stepping up
cleaning up.
very aggressively, but indeed, they've got to respect the damage here from this Muerta. Noob, he's trying to get away from the Muerta. GH is attempting to block him off near him. He will
he's burning.
escape. The burn is there, but Miracle, the damage comes out with the dead shot as well. Triple kill for Miracle. They'll be able to get Miracle out of there.
That was close, though. That was a pretty damn good whole quest. That high ground. Miracle ends up being the clutch one, of course. He gets burned down low, but Jesus, the rest of them almost got nothing off on the side of Enigma. That was very scary for a second. Perfect fear on the high ground with the egg
the
popping.
Supernova and Terrorize was the exact combo they needed from the exact spot.
That was crazy. That was a really
them a
good
chance.
combination of things. TA2000 dies. That's the issue, and Miracle does end up living throughout all of it. Well, at least it's something for them.
Keep the game alive. Only just. Next fight, Miracle, he might not have the Aegis, but he'll have a completed Daedalus.
Noob. Oh!
He's trying to get through the
portal.
Phoenix Gate. Ah, but they've caught him. The dead shot comes into play, pushes him back away from it. And that is him gone for a
Straight back
minute.
to the high ground.
He's 80 gold
It
short
is.
of the buyback.
Lane positions are good too. They have catapult wave coming in mid. Miracle, as you said, finished up the full next item. These buildings drop so fast. No glyph available.
This Moet is, yeah, this really is the Moet dream for any of the carry players out there who want to try this hero sometime. Miracle showing it to its full extent, but as you say, a large part down to the lineup he has around him to really enable him on this hero this game.
Hey, they look at all the buff ups, overcharge double solar crests, all the buff ups.
He's just
of course,
ending
on
it.
FVZ. He's trying to. 20 seconds.
Let's keep pushing on. Light there on Samael.
Miracle is
BKB's
doing
there
it.
on tier 2000. Tier 4s are gone. So what they want to do with this now, Enigma Galaxy. They know the noobs back up. They'll give a bit of respect. They'll back off.
They can fake back. They are more than strong enough to be able to look for this fight. Deal with the wave, but Sumail still has a spirit here just in case of anything.
Radiant are
Because wouldn't be surprised if we do see Enigma Galaxy play it quite safe. This is the elimination game. If they somehow lose this, they're out of the qualifiers. So they'll look to wrap this up in as safe a fashion as they can.
Absolutely. Just keep everybody together. At this point, don't split. Just keep everybody together as this 5-man unit. You always have ways to play the map with Fiend's Gate and with Relocate, so they'll smoke up. I think they just got Vision of Noob. They did. So that ward that they placed from earlier from Kuro about 6 minutes ago, I think it just saw him.
Noob once again short of the money for buyback if they do get him. Kuro.
Kuro sees him.
Hook shot, not going to connect. Won't be able to take that chance.
I'm surprised TA2000's even staying there, I gotta be honest with you. Standing outside the base at this point is craziness. Here comes the push. Or does it?
And they're being careful. As I
Being
wouldn't
as
even be
careful as
surprised if
possible.
they wait for the next Roshan. Holding the high ground, waiting to see if Quest step out of the base. Eyes on Noob. Catch him in the silence, but nothing else to follow.
Miracle's actually kind of close to a refresher. And they can't deal with him the once of the Pierce the Veil. I mean, 2 sets of Pierce the Veil, 2 sets of BKB. I think he pretty much, I mean, he's very close to having it finished when he sells his treads. A bit immobile, but that's okay. Yeah, he buys it. He just goes all out.
Okay.
They're looking to end it, Owen.
They are. They're certainly, they should be strong enough to do so. 21k lead here for Enigma Galaxy. West have to piece together a team fight soon.
Playing it careful still. The Cursed Crown pops. He waits till he's on low ground.
A stun onto Samael.
TA.
Backing off, caught by the glide there. It can be from Samael. Kuro is not going to hit the hook shot. Gets it straight into the back of Samael. They go for Noob though still. Samael in on top of the DP, but Noob able to get away with the BKB. They pop the Supernova. They'll kite it out for now, Enigma Galaxy. They're way outside of the range. And outside of the range of it still allows them to get hits on onto the barracks as Miracle continues the push. It's the Phantasm.
That's Exo, Phantasm, and Egg used. They still have Exo running. They still have Phantasm a little here.
Oh,
They're jumping.
Noob. He's in with the silence. Malik is going to jump with the crush there with the bash it onto Samael, but Malik is surrounded by the 5 of them. He can't take
Too
that
much
fight.
damage.
He's gone. He'll buy back. TA2000 comes in, looks over towards Kuro. He's been able to take down the clock, but it will cost him his life as well as TA2000 also falls. Noob's on the retreat. He's on about 10% HP. He's trying to draw them away from the base. Malik, and with another jump crush onto Samel, but he's immediately caught by the silence, the calling. Triple kill for Miracle. The pit from FBC catches onto the three of them. Samel jumps in with the Remnant, takes down Omar, looks over towards Decisive. Decisive able to buy sometimes in with the Yule Scepter. There'll be a 5-out coming in.
Give him a
But it's the
rampage.
ultra kill. He's looking for that last one. Is he going to get it? GG's been caught either way. It doesn't look like he'll get the rampage today, but he'll certainly settle for an ultra kill when it allows them to push forward to game 3. There it is. He gets the rampage at the end as the Ancient falls.
Wow.
We're going to a game
That was
3,
poggers.
folks. We're going
Hell
to a
yeah.
game 3. And this game, as I said, they did it in a very unique style. As I said, checking the stats, picking up this Moeta for Miracle, he doesn't do it a lot. He barely does it at all. I think from his, if he's a good boy and has one account, from his main account, he played like a few days ago and he lost. He didn't care. He was like, you know what? This is a good Moeta game. Put me in. And it certainly looked like it because the draft around it was brilliant. The IO pairing
really
worked
well.
fantastically. And yeah, PSG Quest, I mean, they tried something a bit of their own style as well, right? We're kind of noob on the mid DP. It had that edge against Samel in the mid lane, but not to a crazy amount, right? Samel, he played it cool. He didn't feed. He was still able to get good farm from the start. Still ends up having fantastic impact from the mid Ember, 8, 2, and 13. And Noob, on the other hand, didn't really get to do as much, despite the fast item timings such as the Atos. They were never really able to play around that to a very strong point.
This is
It was this fight down bottom.
This was
It really
everything
was.
because I don't even know how many kills they ended up even getting after this. They were stuck at 6 kills for what felt like 10 plus minutes after this. Miracle lives at a fraction of HP because of the Lotuses, Crimson Max, etc. And they turn, and then it's just it really was Nico just playing clean after that. There's not much else to say besides that.
Yep.
Quest tried to run in to go take some of these fights, but they're at this deficit, and it was just Nigma playing well, just showing up with the team fights. I don't know how many times I need to say it with these Underlords, just how good they are with using the Fiend's Gate lately, but they brought the numbers, they brought the fights to Quest every single time, and they won those fights, so hell yeah, we get the game 3.
We're getting a game 3. Absolutely. And something I think, after what we saw in game 1, I think a lot of people may have doubted if we were going to get to this point, but after what we've had here in game 2, again, sort of even in the series, has said that Nigma Galaxy lost against OG. When they have the win, when they get the win, it does fall in a place really good. It kind of better than we've seen Nigma Galaxy being able to play in a while. Like the wins they're pretty solid. They're very convincing. You're having games like this, like I think they did the other day when they won, where, for example, Miracle doesn't die. If you're able to set up a game, set up a draft, and execute it in this fashion, it's pretty impressive stuff, folks.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm really looking forward to see this next game. You can see the excitement on their faces too. I mean, this was a hell of a performance by Miracle. It looked like some alchemist net worth coming into play.
16-0-12. That's insane. Well, it was
916 GPM, by the way.
Yeah,
so
48k hero
numbers.
damage.
Yeah,
pretty much doing it.
Yeah, they killed it. I mean, honestly, this is what I want to see from teams. I want to see these Aura players, maybe some,
Auras are doing
Quest,
it. Auras are
perhaps.
winning games. They really are.
They are, and perhaps Quest, looking at it, maybe they did just forget about a few things here, right? Darkseer got left for a long time. They opted not to go for it this game, right? They opted to go for their Willow, their Slardar, and stuff like that. They opted to go for the CK when Underlord was still in the pool, which we've seen Underlord picked every single game to counterpick the CK. So Quest, maybe some adjustments needed, but Nigma overall, outplayed, out-executed across the board.
They did. And I'm ready to see what they've got hidden up their sleeves for game 3. As I say, this game bringing out the Moeta for Miracle. Who knows? Maybe Miracle's got some other crazy carry picks to come out. I remember in the past we've seen such things as his Bounty Hunter. Maybe time to bring out the carry Bounty Fold. Elimination game, let's go. Well, no. We'll see. Well, maybe something a bit safer like a carry punch for Miracle. Who knows? Either way, it's going to be a very exciting game 3, without a doubt. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. I know you won't. We're going to be back after this short break for the deciding game and the last game for one of these two teams in this qualifiers between PSG Quest and Nigma Galaxy.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ourselves ready for the final and deciding game here in this best of three between PSG Quest and Enigma Galaxy. 1-1 at the moment. Both teams, Fogs, having pretty good showings in each of the wins that they have. Right, that game one looked hot for Quest, but that game two, Enigma Galaxy, it looked like they were back.
They really did, and they did it in a cool fashion of throwing it back to the GH IO, right? I know people would probably like immediately looking, they're like, oh, Kuro playing the clockwork, how dare he take that away from GH? But GH is the legend. In the past, the legendary IO man himself, which, yeah, you know, Muerta, of course, carried, but that bottom save, who is it because of? The Lotuses, the heals, the IO, right? So definitely have to look at these things and look at, you know, the heroes that they're playing and the global potential. This has been an old strategy that I feel like Enigma was actually their best with. When they played their Coddle, with their recall, with their IO, with their relocates and stuff, the Team Liquid, the Team Enigma Galaxy of the past, when they dominated, that's what they did it on mostly. So
Oh, they did. I mean, I can imagine with the way that game went, there's got to be some sort of appeal for them going for at least the IO early on again. I mean, that, as you say, it seemed to be something they were very strong with, and something that you can do a lot of different styles, different drafts around, and still have kind of that global element as the focus. So, yeah, IO, and in particular the Underlord. So I think in all the games that we've seen FBZ play Underlord, he's just seemed to be really in tune with the team and the movements that they want to be making around the map. So those two heroes, I think they've got to be top priority, or at least up there in the minds of PSG Quest when they're drafting against them here in this game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you're going to pick a CK, right? Like, so I feel like this one, they kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit with those last a bit. Of course, not to take anything away from Enigma at all, but they picked CK leaving the Underlord with a global strat already kind of in play. So definitely, some adjustments perhaps going to be made from Quest. Like you said, they tried the DP mid too, which ended up not working out too. But yeah, now it's game 3. Now it's everything, right? All bets are off. You have to win this. You have to do as best as possible. You cannot make these mistakes. Can't forget about these heroes. One little hero slip up could cost you a game like that.
It could. Well, we can only imagine that both teams are well warmed up and ready to go now, put those 2 games under their wings as we get into this Game 3 draft beginning, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be able to get that up on your screens as we get ready to witness the last game for one of these 2 teams here in the qualifiers. Very, very sad for whoever goes home, but very, very happy for whoever moves on. Team, of course, that moves on from this series will go forward to play Team Secret in the next round of the lower bracket.
5 seconds remaining.
And look at this. We got new bans. Yep. So IO immediately taken out. Quest doesn't want to play with it, but they also don't want to play with Phoenix or against Phoenix. Because that's also, it's one of GH's best heroes as well. But also, maybe they didn't like the way that they played around it overall. So totally different game we're going to get.
See if they want to ban out the clock, or if they want to try and keep that in for themselves. That's one of the ones
well,
that SF's really been lucky to play around with. That's true. SF, I feel like SF might be ignored, though. I don't know. It wasn't really working out for Enigma Galaxy in that game 1.
Yeah, you might be right. It might just get ignored.
I don't know. Because some series we have seen it, at least because it gets banned on sort of like the 2nd phase, but I don't know. It was kind of the vibe that it gave from game 1 this series kind of made it feel like a bit meh.
I can agree. I could agree with that. I can see it.
If we're
And
going to
also,
see
was
it,
Quest,
it's going to be...
Quest was first
yeah.
pick and they didn't ban it. Or Quest was first pick and they banned it last game too, right? So
True. So Enigma Galaxy.
taking their time.
What you've been banning out here. I mean, I still think Darkseer's got to be in the conversation. And there it
He's
is.
gone.
Left the conversation. It's gone. They bump up the priority of Sumail's Ember Spirit. I mean, I don't mind that. Even in the games that they lost, Sumail's been doing a lot on his Ember. So
He has.
Get him it. And the fact that he plays it last game, plays it against a DP mid, which would, you know, could have been one of the harder counters. Sure, he didn't get free farm in the lane, he didn't win the lane, but he didn't lose it big time. So clearly, Sumail doesn't care what he's up against in the mid. He knows that he's still going to be able to have good impact.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you can already, I mean, I just look at Noob and it's like he's got these smiles and stuff on, right? Like he's probably like, yeah, you know, I won mid and, you know, whatever, this Ember, but they didn't win the game, right? So it's like, it could have this kind of like mental effect too. It's like, this is actually pretty interesting when you put it out there like that. Because they're using a lot of time just for this first, just because I don't think they expect an Ember first pick.
I got the Weaver.
Yeah, now we're gonna have a whole real switch up of things.
Now, of course, could be supports or TI13 on this Weaver.
I bet TA2000 saying never pick me a melee core again. Right? He played like
That's
only
true. I mean, you're right.
heroes.
He is yeah, the games that he has on his range carries are top stuff, but you're not always the same on the melee.
I mean, he lost both ZK games. He's won all his ranged carry games, and then the one before that, he also played another melee carry, and he lost that one. He's literally only won, I think, the last 6-7 matches on ranged cores. I think he has one melee in between there somewhere, but it's been majority of ranged.
I can see with this Weaver as well. If they want to keep it as a support Weaver, I could really see PSG Quest trying to force the draft down a way that they get the Venge carrying. You know what I mean? Get
I
this
think so too.
Weaver, get like the ET, and then get the Venge, get the Pango mid. Yeah, let's just do that. I think get Weaver, ET, Venge, Pango. That's going to be PSG Quest bread and butter.
I'm ready
I
to
guess
use that.
Pango's gone. Pango's gone. Pango's gone. Actually,
All right, now you're wrong. Nope, now you're wrong. Too late. Too late. I wrote it down.
Venge and ET though. I think you got to be thinking about those. You got to be thinking
Agreed.
about those.
The Venge probably a little. I think ET more than likely.
ET.
I think that one looks really, really good. I really like Ducalis on the ET too. He might be one of my favorite ET players. Him and Whitemon. There's not that many of them, so he played it really well.
Sure.
Doom Slaughter bans. That's cool. A lot of offlaners targeted.
Yeah, we were getting the Doom banned out the other game, which is something that other teams weren't really doing. But
That's true.
Galaxy
That's
afraid of the
actually quite
Doom.
interesting. Yeah.
Maybe some sort of call being made by Sumail. You know, he's like, I don't want to be doomed. I don't want to play Ember. You know, I don't want there to be a Doom in the game if I'm playing Ember.
Sure. Ooh, Rubik ban. Does that mean Enigma?
Could be.
I
Yeah,
guess the
Enigma's-
Weaver anyway.
Enigma's
Because it's
nice.
like both. I was just thinking because it's both. Because sometimes you just ban it if you're just playing Weaver, but maybe they are thinking some other team fight as well. It might just be the Weaver, though, because Rubik is... That's enough for a Weaver. Or that's enough for a Rubik. Just a Shikuchi.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
I'll stick with
it.
has arrived.
Okay.
I think we've seen this hero the most, honestly. Always
I
gets
think so,
through.
too. Because there's other
I'm
heroes
not
that
even
you
sure.
need, you need to ban
yeah.
everyone else. The other ones are more
It's
broke.
true. Yeah. No, Will always gets left in. And to be fair, I think the win rate's kind of probably close to 50-50. Like, I don't feel like we see this hero win every game or lose every game. You know, it's kind of in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, they should bring back the 10% spell lamp on the Brambles. That was really good. I don't know why that existed for the first 3 days or whatever it was of the patch.
Dire team pick.
They'll
They
take
said
the
ET
ET.
for themselves. I like that.
Ooh, I like it. I like it.
Yeah, don't let Quest have it. Grab it in for yourselves.
That is a bit of an old school thing, too. I'm probably going to be Kuroki playing it. I mean, 90% chance, but GH used to
Oh, you
also
don't think it's
play
going to
this
be
one a lot.
GH?
10
It's just not really
Why is it-
not really a 4-position hero at the moment.
GH will make it one.
Quest esports turn.
He's going to make it one, bro.
He might
That's
actually
a Kuro
just do it.
disruptor.
Okay. Interesting.
So anyway, explain to me why you say sort of this hero. Why is this hero not is more the 5 and not the 4 nowadays?
He does
The,
the same
ET.
from the 5 as the 4. You
Okay,
can't.
so
You
it's a
want
bit
to
overkill.
as a. As a 4 position, you want to be able to go Aghanims and have fun and punch and blah, 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 but you really don't do that in most games. You are just a 5 position, amping spells, stomping, setting up. But, I mean, it can work. It can absolutely work from a 4 position if you just, like, get that little bit of extra farm and stuff like that, too, so I'm fine with it. It's a really strong tri-heroes, right? Ember ET, since the addition of these 2 heroes, has been great. ET giving vision for Disruptor, etc., so...
Quest Esports.
And they'll just go down the DK route. Boring.
That's boring. That's boring. But we have to accept that it's going to happen. It's going to happen sometimes. Teams are going to pick DK.
Yeah.
They're going to pick DK.
How can they make DK more exciting? I guess he is more. He actually is way more exciting now. He has 3 different,
What's
you know,
with
he
the
can be
different
different
facets?
dragons. But no one
Yeah,
takes any of
that's
them.
true.
They all just go green.
We'll take the corrosive.
We saw one Frost Dragon, right? Versus some heal lineup. I think I remember it. Xantic played it or something.
Yes, we
It looked pretty decent.
definitely
It was
have
okay.
casted one where it was a bit different.
Yeah.
Dire team pick.
Oh my, wait, Brew made it. Oh my god, wait, Brew's in.
It's been banned the last few times, right?
Oh my god. I completely overlooked that.
Well, how bad is this? Is this rough?
It's this hero's amazing, especially with Willow. This is probably my favorite duo in the like 2 offlaners in the game right now. The potency of these 2 is insane. So the reason why, of course, is just this hero just provides it's so much overwhelming team fight. I mean, everybody's just been seeing it now. The laning is good now as well. You know, Brew used to have this problem where your laning was weird because you didn't know how to skill, but now you just have innate built-in brawler.
Dire team ban.
And the new Cinderview thing is nice. They're gonna stick with their guns though. I mean, they see
I like
these.
that.
You know, it's a DK,
Yeah.
it's a Brew. Firestorm's nice. Global potential's there.
Keep FBZ on his Underlord. As I say, I think it's been the best hero that he's been playing this qualifiers.
I can agree with that as well.
But then the carry pick. What is going to be coming out for Miracle?
10 seconds remaining.
And now they're banning to protect the Underlord because overall, this Underlord, the one thing that's happened for FBZ is he hasn't been put in a position where he's in a rough lane. I think he's only played versus CK. So, I mean, he did die level 2, but that was a mistake. I'll be honest with you. He should not have died there. You should live in this lane usually as this Underlord. And the game overall is very good for you versus a CK. So now they have the position as Quest to pick a hero that can actually try to shut down this Underlord in lane more. The Ursa's going to get banned. A couple of them are going to get taken out. So we'll have to see what they look at.
Dire team ban.
Jara and the Lifesteal are taken away from Miracle this game.
I don't know why I'm just thinking it's some... Is it a Morphling?
I was gonna sort of ask you how you felt about the Morph this game because yeah, we saw Miracle have a good game on it the other day, and I feel like it doesn't feel terrible. There's obviously instant blink Dragon Tail stun of the DK, but outside of that, I think a lot of things that the Morph can play around.
Yeah, I mean, your fear is the instant DK stun to follow up with the fear, terrorize, blah, 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 right? So, could be an option.
Come on.
What have we got? Is it just the Morph? Or maybe something crazy. As we said, we saw the Muerta last game. Miracle showing he's still got innovation ready to play with.
10 seconds.
What does he
My
want?
brain can't think right now. That's the only thing I can think of.
It's just the Morph. Sticks with the Morph. He's had some good games on it in this qualifiers.
All right, Owen. Is it the Slark for TA2000 versus Underlord
Definitely
versus
not.
Morph
No,
versus
no,
Emperor?
no.
Just kidding.
No. I think
So
it's...
then is it it's just the Weaver, no? Or is he
I
just going to
think
go
you
for
keep
some
the Weaver
crazy...
carry. I don't think you've got anything wrong with keeping the Weaver carry.
5 seconds remaining.
Your other
Or-
matchup is gone. The Ursa's the best versus the Morph that we've seen.
It just depends how much he wants to play as Venge carry.
And that's the other, yeah, I
Because he
mean, that's
really
the thing. I
likes-
just don't really like it.
He
I don't
really
like it.
likes to. He loves
I
to
don't
play
think
the
I
Venge
like it.
carry. He lost a game with it. He won a game with it.
Dude, I kind of like Enigma's draft. I kind of like what they got going for themselves here. I don't know. Like, Quest has the Brew, though. I mean, it's a Brew DK can just kind of, like, win games by themselves, but... Actually, how's this lane too? It's an ET Underlord lane. I gotta keep thinking about this is the lanes, unless they do switch things up.
Nah, I think it's surely GH is going to take it down there with.
I would
FBC.
imagine, yeah. I mean, choice is there. Choice is made. Let's see what it is.
Okay, Weaver stays at the carry.
Yep.
They get the Ench in.
Ducalis Ench.
Support duo.
So that tells me they're really looking to. Okay, so now they really they started to break things down even more, right? So now they're looking at the lane as well too. So now they were, theory crafting. It's an ET Underlord lane. Now they have a Dispel as well. So old school kind of counter picks versus the other Titans start to come back. Oracles, Enchantresses, etc. Being able to Dispel the Spirit buff is pretty significant early on. And it's a strong lane, right? The poking and the prodding of a Enchantress and a Weaver over and over and again against an Underlord ET lane. That could be a lot more difficult for FBZ this time around. He's had a lot of free lanes as this Underlord in the past that caused him to have such good impact. This one could change things. It's a good Morphling game.
I think.
But
yeah, close draft, I'd say. I think both teams have got something going for them on this.
Yeah.